World Surf League Championship Tour migrates to South Africa. A spectacular landscape of wonder and wildlife. A place where kings and queens battle for dominance and fight for survival. A crown jewel of the African continent, Jeffreys Bay hosts surfing's royalty in the penultimate stop of the 2023 season. The Corona Open J Bay. The race to the Rip Curl WSL Finals is narrowing, and with their wins in Brazil, Caitlin Simmers and Yago Dora shook up the rankings. Carissa Moore and Tyler Wright have punched their tickets to Trestles, but the pressure is building for the newcomers trying to hang on and superstars trying to get in. Only 2 events remain to clinch a spot in the Final 5. The hunt for the Rip Curl WSL Finals continues at the Corona Open J Bay.
Stop number 9 on the championship tour welcomes the world's best surfers back to South Africa, where a much anticipated pulse and swell shows so far some signs are showing up. A lot of excitement in the surfers area. Preparations in a chilly early morning. We like chilly mornings here because generally it means the surf's come up. We'll find out soon if it has. But we are just looking at some preparations. Wetsuits on, getting mobile, and really thinking about locking into this beautiful, beautiful point break here. And all smiles with some real positive energy at this absolutely delightful looking scene. These sunrises, they don't do them like this anywhere else. And when they're greeted with lines of surf as well, we get big smiles from the panel. Let's say good morning and welcome in. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Richie Lovett, Strider Wozalewski. How's it, chaps?
It's awesome, is what it is. Love to see all the surfers waxing up because we didn't see too much of that in the early morning the last couple of days, but certainly today looks like a different story. It's nice and chilly too, and that generally means surf, which is fantastic.
Strider, no jacket this morning. How's your temperature regulation?
Well, I'm kind of like a furnace. I just gotta, you know, I'm burning from within, especially when I hear what I heard this morning. And when I was laying in bed, when you hear waves like banging on the reef and it kind of loud, you know the waves are small. When you hear a nice rumble and a constant, you know there is solid surf, and I feel like that's what we're going to have today.
Well, we're hoping for some pumping waves. Let's go and find out what the call is. Travis Logie is with the birthday girl, AJ McCord.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are with Travis Logie. Big smile on your face. Walk us through what the waves are doing.
The waves are pumping, AJ. Easy call this morning. We're up and running. We're going to finish off women's opening round and then go straight into men's elimination round and then back into women's elimination round, and then what happens after that is going to depend on whether we can overlap or not. So we're going to monitor consistency in these first couple of heats and make a call on that.
We've been watching this day for a few days. What is it about the swell coming in, the direction, the wind, all of it that makes this such a great day?
Yeah, I mean, already this morning there's been some 4 to 6 foot sets, and it's supposed to build through the day. The wind's supposed to improve through the day. Tomorrow's looking great as well. So today, between today and tomorrow, the best 2 days on the window. So we're going to definitely do our best to capitalize. So it should be a great watch.
Looking forward to it. We'll send it back to you guys.
Great stuff. Thanks, AJ. Lots of reasons to be positive from Travis Logie. Likes what he can see in front of him. And he's also been looking a little forward as well into the Surfline forecast, which has been a dynamic situation. Rich, has been changing a lot.
It has. It's been an inconsistent forecast, and well, just a quick heads up with Surfline these days, green means go. So as you can see, those blobs coming around the bottom of South Africa there, that's what we want to see. And we've been monitoring this southwest swell that's been building. It's been on the charts, and it's finally arrived this morning. So we're going to have great winds, I think, today. We're going to have that swell increase throughout the day. And surf is going to be in definitely the overhead sort of range. And we may even get double overhead on some of the bigger sets, huh?
I mean, yeah, that blue means it's going to be pumping. That is just coming into the excellent range, and that's what we want. I mean, it's just 6 to 10 foot faces. I mean, it's just pumping all day. It's offshore. I can't wait to see this thing come through.
Yeah, it's actually a rippable size at the moment too. Can get to the point where it gets too big and a bit gnarly, but I think today we're going to see a mixture of high performance, good power surfing, and maybe a little bit of progression dusted in there as well.
Just to add a little extra excitement into that as well, that anticipation from having several days where we've been, is it going to show up? And we've had, you know, some days where we weren't expecting it to show much. It's been a bit bigger than we thought. Other days been the reverse situation. I feel, Richie, these surfers will be real keen just to get underway here.
Yeah, you get a couple of those false starts, and there's so much mental preparation that goes into these heats and the competitors, and you've got to stay calm, but you've got to stay ready as well, and you've got to be able to adapt and just adjust to those calls as they come in. So you do get the feeling everyone was ready to go today. We knew it was going to happen.
Getting real close to the climax of the regular season. Let's dive into the rankings here and see where we are. There's the cutoff for the top 5, and some of those names will be keen to go deep into this event, boys.
Oh, John, Gabriel, Jack. I mean, look at that. Leo at the bottom there. Italo at number 11. This is just like, if you're at the tail end, if you're Yago, your back would be burning. You'd have a big, just huge, you know, a
big old target
on you. You'd just be freaking out. But up top there, these guys are looking pretty comfortable. But even Joao, you know, there's some room to move in there, and you'd be feeling it.
And thinking to round our Heat 1, we'll see Ethan Ewing taking on the wildcard Aiden Massenkamp. Ethan, the only surfer in that top 5 not to make it out of the round 1. He's in the elimination round, and a potential banana skin here in the form of the wild card.
I mean, honestly, it's an interesting look at it, because with Ethan Ewing, probably, in my eyes, one of the best, if not the best guy at J-Bay right now. I mean, and he's in the elimination round. So that's a tough go. But I feel like after watching Aiden Massenkamp surf, it was something about his board or whatever it was. Hopefully he gets a new board under his feet, because it didn't look like he was holding through the turns like you want to see him go through. So I feel like Ethan Ewing is going to really just tear that heat apart. I feel like he's going to go right through Aiden Massenkamp. But you never know. I mean, if Aiden can get on a different board, it could be different.
Well, Richie, we need to talk about another great looking matchup. Jack Robbo taking on the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
Well, this is a really interesting one for me, because I said on opening day, to me, Kelly, the benchmark at Jeffreys Bay over the last couple of decades has been the best, but we know his current form has dipped a little bit. But now that the waves have come up, I feel like the playing field's leveled up a little bit. And Jack, well, he's been sliding down that rope, and he's desperate to get back up there as well. And he's in striking range of that final 5. He wants to get in there and solidify his position. So has Jack been able to turn that mental game around? We're going to find out. And is Kelly going to be able to bring some of that performance that we're used to seeing from him? You know he's dying to bring that as well.
We're interested to see how that one plays out. Another spicy one, Strider. Heat 7 in the elimination round. Italo Ferreira with Ian Gentile.
You know, this is one that's going to be really fun to watch. I mean, you can see that Ian has taken him out twice, right? It's 2-0. But the way that Italo is surfing out here, he's got that huge explosive, you know, air 3 at the end of these waves. So, you know, it just depends on how this goes down. 2 totally different surfers, right? You got one on the forehand doing those beautiful arcs and carves and power surfing, and then you got Italo, just the Energizer Bunny, who just bang away at that thing until there's nothing left of the wave, right? He's just going to destroy every piece of water.
To me, Ian Gentile most improved on the championship tour over the last couple of events. Italo, different story on today's playing field. We're going to have to see him connect all those maneuvers and then perhaps go to that big air at the end.
And that's something that we've been watching, right? We've been seeing Italo come short of scores because of the connectivity not being there, the flow. There's definitely something in there that we're going to have to see from him that's going to have to add to his scoreline.
Before the start of the competition here in South Africa, the WSL teamed up with WSL Pure Grantee, J-Bay Surf Alliance, and Sentinel Ocean Alliance for a beach cleanup, environmental education, and surf therapy session. Let's take a look back at this impactful day here in Jeffreys Bay.
Just educate as much as we can. And it's about the future generations, the generations to come, that's really going to make the change.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative aimed at inspiring the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of surfing. Today, we are joining forces in J-Bay to inspire and educate the next generation through surf therapy and ocean education.
A lot of these kids come from a stone's throw away from the ocean, yet they have no access to it. And we're trying to create a love and connection with the ocean for the kids in these really like underprivileged communities.
That's what it's all about, is spreading the love for the ocean and with the next generation, and educating them on taking care of what we love most.
It's about teaching the kids the sense of responsibility, also doing some things for yourself, believing in yourself, and knowing that you can be anything you want.
Most important, we breathe. You're seeing yourself making a difference in your community.
We teach them environmental, how to look after the ocean, how to look after the dunes, how to look after the plants, yeah, and then it's surfing.
It's important to obviously look after your beaches and then pass on that education.
If you surf, then you know, and you want to take care of the ocean, and if you don't, maybe come to the beach, come surfing, take the kids surfing. It's an amazing place to be. When you experience it is when you really start to feel the love for the ocean and the love to want to protect it.
This is an organisation that is bringing children up to become who they're meant to be, and it's quite a special thing.
This is what it's all about, giving back to the local community, and just seeing the smiles on the kids' faces is the coolest thing ever.
Everywhere we go, the ocean gives us so much, so it's just so important to take care of the beaches and oceans.
It's working now, you know, and to see the change in them when they're actually walking down to go for a surf, and they'll see a plastic and they'll pick it up.
The WSL One Ocean Initiative is amazing. I mean, without them, we wouldn't be here talking with you today. They literally gave us the funding to set this program up. You know, I can't thank them enough for putting their money where their mouth is.
It's not something that starts or stops here. It's continuously happening throughout the year.
You just change one person's life, one kid's life, one perspective shift, and the next thing you know, that'll trickle down to whoever they're around.
As surfers, the ocean is our playground and our stadium. Getting involved in protecting and conserving the ocean is critical for us today and for future generations. Show us what you're doing to protect our One Ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure in your post.
Corona Open J-Bay is on this morning for a 7:15 start. A beautiful morning, and we're real keen to get things underway here this morning. Let's go and hear from AJ McCord.
Paul, I've been hanging out down in the athlete zone for the last few days, and today in particular, every single surfer is coming out of the water. A lot of them have already gotten in a free surf this morning, and they're coming out of the water with a huge smile on their face. I caught up with Ethan Ewing just briefly as he sprinted past after his free surf, and he just could not wipe the smile off his face. He said, "It's so nice. I'm so stoked. The swell in the water is great. The waves are pumping. Let's get it going." So the vibes are very high down here in the athlete zone as we get ready for our first heat of the day.
Smiles might turn into more of game faces as we hear the horn and things get pretty serious and pretty high stakes here, guys, this morning as well as we head towards the final five and all of those situations. Cannot wait to fire up and get things going here. And just focusing on this women's round that we were able just to run a couple of heats yesterday. A bit of a frustrating day, and you'd be thinking the women coming up in that round would be very keen, Rich, to get going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, little false start yesterday. We got a couple of heats done, and then the surf did look good, and then it just went to sleep on us. But it's not going to do that today, or we can confidently say that there's a nice, juicy new swell in the lineup. But look at this, Tyler against Tatiana Weston-Webb, and then Joanne DeFay. So really interesting matchup here. We've got the goofy footer, Tatiana, and, well, last year's winner up against two very strong goofy footers. Tyler, as I said yesterday, she's been feeling a little bit down, a little bit off. Perhaps just with all the travel and just where the year is thus far, she was looking to regain a bit of energy. And, well, Joanne, equally as strong on the forehand.
Yeah, you know what? This I just feel like they're getting enough waves for everybody to display their talents, and it's going to be one of those banger heats where you're going to get to see everybody and what they have to showcase. And you know, one's on the backhand, the other two on the forehand, but I don't think there's an advantage either way. I feel like this is a perfect size J-Bay to really show what you have, and it's going to be one of those really fun telling heats.
Just thinking of this matchup, guys, and where surfers are with their form. Tyler Wright coming into this absolutely red hot, second in the world. There's only 2 events where she hasn't made the final or better all season. She loves this wave, and she's going to be looking for a big statement performance here, Rich.
Yeah, you know, her style is really suited to J-Bay. She has that ability to fit those maneuvers in, and we know that with J-Bay, that's a crucial element in being able to surf this place well. She's got the power. She's really worked on adding a little bit of flair to those maneuvers as well. And obviously she's got good confidence here. She's got good memories here. She's done extremely well in the event. So she'll be really ready to go here. And I don't know, Tatiana on the backhand. These the backsiders have been really getting square off the bottom, and they have the ability to go a little bit more vertical than the frontsiders.
Yeah, Strider for the Goofy Foot Union. Tatiana will be pretty pleased to see the swell picking up, and the backhanders will want it a bit bigger.
Yeah, well, they have the ability to, like, you know, Rich was just saying, on your backhand, you can whip the board back up over your head, you know, without even looking at the lip here, right? It's just always waiting for you. So I feel like, you know, but actually driving out of those turns is really hard on the backhand, you know, because you can get stuck behind. So you have to whip into it, but then try to carve out of it with speed. And I think that's a really big point from the judges, right? They want to see you coming out of your turns with speed generating. So it's a really actually hard maneuver to do, to go straight up into the lip on the backhand and then drive through the lip all the way out onto the corner. Somebody like Mark Alcalupo used to do it absolutely seamlessly, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing was moving on the top end, and the lower end was just all board. Watch the board. It was so fun.
Yeah, he never looked rushed, did he? He was always just, you know, out in front of it, had all the space and time in the world to perform those powerful turns. You know, I think back to some of the other goofy footers. Damien Hobgood was another really good competitor out here, did extremely well.
And Tatiana would have been drawing from those, examples, and, you know, winning the event. You know, she found a way to do that. She was accelerating out of the lip last year.
Taking big risks, wasn't she, down here in Big Surf last year? And she has been a fixture in that Final 5 the last couple of seasons. She'll desperately want to get back there, just lurking with intent in 6th. Coming into this one, 2 stops. Obviously, the champion here also heading to Tahiti, where we know what she can do in the barrel. Cannot wait to see how this one fires up. You see those early morning lines filling in, nice velvety, smooth surface. Just want to talk a little bit about positioning. And there was a little bit of conjecture about exactly where to sit, how deep to go. And first heat of the day, without a chance to see loads of waves ridden, maybe a couple of warm-ups. Who wants the inside?
Well, it's a weird thing. You know, you basically want to control the heat, and whether that means you're on the inside or not. But here we go, Tyler.
Tyler swinging here, and she's got some speed through the opening section. And she'll just cruise and let this one stand up. Carves down off the tail, back into the bowl, into the lip. Nice fan of spray from her. It's smooth. And again, just focusing down the line here. A hack off the top from her, not put too much upper body in. And then a speed turn. And she'll look to find this runner section, as this wave will just keep providing. There's just a touch of wobble to it. And she'll drill in here, hits the lip, and recovers that with the bent legs. And a decent way to kick things off.
Yeah, it was a good start. And you can tell that Tyler's unlocked the rhythm of this wave. She didn't look pressed for time. She didn't look like she was putting too much energy into the way she was riding the wave. There was just a nice, easy pace about the way she went about it. A little grabby on some of the turns, but for the most part, nice, clean way to start things off.
Yeah, I was watching the board right there. The first turn looked really sweet, and then it kind of almost grabbed a little bit, like you said. So maybe that's just a surface, though, right? Because it's not absolutely, it looks kind of sticky when it's this glassy. But ripping into, you know, and the flow and the rhythm through the wave, like you said, was beautiful. And really, you know, kind of timing and pacing herself, not looking rushed at all. And I think Tyler will find a bigger, better score throughout this, but this is a great opener to finish on her feet.
Yeah, love these slow motion graphics here where we get to break down the style. You can see Tyler just snapping out of the lip there, but keeping that direction going down the line. Not overextending, takes a bit of a high line here. Look at the legs compressed. Comes off the bottom really hard. There's that tray back, that trademark, excuse me, kind of double-handed layback hack that she has made so famous. Judging the wave well here, coming around the lip. Just picking a point. Now gets on that heel side rail again, drives right around. Just caught a little edge there, but tidies it up well. Comes all the way through to the inside. Tags the lip again. And almost lost that. You could see the board just got away from her. She was able to regain and completed ride. So that's a good start. Good way to kick things off for the day.
Tyler Wright will be feeling a lot better about her morning with that long wave, multiple maneuvers locked in.
It's a long wave. I mean, you know, you're throwing down 10 turns on a wave. Your legs are burning, and then you've got to get that whole distance back out. I mean, that's what, 400, 300, 400 yards back out. It's just 4 football fields. You know, you're paddling and waiting, and you just got to get all the way back through it. And you're watching your competitor a lot of the times riding waves, so you kind of get an idea of what to do. And then as you paddle out, you can see the replay screen, right? You got that big jumbotron. You actually get to watch yourself and critique you as you paddle back out, just like we just did for them, but they're doing it in their own minds.
Yeah, for sure. I think as a competitor, and you'd know this, Strider, like whenever you ride a wave in a heat, you're instantly giving yourself a score. Like straight away as you pull off, you go, okay, that was a 7-2 or whatever, and then you're waiting for the judges' score to lock in so that you can get a gauge on where you are in comparison to them. And then that's where you start going, okay, well, maybe I need to bring this now. I need to open up a little bit more.
Judges are giving her a score 2. It's a 6. Decent start for her. And that'll feel a lot better after waiting out yesterday afternoon. These women, wetties on. And then the event was called. About to come back in the dark this morning and get down to business. Tyler Wright landing the first blow. Here goes Joanne Defay here. And this one's running. And look for a bit of cover. Didn't get real deep. What she got for us here, she's patient, doesn't get a whole lot of lip on that turn, and then looking to pull in here, and unfortunately just gets that a bit wrong, gets a lip to the head. So one of those waves that looked like she never really found a line through that one, Rich.
Oh, this is it. This is such a tricky wave to surf. Said it yesterday. It's the most perfect imperfect wave because you've got to get your timing spot on. And we were, Strider, you and I were both looking there going, oh, perhaps she should have taken a different line, the rhythm of it, maybe taken that barrel line. You can see here she's streaking down the line, gets a little shadow of a barrel there, and then she's lining up this next section here, comes around it. And then right here, perhaps she should be in the barrel here, traveling, then coming out. So now she could have been going down the line there. So instantly I was sort of going, okay, maybe there was a different way she could have surfed that wave, but hopefully she'll tidy things up. Still plenty of time on the clock.
It's early in the morning, Rich.
No, we're pretty brutal in the box.
All right, here goes Tatjana Weston-Webb on the backhand. Clips the lip and just gathers that one. Waiting patiently, she'll go around Jo Defay. And another nice turn from her, grabs the rail off the bottom turn, a little undecided whether they go into the lip, just mid-faces it, that's better from her. And this one will keep bending down to the inside, little flick off the rail again from her into the lip, and a really nice combo on that end section that paid such big dividends for her last year.
That was that was the surfing that you want to see. It wasn't Joanne Defay where she was in between two minds. You know, it wasn't a slow kind of easy start like Tyler Wright. It was I'm going to come into this corner and I'm going to let it have it. And she really surfed this wave well. I mean, beautiful surfing off the bottom, off the top, you know, connecting to that power pocket in those critical sections and really finish this wave strong, Rich. I mean, this is a really well surfed wave.
Yeah, and you know, we call it morning sickness. That's what as surfers, because there is that little wobble on the wave face, but Tatjana just finding these moments here. I, in particular, love this transition straight off the bottom, back onto the bottom turn, straight back into the lip again without losing 1 ounce of speed. Very difficult to do.
The end of that wave.
Yeah, perfect. Really
was
good.
Literally perfectly surfed.
Yeah.
Which was really fun to watch.
I don't know if she could have done much else with it, but have a look at this groomed J-Bay wall. This is what we've come to want to see. Tati just tagging that lip there, driving down the line. Great timing, comes off the bottom. You can see that wobble in the lip, and she's able to pick that moment there. Just pivots well. And again, keeps the momentum down the line. Love how she's getting straight back on that heel side rail, getting onto those deep bottom turns. Now she goes a bit more vertical. Yeah, drives it through it with power.
This is just where the wave let her just open up. And then this 2-for-1 on the inside here, where she actually belts into the corner, pushes super strong, and then deep drive straight back up into the lip right there. That's the kind of surfing. I mean, you know, and the projection, the speed that she got out of the end of that, that's something that's really hard to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The judges will appreciate that final combo, no doubt. See a decent score coming in.
Goes close to excellent. 7.83 for Tatiana Weston-Webb. And picking up her campaign here as the champion of the event from last year in fine style. She's waited 6 days to surf this heat. And she'll be feeling pretty good about that number.
Yeah, you know, just watching the paddle, you can tell a person's demeanor and confidence and where they're at in their headspace. You know, we've been in the water long enough. When you're out there and you see somebody paddling like that, they've got a little extra pep in their step, and you can just kind of see it. Some people are slowly paddling. I mean, it is so fun to just take off those little nuances from the paddle.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get as many waves as you can, really. Well, you've got to show restraint as a competitor, because you've got to find your best 2 waves, but you get J-Bay to yourself with only 2 other people. It's pretty incredible.
Defay in action here. Nice snap, aggressive off the top from her. To begin with, she'll be a little patient with the low line here. And then another one where she just pushes that rail through the steep section again. Much better from Joanne Defay here. And gouging on a rail. Again, just slicing, throwing some spray in that morning. Beautiful morning light. And nice rhythm to this wave, and she'll get some cover through a steep section. It's so shallow in there.
Wow. So close, nearly found that doggy door. But that was a much better surfed wave for Jo, Anna, and we're going to see her get right into this heat as well.
This is what we were talking about at the beginning, where we're going to get to see them just going at each other. This is my favorite type of surfing, when you get to see these heats play out. Jo really lit this wave up. She looked like she had a way better flow. She wasn't between 2 minds. She actually just, okay, I'm going to get out in front of this thing and belt it as hard as I can. And she really, that sharp eye in the pocket looking really tight. You know, she's really stepping on the accelerator, grinding through turns, looking really strong, and control too. Beautiful surfing, Rich.
Yeah, has really tidied up her act on this wave, and great variety for me. I instantly going, and she's brought a lot of different turns there. This is live action with Tati.
Weston-Webb hits it on the heels. Wow, big section, takes it on and gets it done again. And we talked about how good she is in there, and that heavy finishing part of the wave here at J-Bay. Getting good dividends in terms of points from her opening ride. It'll be more points coming her way there, and she'll be feeling really confident.
And you talked about it, about positioning, you know, beginning of the heat and where you're at. This is on her way back out. These sets, they move down the point, sometimes not breaking on the traditional spot and giving the opportunity further down. And, you know, she's identified a wave where she's going to go, okay, I'm going to get a little 2-for-1 here, bang, bang, and get out. But, you know, a good backup score for her. Put it on the board.
Yeah, for sure. 3-turn combination. I'm wondering whether the judges will go too high with it. I think they'll show a little bit of restraint. I did love that final turn. But the fact that it was only the 3-turn combination, let's see. But I think to date, the judging comparison, the numbers have been good. Basically, that 6-point ride that Tyler started with, that was the scale. And Tatiana's 7.83, you can see why it was that little bit more.
Love the way this heat's shaping up already. 3 women with something to say with their surfing. Certainly Tyler Wright, number 2 in the world. Make no mistake about it, she is focusing in on a world title this year and showing that form throughout the season. She's looked really, really good. Tatiana Weston-Webb coming in here as the defending champ and looking to go up into that final 5. And Joanne Defay, who, well, it's been a frustrating season for her. She's had the injury, she's had to miss a few events, and she's used to being in that conversation. She's not used to going deep into events. She's usually there on finals day. It's not been that way for her, and a real chance at a quality venue to make her mark here.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see her, you know, like we talked about, moving through some heats, huh? She's such a great surfer. She's definitely the most improved athlete on tour on the women's side. She's just, you know, come right through. She's just gotten her surfing to the point to where she's got all the power, but then she's put in those extra efforts to make the end of those turns look really kind of more radical and fast. And I feel like the equipment with the Sharp Eye and the rockers that she's been riding has helped her a lot as well.
You can tell she's also worked on broadening her repertoire a little bit more. On that last wave, we saw that carve dig in with a little bit more power, more angular snaps that she's bringing to the table. So great to see there from Joanne Defay, and really pressure-free, really, in terms of ratings and points, consequences. She can just be really open up in this event and look to be a bit of a spoiler.
Cannot wait to see how this one unfolds. Just under 20 minutes to go in it. The number in for Joanne Defay, and it's a 6.17 for her second wave. Is still waiting for a number for Tatjana Weston-Webb, her second score. It's going to be another decent number, maybe not go as high as her opening one. First couple of judges, no numbers in, so we're just waiting for one last judge to give us a score. It's a 6.53 for her, so what a way to kick things off. As we mentioned, after 6 days of waiting to get going here, she's already got 14.36 on the board. Tatjana Weston-Webb with the early running in this. More live action from Pumpin' J-Bay right after the break.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to live action from the Corona Open J-Bay. You're looking at Tyler Wright here, swinging on her second wave. Powerful opening turn from her. And again, driving in the pocket, committing that rail. A lot of board underwater, and she slices through. And then patient as this one sets up here, opening up using the full amplitude of the face of the wave. A quick snap from her. And this one will get pacey here. Let's see what she's got through to the inside. Goes up with a float maneuver to finish. So Tyler Wright, another good wave from her. Meanwhile, out the back, Joanne Defay. Here she goes, swinging off the top. And again in the pocket. Whippy turn from her. So Joanne Defay looking really to get involved in this heat and get herself deep into an event at a venue she loves. Show what she can do. She wants to keep basically pace with the best surfers in the world. A real ultra competitive heat here. It's beautiful if you're watching and you're seeing these colors come through. It's all very relaxing and nice out there in the water with three very competitive humans. Richie, it's spicy.
Yeah, it is spicy, and great vision here as the light bulb gets turned up in the morning. The sun starts coming over the horizon here, and there is classic J-Bay lines starting to come down the point. That wind starting to swing round a little bit further round to the southwest. and we're just getting these beautiful groomed balls. And well, our women are feasting out at the moment, aren't they?
Well, this is I was just going to comment on the wind, and you know, with the first wave of Tyler was a little sticky, but look at this surface she does right here. This is ridiculous. She is just gouging out the eyes of this wave and just really ripped into those turns. I mean, there was no stickiness, there was no rails caught, everything looked smooth. I mean, that was the power hacks we love to see out of her, and that was so fun to see her light up this wave. And you know, coming off that first wave to this wave, there's just a huge difference in power and finesse and clean rail. I just loved it.
Yeah, great surfing there from Tyler Wright. This is the backup. This is the answer back from Joanne Defay. Good slash to start things off. And another clean snap. But you can see when you compare it to what Tyler was doing, his turns are a little shorter. Tyler was coming right up into the hook, but some great surfing. Now she starts to get it going. That was a better turn. And more variety here as she does the snap back. Throws that back arm into the wall. All the way down the line here. Looking for a strong finish. Just tags it one more time and hits the eject button as she runs out of water.
Wow, Tati on a bomb out the back. Great snap, beautiful timing. Coming into some frothy water though, make it hard to ride the wave. But we saw her last year in huge frothy waves going straight to the lip. So, you know, still going to be able to negotiate pretty well through this inside section. But as you see right here, that's going into dry reef.
Yeah, that's damage potentially to the board as we see the runaround.
So always the question in our surfers' mind whether to come out, get themselves up the rocks and run up the point. A lot of that depends on obviously the size of the swell and opportunities as well for paddling out. Can you get a quick paddle out? Will you have to wait a little on the rocks? Joanne Defay deciding here to get going on the beach, get herself out of the water. Give herself a bit of a breather, get up off that paddling position, just fill the lungs a bit as she canters up the point. It's quite a long way back to the keyhole to paddle out, though.
I gotta have this note in here. You ride a wave for 400 yards, then you have to run 400 yards. Your legs are just like cement bricks by the time you get all the way to that keyhole. I mean, personally, I'm just cramping on the way back up.
Joanne Defay does have some strong legs. She's an incredible athlete. A great number here. Well, an excellent one for Tyler Wright, 8.07. So nudges up a couple of points. We see great looking lines wrapping in here at J-Bay. This has been a brilliant heat already. There's still 13 minutes to go. And all of these surfers really showing us some good form here. Still waiting on a number for Tatiana Weston-Webb. I love the aggression from her, the way she attacks. You never really feel like she might not make these turns as well on the backhand. You kind of backen her as she goes into these tough parts of the wave. That's how she got the win done last year. Rich, when you get a win at a venue, you build that special relationship. Everything about the place has some sort of significance to you, and she'll just want to keep that going here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it can be a little bit daunting because you feel like you need to back it up. And she's doing that well, showing no signs of nerves at all.
But did you see that?
Yeah.
That was a huge mistake by Tatiana. She was in position for this set wave that you see beautifully rolling down the point, and she missed it.
Yeah, so she will go to, well, she'll keep priority number 2 with Joanne Defay still making her way out through the keyhole.
That was a big mistake.
Not loads of margin for error out here with this level of competitive intensity, with this level caliber of surfers out in the water. Let's check out Tyler Wright here.
Oh, just an opening carve straight back into the pocket, and again backs it up. That one had even more power, and you can see she wrapped the board further up into the hook. Just trim, takes a little bit of a high line. Timing here, and then again extends that wrapping turn all the way round, just keeps those fins engaged all the way through to the inside here. Just a really well constructed wave. When you think about timing and positioning of maneuvers, there's really, you know, no other maneuver that she could have really done, or there was another way to surf the wave. It's kind of, she surfed it perfectly. And yeah, that's why we see that excellent score dropping. And there's that priority mistake from Tatiana. That could have been an amazing wave there. She could have potentially shut the door on this heat.
It was interesting though, because Tyler was outside with priority there, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so that's why she might have missed that one, because she thought maybe Tyler was just, but then Tyler didn't even sniff it. She just looked out, didn't even budge. So that's why she ended up having a late paddle for it looked like.
Yeah, well, I think Tyler's sort of picking so far the best waves for her style of surfing in terms of the pace down the line and allowing her to really put her maneuvers on show. So there's a particular wave that she's obviously waiting for. Our surfers have obviously identified that there's plenty of waves coming through. You know, it was 7, 8, almost 10 minutes between sets the last couple of days, but today feels like every 2 to 3 minutes we're seeing a decent set come through.
And I think that's a key note on wave selection, you know, because everybody thinks, okay, J-Bay, it's a point break, every wave is going to come through and they're all going to run down the point perfectly. It's not so. Every wave has a different look to it. There's a different pace. The angle of the way that it hits it is everything.
Yeah, it's one of the unique things about surfing as a sport, as we see Luke Egan and Caroline Marks just a few last-minute tips, you know, getting that confidence into Caroline. I mean, she's surfing so well at the moment.
Speaking of the Goofy Foot Union, Luke will certainly have some knowledge to impart there on Caroline at this wave as any other, but very special relationship going back a long, long way here in South Africa. Caroline Marks will be relishing an opportunity to get going here, third in the world coming into this event. The win in El Salvador, she's looked like her surfing is back to her very best.
Look at those lines coming through. I mean, there's only one horrible thing about being a surfer on a day like today, is if you can't surf.
Yeah.
You're just frothing out of my skin right now. Look at these lines coming in. It just gives you that, what are you going to do with this wave, you know, feeling. It's just so beautiful.
When you think about J-Bay, this is what you put in your mind, right? This is what you visualize, is this setup, these conditions, this size surf. It's kind of ideal.
The size is great.
Absolute huge set coming through here. Tyler Wright having a good paddle. Look at this thing stand up for her off the bottom hard. Opens up with a big rail turn. She is going 100 miles an hour here. Big snap in the pocket from Tyler. So smooth and powerful. There's the control again from her. Ultra aggressive. Looking to pull in. Doesn't quite open up for her. And she'll S her way down the line into another rail turn just off the top of the wave on that one. Setting up here. Just keeping this speed flowing.
Oh, no.
And getting too much of that. A mistake from Wright on the finish. Meanwhile, DeFay from real deep got herself back into the lineup. She was sitting some ways up the point compared to the other two and unable to get around a section there. That one, well, the biggest set we've seen so far of the day.
Yeah, and it was interesting that wave with Tyler. If you watch it, she's hitting into the corner, but she never looks like she's settled into that wave. It never looked like she was actually in control of the rail. I mean, it was a lot of off the tail and the fins, but you can, beautiful wave. She gets a nice opening carve and then goes to work a little bit, but never really has that drive out of it into the end, you know? But maybe that's that style of surfing you were talking about, Rich, where she's just trying to accentuate the end of those turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And that wave just slowed up a bit through this inside section. You could see she was looking for the barrel. She wanted to bookend it, but unfortunately here you could see the intent. She was going for that trademark layback hack, so let's see what happens.
Big ripple in the face, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, look where her eyes are fixated on the lip here. Now she starts to drag that back arm and just caught that heel side edge, just extended a little too high into the lip, and it just grabbed on. So she would have, at that moment, just been going, no, what have I done?
Joanne DeFay on the wave behind, a beautiful wall, setup snap, comes down this thing. It just was insane how fast it was moving down the point. Gets a couple of great turns off, but the thing runs away without her.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of what you were saying about wave choice and just picking the right one today. There's plenty on offer, but you've really got to pick those perfect ones.
Let's get some more insight into the prep of Tyler Wright with AJ.
You guys saw Tyler and her partner Lily doing that little neuron firing exercise right here. So this is something that these two actually started doing after Surf Ranch. Tyler does a lot of work with Brett Jaros. He's a chiropractor and has a lot of emphasis on neuro techniques, ways to get your brain and your body firing in the same sync at the same time. And so he teaches Tyler a lot of these little tricks just to sort of get everything going in the mornings before her heat. And so Lily and Tyler have been doing this little activity since before Surf Ranch. And basically every single time Lily drops the wax, she says left, right, or both. So it just gets Tyler's hand-eye coordination going, gets her hand and body coordination, all of that. And it's their little warm-up routine that they do before every heat. And as you can see on those waves that Tyler's taking, I was sitting next to her coach, Andy King, and he just kept going, good pace, good pace, good pace. So a lot of the rhythm is what it seems like Tyler is finding in this first heat of the morning.
Thanks, AJ. Boys, you do much neuron firing? Is that your thing? Done it this morning?
No, not really. I haven't done my neuron firing this morning, but I was just thinking what time our competitors would have risen today. 4:30, maybe 5 at the latest, to get up, start the warm-up routine, maybe have a little something to eat to get the body going. You know, it's an early start today.
Had a little neuron fire, you know, tapping a few things on the keyboard.
I'm still drinking mine. Nice cup of tea.
Nice cup of tea, hydration.
Yep.
A little steam hits your face first thing, doesn't it? Wakes you up a bit, makes you feel good about life, as does looking out into a pumping ocean with lines wrapping into the iconic surf spot at Jeffreys Bay here. And we're underway with our Heat 3 of the women's opening round. Number in for Tyler Wright, the mistake at the end, but nevertheless, some healthy points, and crucially, goes in the lead here.
Yeah, one thing I'm picking up from these scores with the judging today is they are liking those slightly taller waves. We saw Tatiana get a little bit of a higher wave, a bit taller, and doing some really good work on it, so they're appreciating wave selection here, and I guess those carves that Tyler was doing, the judges really starting to dine out on it.
Well, I think also where the judges' tower is and where our view was from down the line is a whole different ball of wax when you actually take a look at it. When you look at the wave more front on, you can actually see how the board's hitting in the water, where the turn's going, and you get a real full flex of what is actually happening. And that's where the judges are sitting. So they can see, they're having a little bit better of a view, I feel like, from where they're at. And what we've seen from down, most of the morning, we've been looking up the wave, right, at it. So, and that's, I think, because of the sunlight and where, you know, where our view is for the camera angle. But actually, looking at the wave from that other angle really tells a better story.
It's interesting, AJ picking up on that pre-heat prep from Tyler Wright as well. I remember during the men's opening round, Kingy and Tyler chatting about getting her to roll out of her turns, her watching what some of the men were doing here. And it does feel like Tyler's that surfer who's just relentless with her quest for improvement. She's always trying to bring new turns, open up the repertoire, work on stuff. So far, so good for her.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing that professional surfers, and I doubt this happens with all professional sports, but professional surfers look at other professional surfers for inspiration and education on how to get better and how to improve. I don't know whether tennis players watch each other and go, I'm going to try and emulate what he's doing.
I think there's little nicks and knacks that they can find with each other in sport.
But I know, you know, when I was on tour, I was always looking at my peers, at what they were doing, and you know, even trying to pick up on little things that they were doing, technique-wise.
Absolute screamer of an opening section, top of the point, Western Webb here. And she will wait patiently for a section to tee off on. Little clip just under the lip on the face for her. And again, just cruising really. This one will open up here, and she puts herself a bit deep. And that thing looked beautiful as it ran away from her.
Looking for a 7-point ride, and you're sitting there with priority, and a wave like that comes, and you have to make a decision. And looking at that wave, it looked like a screamer. It looked like a great wave, and it was going to pace well, but it looked like it ran off in the beginning, and it set her behind.
Yeah, just didn't have that connection as she'd had on those previous rides, and this is going to make things a little difficult for Tatiana, but let's have a look at the replay. Streaking down the line here. Just waiting for that moment where the wave slows down. Now it does. She gets to work. Quick snap to start things off. Love how she just does that little check bottom turn, check fade, gets right in the position there. Perhaps just a little too much. Could have been the barrel. I dare say we're going to see some barrel rides today. It's threatening.
100%. And that was almost a missed opportunity there, because she was in the mind of hitting the lip, I think, more than she was the tube.
If she was on the forehand, would it have been easier to judge and assess what that wave was doing and perhaps just take that higher line and get into the tube?
I think there is like a nanosecond of timing that gives you're in the backseat a little bit on the backhand, but yeah, I don't think it was I don't think it's really put anything I don't think it's put her in the back seat. I think she just made a decision to do turns and wasn't really looking for the tube.
Oh, just love these slow-mo pictures here. Tatiana, just you can see here, starting to drive up into this section, and she hits the eject button.
I feel like she was actually going to hit the rail and grab there, and she actually maybe positioning-wise went over the front of the board a bit.
Yes, a good pickup. Interesting to see that kind of a late decision from her. It's exactly what she was gonna do, and I guess that's also just testament to this wave as well. Like you said, Strider, you're imagining these perfect running point break waves, but actually it's a situation that's just unfolding right in front of you at warp speed, and those decisions crucial. And a little bit of a misfire there from Tatiana Weston-Webb, an opportunity to get back into first place because it's Tyler Wright leading this one. Final 20 seconds of this heat number 3 of the opening round. And Tyler Wright has really turned on the pressure here. She's just ridden 3 waves. One of them was excellent, and a high 6. As we'll count down into the final 10 seconds of this. Priority is with Joanne Defay, who's had to do a run around. It's eaten up a bit of time. And it will be Tyler Wright who will avoid the elimination rounds. Tyler Wright getting good numbers on the board, showing us some strong surfing. A finalist here last year. And that connection with the wave will continue. Weston-Webb and Defay will have to go think about the elimination round, while Tyler Wright goes straight to quarterfinals. We're underway here. Surfs come to the party. It's pumping at JB on a beautiful morning. More live action after the break.
J-Bay feels like the morning of the earth. Gives you a feeling of being completely in the wilderness. It's unlike any other place on the planet. J-Bay brings a certain kind of spirit out of everybody's surfing. It gives you this soul, allows you to paint the most beautiful picture. Paddling in, you get to your feet, you feel the offshore breeze that like blows your hair off your face, and then you just have this giant wall of water in front of you, all the speed in the world. Riding a wave at Big Perfect J-Bay is really one of those feelings that reminds you what it is that makes you want to be a surfer. This is the most beautiful, unique sport ever, and this is why I love it.
The supreme flow of Stephanie Gilmore, a perfect pairing for the wave here at Jeffreys Bay. But I tell you what, she's got a tough heat on her hands here, taking on world number 3, Caroline Marks, the Goofy. And all sorts of comparisons with great Goofies down the years for her at this famous wave. Also Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, well, number 8 in the water right now. Lines absolutely steaming through the point here Looks real fun out there.
Oh, this is just exactly why we came to J-Bay and what we picture, and it's produced finally. So, you know, we've been on a bit of a up and down affair through the year with the WSL and the waves that we've been delivered. Today could be one of those highlight days where we're going to just get perfect waves all day long and into tomorrow as well. Here we go, heat underway.
So Betty Lou here on a good looking wave. And she will go with a big speed turn and bring that one right down into the pocket. And again, snap in the lip, redirects the board and straight on the gas. Nice turn from her, throwing plenty of spray. Great hit to finish that one off. So not the longest J-Bay ride of all time, but some spice and power in those turns.
That was some fire. Come on, Rich. I mean, every time she hit the lip and snapped, her acceleration coming out of those turns, the ponytail went flying out the back. Did you see that?
Let's check it out, Strider. And beautiful looking wave here. Great carve to start things off. Gets to the bottom of the wave, right up into the top. Good hook. Look at the pace of this thing down the line. And Betty Lou just keeps going with it, matching the pace. And that final turn really tagged it. A little bit of tail release and then the pin drop to get out of there. But look at this beautiful groomed wall here for Betty Lou. That back arm nice and high. Now she brings it low, and that gives her the ability to get that power back onto the rail. Comes around this next section here. And again, keeps that back arm low, driving through the turn. And, well, it's a wonderfully surfed wave, no doubt about it. An incredible way to open up that final turn, being the highlight moment of this wave, no doubt. So she'll be feeling amazing about that opening ride.
I love that wave.
Massive turn for her to finish. Massive score from the panel, 8.33 for Johnson. Going in the excellent range with her very first ride here this morning. And just desserts for some brilliant surfing, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? She was just on attack mode the whole time. And I feel like when she put the exclamation point on it at the end of that wave, when she was in every turn, she pushed a little bit harder, and she was trying to set up the finishing moment that whole time, because that's what this wave just, it's such a chess game, right? Because the first turn you do is going to set up the last turn you do. And it's just the way the wave paces itself. And then for her to be able to put all those pieces on the board at the right time and then execute straight in for the checkmate at the end there, that was excellent timing and surfing and just repertoire of maneuvers. And then to finish with the tail out of the lip and actually come out of that thing with speed, that was really hard to do.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And just a quick note as well, she had that inside position, so put herself in the box seat, and that final turn, little ponytail snap off the lip, and really committed. And that's a high-risk maneuver. She could have taken the easy line, but she didn't. And the judges, that's why they went into the excellent range. And, well, welcome back to J-Bay.
And that's something I'd love to note about the heavy critical part of the wave, and the judges and the scores. They are looking for you to find that meat, right? To find the heaviest section, the most vertical and most kind of devastating part of the wave, so you can actually, and if you perform your maneuver there and you can execute, you're gonna get big scores. And it's easy to talk about, but it's really hard to do.
Yep. And to the other point you made previously as well, Strider, you don't necessarily need to take off at boneyards and kick out at impossibles to go into the excellent range. Relatively shorter ride there for Betty Lou, but the aggression just relentless from her, and fired up, felt like every turn got a bit harder. That strong finish. Great way to kick things off, as this one just calms down a touch now. A bit of a lull, a chance for Caroline and Stephanie to think about where they are and what they want to do and where they want to go in this heat. They'll be hoping for waves to come through sooner rather than later and open up an account. But when an opponent gets a score in the excellent range and you haven't really got the feet in the wax yet, Richie, that's uncomfortable. It is a little uncomfortable. Well, automatically you're setting yourself up for a big heat, because you know that you're going to have to produce now. And I guess that in the back of their mind with Caroline and Stephanie thinking, okay, this is we're going to have to deliver excellent scores if we're going to progress, because you'd have to think that Betty Lou's going to back up that 8-point ride.
It's exactly what Kelly Slater told me after he heard the score from Griffin Colapinto in his heat.
Really?
Exactly the same thing. So
yeah,
right on the money there, Rich.
There you go. Speaking of excellent scores, let's go and hear from Tyler Wright. She's with AJ.
Not a bad way to start your morning here. First heat win of the 2023 Corona Open J-Bay for you, Tyler. Seemed like you picked up some steam as that heat developed. You found a rhythm out there. What were you telling yourself as the heat went on?
Honestly, I was kind of worried that I was getting my period during the heat. So I had some mild cramping. It was meant to come through yesterday, but it's a day late. So there's a point where I kind of figured that I wasn't going to be able to push. So I wasn't going to be able to go. It was like after that first wave, I got the 6 and I was like sitting there and like it started to cramp. So I was like, oh, I'm going to have to be really selective. So I kind of just was like, all right, I'm semi-dropping anchor. I'm not going to be able to do too much more than just pick the best wave that comes through. And I feel like I did that pretty well. Like the 2 waves that I got, I feel like there's 3 really good waves. Taddy got the first one, and I identified that. Was like, okay, that's the excellent wave. So I got 2 of them. I converted one really well. The second one, my feet got frozen. So I wasn't super happy with the finishing on the 6-8, but it did enough to get the job done.
And that's the biggest part of this first opening heat. How important was it for you, runner-up here last year, to punch through, win this first heat, so you can move deep into it?
Yeah, massively. You know, I think we're at again, this is event 4 in 7 weeks. Everyone's exhausted. Everyone's kind of like frayed out and fringed, like just like a little bit on edge. Everyone's been under the weather. So it's kind of one of those ones where paying attention and being really intentional of what you're doing, because it's easy to just want to go home, and we're at the end of the season, and yeah, it's easy to be like, I'm tired, because we all are. We're all in the same boat. We're all exhausted. So I got a good team to be able to really center myself and ground myself in kind of what I want out of this year, and and being really intentional and these heats really matter now.
And you moved on past the elimination round, so congratulations. We'll see you in the next.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, AJ. Tyler Wright showing a class here this morning and really zeroing in, going deep into this one, already straight into quarters right now. Look at these lines wrapping in here. Swell very much filled in. It's over doubled really in size since what we saw on Sundown yesterday. It was pretty slow. And we were all wondering, what's it going to bring this morning? Well, it's brought quality waves. Here goes the backhand attack, and assault really from Caroline Marks. First turn, lightning speed. Look at the flow she's got here. Into the bowl, bang, into the lip. And just keeping that velocity down the line. Another big hit from her. Drops out of the lip. And so composed and gathered. And she is zeroing in on a section here, gives it the treatment, belts it one more time. Caroline Marks absolutely streaking through the final section. A big hanger to finish. Brilliant surfing from Caroline Marks.
Yes, I love it. This is what, you know, as a surfer, how you want to perform. As a spectator, is what we want to see. That was just finesse. Unbelievable backhand surfing. Strider, you must be just freaking out on this.
Oh, Carol Lupo just going for it. Caroline Marksy just ripped into this wave. A beautiful view from the drone here. The pace is something to note. She didn't try to hit the lip 100 times, but every time she went, she met with power and timing, and it was perfect. And the finish on the inside was absolutely fabulous. So she just met it as it closed on her. And you know what? She is having a blast out there for sure right now. And I love it. Look at this last turn. Bang! Just drops out of the sky, which just goes through impossibles right there. The style, the timing, the technique, the power, right there on the money. Hits the button. Look at the spray. That is just showing you the perfect timing that she hit the lip with, Rich.
Yeah, that's the best wave we've seen in the event so far. And, well, Caroline Marks, perfect timing here on the backhand. You can see just picking these moments, just waiting patiently. Now she gets on the heel side, bottom turn, eyes off the lip. You can see here now her eyes, they start going back down the line as she's performing that turn. And just so composed off the bottom. And this final maneuver here, that wave, so critical. That section just cupped out. There you go. Just, an incredible way to open up, and we got a huge score.
Massive number drops in for Caroline Marks. The backhand attack, 9.63 for her, close to perfect. Meanwhile, Steph Gilmore, and a mistake from her, gets too much of it, bogs the rail and goes down.
I was just about to say, Stephanie must be just thinking, okay.
I forgot she was in the heat after watching Betty Lou and Caroline. All of a sudden, she's on the rail, digging. Doug Silva.
Well, this is a huge heat for Steph, and when you think of the whole scheme of things and, you know, Final 5 and her pathway into that Final 5, we've all been saying that she really needs to do well in this event. She needs to go deep, if not win it. You know, she doesn't want to sort of depend on Tahiti, and, well, this is the worst situation she could be in right now. She really needs to answer back, and we know she can.
You got to put it in perspective. Stephanie Gilmore on a right-hand point.
Oh, it's a marriage made in heaven.
Right, I mean, but she's left out of the conversation so far.
Well, Steph came here straight from Brazil. So she identified that she wanted to come in, get in tune. She tapped into that big swell that we had before the event started. She said it was absolutely incredible. Let's see what happened here. So Steph just comes off the bottom. Everything's looking good right now. Gets that board so on rail and just perhaps took it a little bit high. Was had the weight forward on the board. Marginally, maybe needed to get on the tail pad just a little bit more to grind through that turn, get a little bit more control in that situation.
Corona fan picks reflecting reputation, really. We talk about how well Gilmore surfing matches the wave. 56% of you backing her for the win out here. 33 with Caroline Marks, who's just dropped a huge number of that 9.63 and very much in the driving seat in this one. We just watch groomed, perfect lines filling in at J-Bay. A fresh rising swell from a good angle. Great winds as well. We're looking at a brilliant day of competition already, going in the excellent range with a number from Caroline and Betty Lou in this one. Stephanie Gilmore, all of her work as yet in front of her in this event. An event really that just sort of screams out her skill set and everything she's able to do. But another thing we know she's able to do is get herself out of tough competitive situations. Thinking back to, well, a ridiculous achievement really on finals day last year. You put her in a corner. She's the best to ever do it on the women's tour. Let's see how she responds, but right now she's on the wrong end of a couple of excellent numbers.
Yeah, and you know, she doesn't have 8 world titles because she can't deal with pressure situations and knows how to get herself out of these big heats. And as a champion, that's what you live for, really. That's why you want to be pushed to the limit. And, well, Caroline Marks, Betty Lou Johnson, they're doing that. They're really pushing Steph at the moment. Some great surfing, and I'm sure we'll see Steph bounce back.
I made the mistake of asking Steph why, you know, I was getting worried in that heat, you know, like, and it didn't look like you were going to make it. And all of a sudden, you know, you just barely got the other wave. And she said, Strider, it only takes 2 waves. Don't forget that. And she just put me in my place really quickly.
Put you back in your box, didn't she?
Yeah, definitely. And it was a great look into the mindset of Stephanie Gilmore. Confident, relaxed, understanding exactly what needs to happen in a heat.
Right now, coming in 6th in the world. 5 surfers will go to the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestles in September. Only 5 spots available. Stephanie Gilmore needs to make up a bit of ground here. And you think about some of those names in front of her, what they've been able to do and the confidence they'll bring so far this season. It is so tight, so competitive on the women's tour. It's just a smaller tour. It just feels more compact. Even in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, there are fewer of them, and there are fewer places to hide and be away from each other with their entourages. They're all pretty close together. Just watching throughout the opening heats yesterday, they'll keep kind of an eye on each other. And I just love this competitive intensity, Rich.
Yeah, it's awesome. I nicknamed it the Red Bull Athlete Resort yesterday because it's just so well equipped up there. You know, there's all the stuff they need. They've got their own sort of catering area, all the exercise equipment, you know, masseurs and trainers. It's the perfect vantage point. There's some great vision right here. You know, fresh smoothies, whatever you need, you're completely looked after at this event. And, well, that is just... position perfect, that little perch there where you can just assess all our competitors, coaches, just eyes on the line up here.
Just under 17 minutes remaining in this, and spectators enjoying their morning coffee and enjoying a bit of a show here. Caroline Marks has gone near perfect. Betty Lou Johnson has also gone into the excellent range. More live action from the opening round of the women right after the break. The All-Ex US Open, presented by Pacifico, kicks off 29th of July. Caroline Marks is going to be there. She doesn't need points on the Challenger Series. She just likes the vibes. She likes the vibes in the water right now. 9.63, massive number for her. Near perfect surfing. Pretty much flawless backhand technique on a beautiful looking wave. It's gone a touch quiet. Since then, we've had the misstep from Stephanie Gilmore, and other than that, this one's settled down. We're inside 14 to go. Let's get caught up with replays from during the break.
Yes, this is Betty Lou just streaking down the line there. You could see Stephanie wanted a piece of it, but she had to give way because Betty Lou had priority. So a lot of down the line work done until this moment. Now she starts to dig in. You can see that wind has just puffed up a little bit from the north, which is creating these little ridges coming up. It'll swing back around again to offshore throughout the day, but just that little bit of surface texture makes it a bit more difficult to get that rail engaged, to lengthen the line of the turn. But Betty Lou did well on that one. Good backup score.
Got the 8.33 in early doors. The 4.33 puts her in the lead at the moment. 13 on the clock. Caroline Marks with priority, though, only looking for a small number of a 3 to go into first place here. Gilmore hasn't really done anything to get excited about thus far in this one, and at the moment looking for a couple of numbers.
I feel like you could just, you know, what Caroline's doing is just wait, sit, have your priority. You know it's coming, you know? You've got so much time to catch two waves that I feel like you just have to be on your mark positioning-wise, and you're going to get the waves.
Yeah, it's always a great thing, confidence builder as a competitor when you're at first wave is an excellent score. You can just settle into the heat. You're already on the front foot. Looks like some beautiful lines starting to approach now. I dare say we will see either Caroline or Stephanie hit the trigger.
Here goes Marks, uses that priority straight into a mid-face speed run down the line here. There's that quiet body, and she'll fade that bottom turn, and a stinging speed hit from her. She'll keep trucking down the line. Big hit with the speed again. Big drawn out bottom turn, aggressive snap in the lip from Marks again. Right on the money, that one. Just stabbing it vertical in the steepest, tightest part of the wave. And a finish into some shallow water. Caroline Marks will go back to first. She looks great.
Smart surfing, picked an absolute gem there. And you could see she was kind of in 5th gear, didn't really get it right up into 6th, but that's smart surfing. She knew she just needed that back up, put some real pressure on her opponents.
And the pace, right? Again, she is not going for 100 maneuvers. She's just placing the perfect position on the lip line where she just knows she's going to hit the button. The buckets are going to go out the back. The points are going to get collected. You know, it's almost like standing at the slot machine, just perfect timing, just pulling down the reel. And those, you know, there's ding, 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 and then all the money comes flowing out at the end. And that's exactly what she's doing.
Well, she's getting the feature at the moment. Have a look at that bottom turn. Look at the outside fin was actually out of the water. That just shows you how much rail she was putting into that bottom turn. And it is, honestly, one of the most important maneuvers when you are surfing J-Bay is the bottom turn setup.
And the light switch goes on every time she hits the top of the wave. Look at all the spray and just the Christmas lights on the tree is just every time perfectly.
Yeah, her pathway when she does that turn, like the rotation of the board, she doesn't bring it all the way around to the point where she's losing speed. She's cutting it right at that perfect moment where she can keep all that acceleration and drive down the line.
And I know we cut away from it at the end of the wave, but she's on dry reef at the end, right? There's so much commitment in that last maneuver and where she ends up on the reef, and she was skimming across the reef, laying down, pushing her board in front of her so that she doesn't damage the board, right? Kind of risking a little bit of the body just to get back out into the lineup.
Yeah, on the map, Biola shapes. You know anything about the dimensions of her boards? Or it's a nice little rounded pintail, isn't it? A little round tail.
Yeah. She's definitely on the driver too, and she's incredibly focused on board design with Matt. It's an evolution, right? They're just constantly fine-tuning boards.
Caroline also opting for a solid fiberglass fin to use here at J-Bay. She's gone to those over the last few events, feeling like they can just match her power as she's putting into it. So a solid panel fiberglass fin as opposed to a kind of a resin transfer molded fin that might have a core and some carbon in it, things like that. So interesting little hardware kind of pickups there with all these different surfers.
It looks like it's working real well. Judges rewarding her with a 7.17 for her last effort. So another good score. Look at that total, 16.8. Really just ridden 2 legit waves in this and massive numbers in for her. She's found herself in rhythm with the sets, in rhythm with the sections, really.
I have to correct myself. She's actually riding a hybrid between Caroline Marks on a driver 2.0 and a driver 3.0.
Wow.
So we're kind of squishing them together.
Okay.
And that's that fine tuning of rockers and width and wide point and thickness and where it lays in the belly of the board.
And Luke would be helping her out with that for sure, because Luke is a full-on surfboard geek and he just loves this stuff.
Lines coming in here. We need a move from Stephanie Gilmore. She's got priority.
Let's go, Steph. I want to see it.
All right, here she is. Absolutely driving off the bottom. A nice stinging speed turn to open up from her. She'll have to be patient here. That classic style could only really be one person. As she goes into a drawn-out, extended carve of a top turn maneuver. Engaging the rail again, really just setting up the flow here onto a nice steep inside section, just feeling this one out. And then this one will open up, almost get some cover, and it'll run away from her here. So never really able to go super hard on the attack, and she's gonna need to do that with the scoreboard pressure she's facing. Meanwhile, Betty Lou, a steep one here with some white water to deal with, and she deals with it really well. So that turbulence and the flats of the wave, she's able to overcome that with the power and attacks into the lip.
Well, Steph possibly on the biggest wave that we've seen of the event so far, and it was an interesting one. She got some of those big swooping long carves done, but are the judges going to be wanting a bit more from her, because they've been watching some real critical surfing from the other 2 competitors?
It's going to put her, she's going to get an all right score, average. I don't think it's going to go through the roof.
Well, she needs a 7, really, to stay in this.
She might be just there on the low end or the high end of a 6 into the 7, but it's a good confidence booster for her, I feel like, right? Because she hadn't had a good wave. She fell off on that one turn, and now this was a great wave for her to get back into the rhythm, get back into the flow. She's got enough time to get back out there and go get a 10-point ride, which she could do.
Perfect looking wave, but difficult wave to surf when you actually watch Steph ride it. She positions her maneuvers just perfectly, but really the pace of this wave only allowed her to do these longer carves, and came through to the inside section. I'm questioning whether she could have done that big closeout maneuver, that big long floater at the end.
Did sort of feel a bit like set-up turns, and she felt like just the way that wave ran, you're setting up for a real big finish, which never really came, and it just kind of leaves you with that impression that it's going to compare somewhat less favorably to some of the excellent surfing we've seen in this. Looking great with the flow and all that sort of stuff we associate with her, but the strong finish, Rich, wasn't really there.
It's textbook surfing, really, from Steph when you look at the replay here. But, Paul, I think you're right. The judges want to see you commit to that final section. I think at this moment she's perhaps thinking, is there a barrel down at this final section? But she gets right out in front of it here, and I feel like she could have just jumped up on the lip and done that big lip gliding floater. A critical manoeuvre here at J-Bay, really, to finish off with.
Betty Lou on the replay behind. See a little bit of froth on the face, so difficult to punch into it, but she does really well to just kind of, you know, stack up a couple of points, gets a closeout maneuver, and it's a great backup, again, for what she opened up with in the excellent range, right? Because she did so well in the first wave of the heat, so put herself in a good position. I don't think, you know, it's going to be what she needs to get ahead of marks, but
I don't think it's not the 8.48. I don't think.
No.
You can just sort of get that feeling that it wasn't quite there. But a well-surfed wave, difficult to surf with all that foam and turbulence on the face. Very hard to keep that the rail of the board and keep that nice flow of water running through the concaves. Always creates a little bit of unsturdiness under the board, but yeah, she performed well, but perhaps should have just waited it out for a cleaner wave to give her that opportunity to get that 8.48.
And down towards the 4-minute mark in this one. Numbers in for Gilmore, 6.33s, decent score, but in the context of the heat, she's going to need a fair bit more where that came from. She'll still be in a combo here inside 4 minutes. These three just clawing their way to the top of the point here. It's been such an entertaining couple of heats already as we get going with the women's opening round, and brilliant surfing rewarded with huge numbers from the panel already. Caroline Marks absolutely on fire with that near perfect score, and she'll have priority now at the top of the point. Just one judge will lock in for Betty Lou, and her score will come in. It's decent, 6.67. She's got 15s on the board, and yet she's still quite a long way back from Caroline.
Well, I mean, perspective, Caroline, best waves of the heat, best surfing, the rhythm, you know, the pace into the lip line, and everything that she did on her execution of her rides was just seamless. And that's what, you know, if you can do that here, like we talked about, it's a great wave, looks amazing, but it's really hard to surf well, and she's done that. And I put this one into the cooler. You know, this isn't the 110 Yeti cooler. It's over. Caroline's going to walk away with the win. She's got priority. She's got just under 3 minutes on the board. She's just looking solid.
Looking solid, looking pretty happy. Let's check out the heat recap here. Betty Lou came out swinging.
She certainly did, the youngster, and some great surfing here. And these are little confidence boosters for these younger surfers who perhaps haven't had the reps here at J-Bay. Every heat, you start to understand the wave a little bit more, but it was Caroline Marks who has just picked two absolute gems and surfed them to near perfection. The Oki-esque approach as she just comes off the bottom, picks these moments, tied up in the pocket, hooks it off the backhand, and just some fantastic power surfing here. Love how she gets on the bottom turn, gets so low, and then just gets that board right up high in the lip. Critical section to finish off. And that set the tone for the heat.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Caroline turning on, you know, in this back half of the season, and really just with such pure confidence. Really, she looks so comfortable around this site, and it's showing in her surfing out in the water, and you know, the pace, and having somebody like Luke Egan, surfboards that you really trust by Matt Biolis. All of the elements are there for her to be a champion.
All right, here she goes. Caroline Marks already with a solid lead in this live action here. Down towards final 90 seconds in this heat. And she's put on a bit of a masterclass so far this morning. There's a hit from her. This wave a little smaller. And she'll just plug away with these turns. Nice little steep section opening up here. Puts a bit more spark into that one. And again, tags it hard. And the flow still very much on point. That thing was ridiculous. She goes upside down into this inside section. It's real shallow in there. She'll want to get out, look after board and body. Caroline Marks on fire. Good night, Irene.
That was fun to watch. Just the pace. Well, it's just the load up, right? It was insane. She was just pulling back the bow all the way. And then all of a sudden, when she released it, she just absolutely bullseyed it, right? Just into that corner, perfectly placed the board, power, the low center of gravity. Matching up with J-Bay quite well there, Richie.
She may even extend the lead here.
100%.
That's 7.17.
Yeah, I think that's gone.
She might say goodnight to that. And, well, the goofy footers on fire here this morning.
Let's go.
So we watch the replay here of Caroline Marks just driving down the line again. Like you said, Strider, that patience, picking these moments, the timing, absolutely perfect. And I love how she sits on these bottom turns, lengthens them out, draws to that perfect moment, and then hooks it up into the lip. Brings it all the way down the line here. And she just got better and better with every turn, didn't she? Really just put more and more power into it, and she had to hit the eject button.
And we're looking at live action here at Gilmore, just going through the paces, really, looking to try and just wash off, really. This heat has been not a great one for her. Not loads on offer, just the 6.33. And ultimately, she's just come up against the surfer, really, just irresistible. And she'll know that. And sometimes you just got to process on the way the ocean, the way the rhythm and the opportunities were offered up to your opponent, not to you. She'll be back looking to go again in elimination, but Caroline Marks just looks so solid in everything she did. And quite rightly, she'll be very pleased with her morning's work. Straight into quarterfinals, and what a way to do it, Strider.
Yeah, you got to give her the golf clap. I mean, that was beautiful, just textbook, incredible surfing by her. And wow, just what a display.
Yeah, she did end up increasing that score, 8.17 for the backup. So
yeah,
an incredible start to the event. The two goofy footers in the women's heats marching through, and well, Steph, she's going to have to regroup.
Massive numbers for Caroline Marks. What a total, and she'll just want to keep that going. The swell has definitely picked up here. It's absolutely beautiful looking out there. We've wrapped up the women's opening rounds. Men's elimination coming up soon. Defending champ Ethan Ewan will bring in Joe the Lion Turpel, Pete the Condor Mel. We'll be right back.
What a moment for Iago Dora, celebrating his first championship tour victory.
Joao Chianca is Rip Curl Pro
Portugal champion.
Ethan Ewing, he's joined his mother's name on the legendary Bell Staircase.
Colapinto pulling in, big section. Absolutely blasted out.
Felipe Toledo takes out the Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach. Ethan Ewing, the only surfer in the current Final 5 that is in the elimination round today, but he is the defending event champion of the Corona Open J-Bay, and always the guy to watch when he's driving down the line on a beautiful right-hander with the sunrise still coming up. What a day already. 2 heats completed this morning to complete the opening round for the women. Seeing Caroline Marks and Tyler Wright get the wins. They're number 2 and 3 in the world. Pressure on Gilmore and Tati as they're in the elimination round today. What a great day for pro surfing. Joe Turpel next to big wave world champ Pete Mel. Pete, I know you're trying to settle because the ocean's trying to spike that adrenaline for you. How good is it out there right now?
This is the day that you love coming to work. I think for everybody involved, whether it's judges, you know, the tours and competitions, commentators, and especially the surfers, because this is the day you dream of. This is finally, we got good waves on tap for the championship tour and an incredible heat to start up this elimination round.
Ethan Ewing at J-Bay, what a classic. It's just made so much sense that he ended up winning this event for his first CT win of his career, winning Bells this season and looking for a 3rd CT victory as we already got things started. Ethan having the wild card in this round. Aiden Mason Camp getting the opening ride.
Yeah, well, let's see what he has here. I mean, again, this is the day you almost need to settle down a little bit because you could over froth. You know, you have to pick the right waves with the right pace. But Aiden, you know, from South Africa here, and he oops, a bit of a mistake there again. So just trying to be able to pace yourself. And then also Ethan Ewing, so great set to start this heat off. Had to race the outside section, but again, when you find these waves, they're going to give you the pace that you're able to now not just chase it the entire time. And Ethan, being defending champion, he knows how to pick those waves. Look like he has a nice easy approach here as he starts it off. You know, interesting note that Ethan and Dad Bill, I was talking to Bill this morning, actually yesterday morning, as we see the finish up here. They've found their dog.
Did they?
They found their dog. Their dog came and visited. This is the dog that kind of came into their lives last year, and it's a lucky one, and it's just literally been hanging with them the entire time. Every time they check the surf, Bill's down there videoing heats, and sure enough, the dog's right there by the side.
God, that's special. How about this opener from Aiden Mason Camp? Conditions beautiful, but you think he's feeling some nerves, falling on what would be a routine snap for him.
Yeah, it was a little bit. I mean, this is a big moment, right? First time on the championship tour, man-on-man heat, and against the defending champion, there will be nerves for sure, especially with the conditions being like they are. You know, you're just like so much energy focused on you. That's where I feel like you need to kind of settle in to your heat, right? Dial it back. Don't just go in super frothed out. Great start here for Ethan Ewing, but I think he has more to give us as well. But again, just applying that early pressure. Choosing the second wave generally is a good call at J-Bay. Letting Aiden take that first wave, but look, just completely polished all the way to the end, and it's going to be a great start for him.
What's the biggest difference between the first and second wave?
Just that it moves down the reef a little bit further. It tends to hit the super tube section a little better, and it has a better pace. That first wave always looks so good, but you have to chase it in the beginning usually, or even the whole wave you're kind of running down the line. So second wave just slightly bigger, has a better pace on the reef. Not always, but from this morning watching conditions, that's generally what it's been. Is there is going to be at least a 2 or 3 wave set. Number 2 is the one to get.
Little fin drift, just to put in a little extra on that, but he created space with an aggressive climb on that section.
And again, showcasing the variety. That's what Ethan does so well. It's every section a little bit different. You know, it is a perfect wave, but he is able to change the angles of approach, come out with a little different speeds at times, you know, accelerating when he needs to. So that's why he's been a past champion here. And this is a very dear event to his heart, I would imagine, being that it's such a legacy event, and it's such a perfect wave. When you can win on those perfect waves, that showcases that you're you know, one of the best in the world.
There's kind of this newness still to Ethan Ewing, but you know, he has been around a while. He does have a win here, and that's why I think we're already making early comparisons to the greats that have surfed Jeffreys Bay in the past.
Yeah, and again, we think about when you think of J-Bay, you know, there's Curran, there's some Jordy, right? There's forehanders, and he's kind of right in that mix. I mean, he comes and brings a unique look to J-Bay. I think it's just because he is such precision in his surfing and where he places his moves. It always looks like it's in the right timing, the right spot. And yeah, again, I think he's going to be building confidence throughout this event. He is in the elimination round. You know, he was one of the only of the final 5 right now sitting in the rankings to get into this round, so it's important for him to get through the heat.
Ethan taking on Aiden Mason Camp. The wild card stories are brilliant here at Jeffreys Bay. You've had a whole list of surfers that have been able to battle against the best in the world, from Dylan Lightfoot, who represents J-Bay itself. People from up the coast like Beric de Vries have gotten in this event to represent South Africa. Mikey Febb was a wild card before. He was full-time on tour as well. And also a local legend named Steven Sawyer, amazing surfer. He was in this event on a shortboard, but we've seen what he's done in the longboard tour, taking a big world title a couple of years ago. Steezy Sawyer, as they call him, has been hanging around, and his dad, one of the legendary shapers in this region, Des Sawyer, has been made craft specifically to riding this beautiful wall. A lot of round tails downstairs. Pete, anything surprising you so far with equipment, or looking pretty stock standard for Jeffreys Bay?
Yeah, it's, I mean, there's going to be these subtle changes, whether it be fin template, fin construction, but generally, yeah, you're going to have your shortboard size. It's not going to be any kind of a sub groveler or a groveler. It's a surfboard made for really good waves. Whether it's a round tail or a squash tail, I mean, I saw Tyler riding a squash, but out here mostly you'll see that the majority are going to be on the round tails, and that just gives you that positivity. You know, you're running so fast that you want to be able to handle that speed. The round tails, pintails generally will do that for you.
Ethan Ewing, the highest ranked Australian on the tour, and he's able to open up with a 7.5, already applying the pressure to Aiden Mason Camp. And Ethan's feeling some big shoes, representing Australia, just one of the most dominant region in pro surfing history, and with the retirements of all the greats from Mick Fanning to Joel Parkinson, with world titles there. But you add legends like Taj Burrow, Ace Buchan, and many, many more. You know, an entire country has got a lot of hope that he can get the job done this September.
So true. You know, and again, on top of that, you've got qualification for the Olympics, which I think is something that is on all of these surfers' minds, especially at this point in the season. You know, you got to be able to beat the top 2 in your country, and right now he's the #1 spot from Australia. You know, and the next surfer there, number 8, Jack Robinson. Right, so he's looking like his spot's pretty solidified, but we still have 2 more events.
That's true. We can have a nice clean sentence to say if Ethan wins this event, he will provisionally qualify for the Olympic Games.
And that's a goal. You know, you think about where the Olympics will be played, or played. All right, it'll be played this year. Chopo, which is an amazing wave, and it's going to be showcased. I think it's a great thing for the Olympics, especially at a wave like that.
We make a lot of statements saying that Caroline's got the best backhand on tour. I think the world got to see it right there. Caroline's with AJ.
Caroline, we have been waiting for your opening round heat for so many days here at J-Bay as we've waited for the ocean to turn on proper. How did you make sure that you stayed ready so that when you hit the water this morning, you could surf the way you wanted to?
Yeah, I was just telling you before, but since I've been here, it's been really small J-Bay, so I feel like that was kind of my first surf out there at real J-Bay this year. So I was on a different board, and I didn't really have time to free surf this morning. They started really early. We knew the waves were going to be really good. So I think, yeah, I just kind of kept it simple. I think Steph's probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest, girls to beat out here. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to do my thing and try to get really good waves and surf really hard. And yeah, the waves are so fun. That was really fun.
You looked like you were having fun out there, especially with that 9.63. Walk us through what you saw as that wave developed.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I felt like my first wave this year. So I was just like, oh my gosh, wave's so good. And I was just really trying to read it right. You know, like you can have perfect waves out here, but if you read it wrong, it's really easy to mess the wave up. So I feel like I was able to read the wave nicely, and the last section I was like, okay, I just gotta try to make this turn, and I'm stoked I made it because it felt dramatic when I was on the wave. So it felt really good to just, I don't know, get a really good wave out there. Yeah.
It looked dramatic from the beach too, so you were spot on. On to the quarterfinals. How important is it for you to have made it to that round, already matching what you did last year?
Yeah, it's super important. You know, every heat, especially after the cut, is so stacked and so hard, and so your first round heat feels like kind of a final. So you just, yeah, it always feels good to skip around that elimination round. You don't want to be there, and I'm just really excited to surf another heat out at J-Bay. That's the best part. So yeah, let's keep it going.
We'll see you then.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Happy birthday, AJ. And also, thank you, Caroline Marks, for putting on a great show into the quarterfinals. Crucial one there. I talked to Caroline the other day, and she said she really looks forward to heats with Steph Gilmore, with Carissa Moore. She feels something different in her level. She always rises to the occasion. Some people kind of get nervous with those big names, and it brings out the best in Caroline Marks. That was a great example of that.
Yeah, and she mentioned that this has been her first real session here, and that's she wasn't here for that early swell, whereas Steph was, right? Steph had those moments. She was able to ride, you know, and dial in that equipment, whereas Caroline didn't, you know, and that just goes to show how good these surfers are to be able to just, you know, make it happen even though you really haven't been able to practice.
I think that's the best comparison to other sports, even in action sports, where snowboarders and skaters, they've done their routine. They've seen the ramp. They've seen everything they need to see. In surfing, you're waiting on Mother Nature to give you the canvas to perform on, and after a series of lay days, Caroline's been keeping her routine solid. She said she just has a nice program with Luke Egan.
Same restaurant,
water, stand ready,
same meals
down the coast. Exactly, they're just kind of repeating itself, and she was able to fire here on game day.
It's so funny because surfers are, I mean, we, you know, inherently are a little bit superstitious, you know, because you consider you're dealing with the ocean, and you know, you want to be able to tap into that. And when you're, you know, when you're on point or when you're feeling it, you know, those things, it comes pretty easy. But when you're trying to find it, oof, it can be tough.
The pressure of a wild card, Pete. Aiden Mason-Kemp, seeing him fall on a turn that we've seen him just grease all week in free surf sessions. And his super talent that is currently on the Challenger Series. The cool part for Aiden, with 44-minute heats that, once again, we will start overlapping at the 22-minute mark. He's got a lot of time out there to calm down.
You can find a pace, right? I mean, it's similar to, you know, other sports. With that length of time, you can kind of build throughout a heat. I mean, and that's the thing of having that settler. We always talk about the cliche of a settler wave, but ultimately you really want to start off with a nice number like Ethan did. And, you know, and the most success is going to come from somebody who's going to get a big number first out of the gates. It applies pressure, you know, and so already feeling pressure, Aiden. You know, I think he just needs to, in this mind frame right here, is just to go, hey, this is all for experience. It's all for fun. You know, settle down and not try and feel the nerves, or maybe even just quickly feeling them and going, yeah, I'm going to acknowledge you, hi, say hi to it, and then and move it, you know, past you. Because as soon as a wave kind of comes and you get on a wave, there's no thought process going on right there. It's literally the next moment, the next section. That's why surfing is so cool, because as soon as you start riding a wave, you're not thinking about anything else.
Aiden Mason-Kemp has been through a lot in his career. Great backing from a young kid from Cape Town. And then when the pandemic hit, he lost his major sponsor, and it kind of felt like he almost lost a bit of his identity. He ended up being able to grow into kind of owning his own career, which he looks back as a blessing in disguise, where it wasn't a part of a big brand. He could own it himself as Aiden Mason-Kemp.
I mean, John, my son, had the same experience. Like, literally, it's like, hey, he's been with Quicksilver his whole life, and all of a sudden it was gone, and now it's like, hey, you got to kind of find yourself again. And really, what it does, though, is it makes you focus on your surfing, right? It makes you, you know, try a little harder, work a little harder, right? Because all of a sudden, yeah, your identity is kind of gone. It's not the easy street. You're not being able to get, you know, sponsorship dollars are being paid for. You're getting shipped around the world. You got to work for it and earn it, and then you can get some respect for yourself when that happens.
And it's a funny thing, right? It could affect your confidence. Like, why aren't they investing in me?
Yeah,
and then you've got to put that same type of investment in yourself.
Which is a good growth experience,
and
really.
Aiden said he wouldn't change a thing. He's loving where he's at now as we look at this amazing wave setting up for the wild card. Mason-Kemp with a big draw in the pocket. Fell on a snap on his opener. Clean wrap off the lip, good tempo, hammers it right on the money. He'll pull in for the vision. The wild card tries to punch free, and he's down. And world number 3 setting that rail, the DHD. Ethan Ewing back to the lip. Nice controlled free fall. Nice pace through the downtime and swinging right in the pocket again. More straight up through a heavy section. Right on the money again with a solid power hack. Great decision making from Ewing. A lot of different types of hooks there in the pocket. Advantage to the Australian on that last exchange.
Even with this, the subtle error, he's able to fix his body movement so it doesn't even look like there was a little hitch. You know, he's able to get through it, no worries. And again, keeping that flow. I think that's one thing that Ethan Ewing's, even though if there's that little subtle mistiming, He's able to place those arms, move those arms, just to create the balance back, very instantaneous. Let's take a look here first at Aiden Messenkamp. And of course, he got into this event by his results on the Challenger Series. Started off the season really well, got a 9th place up in that first event at the Gold Coast, and then was able to get a 17th. And that's big results. I mean, that's definitely helps his confidence. Unfortunate here that barrel wasn't going to stay open. You know, the energy needs to be pretty darn strong to keep that open section there. I liked what he was doing there because of where he was. You know, these turns here, you want to be able to drive through them. And that was a beautiful snap right there to back it up. And then the barrel into the barrel. We saw that technical barrel riding is going to be rewarded today. And there will be some tubes, I'm sure. But that midsection at Super Tubes, it needs a little bit stronger wave. Again, wave number 2, one of those waves that I always feel like it just moves down the reef a little bit further. It's able to go into that open water, and this one feels steeper, right? So it's a little bit more energy involved in this wave for Ethan Ewing. Had to pass this section up, but I think there was this one moment where he kind of gets a little bit off timing, but he was able to fix his body adjustment right there, where he gets stuck in the lip, but he was able to just move those arms and get around it with flow and get the finish. So this is another wave where or another exchange where Ethan's going to get the better of it. But look at those arcs. I mean, that outside arc, look at the body placement where he just, his upper body, everything is there. He changes the arms a little bit, contingent on what that section is calling for, where he has to keep that speed momentum going down the line. But always such great upper body.
So talented, fitting in a lot of different types of turns, even over the hollow part of the wave. Doesn't get more critical than that. Well done for Ethan Ewing.
Going to be another similar number probably to his first. And applying just a ton of pressure, especially at this point in the heat. Now, think about Ethan Ewing and where he sits. He's got 2 good numbers, you know, probably not going to be quite excellent. But now he can sit, be a lot more patient, and a lot more critical in his maneuvers because he's got 2 scores now. So a mistake's not going to hurt him too bad.
And that's just been the biggest difference in Ethan Ewing's growth. He's always been put as a world title threat before he qualified for just how talented he is in riding waves. But then his heat strategy, it wasn't just him losing with a high score and a low score. He could put competitors away really early in matchups now. And he never gives up the fight. We saw that in some scrappy heats throughout this season, even in challenging conditions. He hangs in there. Was impressed with Ethan Ewing at the Surf Ranch this year, giving us some excitement on those finishing moves that we don't see a lot of in the ocean events on tour. And then also finaling in Saquarema. Bumped him up to number 3 in the world here at stop number 9.
Final 5 surfers have to be able to do it at every single event, right? There's events obviously that you're going to be more comfortable at, that your surfing's going to fit a little better, but it doesn't matter. You have to be able to compete in the beach breaks going left or right, you know, like Saquarema, and he has done that. Places like J-Bay, totally different approach, totally different look kind of wave, and you have to be able to dial in that. So we talk about Ethan Ewing and the fact that he's consistently been in that Final 5 after a very tough start as a rookie. You know, to build and develop your skills at all these events, you only really get to do it when you're on tour, right? It's, unless you're going to be like, okay, you know, there's certain glaring points that you need to work on, like say Chopo as an example, or Pipeline for example. Those are really specialty type waves. You need to go and put extra time in. But really, you know, it's like, hey, I'm going to come to J-Bay. J-Bay is a perfect wave. But you're not coming for swells, right? If you're that far away from this, you know, this part of the earth, you know, maybe you can find it around the event to get extra practice in, but it is a type of event where your kind of DNA kind of plays into it.
Yeah, it's interesting how these surfers plan their schedule. As you can see, a great overview of our lineup all the way up to Magnitubes at the top of your screen. Boneyard is kind of where J-Bay proper really begins, and then Super's the best part of the wave, where you can get the barrel of your life or the turn of your life.
I think
going
you're going to be
as fast as you can on a surfboard and laying it over. I don't know if there's a better feeling than that.
Well, and going through a tube going as fast as possible. That's why I think Super Tube's barrel is so unique in that sense, is because you are moving into that section so fast and going through that barrel so fast. It's no better feeling than riding the barrel. We know that as a surfer, but going that fast through the barrel, it's exceptional.
Loving this view from the Cougar Municipality Flight Cam. Thanks for having us. Always a special event on the tour, and absolutely scoring today, which is another part of the sport of surfing compared to yesterday. Really inconsistent short 2 heat afternoon, and then waking up this morning to absolute perfection for Ethan Ewing This is why he wanted to be on the Dream Tour, to score days like this. One other surfer in the lineup to do his brand of surfing. 7.5, and like he thought, Pete, right in that same zone on the scale. 7.23, just under.
Yeah, I mean,
so Mason Camp in a pretty big combo at the moment.
Yeah,
the halfway mark.
Pair of big sevens, right? So that's a ton of pressure. 23 minutes, plenty of opportunity and time to do it. You know, last night had a surf, was hoping that the swell, you know, because with Surfline's forecast of this coming, I was like, gosh, there's got to be a set right before dark, right? A 4-footer, please. Never came. So my confidence was low that we were going to wake up to waves this morning. Although at 3 a.m., I'm still waking up at 3 a.m. by the way, Joe. Sorry, but I did hear some foam. I heard some crashing, and I was like, okay, confidence is high that we're going to have some waves this morning. And sure enough, here we are, blessed.
I was right behind you, Pete. 3:30 a.m. wake-up call on a day like today. Couldn't wait. As we see the setup start from Aiden Mason Camp, the wild card from Cape Town. Beautiful high line approach to stretch this one out down the line. Tagging it. Well placed snap there. Belting it with a layback. Another fall for the wild card.
Oh, and you can hear the crowd trying to root him on. It was unfortunate, you know, and again, those first waves, see how he was stretched out and he had to chase it for a long period of time. A little frustration there, splash of the water. Again, back into the moment. Think about it. You got 22 minutes to go, 2 waves, simplify it, get it done.
Let's see if Mason Camp can provide a comeback to break the combination that's against him, against world number 3, Ethan Ewing, the defending champ here at the Corona Open J-Bay. The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Sealand, Discover New Paths, and by Cougar Municipality, good governance through service. You're watching the elimination round of competition, and you might want to have a heat this year in the elimination round when waves are as good as this. Connor O'Leary and Callum Robson start an all-Australian battle here at the halfway mark of heat number 1. So Ethan and Aiden have priority over Connor and Callum as this overlapping format starts. So all surfers get 44 minutes, still scored on your top 2. Coming off the roof with Aiden Mason Camp. Throwing down a nice big hack in the pocket, looking comfortable here. Bowley section, and another one where he grabs a rail. A lot of falls, a lot of nerves from our wild card from Cape Town, still comboed against Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, you remember that this event, too, specifically with wild cards, has always been one of those deadly ones because obviously this wave is as perfect as it gets, but you know, the locals generally know how to surf this wave at the right pace. Unfortunately for Aiden, it hasn't been happening in this heat. I'm still going to give him 20 minutes. There's still time.
Now having a look. The man to beat at Jeffreys Bay, defending champ. Lovely, lively, little rock and roll flow off the lip line. But just only good for one move. That's a throwaway for Ewing.
Well, he may end up getting priority here, too. Just if we can take a look at where Aiden ended up. But yeah, he'll head back out. No harm, no foul. Control the heat. You know, this overlapping format is going to be great for J-Bay. There's lots of waves that get slip underneath as we watch this replay here. A little better for Aiden Mesenkamp in regards to the maneuver choices, you know, trying to mix it up, but just the unfortunate falls it's just not going to work for him. Little lack in size of this wave as well. I think he's just trying to go, hey, I need to settle myself, and that's not going to help, unfortunately, for Aiden. And then this one looked like a pristine, good size 5-footer for Ethan Ewing, but it ended up running off pretty quick as well.
You see that flow, even when he's going straight, it makes it look
true.
so good.
He's one of the only well, not only. I think there's a trending thing happening with glass fins. You know, I saw he's been having some prototypes coming out of Futures. That's one of his sponsors there, and Futures has been developing stuff with him. He's been pretty much solely going glass fins. Doesn't matter the venue. He likes the flex pattern that gives you. I always am kind of an advocate of, you know, if you're going to use a polyester board, why not use polyester fins, right? So you're matching the resins that you're going to be using. Is going to give you the same kind of flex pattern, because a lot of the composite fins are made with epoxies and they're matched with polyester boards. And I mean, as much as it's not a huge difference, I don't know, just in my mind I feel like, hey, I got to use the same materials, you know. But this guy does that, and I will say that the glass fin flex, as we see Slater making his way up the coast, he's watching heats right there in his hand too. But
he loves a little fin design breakdown as well.
Yeah, and the way that the glass fins load up, they load up and then they give you that little spring, right? Whereas a composite fin generally is going to give you a quicker reaction out of it. But I think with Ethan's smooth, slicey, dicey kind of style, that loaded fin, that loaded glass flex, he really loves. And I'm an advocate as well, because I love glass fins.
Looks great. And it's so cool just to know these surfers are always just experimenting a little bit to find that edge. It never ends, does it?
No.
Always looking for that next magic board, but especially focusing on the right fin template and fin design as well.
Yeah, and one of the things, I did see a prototype that came to him for this event specifically. A little bit more tip, you know, and it's just the little difference of where that fin area is placed. I mean, very similar to a template of a surfboard. You know, those subtle differences where that wide point is. If it's pushed a little bit forward, is it pushed a little bit back? Same thing with fin template. It's going to give you just that subtle difference. And again, not moving away from the construction of the type of fin he wants. As we look at Slater's Endura fins, he's going to be riding a thruster. Looks like he's only got one board, or has he got a backup somewhere? Yeah, it looks like one board.
Look how casual he looks.
Yeah.
Just even the way he's dressed, it's just very appropriate for Jeffreys Bay.
Going to be fun to see a heat against Jack Robinson. Last year, Jack got the call. They've had a couple, three heats together. You know, 2 for Slater, 1 for Jack. So a good even matchup, and I just love the fact that you've got this, like, you know, just the contrast, the Grom, you know, going for that final 5, super important on a slide. Kelly not having the greatest season as well, but this is the type of waves that are going to inspire Kelly as well as Jack. So we're going to expect fireworks in that one.
Yeah, that battle 2-1, it's almost unfair in some ways. That first win, Kelly over Jack. Jack was barely 13,
right.
maybe. Remember at Karamas, he was
so it's really kind of even.
But, I mean, you got to count it. He was out of CT, and, I mean, that's the phenom of Jack Robinson. He's been world-class since he was, like, 10 years old.
And then the other matchup they had was at Pipeline, and that was just a Goliath one, right? You got Kelly against Jack. Jack, one of the specialists at Pipeline, one of the best. Obviously, Kelly, one of the best there as well. So that was a good matchup. Kelly got the beat on that one. But last year, here, it was all Jack.
That's right. Rematch from last season. Jack and Kelly coming up in heat number 3 of the elimination round. Still 15:30 to go in the priority heat. Ethan Ewing, Aiden Mason Camp. Aiden Mason Camp had a tough loss in Bolito. Ended up with a 33rd, his lowest result so far this Challenger Series. But gosh, he went through a lot. He was under the weather, couldn't sleep all night, tried to have his game face on the next day, and he just had no gas in the tank.
Bummer.
And showed a strong effort just by showing up. But it was definitely a day he probably wouldn't have left his bedroom. So he had to move on from that, and knew that he had a positive in being in this event. All prep went into Jeffreys Bay. And I think one of the coolest things Aiden told me when I saw him over at Nina's, that great restaurant across the street, was he's like, the coolest thing for me is I'm from Cape Town. I came up here and I got the wild card at J Bay. And he said all the true J Bay locals were shaking my hand saying, yep,
right on.
You've earned it.
Yeah.
You chase every single swell at this point break. It's your time. And they were backing him getting a spot into the main event.
I mean, trending a lot this season, right, is those wild cards, not necessarily specialists as per se per to event. Now they're kind of going, hey, you can earn your spot through the Challenger Series, and that's what we're seeing here. Aiden being the highest South African not in the event gets his call up, and I love that. I think that you can now kind of earn your spot. I mean, whether there be a trials too, we've seen trials happen even this year. I think we still have trials that come play as part of events, but when we don't have trials, we get to see that the Challenger Series is lifting that game, and it gives experience to those surfers aspiring to be here.
It's so cool too. It's like the underground reward, and maybe the most important for true surfers out there in the world when they earn a spot in the lineup. You know, there's no trophy involved with that, but the trophy is getting sets when it's your turn, being respected by the local peer group, and I think that means the world for Mason Camp. But he loves the drive. It's a beautiful drive from Cape Town to J Bay. He understands the swell window and when to be here, and he had a really active April. I think for Aiden's busy schedule, he's just always hoping that he's around when J Bay lights up.
So he would have been here for that last swell too, right? So anybody who knows, I mean, J Bay, as much as it is a difficult one to forecast, it also, generally you can go, okay, hey, storms are coming. There's going to be some moments, right? It's not, you know, being specific is a little bit challenging, like timing wise, as far as swell, maybe winds a little bit tougher, but ultimately when the swell's coming down through the roaring 40s, there's going to be waves at J Bay.
One of the best feelings in the world is when you pull up at J Bay and you just see a stack of waves to the horizon, and you're just following one from start to finish. You do a complete 180 watching it drift by, and that's what the judges said is so interesting. They're positioned in their tower, and the surfer just goes way down past them, and they definitely rely on the video replays to really break down the finishing move, because it's such a long wave.
Well, and it's also probably the most critical is that finish move, right? The outside turns are always more important, obviously, on a big wave like this, but the most critical section is right there on the bricks.
Yeah, these guys hit it so hard, running out of water. We've seen a lot of big airs, especially over the last decade. Those being an important maneuver for Jeffreys Bay on those finishing sections, but today it's been all about the carving work from these guys. Ethan out front and with priority. We saw him take a third wave, and he kicked out in time to still control the heat.
That's just great heat IQ, understanding where you are in the lineup.
As we'll now see the first snap from Mason Camp. Wild card with a big rooftop float and another fall.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's tough to get when you have that many falls back to back to back like he's had. It's really psychologically to be able to pull yourself out. I mean, obviously one good wave will do it, but yeah, it's tough when you're in your head. You're like, okay, what do I got to do? I got to. Now you're so far behind too. You knew that he took off in this wave. It didn't have a lot of size, right? He's running out of time, so he's had to kind of get himself onto anything. But you've got to perform at a very, very high level on these smaller waves in order to get the numbers needed to catch Ethan.
It's always interesting in sports, just the mental aspect of it. And that's always been there in surfing, that people working with sports psychs and really focusing on being confident to perform at their best. I think now it's actually become like a healthy, allowable conversation among the Challenger Series surfers. I was catching up with Mitch Colapinto, and he's always impressed that people are actually talking about strengths and weaknesses mentally and being open about sharing that. As we look at the wrap from Ewing, big gouge right there, always smooth in between turns. This section's going to keep him honest, so his situation with his keepers will remain the same.
Well, the light's still on for Aiden.
And now deep up the point, we've got Callum trying to squeeze something in. Just a repositioning wave for Robson, and the non-priority heat with Connor O'Leary.
Well, that's a strategy-wise too. I mean, you know, you don't have a priority, so that you basically two other surfers are going to be able to take waves from you. So you end up taking kind of scraps, but you don't want to leave your competitor too far away, right? Because you're competing against them in that same token. So you're trying to share the opportunities, right? Maybe you see something down the line. As we watch the replay here of just this beautiful work, upper body from Ethan Ewing. You see that arm placement. You know, we talk about throwing pizzas, but if you look at his arms, the way he is doing those snaps, he's rotating his arms in the maneuver, the almost opposite direction of what you're doing, right? And it's just this twist, and when you can get that twist with the right velocity and timing. That's when those pizzas are huge. You get a nice big 18-incher, throwing it. That's it's awesome.
Checking this one out again, Callum. Trying to get something on the board against O'Leary. Well, he's creating some space now. Tracking off the bottom, connection off the lip line there, and he'll step off. How do you like this overlapping format at Jeffreys Bay?
I think it's going to be good. I mean, we'll watch it again. We watched it last year. It was everyone loved it. We're going to be able to save a ton of time, maximize the swell. I mean, this was made up by Kelly Slater, thinking about like, hey, he's been watching heats after heats at some of the best waves in the world and realizing that there was a lot of waves going unridden, and how can we maximize those? Well, Kelly says, let's just do overlapping heats, and just in his little calculated mind of his was able to figure it out how to do it, and sure enough, here we are implementing it.
Ethan Ewing will dig into this one, trying to better one of his 7 spheres. He hits it off the lip. There's the flow. He steps off. So he hasn't changed anything out front since his first 2 rides in the matchup against Mason Kemp. But his rides have had meaning, kicking out early for priority, solid decision making from world number 3. As we went under the lip real quick there. Looked like Callum trying to get real active against Connor O'Leary.
Well, Connor's sitting, it looks like Connor's sitting up top, and Callum has moved down the line. So now there's kind of like, that's what you would do strategically. You could go, hey, I could sit up top and maybe get myself a nice solid set wave that's too deep on the point for the other 2 surfers that are having priority in the heat. And Callum, on the other hand, is moved down the line a little bit. So those are the 2 places that you can kind of have a little bit of privacy. But again, that's strategically wise, you want to be competing against the other surfer. But you might get lucky down the line and get yourself a nice solid wave down the line.
As we check out this, once he got out in front.
Well, we saw the surfers just too deep. And these waves do, they run so fast. There's a certain size at J-Bay where it just runs the reef, and it just is lightning fast. And being able to do the, we call them speed snaps, or, a turn where you need to do a turn where you're not slowing down and still give yourself a quality maneuver that's not just a high line. You want to be able to do these kind of simplified snap turns that throw lots of water but still keep that momentum down the line. You can see that that was what Callum was trying to do there.
Setting this one up is Connor O'Leary from Cronulla. Anytime you think of a goofy foot from Cronulla, you can't get past the great Mark Akalupa, one of his heroes. Connor just keeping us guessing for his first turn of the matchup.
Well, backhand, I think that's a great move in the very beginning of the wave. Find the moment timing-wise where you're going to create space, where you're going to be able to do a backhand. It's tough to get that quickness of a snap out of it to get back on the heel edge and skating down the line, where forehand is pretty easy to do, a lot easier to do. But he was there trying to create his space and time it out, but it didn't happen for him, so he just kicked out.
The greatest of all time. That's why you always hear that word GOAT. You could go with boat, best of all time. GOAT sounds better.
That was my nickname, Boat.
Was it?
Yeah, one of them. That was a childhood nickname. Gunboat, actually.
Kelly Slater, 51 years of age.
Nuts, huh?
And still around, still enjoying his time on tour. He's mentioned that fire is, maybe dimmed a little bit as far as just wanting to beat everybody at all costs. But it still means a lot to him. I mean, especially when he was out on the opening day and he wanted to wait for different types of surf. You could tell his energy was still there. He wants to compete in world-class conditions. So
that's right.
We're in store for a treat. Kelly, excited about the waves today, taking on Jack Robinson in a rematch from last season. Competing at this event for almost 3 decades now.
Crazy. And still crowd favorite. So fun to watch. I mean, especially when you have matchups like this, 2 incredibly good surfers, and you think about where Kelly was and Jack, they were kind of running at the same sponsor at the time when they were first starting their careers, or not, Kelly was mid-career, but when Jack was coming up. So you just you think about that, like, here's Kelly Slater, at that time, what, 7-time world champ probably, when Jack was kind of being the guy that we were all looking at. And now, prime of his career, that man right there, big heat too. I mean, considering psychologically he's been battling, considering how he's slipped down the rankings after just the brilliant start to the season with a win, a third, a runner-up. Don't break those fins, bro. So crazy paddling out here. You can You can do it hundreds of times and it still doesn't matter. You can just break a fin out just like that.
So true. What a heat. Kelly versus Jack coming up next. Waves on the way. Priority is with Aiden Mason-Camp. He's got to move now, though, if he wants a chance of breaking a combination against Ethan Ewing. The man from Cape Town getting started. Clean wrapping turn. Throwing down a little bit of variety on that arc. Nice pace as his waves staying really full at the moment. He's hoping for more of a bowl down the line. But he's managing that, all the sections well. A little more of a wrapping turn. Now he's got a lip to throw down a vertical, but he goes down again. Ethan Ewing on the wave behind him. 3:45 to go.
Probably his best number so far for Aiden Mason-Camp, but again, just not enough considering at this point. Going to be very difficult to turn it around. He has to get himself above a 4.73 in order to get himself out of combination, so he can do it in one wave. And I think he's just going to be right there, barely. I mean, this is that wave didn't have a ton of energy, as you mentioned. First wave of the set. It's going to have a good pace on it, but again, critical sections were not there. It was just a little bit flat on the face for all of these maneuvers. Unfortunately, we're not able to really lay in. That was a beautiful arc right there. But again, a fall at the end, you know, and that taste being left in the judge's mouth. Always difficult to put big numbers on a fall at the end. Although we've seen it in the past. Kelly, matter of fact, he fell at the end of a wave. Got a 9.5.
I know the final you're talking about.
Yeah, against Andy Irons. And then the outside wave here from Ethan Ewing, a little bit bigger, but again, ran down real quick. This wasn't one of the bigger sets where the wave number 2 was going to put it in a little deeper water and slow it down. It just raced on the top part of the point here and gets caught behind. But just love those arcs from Ethan Ewing.
The way he just burned speed, just putting that DH straight towards the beach. Everything makes sense from the float, Ethan Ewing, and the falls are troubling for Aiden Mason-Camp, keeping him in a big combo. Got a great support crew behind him here. Hanging out with local legends and all the fans on the beach. He said that's just been incredible to feel so much love from South Africa. And it is his community that actually helps him get around the world to these Challenger Series events. So they do some funding for him to get on these plane flights. Once he gets prize money, he pays them back, and he's always so thankful from that local community that keeps him on the road trying to fulfill his dream.
So cool, it really is. You know, and it's tough. You know, South Africa, you know, the money exchange is very difficult, being it's like 20-1 as far as the rand is concerned.
As we look at a nice backside connection from Connor O'Leary. And just trimming down the line. Second move, money turn from O'Leary. Nice patience again. He'll snap it off the lip. Now finding some serious speed and flow, heading towards impossibles. Blasting it again. Airdrop, steps off. Well done to Connor. He'll have the high score in the matchup with Callum Robson.
Ultra consistent this season for Connor O'Leary, coming off of quarterfinals last 3 events, right? Like, just incredible. That's one of the things I think that Connor has been able to do this season, is lift that consistency. He's had brilliance throughout his career, but ultimately having that consistency and, you know, considering himself a top 10 surfer, you know, and he is right there with it. Incredible backhand. This wave, a bit challenging to ride, really. He had to chase it a lot in the backhand, again, staying high up on the wall, finding a place where there's some space to be able to get the maneuvers done. It is definitely going to be one of the better numbers of this second heat, but not something, you know, those mid-sized set waves for the backhanders, always difficult to be able to do combination of major moves, right? You chase it, get that single maneuver done, and then again, all that wave, there was those moments that kind of slowed up. You'd want to be able, we saw Tati early this morning able to get the nice 2-turn combo, which fetched 8. But it was on a bigger wave, right? On bigger set waves is where you're going to be able to create that space.
Running out of time in the first heat of the elimination round. World number 3 doing a great job to establish himself early in the contest. Ethan Ewing on a victory lap now. 7-5, 7-2-3. Eliminating wild card Aiden Mason-Camp from the event. And he'll just enjoy another great J-Bay ride all the way into the rocks. Well done there. Established his lead early and never looked back. as he'll move on into the round of 16.
Yeah, that was an important heat for Ethan right there. There would have been some pressure buildup, obviously, coming into this day. But he alleviated that pressure right out of the first wave. And look at him. He's already through into the next round. And now it's going to be a big one coming into the round of 16.
Where we reseed once again. So everyone in the final 5 on the men's side through the round of 16. As we continue with this overlapping format, Callum Robson and Connor O'Leary will have priority, and we'll bring in Jack Robinson and 11-time world champ Kelly Slater right after this.
This year is the qualifying year for the Paris 2024 Olympics.
To be able to go and represent Australia at Choves would be incredible.
You feel like you're representing every single person that lives on the same land as you do.
You have to really go after it and wholeheartedly.
Show what our country is and show it through surfing.
Probably a cool experience to see so many brilliant athletes.
Just want to be in the mix and give it my all.
Well, I think that'll be a big, big show to see.
It's qualification season in 2023. It is on. The deciding event will take place at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Follow the surfers and keep up with the rankings and catch every qualification moment on worldsurfleague.com/qualification season. Jack's gunning for a spot to represent Australia, and boy, would he have a good shot at gold at the end of the road at Te Hupo'o, as Kelly Slater has always talked about being involved in the Olympics ever since it got started back in Japan, and now we're excited to see what's going to happen this season. Jack Robinson in the non-priority heat getting started against Kelly Slater.
Let's see what he can do here. Smaller set wave, but a ton of speed. And on the forehand, this is the ability. You can kind of chase it down the line, no worries. Smaller wave, but nice combo there from Jack Robinson. Again, just getting the nerves under, out and relinquished, getting that first wave.
Nick Fanning, a 3-time world champ, one of the best ever to surf at this venue, identified something in Jack a couple of years ago. I'd say last season, when he just kept winning and featured last September in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Mick was just saying, I think he's probably the most confident surfer on tour. He could tell that he has this belief. He's making things happen. How many buzzer beaters has he had where he's come through with wins over huge names? As we see the rotator for Jack. Nice snap off the lip. Connor going upside down behind him. Robinson tidies up the finish with a closeout re-entry, and the backhand continues to displace some water. Connor, a little wrap. Straight up again for O'Leary. Perfect transition. Lays down the arc again. Swinging back off the lip. How about a beautiful transition? Attacking it in the pocket and going upside down. Connor O'Leary kind of had a little out-of-body experience there, just letting go.
The dog pound right there.
Beautiful turns.
I love it. These guys are surfaholics. They surf all day, every day. Connor, Ryan, Gabriella, dog. I'm labeling them. That's the dog pound.
I like that. Yeah, you want to be involved in that. I mean, dog is a fired-up human being, loves to surf, still in the water as much as he can. But talk about dedication. He truly loves his athletes. He cares about them in and out of the water. That's going to mean a lot to Connor O'Leary as well. His whole family's here. They made the trip with him.
Good.
I think I heard his mom just screaming on that finishing move. That was brilliant.
And Connor, like, again, you talk about certain waves at J-Bay that favor the backhanders. That was it. That set wave had the great pace because he was able to transition rail to rail. As we watched the first one here of Jack Robinson, and I like his strategy, putting some pressure onto the goat, be early, right? Gets himself a couple scores in the books. You know, and this is the strategy when you're surfing in these overlapping heats, is you're going to be getting scraps, but you can go out there and you can get some numbers and put some pressure on your competitor. But look at the pace of this wave. This was much easier. A stark contrast to his very first wave, which he ended up getting a 6.5, which is great. Feels like this one's going to be much higher. And now he's going to put some pressure onto Callum, who really hasn't put a number up yet. But look at just nice and paced. He even had a cutback involved there. And then this is where the wave steepens up. He's identified that as a set wave. When you see that nice tapered line at J-Bay on your backhand, you're loving things. And wow, just straight up, and then the good solid finish. That's why the dog loved it.
What a wave. That was incredible. Connor O'Leary expecting a huge number, and now the goat getting started against Jack. Kelly setting up a nice clean first turn on the open face. Fills that one in well. Stalling, hugging the pocket. Little white water on the face of this one, but carves right through. Lunging back out in front. Some turbulence there, but he's still knifing it. Kelly off the bottom. Nice big flow. Well done, and a great start from Kelly.
Great variety. You know, it starts off with that layback carve, and then he goes into a similar style section, goes into the big forehand arc. I mean, that's when he's playing to his strengths, and I think that's something that is going to be important for Kelly to do, is play to his strength. And it's his rail work, it's his flow, it's his speed that he carries here, it's his identifying the good waves, all of that. Not trying to match the aerial antics, you know, where you're all of a sudden you're trying to do something different than what Kelly's so known for. And his speed and his power and his flow, especially at a wave like this, is something that he needs to showcase. So he starts off this first arc, again, the layback snap, where you bring that back arm low and behind you, right? So it's a different angle, a little different pressure on the rail. And then this open arc, again, opens up. That arm goes through the front part of the body. Different, you know, there's a variety. And again, goes into this foamy section. So challenging sometimes to be able to get the grip needed, but just times it really well. A little float up there in that foamy section. As you see, this section is the one where he opens up, drives into this nice steeper section, but look at the technique. Just arms out, splayed out, and drives it through the waist. Bunch of power involved there. Not pushing too hard on this first wave. Going to get a good number here. You know, you look at what Jack's been able to post so far. This is going to be, it feels like, the better of the exchange.
Well done for Kelly. I put him on my Tier C fantasy team.
Good job.
Explosive start, especially first thing in the morning. Sometimes he doesn't like morning heats, but he's looking fired up.
You saw how he was walking up the beach. You know, he's paying attention to what's going on, figuring it out. Sometimes it can be difficult to actually map out when you surf over in the overlapping heats, especially when they're 44 minutes long, right? All of a sudden you got to do some math. But Kelly, pretty good at math.
Even if you invented the format,
yeah,
it could throw you off at times. Let's hear from Ethan Ewing with AJ.
Ethan, I know this place means a lot to you. It's where you got your first CT win, and then you're out there this morning, have to surf in the elimination round. Just walk us through what you were thinking.
Yeah, it was kind of really anticipated this swell, and had a few days off. I think this is my first time in the elimination round this year, so it was a little bit of pressure, but the waves are so good. It was just a pleasure just to get to surf a heat in those conditions.
You were telling me that the waves are so good, but there are some tricky sections that you have to work through. Walk us through just the face of the waves and how you're managing that.
Yeah, it's you can't really see it from the beach, but there's a kind of a lot of ruffle. And a few times on my turns, I was kind of coming on easy. But I think if the wind picks up, it should get better and better, and hope to see a lot of good surfing today.
You never want to be in the elimination round, but knowing that you're able to perform under that pressure, how much confidence does that give you moving forward?
For sure, yeah, a lot of confidence. Those elimination rounds are really nerve-wracking, and Aiden's such a good surfer. He's on the Challenger Series and knows this wave well, I'm sure. So yeah, there was a lot of pressure, but getting through that, I'm feeling confident and just excited to get back out there and surf.
As you should. We'll see you the next time.
Perfect. Thank you, AJ.
Thank you. Thanks so much, AJ. And Ethan Ewing looking comfortable and confident to defend his title here at Jeffreys Bay. 14.73 combined total to eliminate the wild card Aiden Mason camp. And Strider just sent us a message. He saw that Aiden jumped into the water for that matchup, popped his fin out, had to come back in and reset before that heat. So a little bit of stress for the wild card. And
yeah, one little bonk, boom, it's gone. You're just like, what? You know, hopefully it doesn't actually break the box and you have to change your actual whole surfboard. But man, it is, you know, it's one of those things. You got to just find the perfect. There's only really one little keyhole that everyone goes into. You try to move anywhere else around that area, you're going to find shallow water.
Wishing Aiden the best of luck at the U.S. Open. The next stop on the Challenger Series, heading to the Huntington Pier.
You know, he had mentioned in that heat there with Ethan Ewing how there's a little ruffle in the face, and that's because we have this kind of west-northwest right now in the morning. Ultimately around 11 a.m. What are we at time-wise here? We're at 9, almost 9:30. The forecast for the wind to come up from the more southwest direction, and that's going to smooth the lineup up, right? I mean, that's ultimately you want is kind of west through to southwest. It will clock around even further to the south, which again really won't affect the lineup too much. And if we can see a little slight increase in that breeze, the faces will smooth right on out.
That's what we're hoping for throughout the day today. Meanwhile, big numbers in for Connor O'Leary. 8.67 on the average. The biggest numbers were into the 9s. They dropped the high and the low, and that's excellent surfing from Connor.
Again, consistency this season. He is just so confident in producing numbers. I mean, you think about identifying the good waves at J-Bay. He was able to put himself in the position, get the right wave on that set, and ultimately gets a nice solid 8.67, and that feels comfortable for him, especially when Callum really hasn't put anything on the board yet.
Kelly Slater, that last wave we were pretty excited about, 5.17.
Ah, Judges not so happy about it as much. I mean, hey, Jack got the actually better of the exchange. I was wrong.
He did with the 6.0. Full wrap to kick things off for Caltex. Nice solid hook for Robson. Great patience as that one stretched out. Attacking it off the lip again. Now the Australian redirects. Bottom drops out, thinking about a final turn. Big air chop, and a wild wipe out there. Looked like he landed right on his equipment.
That looked nasty. He looks, yeah, looks okay here. But probably a bit disappointed because he pulls off that last move. He gets himself out of combo and he can give himself a chance. But probably not going to happen now. Let's take a look here. Again, these waves a little softer on the outside section. You know, you can see a little flatter on the face. Judges want to see those major maneuvers happening when the wave steepens up. Now it starts to steepen up for Callum. Carries a ton of speed. And right here, he wants to just lay into this maneuver. Callum's so powerful, really. Just one of those surfers that you love watching use his rail. Also, just absolutely brave. You saw he's got the first 10 of the season, but that maneuver there, he got away from the board, thank goodness. But yeah, talk about that end section. You know, it's very difficult. Transition just goes box-like. The bottom is flat. The wall straight up 90 degrees. Trying to get it to transition, land in the transition there. It's just difficult. Ooh, the nose of the board right in the ribs, maybe. But ouch, that looked pretty gnarly.
Oh, what a wipeout. Total commitment, though, from Callum Robson from a place called Evans Head. Surprised the world last season making a final at Bell's, and he's been mixing it up with surfboards this year, trying some different shapers out, as we'll toss over to Richie Lovett for more insight on equipment with Callum and Connor.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I just wanted to highlight these two Aussies, two good friends, both riding identical shaper in Darren Hanley Designs, both riding identical models in the DNA model, similar size, both riding 6.0s. So, you know, the parallels are all over the place. And really the only difference is there's just a touch more foam in Connor O'Leary's board, which I have here. He's got the FCS2 system in his board. Callum Robson has the Futures system in his board, but even the fin templates are really similar. This is the the JS template. Callum's riding the Geordie Smith template, both fairly raked out, which is a great fin choice for this particular wave. Gives you all that drive and control off the bottom. But this DNA model from Darren Hanley, something special. Nice, clean, single concave, and that seems to be the design of choice for our surfers here. That single concave, being able to just bite and lock into the face for these big carving turns. But Callum with a little bit of work to do, but the boards are looking good.
Good man, Richie. And we're seeing it right into action. Big blast there from O'Leary. Crushing sections today. Throws one into the lip again. Swinging back into the pocket. Arcing turn on the third effort. Under the lip there on that backhand float. Right into a wrapping turn. He is in sync this morning. Driving hard into another big section as it hollows out. Connor O'Leary is on a heater against Callum Robson. Here in the non-priority heat, Jack Robinson setting up his little lean back in the pocket and will step off. But it's been the Connor O'Leary show. His family here cheering him on. His mom, a longtime competitive surfer who represented Japan on her first trip to Jeffreys Bay, and she hasn't stopped laughing ever since she got here.
Oh, you gotta love it, right? She's just, you can see the DNA, just loving, you know, the ability just to be here and to actually cheer on your son. I mean, again, I know as a father myself, it is nothing better than surfing your heat, especially when you're in rhythm like Connor is right now.
What a time to be peaking at stop number 9 of the season, with so much on the line from here to Tahiti, with Olympic qualification as well. 10,000 points for a victory. Connor wants to go all the way. Hasn't won a CT event yet. He has finals before.
Yeah, remember.
Back in Fiji. And Callum's got one final as well. So both of them in that same conversation, they've come very close. But now hitting the 5-minute mark. Still waiting on last of Connor, but he already has Callum needing 2 new waves.
Oh yeah, he's
so
gonna
this one might just put this heat away.
It very well could. Again, with that 5 minutes and how long this wave is, you can see the grin coming from Connor right there. Gotta love a heat that you're clicked in, because especially on the backhand, being able to you know, be with priority and then have that set come and go, oh my gosh, look at this wave's gonna have perfect pace for me. Oh, look at the numbers coming in. This is gonna be huge.
9.57 for Connor O'Leary. And he's about to celebrate that moment. What a great moment in his career. Let's take another look.
Okay, again, you know, how important is this outside maneuver? Very important, especially when it's steep like that. And he just gets that tail up and over the lip, no worries. And then the pace slows up beautifully for him, and he's able to go top to bottom. Bend backhand. This is where the advantage, if you have this kind of a wave at J-Bay, this is where it's going to give you the ability to just lay in every move. And that's what he did. 9.57. This is a huge number. Again, the finish, though, so strong in the beginning, was able to keep that speed and power, and then it's just very strong finish. That turn there kept him moving down the line. That's the maneuvers you have to have in line, be able to get down the line at J-Bay. He identified that, was able to get it done as the wave steepens up for this final move, and that's where the money is. Up and over, tail release, started off with that style of maneuver, finishes with that style of maneuver. That's why it goes 9.57.
Connor O'Leary in his 48th championship tour event. Before he got here to J-Bay, his best single number in a CT jersey was 9.43.
Oh.
His best number ever of his career, we just saw 9.57, and well deserved.
Well deserved. And he still left a little room, right? So he can get it to his Yeti 110.
I think that's just one to celebrate for all the backsiders in history. I'm quickly thinking of Ace Buchan in a moment on a round 4 heat where he got a 9.87. All the goofies gave him a standing ovation as we slow down this turn from Jack Robinson.
That's that layback arc, you know, again, stylistic and very powerful. When you're leaning back like that, you sink that rail. Does this one where he snaps the same style where that back arm stays behind him, but he gets the release out of it. So 2 different styles of the same type of maneuver, but just a little bit different arcs. So the judges will see the variety there. Difficult to really lay that rail in with all this foam on the face in this inside section, but those 2 turns outside are going to fetch some pretty good numbers. Again, going to the layback turn there, but that one in the lip rather than out on the face.
Pretty reliable type of turn for guys like Jack Robinson.
Or even a guy like me. That's a turn I go to pretty often as well, because it's very dynamic, and you know, the difficulty is there, but ultimately the power is showcased because you're leaning back on your rails, and so it feels so good when you're carrying a ton of speed and you're putting your heels into that steep face. It is no other feeling like it. It's a turn to go to pretty much try every wave.
Exactly. Important heat for Jack. We talked about the slide in the rankings. A man that held the yellow jersey this year. Looked like he was kind of going to run things on the championship tour after his win at Pipeline. Very consistent throughout the first part of the season until he lost to Xavier Huxtable at Bells, and he hasn't been able to win heat since then. A couple injuries to talk about there, as well as we see a nice view of this big open face hook. Driving through the wrap again, Callum Robson still fighting, even though he's got a severe combo against him. Big carve and tail release, doesn't need to hold anything back, and he'll get tangled up on the finish. But just having Connor in devastating form, a tough matchup for Callum. And looks like he's lost his board as well.
What a bummer. I mean, because I've had that happen here. And those rocks are very hard, and if your board dangles around in there, it's going to come up with a bunch of dings, and hopefully it keeps the fins on there.
Oh yeah, those rocks are cruel to your feet. They're cruel to your body.
My feet right now are sore. I was just saying, like, I was talking to Luke Egan, and he's like, hey, you know, the oysters, there's this oyster kind of barnacles left on the rocks there, and they're little, you know, blades. And as soon as you get cuts on your feet, I was like, yeah, I kind of cut my feet yet last night. I washed them up pretty good, but I woke up this morning and they were stinging.
Oh, man.
Makes me want to wear my booties.
Part of the territory here. Yeah, exactly.
I was like, I don't need booties. It's warm here. And you don't really for the cold part. It's the rocks.
It's the rocks where you definitely want them. Here's Kelly setting up at first off the top. Nice control there. Arcs it out in front. Remember, chasing Jack Robinson. He's got some open face to fill in there with a quick whip in the pocket, keeping that higher line. Now, hard off the bottom, controlled slide from Kelly. Whips it harder on the bowling part of the wave, but we lose him. So on the most critical part of the wave, he ends up falling on a very important maneuver.
That would have been a good maneuver to finish with, right? I mean, it was very important to finish in those last most critical section, especially on that wave. It didn't have that outside steep part. And considering what he would have taken from that 517 early, he was kind of on his way to a similar style of score, of low scoring affair, not low scoring, but lower scoring affair for Jack and Kelly in the non-priority portion of this heat. Take a look at the replay here. So it's a mid-sized set wave, and what I think Kelly identified was that it was going to run down the reef pretty quickly. You saw how stretched out the line was, but ultimately on your forehand, you can kind of get there. Some nice work there. Nothing super dynamic on the outside section, but this is where the wave steepens up, where the critical sections happened, and unfortunately the error in this one steep portion right here. Would have loved to have seen him ride out of the bottom and get one more move off there. Probably would have matched Jack's scores, at least one of his scores. But at this case, I feel like it's going to come below again.
So Kelly and Jack still have some time, but we just finished off a super heat for Connor O'Leary. 9.57, his best ever number in his career on the championship tour, as he eliminates Callum Robson and moves on into the round of 16. Big backside hammers from Connor, looking for more perfect conditions. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
the most important rule of all is to not run. Just be present in the moment, try and keep the noise to a minimum. Ready? Do it. Let's do it.
Getting on foot and kind of looking more at the details of what goes on out here.
He's doing what he would have been doing naturally.
My first time actually being on foot, you become part of their world.
It's cool, just a day or two out here and you learn a whole lot.
So this is a hippo track going in this direction.
The different footprints and the different dungs.
With Ryan and Dung, you'll find it's only grass. I like it that.
So nice.
You see all of the calves? They would have been born a couple of weeks ago.
We offer a wildlife safari experience. We've got people coming here from all around the world just to come and experience the wild, pure nature.
It's just beautiful out here, and we got a really lucky day. It was hardly any wind. You get to see how the whole thing works and interacts. We love it.
This is definitely one of my favorite spots on the reserve. Beautiful view of all the valleys, and you can see basically all of the big five at any general game.
Last minute coming on a day like this and getting to stay here at Shamwari. Things like this are part of what makes being on tour special.
Charismatic macrofauna of Shamwari Game Reserve. And this part of the world is definitely a place that lets you know you're feeling alive. Beautiful scenes there. But now back down to the serious business. Championship Tour competition elimination round. We'll check out the Hawaiian Baron Mamiya taking on the local. Lives right here overlooking the point. Matt McGillivray. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you guys through it. Richie, love it, mate. How you feeling on the action so far this morning?
Oh, reveling in it, Paul. It's just been incredible. The waves have turned up, and our surfers have really turned up as well. Both the men's and the women's have been laying down some incredible scores.
Smooth energy down the line here with a big whip in turn, Baron. That trademark style from him as he just drills away and looking to build for something in here. He thought about building up to something, had changed his mind and possibly getting caught slightly in two minds, loses it on the wrap-in turn to finish. Plenty of time for him. The overlapping format here and getting something from the non-priority status. The other side of this heat, the priority heat, sees Jack Robinson with a bit of a lead over Kelly. And here's a replay of Matt McGillivray, the local.
Yeah, Matty, so he's got the hometown support with him here. Some beautiful snaps to start this wave off. Now he just focuses his energy down the line, takes to the air, gets the spin, but just loses it off the back of the wave there. And here's a replay of Baron Mamiya streaking down the line, very front-footed in his approach. Tends to ride a shorter, smaller board. You can see he tucks that back foot in, that back knee, as he goes through these maneuvers. Really dynamic, and I feel like Baron's chances get better and better as the waves get bigger and bigger. Obviously coming from Hawaii. Just get caught up on that last little carve there. Just caught an edge. Here goes Kelly, live action.
Slater ripping in. Lays it back in the pocket, into the lip. Just gives it a little clip and then makes room for himself off the bottom turn. Slicing on that board. Picking up speed through the bottom turn and then going over a section. Lands into a fade. And again, keeps it real tight in the pocket. Tries to squeeze the final turn in, which he does with some success. And then right behind him, going down pretty hard. Looked like Jack Robinson having a swing.
Yeah, the wind's sort of gone quite calm, almost dead calm over the last 20 minutes to half an hour. And that's what it's creating is that little bit of surface texture back there again, that surface bump that's perhaps tripping up some of our competitors. But let's look at the replay here of Kelly Slater. So as he's done so many times before, just that quick wrapping snap, nice and tight in the pocket, little hack under the lip, gets out in front of this one. Some nice work through the inside section here. Another bigger wrap there. Just got caught slightly on that bottom turn, streaks down the line, check fade, up into another clean snap, and then just somehow fits in that final maneuver. I was so late to the party as he hit that lip, but managed to ride out of that one, so good work there.
Been quite a lot of talk about Kelly's equipment of recent seasons. How do you like the way this board's performing?
This one's not looking too bad under his feet. Definitely in the opening round. I don't know whether he was riding this is the same board, but the opening round, the board looked just a little off in the rocker. Looked like it was pushing water potentially as Kelly was going into some of his turns, but he looks centered on this one. You can tell he's just feeling good. Looks like he's in control. The board's not holding him back. That's the real sign of a good magic board, is when the surfer is just doing what they want at will.
So smooth on the face, beautiful conditions, and the crowd in full voice here. There's an attack, the non-priority heat from McGillivray will have to give way. And he goes opening up with a power turn. Robbo gathers off the bottom and just pings himself out of the lip. And again, just slicing down. Similar kind of turn from him, just building that momentum onto an inside, and once again, airdrop energy. And using that strong physique. He's got some powerful legs, this Jack Robinson. He gets a good finish.
Yeah, just building here, isn't he? He's looking to replace that one of those pocket sixes that he has in the scoreline. And now's the time to shine. They're in the priority lead situation now. They're going to have free rein, and you saw Jack Robinson just taking priority over Matty McGillivray. That was a good-looking wave. Some nice work done. What I do like about Jack is how he comes from behind the section up into the lip and then projects out. Check the replay here. So this is Robbo's previous wave. Nice and smooth on the open face, a big long carve to start off. Now he gets a bit more vertical in his approach. Brings it down the line here. Quick check snap, sets up this inside section, and just comes unstuck. So it goes down quite hard. So this is Matty McGillivray right up the point on the inside. Was looking fantastic as this wave was lining up, and then Jack Robinson just went, nope, I'll take it. Nice strong bottom turn. Ton of spray on that first turn. And that was I was talking about, Paul, just coming from behind up into that pockety section. Now gets back out on the face and gets that couple of final finishing turns here. So he's going to challenge to better that 6-point ride.
Looking a bit more like the Jack Robinson we've grown accustomed to. Have you been surprised to see him struggle a bit to regain some of that momentum?
Oh, look, I have, but to be honest with you, it's, you know, when you're a competitor and things are sliding, it's easy to just get on that slide and keep sliding. You've got to find a way to cut it off, to redirect your mental status and your confidence, and really find your form again. And you know, the slumps can be as, you know, as long as the winning streaks as well. So he seems to be climbing his way back out of it. Been chatting with Matty Bemrose a lot over the last couple of days, and just even hanging with Jack a little bit too. He seems upbeat, he seems confident. The body, they keep telling me, is in tip-top shape, back to 100%. And I think we're starting to see that confidence in the jersey come back now.
It was just another part, a critical part really, in an elite athlete. In terms of what they need to be able to do, come back, show that resilience. You're going to get injuries. It's all about how you recover from it, all about how you pick up the performance. He's going all right in this one. He's nudging the score up. Flat 7 in from the panel. That goes with his 6. And a bit of pressure towards Slater now. He's got numbers of that order as well. He's got 6.33. And the requirement similar to that. Another 6.6 from Slater to go into the lead here against Jack Robinson, who's just adding pressure, surfing himself into form and finding good rhythm with the wave.
Yeah, it's a close heat though. This is not out of the realms for Kelly to steal this in the final 10 minutes. And I feel like in comparison, Jack and Kelly, Jack's maybe just got a little bit of an edge on the pace at the moment, just going maybe a little bit faster through the rides. But here goes, well, this looks like Matty McGillivray.
Opening up the local, putting loads on a rail, a smaller wave, just parks himself for a little bit of vision inside the tube, and then comes out swinging, air reverse.
Oh, that looked nasty. That you can, whenever that back foot slips off the tail pad on that landing, it's just inviting a tear there to the knee, but he looks okay. This is nothing for him compared to what he's been doing in the warm-ups for this event.
Well, we saw some vision of Slater and our mate Strider enjoying the game reserve. Just a little bit up the coast and inland. If you head down in the other direction, there's about a 250-meter gorge. And Matt McGillivray Did a bit of base jumping, hiked out there on the verge of the highway, jumped off with a parachute, plummeted back towards Earth, opens the chute at the last minute. Landed, yeah, sort of on dark, had to hike up with kind of baboons and stuff in the bush and just takes it all in his stride. He's so impressive and casual and calm in everything he does. An incredible surfer. And so far in this one, a couple of opportunities for him. You just can't help really admire someone basically living their best life.
Yeah, he's incredible and one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. You'd never pick that. He's just an adrenaline junkie and just loves to jump out of planes and off buildings and off bridges. But really has improved his standing on the World Tour over the last couple of years. Okay, good looking ride here for Kelly.
Slater, here he goes. Opens up with a float. And then into the pocket here, just juices one. Setting up with the bottom turn, pumping. Snap in the pocket from him. Speed down the line here. Opens up that upper body. And he's looking down as this one just stretches out in front of him. Into the lip, snaps it, recovers well with the airdrop, tries to fit another turn in. That one will be unsuccessful. Meanwhile, right behind him, Robbo cracks one. And this wave's pretty quick and it will run away here. As we just pick up the final two maneuvers of Jack Robinson. He's got a little bit of a lead over Kelly Slater prior to that last exchange. It's not a big one. And a tight heat, an entertaining one. And we'll just keep swinging. Here goes Barron, opens up on a rail. A smaller wave is nice and clean on the face for him. And he gets his board going all the way back the other way. When you do that, you need to get on the front foot. It's what he does here. Streaking down the line with speed. And then applying loads of pressure. A little too much, grabs the rail. And he'll go down. They'll be disappointed.
Yeah, just not quite clicking as yet, Baron Mamiya. But let's check out the replay of Kelly's wave here. Beautiful takeoff. Sort of a lip gliding projection floater down the line. Now he gets the wrap back into the power source. Look how low Kelly stays. And just keeping all the energy in those legs as he springs into each turn. And again, just for a moment there, thinking he was going to hunt the barrel, but the wave slows up. So again, gets that little shimmy, that little two-stage kind of snap into floater, but then forces the issue and doesn't make it. So let's see what happens. Well, Jack Robbo takes to the air and gets the full rotation. So a high-risk maneuver to start off this ride. Comes through the inside, quick snap, and you can see there's just that little bit more speed in what Jack's doing as he's firing off the lip.
We'll wait for that number to drop in for, well, that exchange, Slater and Robinson. In the meantime, someone who went excellent, went huge on the backhand. Conor O'Leary is with AJ.
Conor O'Leary coming in with a huge smile on your face, as you should. That wave just seemed like one that you were thriving in. What was it about them that you were able to take advantage?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, when it's a size like this, it's a lot more, I guess better favoured for the goofy footers. It's not favoured, I mean, but it's easier for us to be able to kind of square up, and it's a bit of a slower pace. So, yeah, I mean, I was lucky that Cal kind of looked at the 8 I got, and it kind of looked a bit fat, but I was like, as a backsider, it's kind of worth having a go, and I had second priority anyway, and yeah, it ended up being pretty good. And then, yeah, the 9 was just the gift that kept on giving. It just kept going and going and going. I was like, okay, here we go, and again. But yeah, really happy.
Yeah, that 9.57, your highest CT score on a wave to date. What do you think you were able to showcase on that wave?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working a lot on the back end. I mean, we go ride a lot on tour, and to be able to try and, I guess, showcase a lot of variety is hard to do on your back end. You know, there's only a handful of maneuvers you can do, and I guess being confident in you know, doing big turns and feeling like, you know, I can take my time and pick my spots and make it quality instead of trying to do a lot is something that I've been focusing on this year. And yeah, it's been working so far, which has been great.
I would say so. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, 今日のサポートいつもありがとうございました。次のラウンド夕方なのでもっといい波に乗って応援お願いします。
おめでとう. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Well, the powerful, solid Goofies have an incredible history at this iconic wave, going back through the generations. Conor O'Leary They can put his name in that ring, and an incredible performance from him. And what a way, that elimination round, possible, obviously, banana skin and getting out of it, but doing it in style as well with huge numbers, Rich.
Yeah, that was an incredible heat. And I've said it before over the last couple of months. For me, Conor O'Leary, certainly the most improved goofy footer, possibly the most improved surfer on the championship tour over the last 12 to 18 months. Just seems to be getting stronger and more confident in everything he's doing.
And we think about tour surfers, some of them having a bit of a niche, and he's in that, probably the biggest guy on tour, the heaviest surfer on tour, throwing maybe more spray than anyone else, and he looks to be relishing that role.
Well, he's figuring out what his tools are, and he's exploiting them and taking advantage of the fact that he can put all that power and energy into each and every turn. You know, his boards are up around the 32.5 litre mark, so a bit more foam than most of the other surfers on tour, and he seems to have found his place in the way he competes.
All right, here we go, as we'll check out a nice entry from the goats. Looking to come back at Jack Robinson here. And surfing in the pocket, really just kind of clipping the lip, unable to really unleash, and he'll get himself inside the tube here, parks it in a really hollow section, comes out sort of down the bottom of the wave rather than running out the front, and right behind him, relentless from Jack Robinson. What's he got for us here? He's loading up the alley-oop. He loses it in the rotation. All sorts of oohs and ahs going down from the crowd as they just watched the greatest of all time get barreled. And they watched incredible Jack Robinson going big in the air with that rotation, having a little look around, seeing exactly where Slater is. 2.5 on the clock. We're waiting for numbers here.
Yeah, not sure what Jack did on the opening stages of that ride, but perhaps maybe a little indecisive on that final maneuver there, going for something. But let's get back to Kelly's replay. So a snap to start things off, and another quick little snap here. But you could see this little crease in the wave, the double up. So this is two swells converging, and you know Kelly just getting that perfect barrel stance, getting some vision here. So the first real barrel of the event, and of course the greatest of all time was always going to find it. And just so comfortable out here through the Super Tube section. He's looking good. Let's not forget that this man is 51 years old and has been doing it for over 3 decades. Jack Robinson. So a little bit foamy on the face here. Gets a big open swoop to start off. Little foam tap, and then realised at this point he needed something special, so just goes for the giant alley-oop and loses it. So yeah, it's a real critical moment in this heat with only 1 minute 23 on the clock. So some important scores coming down here for Kelly.
Judges will assign numbers here, and Kelly's drops in 6.07. Not enough, not what he needed. He did bring that requirement down a touch with his previous effort, but he comes in about half a point short. So 6.07. And
not happy.
It doesn't look overjoyed about it. You just think whenever you slow yourself down like that in a small inside tube, they do have to be real deep. You've got to kind of disappear, Rich.
Yeah, and they do, like the judges, you know, pay attention when if you just isolate the barrel ride, tube ride, you know, they want to see you completely disappear and driving through sections, not sort of slowing down. As dynamic and fun and exciting as it was to watch Kelly do this, you know, when you actually break it down and analyze it with a fine eye, you know, the judges have been quite critical.
Overall, just compare the sort of flow to his waves and the energy as well. Every time he's got a wave, it just feels like Jack Robinson's right there behind him, or even if he's ridden the wave previous, maybe just a little more speed and a little extra jazz out of the turns. There's just something there that you can't help but make that comparison, just as a surfer, as a spectator in your mind. Kenny Slater will count down here. And it looks like it'll be Jack Robinson avoiding an elimination, and Kelly Slater.
Wow, big heat, close, you know, and we did see some great form there from Kelly Slater. Unfortunately, he will be out of the event, and one of the greatest to ever do it here. What a treat to watch him.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing him over in Tahiti. We'll look forward to seeing Jack Robinson go through the next round. He has been stuck in this elimination round last couple of events. He'll be absolutely delighted, particularly to get the scalp of the GOAT. And it's still pumping at J-Bay. Men's elimination round in the water. More live action from South Africa after the break.
Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to live action here at J-Bay. And our surf forecast, it promised us much for today. It didn't disappoint. Some bated breath early morning in the duck, waiting to see exactly what this ocean would deliver, and it's delivered us some real quality scores. Loads of stuff in the excellent range thus far. We're picking up live vision here of the Hawaiian Baron Mamiya. Nice aggressive turn from him. That'll feel a lot better. And cleaning up on the rail. Looking to try and beat this section for speed, really. It gets the better of him for a little while. Now he gets able to attack. And really crucial to get that finish. Mamiya, nothing really on the board. A couple of threes thus far. Also, McGillivray in this same heat, just small numbers for them. We'll welcome in a brand new pairing. We'll see Ryan Callanan and just watch his good buddy, his stable mates, fellow Australian goofy Conor O'Leary go great out here. He's taken on Seth Meniz. Another great looking matchup. And this looks like a replay of our Cal.
Yeah, so Ryan Callanan getting things going here. Another one of those powerful, strong, goofy footers. And has been in great form of late. So Ryan just starting to wind up here. That's a beautiful turn. And just, you can always judge the power of these turns by the amount of spray our surfers send skyward. And Ryan sending a ton of spray on that second turn. Comes through to the inside, gets a good clean finish. So not a bad wave under priority. And this was Baron Mamiya. Looked better on this one, I thought, Paul. Just looked more centered. Looked like he was just perhaps a little bit lower on the board. And was well in control of each and every turn. That second snap potentially being the highlight moment of the ride so far. As he comes all the way through to the inside. Looks to finish off. Better paced. He looked patient the way he was placing his turns. And a much better rhythm on that wave compared to his previous.
You can almost see the relief on his face there as he just exhaled as he stomped that last maneuver. And McGillivray, he knows these rocks well. Nevertheless, it's not where he wants to be mid-heat. We saw him signaling and gone in for the board change. And just look at that, the tidal drain out here. And there's all sorts of nastiness through there. And he will take his time here and just be patient. Look after that board, get himself to deep enough water. And he can do a duck dive with confidence. McGillivray at the moment on the rocks. And there's all sorts of trouble in there, potentially.
Yeah, well, that's at the top of the keyhole there at high tide. It is quite an easy entry into the lineup when there's enough water over those rocks. But I think we're getting quite close, another hour or so until we're going to hit low tide. So Matty will just be trying to keep the bottom of the board and the fins intact. You know, even now our surfers quite fussy. They never like to scratch up, you know, any part of the board or the equipment. Keep it in A1 condition, but Matty's done this millions of times. So
let's check in with Strider down the beach.
Yeah, we're just down here. Kelly running up the stairs, getting away from the crowd. I got stuck behind in the crowd, but Kelly running up the stairs, handed his board off, and now he's up into the competitors area really quickly. So it's just, I don't know, kind of a sentiment of the head down, but on the beach, everybody enjoying what he was doing and giving him all the thanks in the world. So probably mixed emotions for Kelly Slater.
Mixed emotions, Strider, but safe to say he's not very happy.
Chase of 5 to take the heat lead. Baron Mamiya sitting on a 4.83. And
Slater back up in the Red Bull athlete zone. And just reflecting on a tough, close heat with Jack Robinson there. Looked to show a little bit of disappointment with his number. He did a mid-6, he got a low 6. It's narrow margins, Rich.
Yeah, and you know, in the scheme of today's scores and what we've seen, I think that judging was quite fair, and I think it was accurate. You know, we've seen some incredible rides today, so the judges are comparing that. They're always, you know, setting the scale at the start of the day, start of the heat, and then everything flows from that. And I think Kelly, you know, he performed well, but you can see here clearly thinking that perhaps there was a couple more points on that, and that was the ride that could have got him through that heat. And, you know, you'd have to think that Kelly was coming into J-Bay going, this is one of my pet events. You know, I've won here multiple times. He's so comfortable here. I think he's the greatest to ever do it out here. But, yeah, unfortunately not getting through. And you know, who knows how many times we're going to see him back at J-Bay.
Oh, a real privilege to watch him in action here, but of course, it is very high-level elite competition. If the numbers don't tally up, you get eliminated, and reputation and all that stuff will get you so far. Kelly Slater has struggled this season, and an early elimination for him here at Jeffreys Bay. Callanan swinging the axe here, as he'll go down into the bowl, and a nice big hit from him, just firing up that spray. Just clips this one with the speed because you can see the section running away here. Oh. Nice, and Vert opens up. He is a powerful unit, and an authoritative finish as well from him as he gathers that. And looking to try and dial in and come from behind here. McGillivray in the pocket, into the lip. Nicely done. He's a strong lad.
You can hear the hometown crowd just going absolutely ham, supporting their man, Matty McGillivray, and can't wait to see what work he got done on the outside. But Ryan Callanan, wow, that was an incredible wave. These goofy footers, they've picked up on the pace of J-Bay today, and they've really brought it. Some incredible rides, and Ryan's going to have a big advantage over Seth. The start of this heat. So a quick hit to start off. The projection glide down the line, and now he starts to wind up. Just pay attention to the spray on this turn coming up here. So sets the bottom turn, drags it out, now tags the lip, and gets that beautiful transition in the finish. So I think he'll possibly extend on that 6.83. Just picture perfect placement. And there's similarities, isn't there, when you look at Connor O'Leary and you look at Ryan Callanan, just in their frame and the way that they stand on the board and how low they get. Have a look at the size of the thighs on this kid, mate. He's got so much power. Through the inside, and a great way to finish. So you can tell he's starting to build confidence within this heat situation. Matty McGillivray streaking down the line, super deep, so straight out of the keyhole. Tags the lip, just gets caught a little bit on his toes, but manages to get around it. And so just the one manoeuvres thus far. Now he gets a clean wrap and gets into these this finishing turn, a big lip floater. Did well, but only a couple of major manoeuvres on that one.
It's been a slow heat, that one. The scores have been much more modest than everything else we've seen so far. No one throwing anything particularly legit. Haven't troubled the fives thus far. Just over 12 to go in this. The local McGillivray with a massive support here might burst through that mid-range mark and put a bit of a marker down against Baron Mamiya. Improved himself, got that high 4 for his previous to laugh, but Matty will just add a little pressure here with a 5.33. I just feel like these two have got loads more to show us.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? It can be a point of frustration for a competitor when you're out there. J-Bay's doing its thing. It's perfect 6 foot. You know, you go out there with the intention of putting your best foot forward and dropping some excellent numbers. And when you're struggling to get even a 5 or a 6, you can start to get a little wound up. But here we go, live action with Baron.
Beautiful entry for the Hawaiian and a nice turn to open up. Committing the rail, and again, just knifing through that section. There's a stinging snap with speed. So much better from him, showing the variety. Pushes hard on the tail again, good aggression.
Oh no!
And just that wave gets a weird wobble, and he loses it on the bottom turn. Not loads more on offer potentially, but nevertheless, he wanted a strong finish.
Oh gosh, as he was doing that, I was thinking he's found something here. He's started to click into gear. He's finding his confidence with each and every turn. You can see that he was relaxing into it. I do like his pace a lot better now, though, Paul. I think he's timing these manoeuvres. So great slash to start off, and again, a bit more power in that one. You can see he's just up the tempo of the manoeuvres and just waiting patiently, positioning them on the wave exactly where they need to be done. And then unfortunately here just hit a little ridge and just got caught overextending on the bottom turn, but love this water angle. You can see Baron just really starting to lean onto that heel-side rail through the turns. And whenever that surfboard rail is digging in, that's when the power kicks right in. It's a little tail release there, so showing something different, bringing that variety, and then just sort of got caught. A little bit tall, a little straight-legged.
Jack Robinson just eliminated the GOAT. He's with AJ.
Jack, just reflecting on the last time you were standing here at the glass, it was Bells. It has been such a journey for you to make it back here. Walk us through what it took.
Oh, it's been long. Yeah, it's been like a long time, maybe what, 4 events now. So yeah, just so much has happened since then, and that meant a lot. That heat, even though it's only round 2, I knew it was going to happen at some point, I thought, but it was like, oh, just when, like, and I thought it was going to be Brazil, and then I was like, all right, let's just try and keep trusting it and keep trusting, and then yeah, just tried to enjoy it a lot this morning, because I don't know, I feel like I haven't really been enjoying the first couple of events when I was back after the injury. It's like, oh yeah, everyone wants you to come back and it's super cool, but you put so much pressure on yourself, so I felt like I wasn't enjoying it. And
how have you had to work through taking the pressure off of yourself? What have you done to get back to just surfing the way you want to and having fun?
I mean, once you are out there and actually surfing the waves and doing it, you're not really thinking. So I was like, oh, why am I thinking about all this? I shouldn't be thinking of everything outside of the water. Just go and have fun. This is why I love it. So it's hard to do though, because every one of us on tour, I feel like, you know, we just worry about so much other stuff outside of the water. But yeah, yeah, just trying to dial in and visualize it, you know. So.
This is a big moment for you. Also, since you've been here, a big moment for you and Julia, announcing that you're welcoming a little one into the world very soon. Yeah. Share a little bit about what that emotional journey has been like.
Yeah, that's been oh, it's hard to even put it into words really, because yeah, just I know that's coming, and then yeah, that happened actually. I think it was around Bells when I heard, and then I was like super grateful at that moment. I was just so happy. I was like, whew, okay, everything's coming, and yeah, it's been quite the journey now. It's like it's going to be December, I think, that is due. So yeah, super exciting and good time for me off season, and I don't know, it just gives me so much excitement, you know, and motivation for me.
As it should. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, Rich, there's just something a bit different about Jack Robinson. The way he answers his questions, he's so honest. His appraisals, there doesn't seem to be much of a filter there. He's a pretty unique character on tour.
Yeah, he's not overly guarded. Honest, you hit the word. That's the greatest way to describe him. And you know, it's easy to get drawn into that. It's easy to like him because of that. And the other thing I think is really interesting is just the head noise, you know, and being able to quieten that down, just get back to the purity of it when you're competing, and just surfing what's in front of you, you know, moment to moment. That's how you have to compete, because as soon as that head noise creeps in, that's when things start to go bad.
Well, he's enjoying himself here at Jeffreys Bay thus far, looking to get back on the roll. He found himself on at this event last season, where he was incredible out here in pumping conditions and looking to bring that energy back. Let's get caught up with numbers in the water right now. During that interview, we heard big voices from the beach just willing on the South African, the local from J Bay, McGillivray at the moment, looking for a number. He's got a couple of 5s locked in, so his 2 best. But he needs a 5.91 at the moment. That's 6.5 from Baron Mamiya. His last effort incomplete on the last section, but nevertheless the work done out the back, the variety and the speed, the sharpness, good enough for 6.5. Just putting a little extra point of difference between him and Matt so far in this. Still 6 on the clock though. They got priority. Matt knows the lineup. Baron has priority in the heat though.
Yeah, you'd think that you know, Baron could actually be another point in front. An extra point if he'd made that final turn on the wave. He left a point on that one, and well, he goes Ryan Callanan.
Callanan whipping one to open up, and then just building with a snap down out of the lip. Oh, gets loads of that, gets hold of it, and gives it a good wrench, and he'll go floating and down through a smooth section. Another big hit from him. Doesn't need loads of swing to bring the power. And still going here, another big hit from Ryan Callanan. And this one just gets steep through the inside, and he'll tag it. Just relentless, really, from Ryan Callanan. And really exerting all sorts of dominance over Seth Menez, who's been nowhere in this one thus far.
I'm wondering, did Ryan actually have priority then, or did Seth miss that wave? And Barron and Matthew, I don't know what they were all up there, and Ryan just got that little chip shot in. And what an amazing conversion. Just on the backhand, timing was perfect. Loved how he came off that little lip hit, dropped straight back on the bottom turn and held it, extended it. Just managed to really harness all that power off the bottom with these blasting turns off the top. And just a series of maneuvers here. So 7 or 8 strong turns from Ryan on this wave. Gets the finish, and you could tell he was happy with that one, but the legs were burning, no doubt. So just firing off the lip here. Look how compressed he gets. Jams it up into the pocket again, and then watch, jump straight onto that heel side bottom turn. Pivots off the bottom, off the top. Gets a little bit more tail release on that one. And the big fella from Newcastle, some huge swooping turns here. And he's building, so making things very difficult for Seth in the opening stages of this heat. Here we go. Seth Menez, just a quick in and out, so wave choice, a little bit questionable at the moment.
Just over 25.5 minutes in that non-priority red heat, but at the moment it's Callanan adding pressure, turning the screw. 8-5 drops in for that series of backhand hammers, each one just slightly different from Ryan. And going in the excellent range, as his buddy just did, Connor O'Leary. So that Goofy Foot squad pretty happy so far. And there we go, big smile on his dial.
Why wouldn't you be? To pick that up, you know, not in the priority heat is an incredible achievement, really. And way out in front. So he's built himself a fantastic heat tally, and he hasn't even got into the priority situation. So he's going to keep building as well, and that puts Seth Menez on the back foot.
What do you do now, Seth? You're on the wrong side of a combo right now, and not only that, you've got nothing really going. He hasn't. I'm not sure he's really done a bottom turn. I think we just saw him pull into a quick closeout tube section, didn't we? But other than that, he's got nothing going. How does he pick this up?
Well, I mean, the first thing he's got to do is maintain composure and control and not get stressed out by the situation. You know, he's in the championship tour for a reason, because he's an amazing surfer. And we know that Seth has got all the capabilities to drop some huge numbers here. So he just needs to, like, mentally stay in control, not get flustered, but he needs to convert on this next wave, because you got the feeling if he lets an opportunity go, Ryan's going to capitalise and really lock him out of the heat. So the next wave for Seth is crucial for him to drop a good score.
Has a think about doing that, but he's way deep on that one, and Barron Mamia will collect this one and say thanks very much. It's super clean and dreamy looking on the face as he swoops off the top, just gathers himself in the pocket. That smooth style from him looks so good when he connects, and he mixes it up with a beautiful blow tail, reverses it out the lip, and just loses traction, really. Foot slipped off.
Interesting maneuver choice. At this point in the heat, you know, he's out in front, but not by much. And he was on his way to a really good score here. So Barron just drives off the bottom here. Wrapping turn, aggressive with the first one and the second, staying nice and high on the wave. Now he directs the energy down the line. And, you know, without sort of seeing the wave reel off down the line, there was maybe a couple of extra points if he had just continued on and surfed the wave to its entirety. But you know, you got to give him some props for having a go, because if he had pulled that maneuver and he was 90% there, it would have been a giant score. But here comes Matty McGillivray.
Here goes the local McGillivray, clips one. Crowd willing him into a section here, looking for a 5.91 prior to that last score, dropping in. Here he goes, building up speed from a high line, patient from him. Just prods one into a lip line and then hits it late. The crowd will certainly give him the score. That won't affect the judges' decision. They'll be pretty cool-headed about where that goes numerically. We are due a number, though, from Baron Mamiya. If he improves on a 4.83, Matt's job, that'll get more difficult. And an exciting finish to a heat that took a little while to get going, but it really caught fire with those exchanges towards the end there. A crucial number to come in for Baron before that last wave for Matt McGillivray.
I can't help but think that Baron Mamiya could have closed this heat out. If he had just surfed that wave and completed it with some good, strong maneuvers, he'd look good on the opener. I feel like he's going to increase his score, but let's have a look at what Matty McGillivray got done outside. Drives off the bottom, tags the first turn. Just S-turning on the bottom part of the wave here. So getting a series of clean snaps done. Comes around this longer section here. Important 2 maneuvers. The big lip drifting floater there. It sort of forces the issue, but gets up and over the roof. Rides out cleanly. So it's not a sure thing. I don't get the feeling that's definitely a 6 or a 7. Back to live action with Brian.
Just opening him up the full body into those big hits from him. Callanan with good numbers on the board already. He's gone excellent with the 8.5. He's got a 7.1 as well. And it's one-way traffic in that heat, but our attention remains with the heat that featured this guy, Matt McGillivray. He had an equipment malfunction, had to come in, change boards, get himself back out. He's been chasing it down really here. We saw quick vision of Baron, who looked a bit nervy in the lineup. To your point, Rich, about could have closed it out by maybe going a bit safer. Decided to take risk. We like that. Didn't come off for him on that occasion. Let's see where that exchange goes. Our judges will be taking their time to really dial in and make sure they nail these numbers here. The crowd love this guy, Matt McGillivray, and a real hero in this part of the world for his achievements. He's not the loudest guy on land, but the stuff he's able to do with his surfboards and in other forms of adrenaline activities, very, very impressive indeed. And he'll take that full support from the crowd, but we'll wait to see where this goes with the panel. It's still with them right now. And we are waiting for numbers here. And it will be Baron Mamiya. His score will then lead us, you would think, to the requirement for McGillivray. And if Baron can improve, that number will nudge up. 5.91 it was prior to that, Rich. Didn't get a strong finish, did he, Matt? Was the stuff out the back enough?
Oh, look, it's so borderline. Like, I feel like it's right there at the number right now. It, you know, being critical, there was not one moment where I was kind of drawn to grunt or get on the edge of my feet, on the edge of my seat, excuse me. It was good, tidy surfing. You know, he sort of went through the motions on that wave, but it wasn't, he didn't close it out. He didn't make it just a definite, easy decision for the judges. And neither did Baron, for that matter. You know, I felt like Baron, it was a story of 2 halves. The second half, he got more aggressive, cleaned up his surfing with a bit more intent, but still had, I mean, he must have fallen 5 or 6 times in that heat.
It was face turns out the back as well, wasn't it, from Baron? He was carving with speed and aggression, but not really attacking the lip as such. Needed the finish really to make it safe. Just thinking about that 4.83 and his chance of improving that and pushing up the requirement. And the time that it's taking certainly leads us to believe that it's close. They could have easily just put in a number and there, you know, we would know where we are. But the fact that it's taken this long means they're having a real good look at this. Baron Mamiya, let's see where this one goes as he'll bring this in and just wait to hear his fate, really. Matt McGillivray just looks relaxed and calm. He's not, doesn't seem to be feeling undue pressure. Number in for Baron. It'll just be a throwaway for him, 4.37, so doesn't improve. And you mentioned how costly that last maneuver, the selection of the move, and the fact he didn't make it could be. So it's still the 5.91 for Matt, the requirement.
Well, this has become real interesting. You know, for sure, Baron would have improved his score if he finished the ride. Matty McGillivray. So they will be looking, well, they'll be looking at both his scores and saying, is it a half a point better? Because that's the score where we need to land. That 5.91, nervous times. And you can see Baron Mamiya coming in. This is, you know, this is an important decision. You know, this is a heat. Each heat is a crucial moment on the tour. There's money, there's points involved.
There's pumping J-Bay in the forecast as well. They'll want to just keep surfing.
Well, that's the other thing. You know, you want to have multiple opportunities to surf one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. So let's have a look at this final wave here. So a nice clean snap to start things off. And another snap. That one was more directed down the line. That was a better one. So that third turn is sort of the highlight of the wave so far. And streaking down the line here, a lip glide floater. And then he forces it again. I'm actually going to say that he got it. I reckon it's a flat 6.
All right, numbers starting to drop in. One judge says, okay, so here we go. It's going to be super tight here. 5.91 the requirement.
That 5th number needs to be higher, otherwise it's not going to happen.
And 3 judges have said no thus far. 1 said yes. Just waiting his fate here. Matt McGillivray, and it comes in under a 5.8, so not quite there. It's super close.
That's as close as it gets.
And disappointment for the South African contingent. Delight for Baron Mamiya, the Hawaiian. A super tight heat, that one. A bit of an error at the end. Kept the door open for Matt McGillivray, but coming in just under. And Baron Mamiya will look to continue his campaign here at the Corona J-Bay Open. More live action. Still pumping super clean too. We're loving it. We'll be right back. Another great looking matchup in the elimination round. Kiowa Belly coming in here, ranked 14th. Jordy Smith, a local 2-time winner at Jeffreys Bay, and has a read like no other on this lineup. And we'll pick up. Setman is here looking to get going. And just prodding it really. Nice spring in his step off the bottom. And then wraps one with a bit more authority. Again, into the lip. Nice light touch from him. Just kind of caresses that turn down. And then throws in a layback to finish. Much, much better.
Wow, great finishing turn there. And this is live action of Kyo.
Kyo parks it, drags both hands, disappears. A belly driving through a section. Comes out with a ton of speed. Grabs the rail. Beautiful power surfing into the lip. A belly again in the barrel, driving still here. Can't make it out of the second tube, but a blistering start to his heat. I love this. Kiowa Belly straight at it. And here we go. The South Africans, well, another chance to cheer for them. As we see Big Jordy Smith, smooth as you like, and it'll open up with that wrapping turn on a rail at a wave he knows and loves so well. Into the lip, stings it, and then just that quiet, calm body throws up a great turn right past Kiowa Belly. Opens up on a rail again, and he'll go into the tube there. Looks like it lipped him in the face, and you know what? He's good enough to hang on.
Wow, the big fella just holding on there. The wave did its best to knock him off, but geez, he looks comfortable on this wave, doesn't he? You know, you think about how many J-Bay right-handers Jordy's surfed in his lifetime. It must be in the thousands and thousands, and he just looks so good, so smooth. His turns, another one of the bigger fellas on tour. So the turns, when he does execute them, are just done with so much power.
Already the energy in that heat. The last one, they kind of chipped away a bit, and it was a bit tough, scrappy at times. But these two, Kyo and Jordy, from the get-go, unlocking major opportunities. Here's Callanan. He's already doing well in his heats. Realising not loads on offer there. And he'll look to try and get through that. I think Seth Moniz is still way down the point, so Ryan will look to stay in control of this one. He's already got a big total, 15.6 on the board for Ryan Callanan. Very much in control, much better effort from Seth Moniz with his previous wave, but right now just looking to get out a combo. And we're still just processing on that open exchange from Kyle Belly and Jordy Smith. That was so cool the way that heat started. Let's see where it goes with the panel.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff, and well, I think this is Jordy's opening ride here. Big open face slash to start things off. Look how composed he gets off the bottom. Another big wrap. Waits for his moment. Now he sits on the rail. Gets him straight back up into the lip. Bang, and again just drops the layback as he comes through to the inside. Now he's looking to find the tube. Just perhaps didn't quite get right up into the lip, but did well to stay on his feet. And well, this is Kyle Belly, so just setting up this long tube. So similar setup to what Kelly did, but the difference being, see how this is fanging down the line now. Kyo completely disappeared from view for a couple of seconds. And a beautiful carve as he comes out here. I think he even grabs the rail for stability, holds that rail carve for just a beautiful length of time, gets back on the toe side rail, straight up in that transition, clean surfing. And well, it just locks in as the wave rifles down the line and closes out, but I think he's going to build a big score on that.
Loads of momentum already in this heat. As we check out a big grin from Jordy Smith, 717 in for him, decent stuff. Great way to kick things off. That's actually his second wave that he rode in this one. Got another number to come in as well for him. There's all sorts going on out there. We're due a number for Kyle Belly. Good score for Seth Moniz, 733 for him.
Yeah, so this was Jordy's first wave, right? Yeah, so straight off the heat, smaller wave, and starts to show us these big wrapping turns from the South Africa. This was the 717. Smaller wave, slightly smaller, but Jordy coming through to the inside super tube section. Big layback snap, kind of loses it for a sec and then regains. Big lip glide floater, and then oh, gets a little tube time on the inside. Does he come out? Oh, yes, he does. And the crowd would have gone absolutely mayhem over that one. And this is Ryan Callanan outside, live action.
You can't take your eyes off this. An absolute screamer from Callanan. Check the speed from him in the lip. It hits him on the head, but he's strong and he hangs on. Callanan off the bottom and just putting it in the pocket nice and tight. This one will push out on the face a bit and he'll do a full roundhouse, which isn't something you see loads of when Jeffrey looks like this. And he'll hammer it again with a big turn to finish, going up vertical, aggressive, taking on the lip. He's looked real good value in this one. Kyle Belly absolutely caning it down the line, just belts it really hard, maybe getting a little overexcited there, pushing it into the lip, getting there perhaps a touch late. That'll be a small number for him. We're still waiting for a score for him. Still waiting for a score for Jordy Smith as well. And an absolute frenzy of activity, Rich.
Oh, we've had so many good waves ridden just over the last few minutes. And, well, Ryan Callanan against Seth Moniz. This heat is starting to come down to the wire here. And Seth, with that 7-3-3, he's got himself out of the combination situation. So that's good news for him. And he'll have a shot at this now. So Ryan's, yeah, it's interesting, Paul. Ryan is the third oldest surfer on the men's side of the tour now, and that's a weird thing to think about, because he's had a bit of a stop-start career. He's been on and off the tour a couple of times there, and I always think he's still kind of getting his career going. But he's out there with Jordy, who's the second oldest, and then Kelly was the oldest. So we've seen the statesman of the tour out there.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think surf fans generally feel his results are he's underperformed really in terms of his abilities. Never really reached the heights that his surfing would demand, you would think, just seeing the way and how skillful he is. But so far in this one, going great. And just thinking about that point, Seth Moniz brought that requirement down. An 8's a big score, but this one's pulsing right now. And if that was half an hour ago and we were looking at the 5s that we were kind of trapped in a bit, and you're thinking, where's he going to find an 8? But do you know what? It is pulsing. There's all sorts of opportunities. Seth Moniz is right back in this.
Absolutely, and on this lower tide, as we've seen, these barrel rides through the Super Tube section, they're on offer. And if you can connect that with a couple of big turns outside and a finishing manoeuvre, well, those 8s, all of a sudden, they become quite easy to achieve. All about wave selection. Looks like we're going to have a ride here from Geordie Smith.
Here goes Geordie, and he'll have to give way. And this is Seth using the priority, looking for an excellent score. This wave is just growing from the entry, getting bigger in front of him down the line. He's patient, and he'll open up with a snap to put himself in a position to do this into the lip. Gets a good bit of it and just keeps that speed going. Patient again off the bottom. Another sort of stinging turn in the lip from him, and looking to pull in here. Gets covered. He's traveling. He's still traveling, and he emerges out the bottom, keeping it cash with a little sleeve adjustment as he emerges there from our angle. Tough to see how deep he was. He certainly disappeared.
Yeah, from our angle, we lost him. It was a total cover-up from the front angle. May not have appeared to have been so deep in the tube, but well, it was kind of an easy decision when he saw this wave coming down the line. Geordie wanted it, so if you ever needed a little bit more convincing that it was a good ride, the fact that Geordie took off on it means it must be a good one. And Seth, he'll just be hoping that this is the score. I'm not too sure, Paul, whether it's the 8.28 that he requires. Streaking down the line here, looking for that moment where he can really start to rack up some points. So a carving turn to open up. And a quick snap down the line here. So, you know, a series of turns that were more directed, where he didn't really get the board turning in much of an angle. But the barrel ride at the end, certainly adding some points. And if you just watch the board in isolation, the redirect was sort of few and far between. He did well to muscle himself out of that tube, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite revealing, isn't it? Using these angles, looking back into the wave. And it's high skill to get out of there. But in terms of that excellent number he's chasing, not sure we saw that. Unable to really give it loads as he set up, covered loads of ground with speed. It would have felt really nice. But to get into the excellent range, he either needed really to travel through deep throaty sections in that tube and possibly have comboed that up with big hits as well prior to that. Inside, well, 440 remaining in this one. And so far, Callanan applying that pressure early on. Setman is trying to come back at him. Here's a replay of Kyo Belly.
Okay, so Kyo, great looking wave here, beautiful carve. I love this guy, his commitment to the sport and improvement. Gets a little vision outside, so good variety. Wow, that's you can just see there's a different pace to the way both Geordie and Kyo are really approaching this wave on the forehand. Using the whole face, big wrapping cutback, brings it through to the inside. Covers up again, and that's what J-Bay does. It lures you into wanting to just hunt for those tubes. But you've got to be able to tag it up and combo it up with these beautiful maneuvers like that. And was that a little arm throw? Was that a little mini claim as he was getting engulfed by the foam? Love the water angle here.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Kyo Belly. I tell you what, he'll be loving this matchup with Geordie Smith. I feel like he likes taking on the big names. He's such a polished surfer, but he does have something of the mongrel about him, and just putting himself under the section there, and he's enjoying his vision. At Jeffreys Bay, there's no better view.
Oh, look how vertical he gets on this turn here. So we've seen so many carves and snaps on the forehand, and Kyo just showing us a little bit different, matching the goofy footers for that vertical attack. And this guy is just so sure-footed on his surfboard. He very rarely falls.
That's definitely a claim.
There was a little, I'm going down with the ship, but I still liked it.
Yeah, let's see where that goes numbers-wise. A blistering start to the season for him. And, I mean, it felt like he didn't fall off at all in Hawaii throughout those two events. I don't remember seeing him fall off his surfboard. And he's going to need that power and that sure-footedness here at Jeffreys Bay, surfing with the speed, taking on a two-time winner, and the local hero, Geordie Smith, already highly entertaining one. Big numbers in for this guy, 8.5 previous to last for Geordie. And that was opening couple of minutes, really, of that heat. It was blistering. We were getting caught up with replays, and these guys were getting barreled and hammering it. The rhythm of Geordie Smith just undeniable out here, locking in good numbers, putting himself in a pretty decent position already, and this has got an 8.5 and a 7. We're due a number for Kyle Abelli, though. He's got 7.33 of his own. What a great heat.
Yeah, this is super entertaining stuff as time is ticking down for Ryan Callan and Seth Manise, needing that excellent ride, that 8.28. But Jeffreys Bay producing, and our surfers are just turning it on here, loving the action. We hope you're enjoying it, watching at home. We've had everything. They've shown us the full repertoire already this morning, and there's plenty more to come.
Caroline Marks kicking off the Goofy Energy with a blistering performance for the women early this morning. It's been carried on. There's some solid performances from the Screwfoots. This guy, the latest of them, Callanan, applying pressure early in this heat, dropping hammers.
Yeah, good to see Ryan in some form here, and that's what we really want him to see from him. I was checking out his boards too, the JSs that he's riding. They're, in comparison to Connor O'Leary and some of those bigger guys, his boards are quite small, back down around the 29 litres, and I'd expect them to be up around 31, 32, I would think, for such a big guy. But certainly looking amazing under his feet, riding the Forget-Me-Not model, I believe. Yeah, looking sharp.
Callanan going all right here, inside 50 seconds. Seth Manise looking for an excellent number, 8.28. The bad news is, doesn't have priority. So Ryan will look to try and control this, although Seth might find a bit of sea room from him. We do have a stretched out position here at the top of the point. You can find scores from sitting wide. That's what Seth's got to try and do here. But just try and get something going. It's not been a great trip for him in terms of he ride there early. His balls didn't come. He had to wait for his equipment to get here and get everything dialed in. And he's come up against someone, well, in blistering form, really. Not sure another opportunity will come through for Seth at the moment. Counting down from 10 seconds in this heat. The elimination round for the men. No one wants to get knocked out of any event, but particularly when J-Bay is cooking as it is. And we've got a great looking forecast to carry on throughout the day, throughout tomorrow as well. Ryan Callanan, he'll be back to show us plenty more. Well, that came from Seth Manise, unfortunately, will be eliminated here. Got himself back in contention with the 7.33, but a slow start from him ultimately costs him. Callanan through to the next round, and the Goofy Foot story still going here at J-Bay. We'll be back with more live action. We'll bring in Joe and Pete on comms. Stay tuned.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Sealand, Discover New Paths, and by Cougar Municipality, good governance through service. What a day, still firing. How about this? Starting quickly is Italo Ferreira, former runner-up in this event. The backhand has been solid today for a lot of our competitors. These goofy footers just loving the pace of J-Bay. Italo
getting up to the lip. Job well done there to find a finishing move as he's getting started against Ian Gentile in the non-priority heat. Jordy Smith and Kiowa Belly still with about 20 minutes remaining. Joe Turpel with Pete Mel now for the call. Pete, it's really cool to see Italo on a wave that gives him all the speed he wants. I mean, we know he can generate it on the flats and 1-foot surf. Now all he has to work on is timing, and he had a couple of good moments on his start against Gentile.
So true. And you think about what Italo is able to do in the air. We've seen that on the first rounds, how a one big air can fetch you a big number. Although this morning, being that the conditions are the way, there's a little slight difference, meaning one big air needs to be ultra huge in order to get into the excellent range. And I would agree with that. I think that you need to combo it with a bunch of different maneuvers here to really get those numbers up there. But you think about this first heat, or in our draw here, the non-priority heat already posting 15 points, both surfers. So it says that the waves are cooking.
Big scores throughout the day today, absolutely scoring as we reflect back on the start from Italo.
Nice size set wave. Again, just able to find with all these waves, there's these mid-sized ones that are going to give you opportunity. And Italo has found that. He's going to apply pressure to Ian Gentile very early. We know that this surfer here has produced big numbers in the past at Jeffreys Bay. Coming, growing up at a right-hand point break, probably not as quality as this, but there's some similarities. Long, fast, have to pack it in there, and Italo knows how to do that.
Continuing on, we've got Ian Gentile. Big float, nice controlled airdrop right into a transition of a solid hook. Lays down the roundo. So a lot of variety for Gentile. Loves a lean back finish. That one gets away from him. Now we'll move back to the hero in South Africa, Jordy Smith. Power hack there in transition. Smith still leading over Kiowa Belly. Nice extension on the wrapping cut back and just drills it. Nice rip off the top again. Smith, a two-time J-Bay champion, lays back on his finishing move, somehow still fighting for it. He'll be incomplete on the end section.
Feels like he needed to complete that last move in order to up the ante, the 717, but he's carrying as his low score. But he looks in form. I feel like he's building momentum already. There was a bit more paced approach in his first couple waves, but this one here, a lot of acceleration, a lot of explosiveness. That's what he is, just a trademark here in J-Bay. I know, bigger frame, but just knows the timing and the pace of this wave, showcasing the variety with the different angles and snaps. Beautiful stuff here. Always keeping that momentum down the line. Even when he's directing his board back into the pit, he seems to be able to get that acceleration straight back into the face. Beautiful turn in that section there. And a hit. I mean, everything was going perfectly until this moment. Would love to see him complete that. Felt like that at that point, guaranteed he was going to improve that score. Now it's a question mark.
Well, one man from the North Shore of Oahu just survived a close decision. AJ is with Baron Mamiya.
So, Baron, there's maybe a record for how long you've had to wait to find out the result of a heat, and you came very close. What's going through your head as you're waiting for the judges to drop that final score?
Yeah, that was a really weird heat, kind of like the waves were firing, but it was like, I think the waves are absolutely perfect right now. I just watched like a 10-wave set, but yeah, the waves were firing, but I felt like there was just like weird boat wake or something going through, or like it was just kind of changing in the heat, because like I would come off the bottom of some of the waves and I'd hit these weird like warbles, and I'd kind of like, I don't know, I just felt like the waves weren't as perfect, but then toward the end it got really good. But yeah, that was a super interesting heat. I thought for sure we were gonna get like sevens and eights. I guess like Ryan was getting like really good waves under us. So I guess maybe we were kind of blowing it, but yeah, at the end there I was like stressing for sure. I seen Matty get a long wave and seen him bang it, so I didn't see the whole wave, but from the back I was like, oh, probably got the score, and then I kind of blew it. I should have made that air at the end and tried to better, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard when you're in the water. It's easy watching from the beach.
Absolutely. That's one of the things that obviously is why you're the pro and we're the ones talking about it. For you, it's been an interesting season, a lot of ups and downs, and we were talking before this competition just about the imposter syndrome that you feel like you've been working through. How have you, where does that come from, do you think, and how have you worked through it?
Yeah, I think it, like 90% of it comes from the way I qualified. I didn't qualify like the normal way. I basically just won a contest, which is, you know, a big deal and stuff, but I won a comp and then I was just on tour, and, you know, I felt like maybe like I just didn't really belong here or something. I didn't like earn it in a way, but I won a comp, so I just have to remember that. And, you know, the last year or so I've been just kind of going through that, like, you know, the doubts. Everyone gets them. You know, you see some of the best athletes in the world go on rolls, and they're the most confident humans in the world, and then you see them fall off, and they're just the most unconfident. So I think working on that a lot, and you know, I got a sports psychologist, and he was a huge help, you know, but just feeling more comfortable. Kind of took it as a way, like, when I go to pipe or surf at home, I'm the most comfortable person I can be, you know. So just bringing that along the way and on the road, you know, it's helping. I still got a lot to work on and a lot to learn, but yeah, just trying to embrace all the new experiences and new way of like learning things, and just getting used to this life, because this is a life that as a surfer you want to live. You want to travel the world, you want to surf the best waves in the world, you want to compete against the best people in the world. And yeah, you know, I'm just having a really good time finally, and yeah, I'm really excited for the next year and the rest of this comp.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, AJ, and I just love the long-form interview there with Baron Mamiya, with a really cool story to tell. As you know, Pete, there are sessions that are unbelievably special when you get to see Baron surfing at 100% at home on the North Shore, where you're going, this guy's top 5 in the world all day, especially in hollow waves, especially when he's just with his friends. It's like movie parts every time he paddles out. And then just hearing that he's gone through some doubt, you know, he's questioned his role on tour, but all fighting through that. And, you know, we all know the best is yet to come from Mamiya, and starting right there with a close decision going his way, as we've got some catching up to do with some replays.
Yeah, a lot of action in the water, huh? And, well, we saw that score finally drop for Jordy. Came in, what was that, Joe? 8-1?
8-1-7.
8-1-7. So he did improve, and that put some pressure on Kaio here. And Kaio sets up this inside section, and barrels seemed to be a good option today, and looked like everything was going his way until the wave grabbed him. Jordy was paddling out right there, saw that. He was probably throwing a little juju out there. Hey, don't blame him. Come on, JJ. You know, because that there, right, could have been a number that could have turned the heat for Kaio. Then to the non-priority heat. So again, these two surfers having to pick up scraps, but well, look at the scraps. They're awesome. They're perfect. So great opportunities there. We saw that last heat. This heat actually is in the water. Jordy and Kaio get great numbers.
And speaking of Jordy, lays the rail down on that Smith shape, straight up vertical. He's the king of those transitions from wraps to snaps. Quick vision inside the tube, stalls again for it. Smith with some travel time, sneaks out the low road.
Such a great read. Knew that he needed to, in order to complete that barrel, just stay low, get out before the thing closes out. Such a great read, and awesome stuff there from Jordy Smith.
He's feeling it home, and he kicked out of that barrel right at his new home that he just built up and renovated right on the point at Jeffreys Bay. This wave is so special to Jordy in his career. As we take another look at this one, Pete.
You mentioned the transitions between the maneuvers is one of the things that Jordy has been able to do. Look, it's just single rail, bottom turn rail, top turn rail, straight out of the bottom again. Not even double pumping his bottom turns. And I think that's something he's worked on here for J-Bay, is to make sure that it's just transitioning straight to that bottom rail. Anytime he can do it, it's there. Watch this transition right there. Example of it. Carving down straight into the bottom turn, straight up into the lip, and then the read here for the barrel. Great stuff as he kick stalls it. Always dangerous to do at Jeffreys Bay, and then the low road out, completed. This feels like it could easily eclipse his 8-1-7. Look at the straight up approach too. So difficult to do. Get those fins out the back. Backhanders can do that a little easier sometimes, but forehand, it's nice to see that variation from Jordy Smith. Look at that little kick stall. And just in it. Nice square barrel. Not the biggest of the barrels, but nice and long, and the completion was clean.
And then also the backhand of Italo Ferreira getting this wave while we're watching the last of Jordy Smith.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there was great surfing that happened as he got to the open face, but then there's the fall. So he's pushing a little bit hard, maybe realizing that he didn't get that outside move, and that's that big release he gets, and then just gets caught up. But some work done. maybe a score that'll fit into a score line. Yeah, you'll see that probably as we see the finish. But this is a different wave than that one. So that was happening during our replays. That one was much better. Got the completion. But he had that one where he had the tail whip where he fell out the back. So nice work there from Italo. Again, non-priority heat. Is able to find good waves.
Italo's had a tough time against the rookie this year. Ian Gentile, 2-0 so far. First win at Pipeline and pretty tough conditions.
And both those heats were basically decided by 1/10 of a point, right? So they were very close heats.
The second heat that Pete's referencing is the one in El Salvador quarterfinal matchup where Gentile really exploded, doing big alley-oops, finding his form. Here comes the Maui boy. Little wrap off the top. Nice range on that carve and perfect timing as he blitzes the lip line. Out in front again for a complete cutback, and now the high line to Jay Bay. The rookie on the windup sets that rail, the Mayhem. Hugs the pocket, Wall's growing with him with speed. Still in attack mode as Gentile lights up that section. Beautiful finishing move. Into a little lean back from Coyote Belly. Nice pace on the down carve. He wants to get shacked up, going straight up again. Extends it. Now time to pull in Kyle extra deep and no chance for an exit. It's interesting when you break down barrel riding at all the venues. What about Jay Bay, Pete? Kyle's been caught in the tube a few times in this matchup.
And when you're looking at it straight on, it looks a lot hollower than it actually is in the barrel. It is a difficult because you call it like an almond, but the shape of an almond. So it's oval rather than square and round. When we have the lower tide, which we're seeing right now, we'll see that inside section square out. But ultimately, if you're out in that super tube section, it is a bit almondy as an adjective to describe it. I was just thinking about it when we were watching this wave. You know, you think about Hawaiian Islands. You've got Maui, you've got Kauai, you've got Oahu. Oahu obviously being the mecca of big wave or of any surfing, right? It's huge. It's all over Sunset, Pipeline, Waimea. But you think about all the surfers that have made the championship tour, Maui is one of the places, and it's probably got the least quality of waves. I mean, I guess if you talk to the Maui guys, they'd say maybe that's not totally true because there is world-class waves there. With Honolulu,
I know what you mean. The Maui boys earn it. They're not afraid of a long drive. They deal with wind more often than not as we get caught up with this one, Pete.
Yeah, and this was Kaio's attempt to better a 7.33. And this has been a really good heat between these two. You know, fairly similar styles in the way that they've got such great flow and big round turns and great variety. But the error at the end of this one in the barrel probably going to suppress his score quite a bit. But the outside work is just so solid. It looks effortless, similar to what Jordy has. Great speed through his maneuvers. You know, you can see the telegraph of the barrel almost right here. And then that one actually had a little crease in it. So you would have had to work very hard to get through that section.
Let's now hear from the greatest of all time. Kelly Slater is with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yep, down here with the all-time GOAT. 11 times. How you doing, Kelly?
I'm all right.
I have to mention when you came in from your heat, the overwhelming support and the thanks that you got when you came in.
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of support here. South Africa's always been great to me. 31 years of coming here, so it's been good. I mean, there's a lot of fans that are really knowledgeable here, and they're really stoked on the contest. And even when you're up and down the coast an hour or two each way, people, oh, when's it going to run? We're looking forward to it. Jay Bay's got the great wave, so they love they're really proud of this place, and they're stoked that we all come here.
So it must be a mixed emotion from you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was just one of those heats. You know, Jack's always in really good sync with the ocean. Like, even when he's having a bad surf, he's in pretty good sync with the ocean. With the swell coming up, it was a little hard to tell kind of whether to be patient or be really active. With the overlap heat, those first 22 minutes, there weren't any extra waves, really. Jack got one or two that were a little foamy, like he got sixes. And so your heat really kind of gets going when you got that priority phase. And a couple of my waves, like you said, a couple of my waves kind of split, where like I started them good and then they kind of softened up, and you know, I read them sort of as well as I could. But yeah, it was just a close heat. Probably could have gone either way, but he got the win.
With that, moving on through, you got Tahiti coming down the line. Must be perking up after that.
Yeah, I like that place. Yeah, but we got almost a month, 3 weeks or 4 weeks till then, and we might just hang here for a while. We have no plans, so we got a few weeks off, and maybe just look, see what the swells do, and check the country out for a while. We've already gone on one game drive with you. A nice edit, by the way, on your Instagram. That's really good. Yeah, just get to see friends. And last year we spent a month here, and it was a really good time. And we actually, it was just one of those trips where we actually ended up going to a few places we hadn't gone before, and we'd probably like to go back to. So the cup runneth over, Strider, but with the travel. But yeah, you know, it's disheartening to lose as the swell's coming up and the wind is grooming it. The waves are incredible right now. Jordy's just lighting it up, and you know, these are moments you want to be out there surfing by yourself, because it's pretty crowded in the free surfs at J-Bay nowadays, and we haven't had much surf.
Well, thanks for your time. Still a champion, still a fan of the sport. Love to watch it. Thank you.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Strider. Thanks, Kelly. Kelly clearly disappointed with the loss. I think the main part there, the waves are firing, and you just want to surf all day. This is what Kelly still lives for. Close decision not going his way against Jack Robinson, as he still digests that one. As we all know, we're always thinking about Kelly with where he is in his career, what his decisions might be, and so it's always special to see him in the jersey, preparing for Tahiti and beyond. But being as competitive as he is, you know, no signs of hanging it up yet.
It's so funny. It's like, I mean, over the years, we now kind of expect the unexpected. So now that's what we expect, is to not know.
Throwing down the punt attempt and going down. Kyle Belly trying to make things up against Jordy Smith.
Numbers in.
Kaio's chasing a 9.8.
Yeah,
because Jordy dropped a 9. He has an 8.5. He's throwing away a couple of big scores too. We're talking 8s and 7s that are throwaway scores for Smith. And I'd imagine this probably feels incredible for Jordy, who's been a bit out of rhythm with making big heats.
Yeah.
He hasn't won a major event in a long time, Pete. So for him to connect here at Jeffreys Bay, this is a special moment for Jordy.
Big time. And again, just probably first time at this event with his new home right here. You know, usually he hangs at Sharon's. Now he's got the ability to be in his own bed, right? So pretty awesome to see, and to see how good he is surfing. I mean, it feels like this ability of getting some good numbers in the non-priority portion of this heat has allowed him at this point to really get a bit more loose, and with that looseness and that explosiveness, the numbers have come. So nice work here from Jordy. He's just been on the forehand, able to mix it up better than anyone. Great heat total here. I mean, that's 17 points. You know, again, when the waves are cooking, it's good to see the surfers lift their game, and Jordy's just looked amazing throughout this heat.
Really just incredible. His patience and tempo. He's never in a rush, but his carves are explosive. His transitions are just timeless out here at Jeffreys Bay. 17.5 combined total. Down carve, setting up the lip to hit. This is his playground, and where it really started it all for Jordy Smith, as far as the belief that he could beat the best surfers in the world. Enjoying his time in what would probably feel like his local lineup, coming from Durban, but so many great trips down here to Jeffreys Bay.
And we had that reflection on the wildcard, dangerous wildcards. That was what Jordy did his first year as a rookie wildcard, all the way to the semifinals, and that was where that belief came that you had mentioned. So
that's exactly what he said. He said all of a sudden he's in a semifinal at J-Bay, and all of his heroes are going down to him because he was absolutely ripping. He was doing airs back then for big transitions. You could tell he was the new modern day type surfer. A little bit of the classic approach with the carves from the surfers before him, and just giving a little more excitement with progression on this wave. Semifinals wild card, and went back-to-back when he was full-time on tour. Setting up a big hook is Jordy again. Nice drive through the pocket. Good patience, and explodes again off the lip line. Perfect flow to cover some ground. Little lean back, extended carve. Right back to the lip again. Jordy Smith in perfect rhythm until the finish.
Now is the rush, you know, trying to get back to that inside rail when you're so high up in the face. Very difficult to do, but good work. Gosh, before all that once again, and we saw that his solid surfing on that outside section. It's been a point of difference in my eyes today, and also the great variety.
Special day for pro surfing when guys are losing with 15+ totals. Great effort from Kaiwu Belly, but a great display of how to win at with Jordy Smith performing on his favorite venue on tour, 9 and an 8.5. His throwaways are worthy of watching on the Heat Analyzer on WorldSurfLeague.com. And the second oldest guy on tour, showing how much that experience pays off. Enjoying his family and his young little son that's enjoying his heats right now live here on the beach at Jeffreys Bay. Back for more action in the elimination round right after this. We welcome you to download TrueSurf today on the App Store and Google Play and surf live conditions like the best surfers in the world at venues just like this one, Jeffreys Bay. You can surf at Pumping with them when you download the game on the App Store and Google Play. Italo Ferreira, Ian Gentile, Liam O'Brien, and Kanoa Igarashi all in the lineup now. 4 surfers in this overlapping format. Priority with Italo and Gentile as we'll get things going down the line. Setting up a big bottom turn, attacking it is Lobby. Driving into the next section. How about that sweeping down carve from the man from Burley Heads. Pulls in under the hood. An easy exit for Liam. Just a little setup fade to crack the lip and shut that one down. Liam O'Brien still calming down after the fear of his life over at one of the biggest bungee jumps in the world. But right back to business, doing what he loves in his comfort zone here at Jeffreys Bay. This is what Italo just did, Pete.
Yeah, so Italo able to find this nice medium-sized set wave with a great pace on the backhand. 2 big, huge floaters at the end of that. And we're waiting for the number of this one. Also, a replay of Liam O'Brien, and picks this one up in the non-priority heat. So good start for him on his forehand. Beautiful arc there. That was just a beautiful carve in the highest part of the lip. Judges will love when you throw that carve down in that higher portion, that more vertical portion of the wave. They're trying to mix it up, a little different angles of approach with that layback carve, and then the finish, which is solid. This is going to be an okay number for Liam. I think at the end of this 44-minute heat, though, you'd have to say that that probably will be looking, you know, if he really wants to solidify it, you need to be upwards in the 16 points as we watch Gentile now. And we are waiting on this number as well, but gosh, look at the waves. It is just absolutely on fire. You talk about one of the best waves on tour. This is one of them, and the conditions have come to the party. Finally, as we get to see J-Bay, we've been working hard to get to this moment, and thank goodness the Surfline in their forecast. This was the 2 days, today and into tomorrow, where we expect the waves to be good. And when we woke up this morning, it did not disappoint.
Backside free-falling float. Sean Thompson does not recommend those at Jeffreys Bay, and that one looked like a really hard landing for Italo. He's actually taking a moment there.
Well, the jarring landing, you know, with your hinges. You got ankles, you got knees, you got hips. There's the back, all of that. You know, and with a hard landing like that, that was pretty tough. Let's take a look at it again. Way up on there. So you're carrying a ton of speed. You fly off the lip, and the board comes, ooh, stretched out. That's nasty. Gosh, that's nasty. That's the knee. Oh man, that does not feel good.
Another angle here, Pete.
Medial collateral. That's the hinge that unfortunately, oh man, that came down 10 feet onto your knee. splits, your back foot. The worst part is the back foot flies off. That's what Sean Thompson talked about, those big backside floaters, is that your back foot comes off with the wind blowing the board too. Man, that was nasty. Let's hope Italo's all right.
Wow, tough one for Italo. We see him how hard he lands in the flats when he's doing those helicopter punts. But we never see him come down where he's basically doing the splits like that. That was a really hard one to watch. We'll keep you posted on Italo as he's taking some time. His scores are still in his favor, but we're still waiting on the numbers from the last wave of Gentile.
Will say though that in the initial moments when something like that are to happen, you feel the fire, right? You feel this like hotness in your body, and obviously there's some pain involved, but you just don't know how bad it can be. But at this point, is that him on the back?
That's right, Italo.
Oh man, that's
with his head down in the back of the Red Bull ski. Tough one. A hard landing, and he's definitely feeling a lot of pain.
I mean, watching that replay, that was not cool. There was a lot of pressure on that knee and that hinge, the hip too, for that matter, when you get the split like that.
So Italo moving over to the water patrol to be assessed. Previous wave 6'3", 717 is high mark. Still waiting on the last of Gentile. But this guy gives us so much entertainment. Surfing at 100%. The guy hits the water hard. He's never holding back, and on a big backside rooftop float, that's definitely one of the most dangerous moves in the game, and has provided maybe the most injuries in pro surfing history.
And even forehanders too, right? I mean, we think about Mick Fanning's big float to splits that he had basically felt like almost a career-ending experience for him, but actually it turned around to be a great thing after he got through the injury.
We'll keep you posted on Italo's status. Gentile just got the lead, so it looks like we'll be seeing Gentile moving forward. Now Kanoa Igarashi on the windup. Styles his way through that tribute to Matt Hoy. Now blasting it off the lip. Throws the vert. Nice pace now on this part of the wave. Coming through to an end section, hack off the top. Air chop, stomps it with authority. Igarashi's provided a lot of magic here at J-Bay in the past. Kind of the biggest improvement he had in his career was kind of put it at J-Bay's semi-final berth when he jumped on the Sharp Eye program. Since then, we've seen him as a world title threat, even his last year finishing #5 in the world. What'd you see, Pete?
Well, this wave here ran down the line, so he had to chase it. The turn there had to cut short so he could keep himself out to the open face, and then finally it starts to slow up for him with that tribute where he puts his bum in the wave and rotates around it. That's that Hoyo layback style snap with double arms back, and then he gets into the variety of this wave. So he was able to find the room from working that outside speed section and gets that solid finish too. So great work there. It was a great answer to Liam O'Brien's wave. You know, a lot of the work done probably down in the second super tube section, whereas we saw Liam kind of doing his work up top, much smaller wave. So a nice size set wave for Kanoa. So it feels like the exchange will probably go Kanoa's way. We'll see what the judges think.
But Kanoa definitely delivering. He's in the fight back against Liam O'Brien. Remember, Liam had the start early, 6.17. So a great answer for Kanoa, who hasn't had the same type of rhythm this year, result-wise. Then it was all about making the cut, accomplished that, and what a great place to kind of get back into gear. J-Bay fires, great way to just clear your headspace when the ocean comes to life. Don't have to overthink your strategy, and he'll be in a good place when that number drops. Let's hear from Ryan Callanan with AJ.
Ryan Callanan here on the glass surfing at J-Bay for the first time since 2019, and you came in and just told me the waves are so good. How much fun are you having competing here?
Yeah, I mean, when the waves turn on like this, it's unbelievable. It's almost overwhelming, you know. Like there hasn't been many waves the last few days, and then to get in the heat where you've got the pick of the lineup and you can take anything, it's hard to like stop yourself from actually going every single wave. So just trying to, you know, I got some good scores early, and then I was really trying to pick the eyes out of it, but maybe I just need to keep it rolling.
Coming off of the third place in Brazil, especially in a qualification season, how important is getting confidence like this for you?
Yeah, yeah, obviously it's exciting time. You know, Olympics coming up, and I'm feeling pretty close. You know, Ethan's pretty far ahead, but me and Jack are pretty close together, and so a couple good results could, you know, solidify it for me and him as well. But yeah, you know, just trying to keep the momentum going and make as many heats as I can, and you know, so I get to keep surfing waves like this too. But yeah, it's exciting. I'm trying not to think about it, but it's definitely exciting.
Fair enough. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, as we transition to Ian Gentile on the wind-up. How about that redirect? Tags it. Setup work there, nice flow. Tapping the lip line again. Looking casual into the pit with Gentile. A couple of drives as he really stayed out in front of the pit. And he'll just step off.
Well, with the fact that he got the lead here and knowing that Italo is not in the lineup there, probably would relax you slightly. Well, definitely would relax you knowing that you've got the lead and your fellow competitor, unfortunately, is not able to finish the heat out. But just beautiful surfing here, just very relaxed. That's one thing that you can say about Ian Gentile, is that he brings this very cool, calm, collected approach to his wave riding. It's just so silky. Always can, and what he does is all of a sudden you're kind of lulled through these beautiful arcs, and all of a sudden he'll just showcase something really huge, and that's one of those moments right there. Just the beautiful down carve in a steep section, keeps it going. The S turn through the lip there. Again, just different lines. Kind of has a different line that you would see for the forehanders. You know, very unique to Ian. I feel like there was a bit of a missed opportunity there, but when you're racing down the line and you know that the barrel, you can't really push too hard, you know, staying super deep in the barrel. This is going to be a great angle of this first shot. But watch this snap, just zings it through and compresses through the maneuver, you know, where you compress and you absorb the speed. That allows that rail to stay sunk. And then the barrel here, look at that, just low tide, it does stay a bit more open. So I don't think he necessarily knew that at the moment, but just wanted to complete the ride. But there is this one snap in this wave that was just so beautiful. There's the barrel. Maybe could have used the arm drag, the e-brake a little deeper to get those brakes stalled. But, you know, in this moment, pretty much guaranteeing himself into the round of 16. It'll feel pretty good.
Smart move there for Gentile, just to make sure he got the exit, as well as that end section can run off without you more often than not. Also, Liam getting involved. O'Brien just laying back into it. Solid section to really commit to that rail line.
Oh, look at this thing loading up on the inside, though, and he just goes straight up into the lip. That was a difficult section, but then goes down. So another opportunity lost there from a fall, unfortunately, for Liam O'Brien. But man, when you watch and see that thing loading up in front of you, no better feeling.
Liam O'Brien is a point break specialist. Really no weaknesses. Great backhand as well, but you always look forward to see him on a right-hand point break. Anyone coming from the Gold Coast of Australia, you can't wait for them to get a piece of J-Bay, to see if they will kind of continue the reputation from Gold Coast surfers accomplishing greatness here in South Africa.
I will say, though, that my first impression with Liam was when I watched him at the U.S. Open in the year that he was one of the years he was qualifying. He showed up there at HB, and HB is a unique wave. You see a lot of similar styles of approaches there. Obviously, work on the outside, then you got to, you know, Huntington hop to the inside. But Liam was one of those surfers that just flowed through those sections and surfed it very unique. And that was where I was like, hey, this kid is world class. And sure enough, here he is on the championship tour, made the mid-season cut. And, you know, points breaks like this, he can showcase his style and approach, but he's just as good in the beach breaks.
100%. Liam O'Brien does just enough to get the lead on his last wave, even with the fall. 4.5 takes first off Kanoa. Igarashi still with that big start, getting that 8-point ride and just waiting for a solid backup. So you'd definitely rather beat Kanoa with an excellent range score and all the time in the world to back it up and have priority. So a lot of the story to tell still in heat number 8. Priority heat is Gentile on his own. If you just join us, Italo went down on a backhand float and went straight to the water patrol to be assessed. So Gentile got the lead, and we'll be seeing him move forward into the round of 16. And wishing the best to Italo as we'll catch up with Jordy Smith with AJ.
Jordy, I know how much this wave means to you. You've had some really special moments here at J-Bay. Walk us through that heat.
Yeah, really fun heat. A lot different from our first round. I'm just really stoked that the swell's come through for everyone. And yeah, from the girls' heats this morning to the men now, I think we're going to see some nice surfing today. So pretty stoked to yeah, just be competing at home in front of my home crowd. Feel really relaxed and yeah, feel good.
As you should. How much do you thrive when the waves are like this?
Yeah, it just kind of calms all my nerves when I get and see the waves like this. Yeah, I think it's what every surfer dreams of, you know, pumping swell, sun's out, crowds on the beach, and a lot of opportunities for the competitors. So yeah, stoked the way that heat played out for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jordy Smith in his happy place, moving forward into the round of 16. 17.5 total. That heat and performance from Jordy definitely worth a rewatch. We'll see it featured at the end of the day as well on the highlight reels. We see some great lines and attacking the lip as well as Liam O'Brien. Look at that fade on a glassy canvas for the Australian. Perfect little slingshot into the hollow cave. O'Brien's got some room to move until the lip lands right on his head. And we've seen some difficulty with making those tubes today. Kind of was wide open at the start, pinched real tight on O'Brien and lost the barrel ride, but still some great lines before he got to that point of the wave.
I love the two-turn combo on the outside section. It felt really nice. Again, just very compact when it needed to be, extended when it was allowed him to be. I mean, this first turn here, just so tight, but again, you can see that arm drive through and then right into the bottom and then hooks it quickly, right? In that little tight, compact space, was able to get the turns done. This one, he sees this line setting up. So that whole fade right there was exactly for this moment. Everything was going great as it starts to open up, but it's going to tighten up. It's usually guaranteed. It's going to get very tight at the very end. You know, some surfers will go low road out. Sometimes you have to go high road out. So ultimately, that technical tube riding is one of what the judges want to see, is to be able to see you kind of adjust in the barrel in those moments. Didn't happen for Liam though, unfortunately, because it looked like it was just going to stay nice and square and open the whole way through, but it didn't. It just got very compressed. In that moment, he lost the barrel. So incomplete with the barrel. And that'll reflect in the score.
Liam O'Brien had the tough break when he was making his rookie debut at Pipeline last season. Hurt himself in the warm-up session before opening day and was sidelined, had to come back to recover, but it wasn't a gift to come back on tour. He earned it through the Challenger Series, ended up finishing 9th in the world and earned his spot back after recovering from a really tough injury. But it just showed his grit and determination.
No gifts for old Liam O'Brien, right? I mean, it's crazy that you know, sometimes you can see someone gets injured, you can ask for that injury wild card, but the opportunity wasn't there for him.
And so, you know, when you go to the technical aspect of the rules, it's not his rookie season, even though he's going to all these events for the first time.
That's a little tough, I think. There could be an exception there, maybe. Just throwing it out there.
There you
but
go, Pete. Yeah.
It ain't going to happen. Rules
I think
are rules.
a lot of people had that same opinion. But yeah, sticking to the rules there for Liam, he was fine. He was just happy to be 100% and ready to compete, joining the Dream Tour. I mean, how many stories have you seen people just never come back, one after injury or getting that close?
I will say that I was able to experience the below crunch bungee jump with Liam O'Brien. And, you know, Liam definitely had a moment, you know, sitting on the top there. What was he really going to jump?
Pete, he looked terrified.
Oh, no, he absolutely did. And he was. He self-admitted he was terrified. But to face that fear and actually find yourself at that top of that 216-meter bridge with a rubber band tied to your feet and to jump off it is an experience that most people don't actually get to do.
Yeah, I mean, and there's this kind of energy around it when you do get ladies at J-Bay. Everyone's looking around at who's going to the bridge.
Who's going to do it?
And you know, for Liam, just to be absolutely terrified and going, I'm doing this.
We saw the Colapintos. We saw the Colapintos in the group before us. So we had Mitch Crosby celebrating his birthday and brother. I remember Mitch basically, as we passed them, high-fived them on the way out to the bridge. It looked like he looked like a glowworm. So excited. upon reflection and further analysis of his day, he said he'd never do it again.
Oh my goodness.
So Mitch decides, you know, that's once is enough.
Yeah.
You know? I did it for my second time and actually came away going, wow, that was a much better experience for me than my first time because I didn't know what to expect.
You're built a little different, Pete.
Yeah, maybe.
When it comes to risk and I guess, you know, just terrifying yourself for fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I came away from the adrenaline. Adrenaline to me, I mean, it probably is different for different people, but for me, it almost like I just end up getting very relaxed, and it just feels like I could actually go for a nap.
Wow.
That's how it makes me feel. I literally, I was getting stretched all the way down to the bottom of that thing. It felt like I was going to take a nap.
I like
it was
that.
so crazy where I was just like, yes, I'm going to live, you know, because questions are in your head when you're ready to jump off this bridge. You know, is this going to be the last moment?
Do you feel that in big wave sessions where you get one and then you feel more calm?
Oh yeah, I mean, in the wave of my life, I came out of
Peace?
that into the it's something I searched for, you know, for the rest of my life. I've kind of this bliss, I guess you could say, right?
Right.
It's an absolute great feeling. Like a good heat win, I think, can give you that kind of same feeling where you're just like,
yeah, it's not like you're getting this overactive energy. It's actually the opposite, where everything just makes sense. And yeah, proud of Liam for going for it the other day. And he's now going to hear the situation.
I would actually like to talk to him, and I will after this, just to say, hey, would you ever do it again? You know, or is it that moment done and dusted?
By the look on his face, I'm saying probably not. That might have been a one and done, but you never know.
You never know. I mean, again, I've seen reflections where there's, you know, Nick Muscroft was one of the surfers that did it for his first time, and I don't know if you remember Musty, but
oh yeah, he just had a birthday the other day. Happy birthday, Nick.
Yeah, and Tom Whitaker was talking about they had done it together, and Tom, same thing. He's like, nope, I did it once, never do it again. Nick said, worst thing I ever did.
I think then Dusty Payne, when he was on tour, he did it every day after he did it once. Him and his dad Wendell were like, we're going back, we're going back.
Oh,
they
sick.
couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do it again if I get an opportunity as well. I mean, it just is, it's a pretty cool, and yeah, anyway, things to do beyond riding this wave right here, which obviously is one of the best things in the world as well.
Shutting this one down, it'll be in Gentile moving forward into the round of 16. We're wishing the best for Italo Ferreira as he went down hard on a backhand float. We'll keep you posted on his condition. And the rookie now is 3-0 this season against the 2019 world champion. 793, that top number, and we'll be riding this one all the way into the beach. What a great rookie season for the Maui boy.
Yeah, and very important that he got that 793. So he earned it, you know, because Italo put some numbers up early, and so he had to make sure that he got the numbers needed to get through this heat. Because if you know, he doesn't do it, he still goes out, and it would be a bye for a surfer who had to come up against.
That's right, Pete. Still some time to go in heat number 8 of the elimination round. Kanoa Igarashi and Liam O'Brien are going to have an uncrowded lineup for the next 20 minutes. We'll be right back. Show right here at Super Tubes, a platform for some of the best local talent to perform for the fans and make a positive impact. Points achieved by surfers equated to Sealand bags, which were donated to the recycling project. The more points collected, the more bags donated. Connor Slypin, you legend, from Cape Town, is the largest contributor of bags with the most points for the charity. How good is that? Way to go, Connor. He was able to catch up with our very own AJ McCord.
Connor Slypin here joining me now, and you had a pretty cool moment at J-Bay earlier in this waiting waiting window where you won the Airs for Good. So it was an air show put on. Walk me through just what it meant for you to compete in that.
Yeah, it's super cool to do that and just be out there with a couple guys and be able to donate some bags to the community. So it was a super fun time.
Being from Cape Town, what does it mean to be able to give back to your community through your surfing?
Oh, it's amazing. It's like what I've always wanted to do is give back, and be able to do it through surfing is an amazing achievement. So I'm stoked.
And you're grinding your way through the Challenger Series right now, obviously working for a shot here on the championship tour. Love to compete at J-Bay someday. How did this little taste motivate you?
Oh, I want to do it so bad. The challenge is definitely a grind, but hopefully one day I'll get through it and I can be in the J-Bay Open.
Well, I think the show you put on is a pretty good indication. Thank you so much for competing and good luck.
Cool, thank you.
Great job. That was awesome. What a great event within the event. That was really fun to watch the other day. Actually, was in the water for a lot of that, watching all these competitors do their thing. Kyle had a crazy punt as he was involved in that expression session. As we'll get caught up in this heat, it's just Liam and Kanoa to close out the elimination round for the men. And Kanoa throwing that one down, Pete.
Yeah, midsection outside. Carries the speed well. You can see there's certain differences in the pace of the wave with the size of the sets, but that outside section carries a ton of speed and was able to execute some massive maneuvers on the outside portion of it. Now sets up the inside where it starts to square up, has to deal with some white water on the face, but really easy and a beautiful finish there from Kanoa Igarashi. Looking at his low number, he is going to be excited to know that will improve. There's the number.
Well done. Igarashi dropping a 7.73 to go with his 8.0.
Look at this slow-mo. We have these two slow-mo cameras here and get to see it right up close. It's beautiful work there from Kanoa Igarashi. Big tight arc in the foam. Not easy to do. And then the finish move, again, this is his trademark, where he's able to compress in the lip and drift through a very critical section and make it look so easy.
Liam O'Brien also getting involved here, chasing Kanoa's lead now.
Yep, and he needs a big, massive number here with 16.5 to go. Mid-size set wave. But when you see these walls coming towards you, you definitely cannot help yourself, and you have to take off. As you see the setup here, but great flow. Just a easy pace through this wave. Again, trying to get a little more pressure on the lip. Unfortunately, falls down, and now at this moment you can see there's a bit of a paddle battle here between these two. It's kind of nice when you get the end of the overlapping heats. Your final heat is going to be all to your own. You don't have other surfers in your grill, even though you still fully have priority here. But it looks like Liam will get that priority here at the end of the heat, and I would say that he's still going to need a massive number. Maybe a slight improvement in his total, but ultimately anything better than a 6.17 will help him out, and there's still lots of time. You could almost say you could do two waves. I mean, you think of the total of Kanoa Igarashi, 15.73. Pair eights can turn it, so you never want to give up here in these moments.
And you got to love this. All about fitness, understanding the lineup, managing your energy. A lot of events around the world have the Red Bull skis whipping you back into the takeoff spot. For Jeffreys Bay, it's always old school. You know, you don't want any wake affecting the performance or any ribs on the face. And so it's all about fitness, managing your breath work on the paddle back out. And with 44 minutes in a heat, you know, you're putting a lot of energy out there because you're performing. It's a demanding wave, but then you're right back into positioning and paddling out so you can perform.
Yeah,
and I enjoy that at this part of the year.
Yeah, and this is where that extracurricular activities of in the gym, you know, doing the bike work, the cardio work, where you're able to, again, breath, being able to do that. You can, you know, how do you manage it? How do you get as much oxygen back into your system after you've obviously exerted it and you've got carbon thrown around there? Get that breath and that O2 back into the system. Those paddle outs are important, breathing from the belly. paddling really hard, obviously, but also in the same token taking it in. I always picture myself like one of those video games where you're trying to replenish yourself and get yourself the energy levels back up. How do you do that as quick as you possibly can? We used to do it in the video game. You just press the buttons as fast as you can to get the energy back.
Right.
But here it's a little bit different. You got to do it a little slower. Got to pace yourself and just bring these big, deep belly breaths. Just fill that body with the good green energy. And that's where you're getting the the oxygen back in the body.
Well, speaking of energy, let's see how Kanoa's feeling and get some insight from Richie Lovett.
Yeah, thanks, Joe, and a great segue, Pete, because a little bit of intel from Kanoa's camp is that he wasn't feeling too well overnight, had the chills, and potentially could have been looking at a bit of a flu coming on. So he stayed very close to home. Hasn't been up to the competitors' area at all today. He paddled out from the keyhole down towards the house, down the point a little bit. But you know, this just testament to these athletes. Able to rise when they're not feeling 100%, and it doesn't seem to be holding him back here. I'll let you guys talk through Liam's wave here.
Thanks so much, Richie. So big news there is we've got a couple of big hooks and a crazy re-entry from O'Brien. Huge searing down carve. The start of that looked incredible, but buried in every part of that rail.
That was the start right there to a comeback wave. I mean, that was something, again, when you like have those moments on a wave, when you're watching a wave, you're like, whoa, where'd that come from? And that's what I felt right there. That was definitely an off the lip, a re-entry where he was just in the lip and really quick in the transition. Let's take a look at this one. Nice size overhead wave here, and just accelerates out of it. You know, the first arc too, solid, and then this one up and over, carries the speed so well, and then it all went wrong right there, stuffs the rail. I mean, that was on the way to a gigantic number. Looking at this first snap, look at the angle. And then there's the stuff of the rail right there. It looks nice and steep where he was going to be able to fit the board in, but it flattened out in a little bit deeper water, and the nose gets caught and it goes down. Unfortunate.
Well, the positive note in that was Liam responding to knowing that he almost needs a perfect number. And you could tell he was just gonna let it fly on that wave. The hard part was he fell on the third turn, so situation remains the same. And now priority with Igarashi and the lead out front. These guys have had a pretty similar season result-wise. O'Brien 14th in the world. Kanoa right behind him, equals 16th with Jordy Smith.
Been a pretty tough year for Kanoa overall, really, if you think about it, considering where he has elevated himself with the finish last year, able to get himself. I mean, what a battle between him and Griffin Colapinto in Tahiti. That was amazing. You know, Kanoa probably would understand that it's not, you know, his favorite spot in the world, like at Tahiti, but you know what? When the cards were on the table, he made it happen, and he got himself into the final 5 on that last event, and it was so fun to watch. What a battle.
And Kanoa's had kind of an interesting change, kind of due to the format changes on tour. He's one of those guys that loves competing. So he'll fill his schedule with qualifying series events, Challenger series events, CT events. He's a guy that doesn't run out of gas. I think thrives off of the repetition of how to win. Where you think about this year, he'd probably be like, wow, he's probably feeling like he's chasing events and wants more of that feeling.
So true. You know, especially when you have a loss, you just want to get back on the horse and do it over again, right? And Kanoa's had a little bit more of that happening this season than he has in the past.
Sometimes you talk about recovery years after a big effort. Kanoa coming off his best finish to date last season. And it definitely feels like a recovery to form. Didn't repeat the same success as he had the previous year at Pipe in Sunset.
Good that he made the cut, though. I think that was a little pressure filled for him at the beginning of the season, right? He didn't have those big results early to be able to make sure that you're in, you know, in the cut. You know, in his mind, he's vying for that final 5 every year, right? And a world title, that's his dream.
As we see a wave on the way here, priorities with Kanoa. But he's going to let that go. So Liam O'Brien with an opportunity here. Setup work as he's tracking down the line hard off the bottom. Great connection on the open face. Deep bottom turn, tags it. Setting up the lip again. Great start for O'Brien. Belts it over the roof. It's got to be perfect. Nice, solid rip in the pocket into the pit. O'Brien into daylight.
well. I don't see him going 9.56, obviously because of the size of the set wave, but the surfing very, very well done, and he is going to close the gap. I mean, he's going to match one of the scores of Kanoa Igarashi here, or at least get close to it. This wave grows down the line, and there was some really good surfing here. Great variety on the forehand, the attack in the lip, again, compressing there. He could have easily just glided up and over that one, but no, he pressed on it. Came out of it again, straight up into the lip, drifts over the top, gets to the barrel. This time he goes low road out. The snap times it into the barrel, like literally bottom turns up into the barrel. That's that great pace. Didn't have to wait for the barrel to happen. He was just right there off this snap. Boom, tags it. Beautifully done. Again, for it's the difference being he's attacking the lip and not necessarily out on the face. A lot of surfers, hey, you got to be out on the face, but no. Little point of difference there from Liam. Look at that technique. Arms up and over, absorb all the speed, and then come out, use gravity to get back on the gas pedal. 2 in a row. That time, kind of a little drift there. But this is where he set up this section here, where he goes to the snap, where he comes out of it, the layback hook like that, compressing, and then straight off the bottom into the barrel. That's that transition. That's that combination that the judges want to see. You want to see that seamless movement between maneuvers, and then the variety there. And he did that on this wave. Best wave by far for him this heat.
Love his style. So fluid, so smooth. Looks great on the wave. Waiting for numbers for O'Brien. Let's catch up with Ian Gentile with AJ.
Ian, your first time surfing J-Bay here in this event, but you look right at home. What is it about this wave that you love so much?
Well, I grew up surfing Honolulu Bay, so I definitely pull from that a little bit. And it's the waves are so good that I was having a hard time like okay, this is a heat, you know, like maybe don't take off on everything you see. And I started off kind of bad doing that. Like I took off on small ones, and then as the heat went on, I just learned to not go on those, and then got a couple, and it's a bummer that Italo wasn't able to finish that heat. So wishing him all the best.
Absolutely. We'll have an update on Italo in just a minute, but first, how important is it for you to move on here in J-Bay?
Yeah, I just want to surf this as much as I can. Like it's pretty cool to have an event where it's like half the motivation to do well is to keep surfing, you know, or more, maybe more. I just want to like get as many waves at J-Bay as I can. I'm really looking forward to it.
We're looking forward to seeing you surf more. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I do have an update for you on Italo. We saw the former world champ take a hard fall in that heat against Ian Gentile. He was taken to the safety boat out in the water and then taken up the beach. He's going to continue to get assessed, and we'll have an update on his condition as soon as we can.
Thank you so much, AJ. Wishing Italo the best. And to transition to Ian Gentile winning that heat, he definitely earned that. Italo already pushed him strong with some big scores. And the rookie continues to light the fire out here at Jeffreys Bay. There's that hook to start for Liam O'Brien. How about a transition? Belts it off the lip. Arcing turn back in the pocket. He's chipped the requirement down to an 8.46 as he hits the lip line again. The man from Burley turns it off the lip and now pulls into another inside cave. Just a brief visit to the pit, and this one might double up. Igarashi all set up work to pull in. He's got a nice line now on the giddy up, and it'll shut him down.
Well, this is interesting. Now, that last wave for Liam needs to be the best wave of the heat. We have a great comparison with Kanoa's first, the 8.0. But, man, what a difference a few minutes can make. We saw Liam able to get 2 waves quickly back-to-back, had that 7.27 on the last one, now needs that 8.46, and that was a pretty well-ridden wave. I'm going to have to take a reflection here and watch it on the replay. Bigger set wave than probably the very first one. But look at the arcs. Just, again, transition from rail to rail. That's what you want to see. Just sets a little twinge of a fade to be able to get timed for the next move. There's a little bit of a speed. You know, with the bottom turns, you can pump it off the bottom. I'd love to see it just be single rail where you're just holding it, but and you got to have speed down the line. I don't see it going quite 8.46, but well, just incredibly well done. Great surfing from Liam O'Brien. Where his timing is, you can see that point break ability of sitting off the back and just waiting and pacing that bottom turn. The fades will give you the timing, really. You see that little check back, just to be able to make sure that the maneuver is going to get done in the most critical part of the wave. Again, the technique, driving that back arm through. There you see the pumps to get that extra speed down the line, just to be able to execute a vertical approach in the lip. Did everything right here. Just to wish this last little barrel section probably for him if it just stayed open. But wow, he's just punching the lip there. But he comes around straight into the barrel. And it looked like it was going to hold up, but he low roads out, so there wasn't a ton of length of barrel there. And if he had stayed in there, he probably wouldn't have came for an exit. So I liked his decision making, but I just don't see it quite going 8.46. As we watch the replay for the outside section now of Kanoa Igarashi. 2 hard arcs and a third right in the pocket too. So the outside work very solid for Kanoa here. Just unfortunately that this barrel didn't allow him to get out of it. He sets it up, you know, and then the judges don't necessarily like when you wait for it too long. Sometimes you have to do that just by the way, virtue of what the wave was doing. But no exit there for Kanoa. But maybe could be an improvement. 7.73 is low. You know, you want to see the whole wave ridden in order to go excellent.
Loving this battle. These two guys with similar strengths. Really enjoy.
Close. I mean, one judge almost gave it to him.
But you just love how he's building. He's picking better waves. He's putting more into them. His best waves have been the most recent ones for O'Brien. Needs an 8.10 with 2:45 to go.
I'm just trying to spock the lineup to see where he sits, and they're way in there, I think.
Yeah, you can see Kanoa just duck diving under that white water on your screen.
That's actually shows how far Liam is. He's way down there, and Kanoa's ahead of him. So ultimately, somehow Liam, after his wave, probably took Kanoa's set on the head and pushed him down. And that's a tough one because Kanoa surfed the wave after, and he's going to get priority there. That was a big moment.
Oh, that's true. Next heat.
That's way up there, right? Yeah. So.
Carissa Moore taking on Joanne Defay. We're transitioning to the women coming up next. Some huge heats, especially for the title race. How about this one? Steph Gilmore versus Tatiana Weston-Webb. We've been really focusing on their position outside the WSL Final 5, and they get to go head-to-head.
Big moment. I mean, for both surfers, huge moment.
And that's still the elimination round. That could be a final out here.
And that could be their year.
This event before,
right? This heat could be their year. It really is. I mean, these two surfers sitting at 5 or 6 and 7. You know, they both need pretty big results because there's a gap there between you know, 5th place. You got to get up there, man. It is. This is their heat.
Huge heat coming up for Steph and Tati. Caitlin Simmers, number 5 in the world, has Lakey. That's a massive one as well. Molly Picklum, number 4 in the world. We'll have Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who is surfing so well this morning.
Who's first in that one? Is it the
Riss versus Joanne Defay?
Yeah, but then there's between that two, there's because Katie is at 5th, right? So she after Steph, Tati?
Katie is 2nd heat.
Oh, okay.
So the last heat will be Steph and Tati. That's heat number 4.
Say Katie doesn't make it there, all of a sudden it becomes even a bigger heat.
So definitely one of the most important rounds of the season is about to start as we're down to 45 seconds. O'Brien chasing an 8.10. It's interesting when you talk to surfers losing today, they're in pain because they're not going to be surfing again in this event in an uncrowded lineup at J-Bay. But they've had the most thrilling losses of the season. I mean, this might be one of my favorite days of the year, condition-wise, Pete.
Oh, 100%. There hasn't been great surf. Unfortunately, we've been a week too late for most of the season. But this year, almost felt like it could have been happening again. But no, thank goodness. Huey is one of the surf gods we like to have. Mother Nature is another one we can call upon in these moments. But yeah, Surfline, thank you. The forecast came to fruition here, and we've had some quality surf, some of the most quality surf we've had all season.
We're going to close this one out. It will be Kanoa Igarashi keeping his lead out front, was more selective in the matchup, Remember how fierce he was in the opening round, even though he lost to Toledo. Cano's got a special relationship with Jay Bay. Moves on into the round of 16. We're going to reseed that round and create some big matchups. And Liam O'Brien, I don't know if he's going to exit Jay Bay soon, but we'll be seeing him in a jersey next in Tahiti to finish off the regular season. Well, what a big round coming up next. Elimination round, which features world #1 Carissa Moore taking on Joanne Defay to kick things off. We'll bring in Richie Lovett and Paul Evans for the call. Jay Bay continues to fire. We'll be right back.
Katie Simmers wins the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal in just her 3rd CT event.
Molly Picklum is your Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion, and she's feeling it right now.
Marks out in front, jams it again. She is on her way and seals the deal. Two-time world champ Tyler Wright, end section approaching. She just hammers it. Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
This has been an incredible ride for the Hawaiians so far. Wow. Beautiful turn there.
Carissa Moore takes out the Surf Ranch Pro.
Welcome back to live action from Jay Bay. We'll see the yellow jersey out in the water right now. A dominant season for Carissa Moore, already locked in for finals day. Right now taking on a perfect looking lineup at one of the iconic breaks on tour, one of the best spots on the planet. Jay Bay, it's absolutely pumping. She's going to be taking on Joanne Defay, and here to talk you guys through it. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Richie Lovett, Strider Wazalewski. Looking pretty sharp there, boys, can I say? Looking good.
Yeah.
We try.
Like you got the tones going, we're having fun, and sharp is the lineup. I mean, the waves are absolutely pumping. I'm losing it a little bit just watching it. I just want to be in the water.
I know. Well, we've got the next best spot to be, calling all the action. But yeah, honestly, in all the years I've been coming here, this is some of the best Jay Bay I think I've ever seen.
Perfect size.
Yep.
Tempo. Wind.
It's all there. It's all just delivering, and the surfers are delivering too.
Some unfortunate occasions today, though.
Yeah, that's tough. We'll report in on that as info comes, but we're back into the women's. Let's do this.
Here's a look at Carissa.
Yeah, Carissa Moore, well, you know, she had a very lackluster opening round just by nature of no waves, so she'll be excited to get this underway. And a couple of big swooping turns, and just when these waves double up in front of you like this at Jay Bay, you know it's just going to cup out and run down the line and give you so much opportunity, potentially a barrel section as well. And here we go. Carissa just hitting the brakes there, thinking for a moment that this was going to barrel off, but she takes the other option and does a couple of nice little hits to finish off.
Right behind her, Joanne Defay. Canvas is just open for painting. It's just, this wave looks like, you know, it wasn't exactly what she wanted with the little froth on the face, but, you know, she was looking for the barrel. I mean, she had that opening round where she kind of mistimed the one tube, so it looks like she doesn't want to do that again.
So unable to find an exit from that is La Reunionaise Joanne Defay, who's got a tough heat here. One of, well, two of the most powerful surfers on tour in the water right now in absolutely delectable conditions. Not loads of pressure, really. In terms of points in the context of the season, we mentioned Carissa already locked in, Joanne Defay. Well, she's just here surfing out the back season of the tour. She's qualified, of course, for next season. She'll be out of that final 5 conversation, but no one wants to lose out when J-Bay looks like this. Drenched in sunshine, just smooth and clean on the face. I mean, from the viewing area, right, we're up in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It looks almost sort of cartoonish up there.
It's the stuff that you draw on your exercise book at school, right? It's just absolutely perfect. The wind just grooming the faces of these waves.
And when you get down to the beach level, when you're by the rocks or the bricks, and you see the waves marching down at you, how fast they're going, you actually get the context of like the speed of the wave and how heavy it really is. It's so powerful. It's crazy how much water's moving out there.
Yeah, as you see, Carissa Moore just stroking back out into the lineup there. So she'll be feeling a little pressure going into this one, I think. She knows that this is important for her to progress through this heat. She wants to maintain that #1 position on the ratings. Going into the final 5, all secure. So Riss riding a couple of boards she's had in the quiver for a few years, bringing the old faithfuls back.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, she's had a couple of years now she's been riding those ones.
Even some of the tails had a pull through with the leash and like fixed, and you know, if you get a good board, ride it. Just keep it on ice.
Joanne Defay here, live action. This one stretches in front of her. Quick snap from her, plenty of spray, and again throwing up arms and keeping the speed. Another jam in the pocket for Joanne, and she'll get blown up there. So just looking a little tight with her body position, just a little tentative.
But we were just talking about how powerful it is out there. I'm serious, those waves are moving so much faster than they look because of with the surfer on the wave at the same time. It does the motion, you don't really get the motion 100%, but you go down there on the beach and you get this wild look at how fast those things are moving. You really get an understanding. And right there you saw it just swatted her right off her board.
Faye will make her way back into the lineup. A number in for Carissa Moore. Already dropped, though. The 6.83 for her. A decent opening for Carissa. And you think about her skill set, what she's able to do on a surfboard, and this just offering up almost the perfect canvas for these women. Chance to go right through the repertoire and just open up, use the skill set. The reading of the wave, ever important. Carissa been dialing in, getting some knowledge of this wave with Duncan Scott as a local coach for her. And he's talked about the fact that really Carissa's one of those surfers who's a lot of the time surfing within herself in terms of her own ability. A lot of surfers have got to bring their best to try and beat Carissa. And for her, it's a lot to do with that mental space. And he even mentioned the fact that he's surprised that sometimes she doesn't seem as confident as you think a surfer of her stature should be in everything she's been able to achieve.
Everybody's got something, right? Nobody's perfect. And it's an interesting point that you have there, is that you can have everything in the world, or you can be looked at as having everything in the world. But there's always something that's relative and subjective to your situation that's going to slow you down and hinder you, because life always gives you something, a challenge of some sort. You know?
Yeah, I think you've hit it there, because Carissa's such a sweetheart. She gives so much to everyone around her and a community, and she's given us so much in the surfing world. But you know, to be a champion, you've got to have that cyborg laser focused competitive nature about you, so that there's possibly a little internal wrestle that goes on with her, you know, wanting to please everyone and be perceived as being the sweetheart that she is. But then, you know, she puts that jersey on, it's game time, you know, and you think of the greats, Tiger Woods and Djokovic, they're just so steely in the way that they perform and compete. But, you know, Riss, she's an absolute champion and a real valuable competitor on the world tour for many years and many years to come, I believe.
3 wins already on the championship tour for it this season. Meanwhile, we'll check out Joanne Defay here. Good size on this wave on the opening section from her. Long drawn out bottom turn, and then swooping on the rail into the lip hard. Gives it a good crack and recovers. And again, just dragging that rail underneath the lip line. And this one will steepen up through here. She'll reset. Gets a little wobble off the bottom, but releasing with a snap there. And going down for almost a strong finish. Looked like she got wobbled off.
Yeah, they're those just little minute mistakes that you really can't make when you're up against someone like Carissa Moore, because, you know, Riss, if she gets that open canvas, she's going to lay down some big old turns. And she's already got a fairly decent number on the board here. So let's see what happens. A pretty good wave here for Joanne Defay. Gets a nice clean carve to open up. Steady pace on the wave here. Just did well to regain. Perhaps a little late to that one, but cleans it up here. Bit more variety. That layback snap. And as the wave slows up again, Joanne just paces herself. Comes through this inside section. Another layback hack. I like that turn. And then just couldn't quite manage to get to the final maneuver there, and gets bumped off.
I really like the way, though, that she looks like she's just about to go down. There's suspense in all of these turns, right? And I enjoy that. I think the boards that she's been riding have been allowing her to like have more agility and turn and looseness in the pocket, but it also gives you that kind of like, oh, am I gonna pull it? I'm going so fast, and she's wrapping out of those turns so quick. And I love the way that it makes you feel watching, because you're almost on edge the whole time.
Yeah,
I feel like that's good for the scoreline.
Yeah, I think it is too. You know, high risk maneuvers. They want to see that critical nature that you're putting into your maneuver. I like that turn there. It's almost, you know, Tyler was doing it this morning, and she was scoring well with it. I'd say maybe an inch longer, maybe in the equipment choice. Looks like there's a little bit more rail length that she's utilising here, but just releases the fins and then re-engages, gets the direction flowing down the line again, just hammers that final turn. Just got a little bit caught on the heel side there.
Surf like Joanne. I want to surf like that. That was sick. That last little layback jam was mental.
Going top to bottom there. I did catch up with her briefly. Yes, I asked her about a board. She's riding the 5.8. She said she was just sticking to regular equipment. Okay. Wouldn't go to a step up unless, you know, things got really considerably much bigger. I think she's on a regular size board there, and I feel like with every wave she surfs, with every heat she makes, her confidence is going to grow. She's had that season where she missed the start of the season and never really able to lock in to that momentum and flow that we're used to seeing from her. And she'll be loving certainly the length of ride here, the time on the board, and taking on the very best. It informed the yellow jersey of Carissa Moore. Decent number from the panel, 6.
Have a look at this.
8.3, and it's an identical number to Carissa's wave.
Yep. Pocket 8, 6.83s for both our women here. So this second backup score is going to be very important. Then they'll start to work on getting rid of the 6.83 if they can build these numbers. There's certainly enough perfection in the waves to get some incredible heat scores. We've seen upwards of 16, 17 points even from Geordie today.
You know, it's interesting too about the score lines, just thinking about what you would do as a surfer. If you came here and surfed, right, you'd be doing these crazy long arcs on the face and down into the wall, and you know, you'd be having these lines that would just complement J-Bay. And the judges want you to almost go even just more vertical and kind of take away that big arcing turn and go into the lip line more, and kind of, it's just like it'd be a head test for me in a heat, right? It would be hard to actually do what the judges want you to do.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. You've got that such a stretched out wall, that blank canvas as well. In the 3.7, there's all sorts going on, right? There's people in your way, and maybe some of your choices are a little bit restricted where you can turn on the wave. Out here, well, you're all by yourself in a beautiful blue ocean at Pumping J-Bay. Of course, ever important to dial in the conditions. Scan the QR code, get 30% off Surfline Premium. Stay in the know. You guys like a bargain?
Yeah, I'm running to the TV right now.
Dude,
I've been paying full price.
yeah, me too. Do we know someone? Anyway, I honestly, I open this app.
Don't go there.
Half a dozen times a day. I am always on this thing, checking it out, looking at other. Even when I'm at home, I'm always looking at other places in the world, going, "Oh, what's happening over there?"
I mean, you want to go on a surf trip.
Yeah.
You know you do.
Yeah, you get the 16-day forecast. You can check it all out, but well worth the. Well, it's not a big investment, really.
The Surf World's collective focus very much dialed into Jeffreys Bay, South Africa right now.
Looks like there's a big set coming to me. If you look up the point there and you see that thing fight, oh, there we go. Somebody's paddling for the channel. Something's coming up.
Big lines wrapping in here, and this swell was due to fill in throughout the day as well. That was on our forecast. The winds cooperative throughout the day too, keeping things nice and clean and groomed. It's a warm day out there. We're used to it being cold when it picks up at J-Bay. At the moment, it Feels pretty balmy as we'll check out live vision of the yellow jersey, Carissa Moore. Heading down the line here and looking to set up this meaty section. Hasn't unloaded yet on this wave. Just really setting things up here, waiting for it to get nice and steep before she goes on the attack. She's looking pretty smooth and polished. She want to go hard into these turns. Nice wrapping, committed rail arc from her. And again, just pushing a slightly softer lip line, and it all gets a bit weird for Riss on the inside.
Oh, fumble. That
Yeah.
was Butterfingers right there. I'm sorry, that was, she had the football coming in the end zone and dropped it. That was a tough look right there.
Yeah, and oh no, and look, we've got a broken board too. So
that wave just was so. You see her go over the falls in the replay. Hopefully we can get that.
She went through the lip.
Went over the falls in the lip, broke the board. That's damage right there.
Well, this is 2 years in a row now where Riss has had to deal with a broken board and had to come in make her way in over the rocks, which is always very challenging, especially in this size surf. And I can tell you that there is a hefty set rolling through the lineup now, so she's going to have to deal with a couple of things here. Looked like she actually skipped out a little bit on the bottom turn, and then watch here, she goes up and over the falls. Oh, and hopefully she's okay.
She'll be dealing with the current going down past the keyhole. So now she's down by Salads, they call it, and that's a place where it's just pure reef in there. So you don't want to be dealing with that. That's a lot of work. Backup board waiting for her.
Yeah, so this is, she's going to burn a good 5 minutes at least. And Joanne Defay, oh, she goes down. So
tomahawk to the chest right there.
Interesting here. Well, this is, you know, it's even picked up since this morning when our women were out there. We had the last couple of heats of the opening round, and there's more defined space between the swells. So that's that swell period. And the longer the period, the more stronger that swell is.
And this is a tricky place to be, even a waterwoman of her experience. We'll get another look at this. Carissa Moore travelled a long way on this wave and won't add a lot of points. The broken board on the inside as well. What happened for her on the inside? It looked like she just arrived really late, went for the wrong turn.
Yeah, it was just you know, a moment where you go, you know the wave's cupping out, you know it's going to happen, and you kind of go at it at a different angle than usual. But she did some amazing work on this wave before she got there. I mean, these arcs on the inside were great, but right here you see the board skip out a bit, little warble of the face, and then you can see her fall on the face, sucked over the falls. She's got to get in right there. It's right at the end there. It's past the keyhole. Gordon Merchant's house there behind us. And she's going to have to run in. There's all the urchins on the rocks there, so she's having to deal with everything. She doesn't want to cut your feet, right? You don't want to hurt yourself, so you do want to be kind of tentative to get in there. And then once you hit the sand, you'll take off running up there to get the other board.
Yeah, fitness coming into play here for sure. And as you said, those rocks covered in barnacles and little mussels. And you know, I got a little tap on my foot just the other day, and I opened myself up. And she's had to scramble all the way along them here, so she'll do the big jog up the beach.
Yeah, well, we saw quick vision of the backup board with Duncan Scott. He's probably up at the keyhole right now, or he'll join her midway. Possibly a little debrief as well as she makes her way back out. But this is going to take a bit of energy out of Carissa Moore.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we don't see Mitchie Ross in the picture here in a minute. Her coach will come down, give her a little bit of advice. That's Luke, I believe, her husband.
Yeah.
Should be feeling a bit of deja vu here, just going.
She's doing the quarter mile right now. She's doing the quarter miles, what she's having to do. So, and if you're Joanne Defay sitting out the back in a lineup like this by yourself, how does that feel?
She needs to stay composed, yeah?
Yeah.
I feel like she also needs to capitalize here. She already made a mistake on an absolute bomb that came through. That's one of the biggest sets we've seen so far today. She's all on her own, and she needs to put points on the board, because you can guarantee Carissa Moore will regather, recompose, and come back and attack. Here goes Joanne Defay here. Opening up with a swoop in turn. Double pumps off the bottom and pushing hard on the rail. And she's dialed in here. Again, nice and sharp from her with the rail work. a little bit repetitive through this section. That's more just what the wave's offering her. She's having to surf to that and just jams it, cuts that one short, mixes it up, thought about that steep section, decided rather prudently to get out of there.
Oh, that wave smoked her. That wave just so radical, that inside section right there.
How quickly does that come up on you? Like when you're coming through that super tube section and then you're heading towards the bricks there.
She did really well in that wave, though. I thought the opening turns were all really strong. They were a little repetitive, like you were saying, but she came up into the sections and she laid it out and really used her body torque and her power into these turns, Rich.
Yeah, I liked it. It was a good-looking wave right from the takeoff. Had a nice steady pace to it. Kind of similar to Carissa, how it was sort of open-face calves for the most part, and now through this inside section, she starts to hold that rail a little bit longer and then wrap it. These final turns where she actually gets a bit of wrap going, redirects the surfboard, the little layback one again, and then right here she goes, okay, I'm out of there.
I liked it a little better.
You liked it better than Carissa's second wave? Well, Carissa dropped in that 6.23 as her backup, so really we know they've got the identical high score, and Riss still making her way up the beach.
Yeah, I think she's going to capitalize here, and maybe like you were talking about, Paul, that she had to capitalize on. I think she's done it. I think she's going to get a better score, but that's just my opinion.
Carissa Moore back on dry land. It's been a long time since she broke her board, so losing a fair bit of clock time here. That's Duncan Scott right there, just doing the canter with her. The board should be up at the top of the keyhole, right by Sharon's place, ready.
Yeah, she doesn't need to sprint right now. Like this is, you need to be able to maintain some sort of energy so that when she does get to the keyhole, she can put the leash on, take a couple of big breaths, get some oxygen in the lungs again. Like, she's pretty gassed right now. So here's Mitch just giving her a couple little pointers. Hey, you're still in this. Let's wash this off. Just take a moment.
Yeah, have a big breath. You want to try and get onto like a double up at the end of a set and it'll sort of wash you over. You got some time? I'll get up and direct you.
Okay.
Here you go.
So just try to stay
It doesn't have to be the biggest one. You've had a couple of flatter ones.
Yeah.
That's why your scores are against you.
Yeah.
You're seeing those cuppy ones. She's had cuppy ones, and she's still only getting sevens.
Yeah, she got a 6-8. Fine.
There's cuppy ones.
Pumpkin.
Cuppy ones.
Great insights there as we listen in. Mitchell Ross telling her what sort of waves to go for. Duncan Scott as well with a little bit of a tip on how to just punch through this keyhole and get herself in the slot. Carissa Moore taking all that info on also, just sticking with the breathing as well, getting her breath back. She's got a little rock dance to do. Tide's pretty low, swell's real big, and it's draining off those rocks.
I think she's got a good hole here, though. She's got like a good time. The timing is on her side right now. As we can kind of get a good overview of her paddling out from the beach, probably. You can probably see that there's not a lot of sets coming at this moment. And something else that's on Carissa's side, she started this overlapping format, so she has the right-of-way of this heat for 44 minutes. Right, that's a long time to have a priority heat.
Number in for Joanna Fay, the 6-8 for her. So able to capitalize, as you thought, Strider. Carissa Moore's back in the water after doing the runarounds. Real interesting looking, entertaining heat so far. Carissa Moore will be back in the lineup soon. We'll be right back. Beautiful South Africa looking absolutely dazzling here. As we'll check out a brand new heat hitting the water. And the entertainment, the performance, Caitlin Simmers, already big results in the bag for her young career. Number 5 on the CT, taking on Lakey Peterson, the veteran. An incredible point break surfer with the power, a great technique at a wave like this. And it'll be interesting to see that contrast of styles. A bit of similarity in terms of Joanne and Carissa, what they're able to do, the way they surf waves, but a real contrast with relatively slight in stature. Caitlin Simmers just offering something a bit new, that youth movement. That's what she offers. Lakey Peterson with that experience and the power. Can't wait to see how that goes down. 40-odd minutes for them. Meanwhile, this just happened.
Yeah, so this is Lakey Peterson from way up high on the point. Sort of a smaller to mid-sized wave, excuse me, but she's opened well with that nice carve, but then comes unstuck on the second turn. So you'd have to say advantage to Katie Simmers, but Katie Simmers is about to ride the best wave she's ever had at J-Bay.
Yes,
yeah? Like Lakey,
100%.
Lakey's been here, a number of times. She's probably surfed it similar or as good, but Katie's going to be figuring this out on the go.
That said, I feel like we're going to see some of the best carves we've ever seen with style from one of these women. I mean, it's going to be probably the coolest thing, because Caitlin Simmers, she came here with a family, right? She's got the whole crew here. Mom and dad actually caught some of the best waves of their lives, even on those smaller days down the beach, right? She's had, she has a quiver here, but she's really sticking to Old Faithful on the surfboards. But as a youth, she went home for 4 days, got comfortable. She came down here and she is peaking every day.
What we've come to expect from her this season is that X factor. She's going to do something a bit different. She's showing us something new. How much of an opportunity do you get to do that at a wave like J-Bay?
Yeah, it doesn't beg for those, big airs and I guess that real progressive, futuristic style of surfing. It is more of a traditional style wave. As we see Carissa Moore, let's see how she goes and recovers here.
Yellow jersey back on a wave here. Great looking opening turn. She's looking very composed on the backup board and slicing with precision into the pocket. This angle just showing you how this wave will double up. So outside just gathering and then into the lip. So a shorter wave from her, but a great way, not wasting too much time back in the lineup and putting a number on the board to come back at Joanne Defay. She's about half a point shy at the moment of the French woman's number.
6.8 is what Carissa Moore's after. We'll pull up the replay because I'm not completely convinced that she got the number. She surfed it very well, all things considered. After what she's been through, she tags this first carve. Lots of power and flow in that one. Big swooping cutback. Steady pace on this wave. A nice carve again. Drops straight down to the bottom. Looking for something through that inside section and gets that final hit. So some fantastic surfing, but perhaps just the wave size. And while those opening movers were very strong, there was not that one massive moment on that wave that maybe got me going.
Maybe pulling the trigger too fast on that.
But perhaps wait for
maybe waiting for a bigger, better wave.
So around about 12 minutes between rides from Carissa Moore. We just heard as we were eavesdropping in, Mitchell Ross say, look at the cupped out ones, the steeper ones, some of those bigger ones pushing wider. There's a lot of setup and then exploding all at once down on the inside. So a different looking wave for Carissa Moore.
She did tear into that wave.
Yeah, that opening section was crazy.
It was pretty impressive the way that the first carve that she did, how whippy it was and quick into the bowl. So I guess maybe the directive was to catch waves like that.
She's following the instructions.
She's heading back out the top of the point here. A number to drop shortly for the yellow jersey of Carissa Moore, who's already locked in her final 5 status, as has Tyler Wright. I tell you what, it's tight up there in the top 5. And she will not be looking to release any kind of pressure in this event. Look at this rail work, nice and aggressive.
So good. I could watch her do these big open face wraps all day long. Just
right, isn't it?
That was a little extra spice in that one half.
Yeah.
Bringing the board all the way around. Look how low that back arm is. Now she takes it up. Now she'll take it back down again as the power of that turn continues on through.
good compression as she came into that last turn too. I liked it.
Absolutely. And gets to the finish. So
I'm gonna like it.
Looking at it
again, I like it.
Yeah, I think I do too. I think she might grab the number here.
Lakey Peterson on an inside section here and using that strong upper body just to lay into those sections there. Uses the shoulders, throws the arms.
I was gonna say, you know, you guys were talking about seeing something new out of people, you know, for simmers. I feel like what we're gonna see is what we saw at the surf ranch at the end of her waves. She was doing these crazy grab rail carves that were so old school and beautiful to watch. As a youngster and a new school surfer, it really, really, really was attractive to see. And I feel like we're gonna see that out of her once she gets an open wall here. We're gonna see some incredible carve game.
Gotta say too, fair bit of sand on the reef at the moment. As we watch the plumes, the whitewater plumes and the pathway of the waves, a lot of sand. But here we go, here's the replay of Lakey Peterson. So gets a cutback to start off. Now she starts fanging down the line. Gets on the gas here. Now she starts to open up, finds the rhythm of the wave. And again, multiple turns. Down on the inside, cuts that last one a bit short, but then tidies it up for that last layback hit.
Yeah, solid surfing. Joanne, here we go. Flying down the line, loading up. This one, big cutty on the face, but just remember how we were talking about she was a little unsettled? She came off there. Here's some live action.
Here she goes again, driving on a big stretched out wall. This one looks really good thus far, and she is trucking down the line here. There's a big turn, a massive spray. So much power and control. Just tightens that one up a touch, and then into this. Nice hit. Oh, no. Of course she was hanging on to that. Meanwhile, here goes Simmers. What she got for us, just jams one in. Didn't have loads of room there, and she'll pull in, traveling here. Simmers in the tube.
Yeah, Grom, I love it. Style.
Just attacking, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not holding back. She's not, you know, taking a conservative approach to these fairly decent-sized J-Bay walls here. And she's gonna, we always knew she was gonna show us something unique, and she's delivering now. So this is a replay here for Joanne Defay. So she was on her way back out, and this big wide set, she picks it up. Sleepy cut back to start off. Now she comes through to the inside.
I really like this turn right here. Big gouge in the face. I mean, the way she railed into that thing, I feel like that was the type of surfing I want to see. I know that there's like an initiative to kind of finish out some of these turns with some whip, but also holding through them really, I think, can give you a better look at J-Bay. And some of these turns that she was doing out here on the face where she's carving through the top, that was beautiful. That wave just released perfect, got speed coming out of it. So really great work right there from Joanne Defay, stacking up some more points. And if she would have brought it home right here, she would have been possibly looking at an excellent score in my book. I mean, she's so close, but she was on the heels the whole time. You know, I don't think she's going to get credit.
It's the replay of Katie Simmers. Just a bit of a carve under the lip here. Big wrapping cutback. You can see just trying to find her feet, and then does the layback hack under the lip and just hunting down the line. One at the barrel, pulls in, and unfortunately just gets a little chandelier down the end section there, not able to find the doggy door.
You know that, and we just think back to when Carissa took off on that other wave. We said, maybe was that just too quick? Did she pull the trigger too quick? I feel like she might have.
Numbers in 6.57 for her, so she'll remain in second place. Here she goes, Carissa Moore in the yellow jersey, swinging and wrapping, applying pressure to the rail. And then that carve kind of rips one down into the bowl from a high line. Quick snap to set up a tube, gets on the tail, not super deep, but comes out with a ton of speed. And again, wasted no time in shifting the weight. Really nice swing in the pocket from Ritz. Again, just juicing that one hard. And again, snapping the tail out. Well surfed.
Go. This is, well, Mitchie Ross said, get the cuppier ones, and she did just that.
Here goes Lakey. And a bomb from her. and looking to try and get on the open face here. She's gone a long, long way for this. A big hit, can't hang on. It's so powerful in there with all that speed and water moving around, and she needed to stick that one.
Sometimes it's harder when you're waiting for that final turn and you've got all that downtime and you don't have that rhythm of going up and down and the motion of the wave. More live action here.
Here's Simmers. It is absolutely pumping out J-Bay right now. What she got for us here does well to deal with a tricky section. She'll have to be a bit patient now. Grabs that rail and just carves it down into the pocket. And again, snapping that nose all the way back around the wrong way. Recovers well, bang into the lip. And airdrops out of that lip, incomplete. I love the taking of risks that we're seeing here. These surfers all demonstrating the fact that they're going to go at this. No safety surfing, which is what we want. We've seen a few incompletions here. There's all sorts going on.
Oh, I just got to catch your breath, actually, after watching all this. But this wave right here from Carissa Moore was, to me, excellent surfing. I mean, she just ripped into the face and sets it up, and then she just stayed with the motion, and this wave actually stood up, bowled up. She had a quick speed check and then found a little cover up, came through that. She disappeared the body and then racks it into the corner again right here. I mean, this snap, wow! What, you know, she just feels like she's moving fluidly with all these sections. That thing, are you kidding? I mean, everything that she's doing on this wave just speaks excellent to me. I really like that wave. I feel like that was the best wave of the heat so far by far.
Agreed. And you can see stays nice and high. Bit of a secret to the barrel ride at J-Bay is to stay up high in that Armady-shaped barrel. But this is textbook power surfing here from Carissa Moore. Opens up the wingspan, brings all that momentum of the upper body. Now she compresses, gets back on the toe side. Transitions again, leans into it. Look at the angle of the surfboard. Just holding that rail, driving through the turn with so much acceleration and power. And I don't know, I think this board might even look better than the last one.
It does. It looks better. She looks better. Maybe she should break a board and have to run the beach more often, because she's come back so strong.
Demonstrating why she's #1 in the world. 8-5 from the panel. Excellent surfing from Carissa Moore. And after a bit of a mishap with the broken board, getting blown up on the inside, that run around, the change of equipment, the little pep talk, all of that stuff, gathers herself and throws another couple of points in terms of the margin over Joanne Defay, who now needs to go excellent herself. This has been highly entertaining for all sorts of reasons throughout. Carissa Moore now, as she paddles back up with some good sort of pace, good cadence to that paddling, she can just afford at this stage to realise she's in a pretty strong position now.
Yeah, she's looking good at the moment. And I was just thinking then, J-Bay is a place that's sort of given Carissa Moore a rocky path. It hasn't come easy. There's always seems to be a bit of drama. You know, the first heat there was just hardly any waves at all. This second heat she's had the break and she's had to come in. J-Bay's making her work for it, and she's standing up to the test and delivering.
Absolutely, just showing her quality, really, that resilience, and why she's been an unbelievable champion down the years. She'll want more of that silverware and looking to go into Final 5 as you want to go in the #1 spot once again. Quite a lot to happen before that happens, though, of course. Finishing up at J-Bay, heading to Tahiti as well. But Carissa Moore has looked great value throughout this season with those big 3 wins, and this is a venue. Obviously, any event on tour is a big win, but you think about some of the places that stand out and just feel like those eternal kind of wins that you get when you get that trophy. J-Bay certainly one of them.
I said it in the opening show that we did. You know, for me, J-Bay, if surfing had 4 majors, J-Bay would be one of them. For me, anyway. You know, if I ever got a win out here, that trophy would be front and center on the mantelpiece.
Just beautiful looking ruler edge lines wrapping in here. It's absolutely delightful from where we're sitting. We've got a great viewing spot. We can peek over our shoulder and check out the sets wrapping in right now. Looking from the drone, it looks all turquoise and beautiful out there. The sun's out. And we talked about the fact that usually the cold weather comes. Sometimes we get those howling winds going up the face as well. It can make it tricky. It looks relatively pretty user-friendly out there right now.
It does, and when you're sitting out there just as a free surfer, and you see one of those walls coming and there's like 10 guys trying to breathing down your neck, you have this like, you still get nervous even if you know it's your turn. I can imagine being in a heat and just having to wipe all those nerves away and trying to think about just like, hey, I'm surfing, it's just surfing, just go surfing. Like, it's just the pressure has to mount and build on you.
Cougar Flight Cam bringing us this vision here, and we're checking out a heat with Carissa Moore and Joanne Defay right now. It is Riss with the lead in this one, and it's the surfer at a reunion island with priority and a little bit to do. She'll need to go into the excellent range now inside 6 minutes. That's the priority heat. The other side of that, we're checking out the battle of the experience of Peterson taking on young Caitlin Simmers coming to this number 5 inside. Crucially, final 5 at the moment, but a lot yet to come, and expect that to be very hotly contested with some major talent right behind her. And it's providing us with great entertainment in terms of the shake-up of those ratings, and we're doing it in the best possible ways. We've waited a long time to get here, 6 days to get to this day, and it's been sort of looking at us, winking at us on the forecast, really, and absolutely delivering right now. Here we go, big swooping snap from Defay. Into the lip, tags it hard, down again, another mistake.
Yeah, that's a big mistake actually at this point in the heat. With just under 5 minutes to go, Carissa will establish priority here and really put the pressure on, but more live action.
Here goes Simmers as she's super cash. She'll make way right now because Carissa Moore's in the priority heat, and she's got herself a bomb here. She'll lean into that first turn. That board looks so fast under her feet, and she drives into those turns and just jams it down back into the steep part of the wave. Sets up here again and just carving at will. Look at this stuff as she throws loads at that for a finishing turn. So mixing it up, and wrist looks great.
Woo! Strong. Oh man, this is fun to watch.
There's a difference, isn't there? Just how long she sits on the rail, the power she holds in it, all that drive and projection, the speed. Kind of unmatched.
And you know, watching her surf it, there's just elements that she's got, right? Just body structure, board, everything's matching up, right? She's been working with somebody for that long to where she just has, you find that magic rocker and template and rail line, and you do surfing like this, and it's really a pleasure, to see the combination and the time spent together with somebody working on something to actually create the symbiotic relationship where you come out and you just become one with that. And surfing this way is so fun to watch.
Just so balanced when she's up into these turns here. Gets the board right on rail. That one there. Just, she added a little extra pepper on that thing.
It was a Hawaiian punch, I call it.
Yeah.
Just able to just add a little extra in terms of the quality. And she gets that last turn done. And she'll be delighted to ride out of that with the speed. Realized it was a completion. She'll realize probably another good number.
Excellent number.
Could well be, couldn't it? Just think about the way she's able to mix that up. The power she's got, the no downtime between the turns.
That last turn was just vicious.
Yeah, that finishing turn was spectacular. It really was. And, I don't think we've seen really a finishing turn of that magnitude.
No, we haven't. And
done.
And you think about it, you're only as good as your last turn.
Yeah. It feels kind of my emotion is telling me it's kind of an excellent number. Or very close to it.
Really fun to watch.
2.5 on the clock here. We'll have another look at this rail work. She looks so crisp.
I mean, leaning hard into it, just that is just radical. Laid it out, the whole body extended, and then she had to recompress to, come back over it as it cupped out and started to close out around her.
That almost happens instinctually at that point when you're coming out and it's cupping out and the bottom of the wave troughs out under you. But you just know to put that balance, that pressure back on the back foot, regain control, and your body movements all kind of connected
over the board. I think that's the key thing.
Totally.
Number in for Carissa Moore, 777. Not quite in the excellent range, close to it.
They kind of agreed with us, huh? Somebody did. Look, 2 people.
There you go. I think another thing too, we've seen Joanne just get a little, sorry, I'll let you call the action, get back to the point.
Joanne Defay here looking to rally late in the heat. Big hack from her, and she'll throw it away.
I was just going to say, she's had those falls on a couple of the end sections where she's stood a little tall. And that end section, you have to, those thighs and legs, they need to absorb all that energy, and you have to really get low.
Here goes Lakey, absolutely trucking. Big drawn out bottom turn, massive hit from her. The power and control absolutely on point. Wraps a turn in the pocket. And again, really nice. She throws massive spray. And again, just wrapping one. Lakey Peterson on fire on this wave in the tube right now. She's traveling here, trying to force her way out the front. She won't do that. So not scored for the tube at the end of that wave, but some amazing rail turns done prior to that.
Insane. Well, she needs it, right? She's almost 10,000 points behind Caitlin Simmers. So she needs to stack those points and just keep marching on and make sure that she separates herself. Take Simmers out of the event and then just move on through to, you know, if she can get to finals day and be right there, she'll put some distance, you know, shorten the distance between the top 5 and then put herself closer.
Yeah, really good stuff here. I really like it when Lakey starts stretching out of turns. And that wave almost forced her to do it. Lean in on it. She can get a little bit guilty sometimes of 2-3 stage bottom turns, you know, and she pivots off the bottom instead of driving and really holding up that line off the bottom. And she did it on that wave. That was like, haven't seen that in a little while. And it was just so much better to watch in my mind.
Carissa Moore really just showing her class there and responding to the adversity. That run up the beach and just came out swinging, and she got back in the lineup and really looking very much like a sort of surfer you would expect to go very deep into this event. She's through to quarterfinals here. She's avoided a tough elimination round heats against Joanne Defay. It is absolutely pumping at J-Bay right now. And we're witnessing an absolute show from the best in the world. Highly entertaining, loads more to come. More live action from J-Bay where it's cooking real soon.
I think one of the most important things about Rising Tides J-Bay is that it is inclusive, and it does include girls from all different races, ages, different areas, all around South Africa.
So Surfers Not Street Children is an organisation that helps black female surfers, but also other children who would like to start surfing, children at risk of going the bad path.
Yeah, girls! Good job, ladies. Yeah, just getting them off the streets and getting them into the water where they can really find a passion in their life and something that hopefully they'll, you know, have that purpose.
Katie Simmers, Stephanie Gilmore, Joanne Defay, Sarah Bond, they're all out there pushing these girls, encouraging them.
Yeah, this is the best part about what we do. Spread the love.
From the grassroots to the very best in the world at one of the iconic venues in global surfing. It's a beautiful day at Jeffreys Bay, and it's a beautiful day to see the full flow of Lakey Peterson doing this.
Yeah, great surfing here from Lakey. See, that's what I'm talking about. Leans on that bottom turn, extends it, clean line, and then that just brings you up with so much speed and power. She's able to flow through these turns, and that's what I mean. Speed is everything in surfing, and she pulls in at this final moment, almost lets her out. But a great view here, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, bottom turning, you know, this is that first setup hit, but look at, that was what you were talking about. Extending the bottom turn, letting everything happen and flow through it, and opening up the body when she was just doing that beautifully. I mean, she's going so fast. This wave just really gives you the opportunity to go incredibly fast, and controlling your surfboard and actually being able to pull maneuvers out with that speed and holding that rail and then coming in and comboing it up back up into the lip. That right there, that body extension, it's beautiful.
Not only is it more functional, but it's prettier to watch.
Yeah.
When a surfer does this. And you know, I used to watch Joel Parkinson and you know, and Andy and those guys that used to do it so well, and Kelly, you know, they used to hold that bottom turn, and it used to give them so much projection and speed as they went into the upper part of the wave and into their maneuvers. And it's something that I tried to work on, I couldn't quite figure out.
I saw you doing it, Rich. You were ripping. Here we go. Simmer's ripping too, setting it up. She's going to wind up here. Looks like she's eyeing something up down the line, and she does. Nice whip back into the corner. Right here, though, this thing, oh, it was just so radical going for a turn in that section. You make that turn, you're getting big numbers.
Crazy stuff. And now here's a replay of Molly Picklum. So exciting surfers in the lineup at the moment. This one's starting to get some green face to it. Molly just jams that big carve around this section and just pulls it a little tight. Digs that nose edge and goes down.
Brand new heat in the water. We just saw Molly Picklum in action. It is heat number 3 of the elimination round, and a great looking matchup. Molly taking on Betty Lou, who ripped in her earlier heat with good numbers, but finds herself in the elimination round. I just love the way she approaches this wave. In fact, so far from what we've seen in the last couple of heats, everyone really going at this. And if you maybe certain part of your thoughts creeping in towards conservative surfing, it's not what we've seen here. Everyone's attacking.
Yeah, and I think we have to. It's just the caliber of surfer on the tour now. No one's holding back, and yeah, it's hard to hold back when the canvas in front of you is pretty much as good as it gets.
Molly Picklum gets a 3.83 for that effort, just losing the footing really on the last turn, and a quick entry from her, realizing that right in front of her it is Caitlin Simmers with priority. What she got for us here, snap at speed and just staying real tight in the pocket, looking stylish and composed. The layback buries that board underwater and tries to come around the white water, gives it a good attempt at pumping behind. It's pretty hard to come from behind the white water at J-Bay.
Yeah, you know, Rich had said something earlier, you know, about how, you know, she's going to catch the best wave she's ever had out here, basically up to this point. And she's also having to learn how to ride this wave at the same time, right? I mean, you could tell right there she was ripping into it, but then she had missed the next section and the rest of the wave. So
yeah, possibly overturned on that final one. Could have maybe kept things going down the line. But this is all the experience that you need, and you're figuring it out. But there was a difference in the way she approached this wave. You could see the tempo was a bit better. Big gouging layback turn there. But yeah, I mean, it's such a fine balance between looking down the line and anticipating what's happening and actually surfing what's in front of you and timing your maneuvers perfectly.
These slow-mos, they really give you a look at how well she lays the board over on the rail and pushes using, you know, she's not a really big girl, right? But she's using her structure to really, with her technique, to just put the board on rail and actually drive through the turns. So fun to watch that board.
Yeah, really limber, the way she gets into the maneuvers as well, kind of rubberish in her body movements.
Feels like she makes her speed a bit of a weapon too. The way she's able to have so much acceleration into the turns, it almost kind of feels like it loosens it up a bit, particularly on a wave like this. Tricky to really impose yourself on the face of the wave. Caitlin doing that there. She's got a little bit of a scoreboard pressure to come back at, though, in terms of Lakey Peterson dropping that 7.67. Just think about that number. That was the incomplete tube, but the carving was so good out the back, and the power of Lakey going close to excellent.
Yeah, you know, Caitlin's got 14 minutes to put a heat together at the moment, because she needs 2 waves, and the way Lakey Peterson's surfing at the moment, I don't think she's done yet. She's going to probably replace that 6 at some point. So the pressure is definitely on the youngster.
These heats just coming thick and fast. Looking at that leaderboard, you see names that we're used to seeing inside the top 5. Gilmore and Western Webb coming in at 6 right now. They're coming out
same heat
in the water real soon as well. Cannot wait for that one.
Ooh, this is going to be vicious. No friends on a powder day, man. It's going to be radical watching these two go at it.
Tati getting the Apple Watch to deliver her the information out on the lineup here, and she's coming up against Gilmore with an absolute clash of styles, contrast, personality, almost kind of polar opposites in a lot of the things they do. And I cannot wait to see how those two go at it out here. You're defending event champion from last year in pumping surf.
Well, 2 previous winners. This could be a final. We're about to watch it. It's in the elimination round. And it's so crucial, the result of this next heat. I can't wait.
No, literally somebody's going to the emergency room. It's not just the elimination round, it's the emergency room. This is heavy.
Let's go here from the yellow jersey, Carissa Moore with AJ.
Carissa Moore coming out of the waves just now, deciding to do a little bit of a triathlon there. We had the surfing, we had the running, we had the crawling over the rocks. That was our 3 sports, but you managed to dominate all 3 of them. What were you telling yourself as you were running up the beach, knowing how little time you had left?
Honestly, what was going through my head is like, seriously, we're doing this again? But I'm actually kind of grateful because I got to do the full like dry run last year, and so I kind of had and my hubby had better preparation for this year. He wasn't stripping, so he was like, okay, we're gonna wait at the keyhole and you run to us. So we were the team was a lot more efficient this time around.
Not the thing you think you need to practice, but you did it. You get back out in the water, and it just seemed like you knew exactly what you were looking for when those waves rolled through. What were you looking for in the waves that you knew you needed to find the scores on?
I think, honestly, like sometimes those kinds of reset, it just gets you to reset those kind of scenarios. It gets you to focus in on exactly what you need to do. And it was nice because I got to chat with like coaches on the way around, and they were like, okay, you got to get a little bit more of the cuppier, steepier waves. My first 2 waves were a little fat, and I was just doing cutbacks, and it wasn't really happening for me. So actually the reset was really nice, and I just tried to look for something that was like a little bit more inside, tighter on the reef.
Fair enough. It worked out. Reset yet again. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks, AJ. Happy birthday.
Thanks, Carissa.
Fantastic stuff. A little pit stop back on the beach, a fresh set of tires, and just tore into that heat and looking very good value through to quarterfinals. Carissa Moore, tell you what, the action in the water right now, can't really take your eyes off it. Really enjoying the battle between Peterson and Simmers, that generational clash at the moment. The power of Peterson. She's going all right in this one. Let's see how Katie comes back at her. Still stuck in the 4s at the moment. The youngster unable to really unleash thus far.
It seems just to be boiling down to wave choice, really. You know, it's trying to identify the one wave that's got the right pace, and you can actually attack that. And that's what Peterson's done out there. I feel like that's why she's in and has higher scores on the board. Although, here we go, some live action.
Let's check out Betty Lou here, hitting it hard. Really nice from her, the precision. And so vertical. And now she'll have to go on a bit of a speed run. Grabs the bottom turn, great carve at speed, and gets really late to the lip there. That wave just running away and tried to sort of force a turn that maybe wasn't quite on. She was on her way to a number there.
She was. I was impressed with Betty Lou this morning. She had great form, big score, and she'll be looking to pick up that form and continue on in this heat. Hard to pick it though. Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Sakura, great matchup. So Betty Lou just tags that first one. Nice cuppy little wave here, streaking down the line. Now she resets, jams that carve, tries to just transition, get back up there.
Super aggressive. You know, that's what's, I think, the difference between her and Molly is the aggression in the lip line. I think you get, you know, Molly Picklum does a beautiful rail work turn, probably more power and down carving, but I feel like Betty's just like going after that lip at all cost.
Really late to that one, though. That turn never really on. And an opportunity to put some points on the board. Molly, her highest wave is still that 383. So Sakura, that was her second wave. We'll get a number for her, but a chance to go up there. Put a little bit of pressure on. Still plenty of time left in that heat. Over 30 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in that one. It's a really enjoyable early afternoon here, lunchtime in South Africa. And crew on the beach just grabbing a bite, just feasting their eyes really on what's going down at the point here. It's absolutely beautiful conditions, just groomed, ruler edged. We've had a few wind shifts in the forecast, but so far so good. It's all looking clean and smooth and pretty fun.
Oh, looks amazing.
Better than fun. It's perfect.
I mean, yeah, it's unbelievable watching these waves march down the point, and all you want to do is rip into one.
I know, you do, don't you? But we've got the next best seat in the house.
I don't know.
Checking it out.
Torture.
Anyway, we'll continue on, but I tell you what, 8 minutes to go for Caitlin Simmons to find something here. And if she's going to do this in 2 waves, she's going to have to do it pretty soon. And unfortunately, she doesn't have priority either. So Lakey Peterson's going to be able to apply even more pressure to this situation. Simmons, we know she can do it. She's got all those tricks. She's got the calves. Just needs to put it together.
You mentioned that leaderboard, and in terms of Lakey and that deficit that she wants to make up here, she might be thinking about that right now, but obviously that's on her mind going into this event, and a chance here at a great venue in great conditions to do some damage in terms of the leaderboard. She's got to get past Caitlin Simmons, sitting right now at 5th. So a great season for her already. But right now, Caitlin's second priority, just a couple of 4s. And she's gone fast out here. She's shown some nice surfing, some composed surfing, some style, but she's never really attacked the lip.
No, we just haven't seen that proper flow and connectivity with the wave here. And you know, we've been talking about it in all the morning programs and throughout the heats. You know, it is so rhythmic, this wave, and just having that that connection, that flow with it, and understanding where you've got to place your turns and the pace to the wave. So much to it.
I was looking at the Surfline forecast, and it looks like it comes up pretty solid tomorrow, bigger on the forecast, like, you know, maybe 15 feet, 13 seconds.
Whoa.
But the swell's more west. So does that mean that it's going to be wrapping around, and so the swell might look the same size as we have, but just like still a good direction?
Yeah, I think it'll be kind of creeping down the point a little bit more rather than coming straight on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be interesting if it's another couple of feet bigger. Probably see that outside ledge starting to come into play.
That's a big boat out the back there. Martin Daly showed up on the Indies Trader, it looks like.
Yeah, hopefully the wake of that boat doesn't coincide with a decent set here.
5 minutes and 40 to go in the priority heat at the moment. In the Californian Clash, it's Peterson with the lead in that one, a pretty decent one too. Simmons thus far unable to really get going in this at the moment, on the wrong side of a 9.44. That's a solid number for her, with just over 5 without priority as well. A little bit of a lull eats up some of that time. And the elimination round is not where you want to go out at any venue, but particularly at J-Bay when it's absolutely pumping like this. So all sorts of rewards on offer for surfers able to keep their campaigns alive. A little bit of time will just get lost here in between. And Lakey Peterson won't mind that one bit, sitting with priority. Already showing us some of that form, that power style that she's got that matches so well in the point breaks. So far, so good for her. Her big number came on an incomplete tube, but the spray that she was generating with the turns out the back, absolutely massive. Just sort of comparing that to what Carissa and Joanne were doing in the heat previously, you'd say Lakey's power turns, her calves, right up there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's definitely been moments. You know, Lakey, I mean, it's undeniable the surfing she did before she pulled into that barrel, those calves. The rhythm of that wave was spot on. And well, Katie's just, you can tell there was a little bit of inexperience here in the way she's put this heat together. And it's all learning. It's a learning experience.
That's what I love about it, is that she's come into all these events, and her idea for these events is to enjoy where she's at, in and around the area, and not just focused on the surfing of the event.
Yeah, well, a little bit of sort of seesaw rhythm, really, that feast or famine from Caitlin Simmons in terms of results from her. Obviously, A couple of those huge wins, which are massive, but then the early losses as well, and they're going to hurt. It's all part of that learning process. It is about learning the venues, learning the waves. That's what she's trying to do here at J-Bay, but she's real close on the cusp right now of that final 5. Well, she's in it at the moment, but with just 3.5 minutes here, a good chance for the chasing pack to hunt her down, Rich.
Yeah, this is danger zone, really. Going out at this point in the event, with the caliber of surfer that's sitting just outside the cut line, oh, I'd be nervous.
I feel like there's definitely going to be some tightening of that end, and Tahiti's really going to come into play for all the ladies on the bottom end of that final 5 to try and jump in there, because you know there's 9,000, 8,000 points in between, you know, the ladies coming in with Tatiana and Stephanie, and then you've got almost 10,000 with Lakey, but they're all, you know, marching through. But one of them's going to lose, right? Someone's just going to, either Stephanie or Tati are going to bow out of this event in the next round, in the next heat.
So much quality, so much class there. Just 3 spots up for grabs, of course, with Carissa and Tyler already locking in. They're going to trestles. That's happening. So 3 spots available. And just look at the talent there and the caliber of those surfers. The likes of Stephanie Gilmore and Tatiana Weston Webb. And they're coming up real soon in this elimination round 2, surfing against each other. And it's so tight on the women's side. It makes for compelling viewing. If you're a neutral, you're loving it. If you're in one camp, it's nervous moments. Couple on the clock here, 2 minutes now. Simmers has been pretty quiet in second priority, unable to find anything on the inside. Doesn't really feel like that kind of day. Maybe way down, wide ones, possibly, but otherwise you've got to sit there really and wait for a set. And Lakey Peterson able to control this with the priority inside the final couple of minutes.
Yeah, you'd have to say that the experience of Lakey, she's just going to wind this one down. If a nice set comes, she'll hit the trigger, and we'll try and eliminate that 6-point ride out of a tally. Hard to fight the urge if that set comes to hold back and just, you know, block. You're going to want to go and take off and ride the wave. Interesting, you can see that wind's just gone round a little bit more to the south, hasn't it? Still coming down the point. The face is still beautifully groomed and smooth. But, well, the ocean just taking a moment just to exhale at the moment, and not too many sets in the last 5 to 6 minutes.
I think commentators as well, just getting a chance to breathe. It's been the last few heats have been absolutely frantic with so much going on.
I mean, honestly, I never put my tongue away. And I just had. I was relaxed. I couldn't believe it. I took a breath. I'm still here, yeah.
Final minute in this one, 45 in fact remaining. It's all quiet out there right now in the lineup. Lakey Peterson will not mind that one bit at the moment, in a tough elimination heat at the moment, advancing out of it, heading to the quarterfinals, unless of course Caitlin Simmers can find a 9 here, which feels highly unlikely. With just now 30 on the clock, and those two probably having a little chat about things. Katie seems to be very relaxed wherever she is in terms of situations. She'll probably be realizing now it's going to be really hard to find this number. If she gets away, she'll try and do something crazy, but you do get a chance to see what's coming at you here at JB, and the way these two are paddling back in, that tends to suggest much action out the back, and it looks like it'll be Lakey Peterson with a commanding performance, and really, you'd have to say it's strength that we're identifying as the skill set from her out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's been training really hard, working with Glenn Micro Hall. They've been doing heat simulations, Lakey and Molly Picklum as well, working a lot together. But yeah, that power, that aggression, that acceleration in the turns were just too strong today.
Well done, Lakey Peterson, through to quarterfinals and getting one over the youngster who's sitting ahead of her in the ratings. A great looking heat coming up next. Gilmore and Weston Webb will bring in Joe Turpel and Pete Mel for the call. Stay tuned.
J-Bay feels like the morning of the earth. Gives you a feeling of being completely in the wilderness. It's unlike any other place on the planet. J-Bay brings a certain kind of spirit out of everybody's surfing. It gives you this soul, allows you to paint the most beautiful picture. You're paddling in, you get to your feet, you feel the offshore breeze that like blows your hair off your face, and then you just have this giant wall of water in front of you, all the speed in the world. Riding a wave at Big Perfect J-Bay is really one of those feelings that reminds you what it is that makes you want to be a surfer. This is the most beautiful, unique sport ever, and this is why I love it.
Stephanie Gilmore takes on Tatiana Weston-Webb in an important matchup for the season as Gilmore is in motion, lays into a solid first turn. Getting a jump start on Tati, belts it again. How about that layback re-entry? Hits it off the lip, air drop, and Gilmore goes down swinging. But in attack mode at the start of this matchup in the non-priority heat, a very important matchup. When we talk about the title race this season, Gilmore and Tati tied at equal 6 on the rankings, 1 spot out for a spot in the WSL Final 5, and it's coming down to 2 events remaining here at J-Bay and also at the end of the road, Tehupo'o in Tahiti. Joe Trappell, Pete Mel, what a big heat for the season. Steph versus Tati. Who's got the edge?
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, they're pretty even Steven, really. You got defending champion in Tati on the backhand. You got Steph Gilmore back against the wall here. You know, this is the matchups you want to see, right? You want to see it pumping surf. You want to see that it's important, and you want to see them perform with that type of pressure. And looks like to me, someone is on fire, on fuego. Unfortunate for Steph on this one, not getting the completion, but love the surfing that she's already applying in this heat. That there would have been a complete make. Complete control needed to happen right there in order to get credit for that maneuver. But look at this layback snap. That's cutting loose. That is beginning of a heat to lay into a maneuver like that. It is really cool, and she understands the gravity of this situation right here. If she wants to get herself into that Final 5 at the moment, and with Caitlin Simmers out, right, this is the opportunity. And so the importance got even more so in this heat for Tati and Steph. It's unfortunate she did not pull this one down. That was her, see how her foot shifted off to the side of the stringer. Just too difficult to keep control of it. So she wouldn't get credit for that. Still a pretty good number though.
6.17 without the finish. So great signs from Gilmore, not showing signs of the pressure that is really evident. Super clear, like Pete just mentioned. Caitlin Simmers, 5th in the world, out. That's important for Gilmore and Tati. There's the reaction from the panel. They drop the high and the low. Averages out to a 6.17 start. Tatiana Weston-Webb will wait with priority. Molly Picklum in the heat with Betty Lou. Picklum throws down the wrap. She's so good on rail. She has a balance of finesse and power when she lays it down, and clean, stylish redirect into the power source. And the surfer from the Central Coast of New South Wales locks in a cool finish. Betty Lou behind her. Redirects and ends up finishing up that wave. Betty Lou had a 3 and a 1.77 before. Molly, similar type of start, has already well past the halfway mark. With this younger heat, Betty Lou and Molly had a heat together at Bell's. Molly got the win, but it was aggressive. It was competitive. I actually asked Molly about Betty Lou specifically, and her eyes just lit up. She's like, I love battling with Betty Lou. She said Betty will do anything in her power to get a win.
And within the rule book.
Right, of course, but she knows it's going to be a hard-fought battle as we look at Molly's wave.
Yeah, it's the youngsters, right? They're getting themselves in there. They've got to battle in big moments like this. And of course, this matchup has been great already this season. We saw Molly harness this power to a victory at Sunset Beach. That was a big time victory because Sunset Beach is not an easy venue, especially for a younger competitor. So she did very well there to take that win and solidified herself in that final 5 at the moment. Nice solid finish there. Going to be her best wave. Unfortunate here for Betty Lou. This wave did not allow her some down the line effort because the slow start here, getting the speed, and just this one single move here, and this wave kind of chases and goes off without her after this move here, I guess, right? Yeah, there it is. The beautiful snap, but then did not get back to that open face. So really a lot of the score is going to come there. Both these numbers will probably sit in their top 2. And interesting that they've already had 22 minutes and they really haven't put up a number yet. In contrast, Steph Gilmore, literally the moment that her hooter hit, she was able to find a wave, and that's that experience of being able to find the little gems, you know, outside of the general takeoff zone, being able to find a moment like that was a nice deep one that gave her a nice corner. She was able to get the, you know, the full wave. Unfortunate without the finish, but still a pretty good number to start.
Molly Picklum working hard to get back into position, and she'll be happy to hear some bigger scores now heading her way. 7-1-7 on that last exchange. She wins it clearly. Betty Lou's wave finishing up a bit early, 4.67. So Molly with the advantage there, and Betty Lou will start a comeback. But yeah, things that Molly was saying about Betty Lou, a lot of compliments, but also I think she was kind of picking Betty Lou out of their generation of being one that's leading the charge, of being really competitive, wanting it, and that picks up everybody's level. So we're going to see these battles for a long time. Tati might get started here, last year's champ at Jeffreys Bay. Wall starting to grow, big bottom turn, tries to hammer it, goes down swinging. Team manager from Sharp Ice Surfboards, Yufu Penrose, staying calm. Now rolling into this one, Betty Lou getting started. Hitting it off the top, and the surfer from Haleiwa, Hawaii goes down again. So a couple of falls. Really trying to find the better numbers in the past half hour or so, Pete. Are things changing with our conditions?
It definitely feels like it, right? Not as many opportunities. It's starting to slow up a little bit. We've got the tide filling in. There'll be the ebbs and flows, as J-Bay always does to us. You know, looking into tomorrow, there is supposed to be a slight decrease in size, but an increase in wind, right? So it's going to be a lot stronger, almost 30 to 40 knots, which is a very substantial offshore breeze. It's coming from the right direction, but that will affect the wave face. It'll affect the performance of the boards. So we'll see how that unfolds. But at least fingers crossed, like if we can get through today, I think we're going to be set up in a pretty good position, right? Like if we can get our finals day, really would set us up for, right?
Love that. And a lot due to the overlapping format as well. How's this J-Bay wall standing up for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson? First carve, nice and clean. Keeps a higher line on that wrapping cutback deeper off the bottom. Betty Lou throwing down a nice wrapping turn again and looking forward to the inside. She'll decide to kick out of there. Gilmore wrapping things up on her second wave of the matchup, slamming on the brakes, mid-face correction, nice, and barreled is Gilmore. Not super deep, but had a bit of tunnel vision there.
She saw that down the line and set it up, but it was, again, you kind of have to take, you know, early in the heat, you want to take a little bit more of a conservative line, a little bit forward of it, but still going to add to that 6.17, especially surfing outside of priority in this heat. It's going to be a good number for her. She's going to put some pressure on Tati.
Steph Gilmore, Tatiana Weston-Webb tied on the rankings, just outside of the WSL Final 5. Remember, Gilmore won her 8th world title last year. She wants to have a chance to fight for a 9th in September. Take a look at this one from start to finish.
Yeah, well, the forehanders get to take these type of waves that load up on the reef and push down the line. Generally speaking, you're going to be able to pick up that extra speed, whereas the backhanders have to choose a certain paced wave. Little kick stall there for the barrel, but when you're seeing the board the whole time, you're seeing the legs, it's not going to be a deep technical barrel ride like they want to see, the judges want to see, so that'll limit the score slightly for that.
Molly Picklum gets the chip in. The Australian sets up the fade. Now world number 4. Heading into stop 9. Clean connection there, cool pace. And absolutely no rush. She wants to enjoy every part of this wave. Little bobble as she hit the white water at the end of that carve. Winds up off the lip. And now sets up a potential 2 bride. Stalls, and she's going to miss it there. Adjust to try to find somewhere to throw that DHD, and she'll end up going down.
Just felt like she was a little out of rhythm on that wave. Like every moment just felt like just when you got the lip, there just wasn't the ability to really lay into the rail. So a little tentative. The barrel missed, obviously. That wasn't, you know, there was a time spent there. So all of those factors are going to factor into this number here. Not the best backup score that she would have liked, but it looked like it had the opportunity. Really did. I mean, there was some quality on this one. It had good pace, and it wasn't a super fast wave. Sets up the carve into this double up super tube section, the car parks area, right? And then it goes into the super tubes. This is where it starts to speed up. So these maneuvers here, just more placing the board, really not even laying into it. Now finally starts to steepen up, and just the timing a little bit off. So definitely going to factor in. That's a maneuver there, but again, kind of a little tentative. She just didn't want to waste that wave, seeing that maybe there was a barrel opportunity at the end, but didn't unfold for her, and then the fall. So all of those things are going to factor in here. It's not going to be a real big number.
Tati getting a start, Pete.
Tati on the backhand. Again, she knows what waves she's going to want to have here to get big numbers. See how she lays off the bottom, compresses, loads up. Just the fall, unfortunately, there. That big move at the end of the wave has been big dividends for Tati. That's where she was able to win last year. She was capitalizing on that most critical section with all that speed, that big vertical face. Very reliable, but unfortunately there it goes down.
Tati was brilliant last season at Jeffreys Bay. Picked up a huge win over Tyler Wright. 17.5 combined total in that final last season. And it wasn't just Tyler who she was able to beat, as the world champions were on her side of the draw. Carissa Moore was in Tati's semi-final last season as well. But it's interesting when you look at these two, Tati and Steph. When it comes to right-hand point breaks, Steph's had the edge in her career over Tati when we think about Bells Beach, El Salvador, even a semi-final here at J Bay in 2018. That all went in favor of Steph Gilmore. And you kind of flip it when it goes to lefts on reef breaks, where Tati's beat Steph at Uluwatu, Cloud Break Fiji, which kind of brings up the topic at the end of the season of what we have left on the calendar.
So true. You know, we're heading into one of the gnarliest reef breaks in the world. And Tati, probably one of the bravest of the women's side, definitely would relish the opportunity to surf in Tahiti. A lot of experience too, coming from Hawaii. It's easy jaunt to get down there and get a few waves. She's had many of a trip just for experience. Whereas Steph, you know, this opportunity with this moment in between this event and going to Fiji, depending on the situation, obviously, when she finishes up this event, would be probably pretty smart to head down there, go get some reps, you know, put yourself on the reef, get comfortable once again right before an event. Be very, very smart.
As we look at 6:40 to go, Picklum still leading over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Let's now catch up with winner of the last heat. Lakey Peterson is with AJ.
Lakey, the very first one in the water this morning. You had a goal, a mission, and you executed it today in your heat. What was your strategy?
Gosh, it was just pumping. My strategy was not to over froth, because it's really easy when it's that good, especially after our heat yesterday. There was virtually no waves, so it was that good. I was like, okay, just make sure you actually pick waves that are high potential for scoring, because even if you're in second priority heats, you can get an excellent ride out there right now, which is amazing. Yeah, I was just trying to enjoy it. At this point in the year, for me, and the way my year's gone, I'm trying to just learn about myself and my surfing, and I have nothing to lose and everything to gain, really. So zero pressure, and yeah, I mean, days like today are why we are pro surfers and do this. It's such a treat.
You told me yesterday that this is the time you leave it all on the line. How are you doing that in your surfing?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said just then, it's like I really have nothing to lose for the rest of this year, and so I think that's a really cool position to be in. I think a lot of years have been either like right there in a title race, or like, you know, there's stuff on the line where I'm not in that position this year, unfortunately, but fortunately I think it gives me a chance to just work on my surfing and really try new things in heats and just attack more. I think I've been surfing a bit safe and soft, and the judges have been very clear to me that they don't like that. So, so trying to just get on that front foot more and have a bit more aggression.
Well, we look forward to seeing it again here at J-Bay.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Lakey calls Jeffreys Bay her favorite event on the calendar. Came here nice and early and just has been so stoked ever since. She scored that opening swell and absolutely loved the conditions as she eliminated world number 5 in that last heat. This is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on the replay.
Yep, waiting on this score, and doesn't need a huge number here, just looking for the 6.54, and this has some quality in this one, and that was a very quality maneuver for the finish. So waiting on numbers here. Could be a bit of a lead change. We'll see.
As we watch Tati, she's had a couple of falls chasing Steph at the start of this heat. Trying to wake up that backhand, and it's not going to happen there. So you're thinking about the situation, Steph versus Tati. You think this is kind of Gilmore's moment, especially with J-Bay on a right-hand point break, compared to what's left in the season. If anyone's going to have pressure to perform in Tahiti, you think Tati would be in a better position just with her strength in surfing over a shallow reef and getting really barreled. But pressure's a real thing, doesn't matter what the venue is. Even when Tati's expected to win Pipeline and a lot of these waves around the world, sometimes she just can't win fast enough. So for Weston Webb, she really wants to try to break the streak off Gilmore. Gilmore's won the last 4 meetings against Tati.
And you wonder if that sits in the back of your head. You're like, okay, you know, you're going to remember all that stuff. I mean, it's easy. You try to erase it, you know, and every new heat is a new heat, which it is. But ultimately, when you start to have, you know, those things creep into your head during a heat, and now all of a sudden that's what Steph's been able to do with her 2 numbers already outside of priority in this heat, already posting double digits, 13.94. Last score came in at 7.67. So pressure is definitely on Tati, and it does incredible things to you. You all of a sudden make indecisive moves. You start to question it. Do I go? Do I not go? You know, all of that stuff. So what pressure and competition can do to you. You got to be able to put that noise away, quiet it down.
Cool takeoff deep through the white water, looking casual as Gilmore, because she knows she's got to give way to Molly Picklum in the priority heat. Molly's set up turn there to try to beat this section, coming around the corner with some speed. Hangs onto that arc. And now leans into it just to change the shape of that turn. Comes down with the lip and stays on her feet. Wow, how about the celebration from Molly Picklum?
Carrying a 5.53 as her low number. Feels like that could be an increase.
A cool looking wall now setting up for the Queen. Driving off the bottom, cool connection in the pocket. Gilmore on the windup. Just a quick sweep. Straight up off the lip as well. Good timing and tempo. Gilmore's in rhythm. And seeing Tati up and out.
That's unfortunate. You can see the rhythm definitely feels like it's right with Steph Gilmore, whereas Tati just not on the best waves. Obviously, she's had to kick out of waves twice now, back to back. But lots of time, right? Still plenty of time here, and all of a sudden it's going to shift to priority. It's almost an advantage for her right now, is just to kind of wait it out. You know, get in position, wait it out, and just go, okay, 20-minute heat right now. I don't have any numbers that are going to, you know, match to Steph. Use this priority part of the heat as an important part, and just next right thing to do, get yourself on a good set wave.
And we're approaching the final minute from the priority heat. Important moment for Molly, and that's probably why she had so much excitement, because she actually dropped to second before this wave and needs a 5.57 here.
Yeah, and I would say that she's probably going to get it. The outside work was nice. It was good, consistent, nothing super explosive. But the finish move, that's where the fireworks were. Again, you look at this replay here, the wave a little flatter on the face. So you really can't lay in it too hard. She just goes for the layback carve, utilizing that rail, holding it all the way through. And this is going to actually turn into be her best number. And that's because I feel like this last move, and that was where she attacked the lip, straight up into it, comes down with it. Celebration probably helped a little bit. No, maybe not, but she definitely loved it.
And loving that feeling. She drills it, comes down with the lip line, and rides away. I mean, for competitive surfing,
Those are the moments they live for, especially against a rival like Betty Lou. Their heats are always so exciting. They've had quite a few in the Challenger Series. This is their second meeting on tour. An important ride for Betty Lou as she's dropped down to second, needs an 8.33 on this wave as it's getting hollow. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson gets buried in the closeout section. And Tati will try to finish up this wave against Steph Gilmore. Hits the lip hard, goes down swinging right in front of her sparring partner. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has one more score to come in against Molly Picklum. Needed to be excellent surfing, an 8.33. And lost connection in the barrel there. Picklum got a 7.73. We saw the celebration and the lead change. And now the judges will take another look on the replay and put that heat away.
Yeah, I would say that Betty's probably not going to turn it here. Just no finish at the end. Super important. Yep, their number's in right there, so it didn't happen for her. And another great battle between these two women all the way to the hooter. You know, that was that important moment for Molly. She was sitting in second, so she had to turn it at the end, and she did it. She can take away a lot of confidence from that.
Big one there for Molly Picklum, who's world number 4, so keeping her hopes alive to compete for a world title this September as she eliminates Betty Lou Sakura Johnson for the second time this season. Picklum moving on. It's all about Gilmore and Tatiana Weston Webb when we come back from break.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it. Time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Looking forward to seeing everybody in Southern California this September, starting on the 8th for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It's just a one-day showdown. You can see the waiting period there all the way to the 16th of September to pick the best day at lower trestles, often compared to a skate park in pro surfing. It's high performance. It loves everything. Big carves, big airs. Gilmore stole the show last season. She actually had a match number 2 against Tati, as Gilmore just won the day, including the big heat over Carissa Moore to clinch her 8th world title. During the break, Steph got this way, Pete.
Ooh, nice carve there, and good timing off that section, but not a lot down the line, so she kicks out. I was just doing some math to look at how much point difference is between Caitlin Simmers. I'll use my trusty iPhone here. Calculator. Didn't do it in my head, by the way, Joe. But it's 6,835 points. You know, Steph and Tati hanging on to the same amount of points at 31,625. 38,660 is what Caitlin Simmers. So again, trying to think about how many heats is that? Probably 3 heats, the difference. So the fact that Caitlin bows out is a huge moment, you know, because now Tati and Steph, being that they're against each other here, you can see that on your screen. It's an opportunity for both those women, if they were to get through this heat, to move up the ladder. And look at Lakey. Even Lakey, you know, she's not that far behind. You know, she's with 28,000 points, but it is another extra heats or 2. So long shot for Lakey, but she's still in the event. She also has one more event in Tahiti. But this is really, this moment here for both Tati and Steph is huge.
If you want to crunch numbers like Pete Mel, you can go to worldsurfleague.com and click on the rankings, and you can see all those numbers there and keep rechecking it. There's a lot of surfers, coaches, parents that are guessing the numbers for Olympic qualification, for the title race in September. I talked to Mitch Colapinto.
Regional rankings.
He said he loves to try to add up things and guess what's going to happen to see what Griff might need to do or not to do. And I know you do the same thing, Pete. But just cool. Once again, no throwaways once we pass the cut, so it's pretty easy to follow along. It gets confusing when there's more throwaways in the past.
Yeah.
But every result counts. That's why that was a big loss for young Caitlin Simmers, with her hopes to be in the title race.
And you'd say, you know, question marks on how she's going to be able to perform at a place like Tahiti. You know, not a ton of experience there. Well, we're heading straight into the next round, aren't we, Joe?
Griffin Colapinto will have Ian Gentile. Griff's been really enjoying the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He was in the jacuzzi all morning.
This Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Had a coffee delivered to him.
Did he really?
He had the coos to himself.
Oh, that's funny. And it's a little warmer today. I saw that they had turned up the temp slightly for this day.
It's hard to get out when it's cold outside in the morning. He's just like, I'm not moving.
When you think about this Red Bull Athlete Zone, you've got basically a men's and a women's. So they're off, like just a little bit off site, but then there's a full house. You look at that there. So a second deck, that top left corner there, there's a full-on, that's kind of the zone. You got a full view of the area. You got the chairs, or not the chairs, the bikes to warm up, and then you've got a full room for warm-ups. It looks like Griffin has chosen the locker room to do his warm-up, but there's a lot of room in this Red Bull Athlete Zone.
It's really cool. Love that in my home.
Catered, right? It's catered. They got
coffee shop.
Yep. Red Bulls in the freezer. Full zone for the coaches to chill out in. So it's one of the nice advents of this event here.
But it's such a unique environment. It just blends in to the surroundings, doesn't it? It's like there's these great homes and places to stay for traveling surfers throughout the year when the tour's not in town. And
there's little secret trails to get to, you know.
There are, yeah.
Right? You can kind of hide out too as a competitor. You can kind of come out of your zone. Like there's like several places that you can actually get into the lineup.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can use all different strategies. I mean, Ethan Ewing's a prime example that I rarely see him. The only time you see him is when his heats are on and he comes in, grabs his jerseys, in and out of there. So a lot of his prep is outside of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, whereas there's other guys who are just girls using the hot tub. And I saw Tyler in there lounging. And the thing about that hot tub is it chills, and then you've got the big screen right in front of you. So you get to watch live action as well as, yeah, it's just incredible. Good setup. The whole crew, Ari and everyone here at J-Bay have figured it out.
And it's so cool to check out the rocks too. Those little tide pools in there. Found the octopus the other day, and then
did you?
Mussel, yeah. Did you see that?
I was looking for them.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't find them, but you know, shell hunting here.
You feel lucky when you find one of those.
Mermaid money everywhere.
Abalone in there as well. It's so cool.
I mean, I know that there's a little bit of a shell competition happening. Luke and Carissa have they're at the top. They've got 462 mini urchin shells, and I think that Gabrielle O'Brien and Mom are trying to catch up. They've got 322 to go to try and catch up.
It's amazing. It's endless.
The competition happens just outside the Jersey too. Shell hunting.
It's always on. What a special place. 13:25 to go in one of the biggest heats of 2023. When you focus on the title race.
And we're talking about shell hunting.
Which is all a part of it, right, Pete?
It is.
And that's how lucky we are to have an environment like this in a venue, this level of sport, when it's this magically beautiful. It means a lot to Steph, means a lot to Tati. And for them to meet this early is just wild. Both champions here at Jeffreys Bay.
That's why the seeding is important. You know, I mean, I think you think about it, like, would have loved to have seen Steph or Tati get that. That's why it's so important in that opening round to get that win. And Tati was close. I mean, she had some great waves. She looked like she was going to be the one to beat, but got beat out. And now here she is up against Steph in the elimination round. And one of these women are going to go home with a 17th place. Not what you want.
Love how big names handle moments like this. Just thinking about what Tati might be thinking about without priority, knowing that she's been out of rhythm for this matchup. But the way she hangs it up in the lip backhand, and she's not afraid of a free fall drop in the flats. She has had giant scores being the defending event champ. And even just reliable results at this venue ever since it got put on the calendar. So right now, just getting a warrior type act. Deep down, finding confidence. But always tough when you've got the greatest ever in the water who's been on fire in the sea.
And you kind of want to give respect, but also at the same time, you know, like thinking about it in this moment, it's a big moment. Maybe trying to get into Steph's grill slightly, trying to take some of that rhythm away.
Let's find out what the fans thought. This is the Corona fan picks. How about this? 52% with the Brazilian.
Yeah, well, and of course, a lot of Brazilian fans, obviously, but the same token, defending champion. Pretty good size J-Bay. Like, you know, you'd say that it's pretty even matchup.
I like that. Got a really educated fan base out there, just knowing that what Tati can do, defending event champ. Still 11 minutes to go. Gilmore out front. Let's hear from Molly Picklum with AJ.
Right, Molly, all stoked because J-Bay was pumping for you today. What was it about the waves that you were able to take advantage of?
Yeah, I mean, it was really great to wake up this morning and see actual waves here in J-Bay. We obviously know the potential it has, and it's really putting it on for us. Really, yeah, just like really long rides. And as we saw then, I was just non-stop paddling. I feel like if you go the big ones, they just send you all the way down the bottom. So, yeah, I was really happy to have gotten through that one. I mean, Betty Lou, she's always putting it to me. She never lets me have it easy, and nor should she. So, yeah, I'm really happy to have had that heat.
It's your first time competing in J-Bay, but last year you came out, sussed it out, make sure you knew exactly what was going on. How did that help you?
Yeah, last year I was fortunate that Brisa had Glenn here, and we came straight from Bolito and then came here and watched J-Bay and just seen what it's all about, because I think being a rookie, it's a big challenge, coming to a bunch of events. They're all new, so there's more things to take in other than just the performance and what's going in the water. So last year coming here, I felt like I got to just see everything, see the rocks, feel it, know that they're not going to bite too much, and the sharks, they're not going to get us, you know, they're all right for the majority of the time. And yeah, I was just happy to get here last year, and now I feel like when I came here I was ready to go, you know. It wasn't like, oh, what's this place about? I felt like I knew I got here and I'm ready to put in some good efforts.
You certainly put in some good efforts today. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, and happy birthday to AJ.
Back to you guys.
Big happy birthday, AJ. What a great place to have a birthday. Beautiful
Awesome.
Jeffreys Bay. But Picklum doing a great job. She's moved on to the next round. This is what Steph just did during that catch-up with Molly.
So we're waiting on the score for this one. Beautiful pace to this wave. Looking so loose and free. Equipment looks spot on for Steph. That confidence, oh, double hand layback. Oh, that was very Matt Hoy-esque. And then a mix. So two beautiful snaps. Some quality maneuvers there. And I'd have to say that could be a slight improvement here on her six, but look at this technique, the snap where she compresses, and that's the forehand turn where you're able to absorb the speed so you can get right back on that inside rail to get down the line. Good read from Steph here, but then look at this double hand layback. Both hands back, lays it in, just a la Hoy. That was very Hoy-esque. And then understanding having to mix it up. Beautiful snap, little lower speed, but then gets the ability to really jack that back leg in. Nice work there from Steph Gilmore, looking on point.
So cool when she has time to show off that style. It's an important wave here for Tati to get involved in this matchup. Couple of starters to kick off the wave. Now looking for more of an inside bowl, and doesn't really have anything to work with there.
Brutal. She is just so out of rhythm. It's been very difficult. Every wave just quiet, slow in the start. All of a sudden kind of see her waiting and waiting, hoping that at some point it was going to pick up, and just doesn't happen for her. So very, very difficult heat for Tati.
She's had some tough early losses this season. Been going back to Sunset Beach, and I guess just even thinking of the previous event, going down in the elimination round. As we see what happened here.
Yeah, and again, missed the first turn, finally gets the snap happening. This is where it goes into the super tube section, gets another one. So it's starting to build momentum. And then the wave starts to slow up here. She sees that it's going to go kind of load up down the line. The indecision right here. What do we do? Do I go back? Never really want to go back to the whitewater too much here at J-Bay. And no finish for her. And so just going to have to rely on the outside work. And again, on her backhand, she understands what she needs to do. Pick those pockets. She's so explosive in the lip. but this is the wave let her down. She really is on wave number, what, 3 of this set probably, and it just didn't have the vertical face that she would have liked. So again, that reflects those, you know, committed sections. Those are the ones that are going to have an extra power, extra juice. That's why the bigger waves generally score more, because they're more difficult to ride and the sections are bigger. And yeah, just out of rhythm with the pristine waves, unfortunately.
Tatiana Weston-Webb almost needs a perfect score to turn this one around. Still a time on the clock, just under 7 minutes. Has time for 2 more waves. It has to happen very quickly here, just to know she's not out of the title race. If she goes down in the seat, she still has Tahiti to look forward to. But it would come down to one last shot to make it to September, which she has accomplished in 2 consecutive seasons. Lost to Steph last year, but as we remember, Tati lost to Carissa Moore in the title showdown and finished runner-up in the world in 2021.
And a win, remember, it's 10,000 points, second place, 7,800. So that gap, 2,200 points, is huge. That's you can gain a lot of ground if you get those wins. And obviously, Tati very capable of a win in Tahiti. So again, I agree with you, Joe. Not out of the title race, but you think this is a big heat. Actually, we know it's a big heat.
It's a massive heat. That's right, Pete. Tati without priority. That's going to be a challenge there. Gilmore started off so aggressive in the matchup, and I think that's due to her nature, but also her coach, Tommy Whitaker. So good at reminding them what's on the line, how to get the best out of his athletes. You could tell Gilmore was not going to sit and wait. She wanted to get started early. Tommy knows if Gilmore's riding waves, she often wins heats. She overthinks things and gets in her head or starts off too passive. That's when some things end up going wrong. But for Gilmore, what a brilliant way to kick it off. Throwing away her start, which was the 6.17. Built to a 7.67 just on her second wave. So instant rhythm for Gilmore.
I mean, you're mentioning Tom Whitaker, and most all coaches really, you know, every person and personality is a little different. So you kind of, over time, you got to be able to figure out ways to motivate your athletes, and each one's a little different, like I'd mentioned, like you'd mentioned. As we watch the recap here, you know, the early advantage definitely going to Steph Gilmore, and I think that that's always something that you can do towards your competitor, is get that early pressure applied. But you can just look too, as Steph's equipment is dialed in, and a lot of what she's been able to do is get here for that last swell, and I think that was really beneficial for what her performance has been here at J-Bay, understanding that when it's, you know, 6 foot, you know, what board are you going to ride? You're going to put that one on ice. You're going to try some other stuff when it's smaller, but man, she just looks on point. Very connected with the surfboard, aggressive in her approach. That there was just awesome. One of the better turns I've seen of this round. The judges took note. I mean, for, you know, basically a 2-turn combo, 6.7.
This is live. Steph Gilmore has a lot of speed, trying to catch up to the open face, and she'll hop out. So now Tati with priority, 3:50 to go, starting to run out of time. Needs to break down that 9.97 requirement that Steph has put on her. Gilmore trying to make it 5 in a row over Tati, going back to Mexico where that hot streak started.
You know, will the ocean send a moment? That's a Tati's, you know, basically needs, what, a 9.97. It's a perfect 10, really. Capable of it. At least it is one wave at this point in time. Not going to be able to get 2 done. So she needs the ocean to provide an opportunity. I think all of us as fans want to see that happen.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, remembering Tati's 9 and 8.5 last season was remarkable. She knows she'd have to push more than that, but it is J-Bay, it is perfect. And it is Tati. So she's got a chance.
Well, we saw what would happen with Connor O'Leary, you know, big first turn, good clean linkage, and a final move. He had 9.57. So just a little hammer on that final section could turn it into a 10.
And it's felt like that goofy foot kind of day. A lot of the pace that we've been really breaking down has been in favor of some of the goofies today, from Caroline Marks, who was brilliant, Ryan Callanan getting in the high 8s as well. Yeah, Connor getting his highest single score of his career, 9.57, beating his 9.43. That was at Sunset Beach in 2022.
He's been putting it together on Connor. It's been fun to watch his development on this tour. The confidence building, consistency building.
And now coming down to 1 minute 55. Equals 6th on the rankings. Still waiting for their first win this season. Speaking of Tati and Steph. Gilmore breaking the tie that she carried with Lane Beachley last year to get her 8th, but she needs to be at least 5th in the world to have another shot at a title this September. Tati still waiting for her first world title, and she's come incredibly close. And this heat just out of rhythm from the start. Starting off with 1s, built to 3s. Her high score of 4.4 in this heat, and she's had a couple of falls, but definitely hasn't been on the best waves of the matchup. Both surfers lost early in Brazil, which made this matchup even more dramatic. As we see Tatiana take this wave, needs an almost perfect score. First turn looking clean from Weston Webb. Brazilian sets up the wrap. Fades down deep off the bottom. Classic bottom turn. Tati connects well. Nice clean pace. Belts it again. She's on her way. More opportunity. Quickly off the lip line. She's got to catch up. And that one's going to force her to shut it down right on the inside shelf. Probably had her best pace that we saw in this entire heat.
Definitely. But a little too late, unfortunately. Not going to be the 9.97, but definitely her best wave and what she's capable of. It just came, you know, this is the thing. You've got 40 minutes to make it happen. And unfortunately, didn't happen within that time frame for Tatiana Weston Webb. And looking at the draw, whoever takes the win here in 2 seconds will go up against Molly Picklum.
Look at that. That's a big one, Pete. Yeah, reseeded once again in the quarterfinals. So Tyler Wright got a solid heat win today. Molly Picklum just came off a victory. We'll have Steph Gilmore in an all-Australian battle. As we see Tatiana Weston Webb losing in this round, and now the tie will be broken for equal 6th on the rankings. Remember, Caitlin Simmers, who was in 5th, was knocked out earlier in this round. So Gilmore with some promising signs ahead of her here at Jeffreys Bay, and Tati will have to regroup for probably one of her favorite stops on the calendar, heading to Tahiti in the South Pacific, and look to get incredibly barreled. She'll have a lot of pressure on her to make the title showdown at Lower Trestles this year. And Gilmore, 7.67, 6.7. This is just a treat for her and for all of us just to witness that style on her victory lap into the beach. She moves on into the quarterfinals here at the Corona Open J Bay. Coming up next, Griffin Colapinto takes on Ian Gentile.
Welcome to the round of 16. Griffin Colapinto taking on Ian Gentile. 46-minute heats in this overlapping format. A little extra time, Pete.
Why not? We got the extra time in the day. Make sure that extra 3 minutes, was it extra 2 minutes, sorry, for that could make the difference.
And surfers do look at that. You
Yeah.
know, when the time does change, like, hey, if it was a 44-minute heat, I would have won.
Yeah.
Or if I had the extra 2 minutes, that last set came through. It's all part of the story here at stop number 9 of the season. Different stories as far as their careers are concerned. Gentile just getting started as a rookie and trying to build his profile at these great venues. He fits into these world-class waves so well. He was an athlete on the old kind of QS system when we had events called primes or 10,000s. And even when he was really young, before the priority rotation happened, you look at Ian and you're just going, oh gosh, he's not going to last long. He's just that pure natural surfer that doesn't like hassling. He just wants to be on great waves.
Well, that's why the championship tour, I think, has been something that of a blessing for him, really, because priority is a huge role, man on man. You know, so it's not as intense as those QS events can be. You know, we've had priority kind of a big part of the system now for a long time, but it definitely still plays a role. If you can be a little more low-key, I think this format for Ian has been very, very good for him.
So looking at the priority rotation already starting here, and now rolling in with a little chip is Ian Gentile. Throwing down the bottom turn wrap to start. Hits the lip well and picks up speed through that maneuver. He's done that well throughout this event. Nice fading cutback. Sweeps it again. That lanky frame, he's got so much range. Steps on it quickly with that little lean back hack and now frames it up off the lip.
Hammered it.
Tail drops, stomps it. What a great connection. And still enjoying his reconnection with surfboards from Matt Biolis. They had a relationship together, surfer-shaper relationship from back in the day, and they reconnected this year. And it's been straight magic.
I was having a good chat with Luke Egan in regards to, you know, equipment. He's always obviously one who takes big notes on it, but he mentioned that this season he felt like Matt Biolis and Mayhem has been connected with every single one of our athletes in regards to their boards. The surfers don't have to think about the boards working. They just are under their feet. They're just glued there. So, you know, last year we saw Sharp Eye in a big way do that with all of their athletes. Now, you know, Mayhem's always had it, but this year feels like a lot of the surfers, I mean, because everyone's a little different. You know, you look at the style and approach of this man right here, Gentile. You know, the relationship began. I mean, he was riding Sharp Eyes before at the beginning of the season, and then ended up changing here to Matt Biolis and got him a batch of boards, and they look super connected. Look at that too, just attacking the lip, the acceleration. He comes out of the bottom here. Look at squirt, gets around it easily. And, you know, you could easily get tripped up in that moment. One little hitch of the rail and you're behind it, but nope, he gets around it, no problem. And again, that just lanky style, you know, all up, very Parko-esque in watching his approach. I was wondering who it was that he can remind me of, but it is Joel Parkinson out here. That's who I see emulating right there. And what a person to emulate. As you see the layback hook too, right in the pocket. He had the outside work done. This is going to be a pretty darn good number, and there's going to be some pressure applied to Griffin Colapinto here.
What a great start from the rookie Ian Gentile. He said the bonus is just to surf this wave. He wants to get as many as he can here at Jeffreys Bay, as he's just been coming alive, especially post mid-season cut.
Hey, Rema.
He's feeling really loose, comfortable, and now he can get nice and radical. Great start against Colapinto, and you'd think for Ian, he's kind of at that part of the year where he's got nothing to lose. He can kind of let it all fly, and for Griffin, he's got the title race to think about. He's had back-to-back seasons where he's just barely missed out on surfing his local lineup for a world title. Got bumped out in Mexico in 2021, and then the famous wave from Kanoa got absolutely shacked at Tahiti to take Griffin out of that 5th position. But this is a much different year. Griff, #2 in the world, so looking incredibly strong and very promising to be at lowers this year.
And a little different heat to start out, because he was the one who got the 7.67 early, which got him into this round. Now Ian Gentile's posted a number against him.
7.83 start for the rookie. How about that?
A pressure is applied to Griffin. Now he has to manufacture. This is what it's, you know, as a competitor, you're going to get, sometimes you're going to have that magic happen where you get that first number, and sometimes you got to battle back. So ultimately, just being able to keep yourself cool, calm, collected. Obviously, lots of time on the clock here, but Griffin has to choose the right wave, find himself the opportunity, and answer and get himself something close to even score.
Great heats to look forward to. It's all been reseeded in the round of 16. It's the last time they reseeded on the men's side. It'll follow the draw from here on out. All goofy foot battle coming up next. Medina and Ryan Callanan. And how about this one? Ethan Ewing, Jordy Smith.
Ooh. Wow.
John Florence, Connor O'Leary. A lot to look forward to. And let's take a moment to catch up with one of the best to ever ride a wave here at Jeffreys Bay. Steph Gilmore's with the Waz.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, Stephanie Gilmore standing here. It took her about 10 minutes to get all the water out of her head. Tell me how it is. It looks fun, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of water moving, but it's just perfect pumping J-Bay. Like, that's what we come here for. We waited a long time, but it arrived, and it's just beautiful out there. As the tide's filling up, it's kind of getting a little harder to like pick the lip line and stuff, and actually in Carissa's heat, there was just bombing sets. So originally I was on a 5'10 squash tail, and right before my heat I like freaked out and jumped up to a 5'11 round tail, big fins. It was just like, oh, it's a totally different day than this morning. So yeah, a little equipment adjustment, but that was a crucial heat. Like Taddy, Katie and I and Lakey were all sort of sitting around the same zone, and so yeah, that was a really, really crucial heat for me.
I was going to say that, you know, there's a lot of pressure on you, but obviously you handled it well. There's a piece floating around in the broadcast about, you know, this being the ultimate wave. Do you feel like it is?
It's, yeah, one of the most ultimate waves for sure. Coming from long right-hand point breaks, it's, you know, it's just different to where I'm from, but it's, you have so much speed out there, and it's just who can like kind of conserve the speed and utilize it in the best possible ways, but then sort of slow down when you need to. And it's all about these tiny little adjustments throughout the whole ride. And but it's just a fantastic wave. And, like, the feelings that you get when you ride along out here, it's pretty hard to describe.
Well, it's forecasted to get bigger tomorrow. Will you ride a bigger board?
Yeah, I got a 6.0, pretty good 6.0 I rode when I first got here a couple weeks ago, and it was like really, you know, we had a lot of swell, and so I tested out a lot of boards, and yeah, felt good. So it's there if I need it.
Congratulations. Can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thanks so much. Woo.
Well done to Steph Gilmore. Important heat as she's competing for a 9th world title if she can get to that event in September. She has Molly Picklum in the 4th quarter final. Carissa Moore will have the wild card from Durban, Sarah Baum. Caroline Marks, world number 3, has Lakey Peterson. Boy, they've had some great battles. They've been sparring partners in the past. That's going to be one to watch. Tyler Wright has finaled out here in the past, and she's also world number 2 as she takes on Gabriella Bryan, who quartered last year but has been really connected. That's a powerful opening quarterfinal heat. Remember, Tyler, Carissa already have the guaranteed trip. 2 lower trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. As we get back to this one, during the interview with Steph Gilmore, Griffin got this wave.
Oh, good start. Good release out of the lip, attacking it straight up. Gets the nice, beautiful arc. And look at the rhythm in which Griffin, this was the answer he needed. You can see it was on the small screen during the interview, but just attacking the lip. And that's what this south wind, you get a little more of that angle on top of it. It's not so as offshore. Gives you the opportunity to attack the lip without getting pushed out the back. Just too far behind on the end section, but I will say that the work done on the outside is going to be well rewarded. As you look there, straight up into it. Look at this release of the fins. That is committed. And he makes it look so easy. Comes out, and you know, you mentioned, or I mentioned about, you know, the Mayhem and Surfer relationship, and this one has been basically developed over many, many years. And you can say that, well, I need a board for J-Bay, and this is the magic that comes from Matt Bailis under the feet of Griffin Colapinto, and he just looks very connected. Going to come probably slightly under, even though there was some great work done, because the finish didn't happen for him, where we saw Ian Gentile get that nice dynamic finish. But a nice answer to the wave from Ian Gentile's first.
Just love this connection for Griffin through a series of wraps. His timing is perfect. Love that start from Griff. 6.83. Gentile, remember, had a bit better on his 7.83. Gentile now on another gem. Quick little speed check. More committed bottom turn. He loves that layback. There's the vert to follow. And we've got a special human being just stepping off another great ride. All that practice at Honolulu Bay is paying off. Super hard drive off the bottom. Clean sweep off the top for Colapinto. Aggressive little layback under the lip and a wild wipe out there.
Ooh, and it's going to go straight into a paddle battle here to see if Ian identifies it.
See Griff just shaking that one off.
Needed that finish too. I think that, you know, the exchange may have gone his way, a little bigger wave if he had that finish, but since he didn't, definitely going to factor into the moment there, the score. Great wave from Ian Gentile. Just a mid-sized set wave, but that 2-turn combo at the end, the layback, you know, when you are a more committed version of the layback, we'll see that in the replay here, but when you actually lay out full extension, that's committed, and that was what we saw from Ian Gentile.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking to call the ones where you don't lay back lean backs now, just to have the difference there. Because
Yeah,
when
okay.
you lay
I like
back, it's a totally different move.
Well, look at the attack on the outside too. You know, the punch the lip, then the open face carve. That way he broke down slightly, but came out with speed into this beautiful hooking snap. So great variety here. Nice roundhouse cutback with the rebound. And then this is where this 2-turn combo happens. The layback comes up right here. Nice steep section. And look at how he just opens it up, lays it all the way out. Brings that board back under his feet, straight into the finish move, drifts the fins. That was a great answer. And then Griffin on the next one. Slightly bigger wave, maybe. Maybe it's just the angle. But ultimately, it's a beautiful J-Bay wall. And the rhythm that Griffin has is so intense. Yet so easy to watch. Watch this compression off the bottom. You know, he's a little smaller in stature, but compresses that bottom turn, but he needed that finish right there in order to solidify the number, because it feels like Ian Gentile's got the advantage.
Griffin Colapinto is a funny human being.
Yes, he is.
Likes being goofy, channels it, not afraid of it.
Nope.
Lets it fly. Had an amazing freestyle rap when he was in the hot tub.
Really?
Yeah. Think
it wasn't like you think he had like some verses there, or is it straight off the cuff?
Quite a few. It was all off the cuff.
Oh, really?
It was all off the cuff. And I think you've got to have a free mind when you do that. You can't be going, oh, I'm worried what I might say. You got to let it just flow.
Yeah.
Griff channeled that. You know, and his dad just followed up after him. Couldn't get Crosby to get involved, but man, those guys are funny.
Too good. You know, you watch them, they're all hanging together, and it's like, you know, to have a good relationship with your children is so important. And, you know, I didn't always want to hang out with my dad all the time, but when I did, it was cool. But these guys look like they're just having a ball together, traveling the world, enjoying every moment of it.
I think there's more family members here at this event than I can remember in a long time on tour, both the men's and women's tour here at stop number 9. Let's get deep into some board talk. Richie Lovett, you mind breaking down glassing with Griffin Colapinto's boards?
I sure can, mate. I was just getting the inside scoop from brother Crosby here, and Griffin's boards actually glassed a little bit heavier for these exact type of conditions. So what that does, it allows the board to just dampen some of the chops and these little minute bumps that are on the face. It also gives you a smoother, longer line. And as you look at both these competitors, I'm not sure they're both riding, you know, Mayhems, but I don't know if Ian's boards are glassed heavy. He's right on the edge of sort of twitching out, but he's still in control. Griffin's looking a little bit smoother off the bottom. Another thing to note as well, Griffin on a little step up, so half an inch, maybe an inch longer, Crosby said, just to allow that turn to be a little bit longer, feel a little bit more comfortable, because this swell has really bumped up. But we saw that Steph rode a board a little bit longer, so most of the competitors now looking for that minute step up. But the heavier glassing, it's, you know, it doesn't happen everywhere, and this is one of the unique locations where there's so much wind and ocean swell, and it's really coming into play here. Let's see if Griffin can pull it together here and get this finishing move done.
Good man, Richie Lovett, loving the insight there. A little heavier glassing for Colapinto's equipment, both using boards shaped by Matt Biolis. As you see our surfers now, Griffin won that paddle battle convincingly, even after a wild wipeout on the end section. So he'll have priority. Let's get caught up though. This the CT Shaper rankings. Matt Biolis, also known as Mayhem, way out in front. DHD did have the yellow Shaper's planer, if you will, back when we were at the Surf Ranch. So that's been a cool battle. Mayhem got back out in front. You see Sharp Eye, Paizel, Channel Islands working out the Shapers Final 5, and we'll see who ends up on top at the end of the regular season. Matt Biolis shaping his boards out of San Clemente, California, which is a lot of momentum for these guys who live in San Clemente, like Griff, who's looking for a world title this year. Surfing his best season to date. Currently world number 2 and had a moment in the yellow jersey this season as well.
I like the read of Griffin, understanding that he's been here before, and right, going, hey, just some ideas I'm thinking about here. Let's go a little heavier glass. I mean, we generally will have, what, a single layer of 4 ounce, single layer of 4 ounce on the deck, and maybe some patchwork where anywhere you are a little bit more aggressive on your boards. You know, you can kind of customize where you put that extra strength. Generally, the tail is going to get it on those lighter models, whereas I think that Griffin probably would have went double 4 on the deck and single 4 on the bottom. That's that extra glass. So you actually have an extra layer, a full layer of cloth on the deck, which will add a little extra weight. So you sacrifice that performance level of it, where your board feels kind of a little bit more on top of the water. It's obviously lighter. But here, again, you're dealing with ocean conditions. You're dealing with the wind. I think the biggest factor that Griffin, in order to get that extra weight and that little extra glass on there, it helps to kind of dampen the wind. You don't feel it, and so you smooth out your approach on these walls.
Really cool to have that insight before you show up at an event where you're looking for more glassing, looking for more glide. I mean, how many surfers came in from even their heats today, even though it's perfect, saying that there are some ribs in the wave that they had to fight through. Barron mentioned that in his heat. And once you show up with your quiver, sometimes you're scrambling to figure out how can I get more weight. Remember when Andino actually went to a hardware store in Margaret River and added some weight to it?
Yeah,
that was
smart.
A classic move there, but sometimes that weight is the difference.
And where it is too, right? I mean, you think about it, like he can put weight in different parts of the board to make it work a little bit different. We did it with big wave stuff where we were putting some different weight on boards, and toe surfing, they end up putting really heavy stuff together. So it's like you kind of can share all of these things. It's all surfing, but and equipment wise, there's so much you can do, these little subtle changes. Steph had talked about how she went to a little bit bigger board and bigger fins. Now, generally, I mean, I usually will go sometimes in big waves. I actually go to smaller fins because you're trying to get a faster board. But with bigger fins and a bigger board at a place like this, you're going to get more control, right? And you're able to harness that speed.
As we see this one setting up, first section flying through it is Gentile. Fills in the gap well there. Just a little surprise drop from the whitewater. Top turn looks engaged now, just ripping through sections. Sits on the roof for the float and ends up just going down. It felt like he was chasing rhythm on that wave, and Colapinto goes over the falls.
Well, a little stumble there by both these surfers here.
It was an awkward little slip for Griff. Wonder how his equipment's looking after that turn. Looks okay. He did have a surprise to his magic 6.0 when he got here. And when Mitch, his dad, arrived, there was a local guy that was showing him the keyholes, had a great welcoming greeting for him. And then when they were chasing ding repair, it was the same guy, this guy named Hugh. The community is incredible here. They're involved in pro surfing. They love hosting the world's best. As we go back to Gentile's wave.
Well, it's about the fact that this wave was built, or sorry, this community was built around this wave. It definitely is a big part of it. So a lot of surfers here. So you watch this beautiful release. I love the way that Ian's surfing this wave. Little smaller wave. A good healthy mix though, mixing it up there. Loses his footing on trying to press. Maybe that little extra glass might have helped in that moment, right? Because that wind, you get a little release. As we watch the replay here, full on, and some release coming up and over, trying to showcase a little something different for Griffin, pushing it a little bit because he is from behind. That's that pressure that Ian Gentile, by those early scores, has put on Griffin to push a little bit harder. And sometimes when that happens, those are the case. You get errors, and Griffin feeling the pressure, trying to push a little bit too hard.
Griffin was really trying to nurse this magic 6.0. And while it was in dinger pair, he's like, well, I might as well pull out another 6-0. And he's like, hang on, I think I like this one better. And so he just had some depth in his quiver that was really reliable. And that's been helping him just count on boards in a moment's notice. So how cool is that? You're thinking, oh, this is the one. And then when you have to take it to dinger pair, you realize you've got more magic.
Yeah, well, and that's what I think that Matt has been able to do for his athletes this season, is that he's producing clean, you know, equipment that has made their confidence through the roof. You know, from Carissa and all of the boards that she's been able to put together, and you know, obviously the performances just in this today. You know, breaking while probably one of her go-to board, right? She broke it in two, ends up going out on the quote-unquote backup, but ends up looking just as good. Matter of fact, a little bit better. So equipment depth is huge, and it's so important. That's why you see a very limited number of shapers that a lot of the top athletes ride.
As we look at this heat at the halfway mark, the rookie Ian Gentile leads over world number 2, Griffin Colapinto. Medina and Callanan hit the lineup. We'll also bring in Paul Evans and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
Ian Gentile, I'm 26 years old, from Paia, Hawaii. I had so much pressure as a kid and just to compete, and I had the big contract, I had all this stuff going for me, but I went through like a burnout phase. I wasn't really sure if I was ever going to compete again. You know, all the sponsors went, and that was the best thing that could have happened to me. I wish it happened sooner. It sort of like flipped the coin, and I got to go to school for a little bit and got an associate's degree and like did things I never thought I was capable of doing, like sit in a classroom and take a test. It kind of showed that I could like open new doors and just commit. I kind of just applied that attitude towards everything, like equipment, the mental side of things. Like I have to learn, I just want to learn all the pieces, you know, and try to be the best that I can be.
Great insights there from Ian Gentile. And right now, going good out in the water. It's got the lead in a tough, tough heat, taking on Griff Colapinto. So far, so good for him. Let's check out a brand new pair of goofy foots. Plenty of power and skills out in the water. Gabrielle Medina taking on Ryan Callanan. We'll pick up live vision right now of Colapinto in full flow, slicing in the pocket, keeping it nice and tidy. What's he got for us here? He's got some speed. He fancies the look of a section down the line. Colapinto parks it and gets some cover, and then goes into an acrobatic, athletic float maneuver to finish. Meanwhile, out the back, wasted no time at all, non-priority. Arkau, beautiful, hammers it, pushing hard on the back foot, and sets one up with a slice out of the top. And again, just pushing hard, keeping that board real tight in the pocket. Another hammer from him, straight into the bottom turn. Seamless transitions from the Novocastrian Ryan Callanan, and a steep, sharp hit, which results in an incomplete maneuver and a chance for us to gather our breath. Richie, ooh, big start there from Ryan.
Huge start there from Ryan, and one of the standouts for me this morning of the goofy footers. They've been on an absolute tear since the first siren went off this morning, and yeah, he's looking very, very good, and he's going to need to, because you just know that Gabriel Medina is going to bring it. He's up and riding now.
Here we go, Medina, massive hit from him. And off the bottom again. Look at him just throwing buckets of water here. Another huge hammer from Medina. He'll open up a little bit here with a big extended S. And then hits it, and he'll get the finish done too. Gabriel Medina, I love this matchup. It's been some epic battles down the years between these two. A lot of respect between them as well. I know Gabriel rates Ryan really highly, and I'm loving seeing these two go at it, Rich.
Oh, this is just good to see. Gabriel Medina really starting to flare up. This is shaping up to be an incredible matchup here between the Australian and the Brazilian. Ryan Callanan, one of the tallest competitors on tour, so much leverage on that backhand. But Medina, he brought something special onto his way. But let's check out the replay here. Callanan streaking down the line. Now he squares up off the bottom, slides through that first opening carve, almost lost the tail, but backs it up with a second and a third. That one a little bit more precision. Placed perfectly under the lip. Now as this wave comes down the line, stands up for him. Bit of foam on the face there too. Does well to just tag that last turn, but again, just was a little bit straight-legged. Got caught on the heel side rail, and Gabriel Medina, he took a pretty vertical approach to this one. Gets a big flare out the back, and again, so a two-turn, three-turn combination, and on the third, really kicks those fins, starts to drift a little, but in perfect control. And the difference, he gets to the finish, completes it.
So just setting up this heat, the non-priority heat from the get-go. Look how deep that bottom turn commitment from Medina is. He seems to be able to will himself into places on the way where it doesn't seem like he's got the angle, and he's so good at accelerating out of turns. I just love the way this one already starting with waves for each of these. Obviously getting the finish, the better of that just in terms of finishing off the ride, but Ryan with good work early on. It's going to be interesting to see where these numbers compare. Yeah, the judges have got a little bit of work to do to get this right, just to set the scale for this heat. But Medina, for me, I just felt like there was no little interrupted moments, no glitches. It was all smooth. The transitions between each turn were flawless, and just the way he squared up off the bottom a little bit better. Jay Bay providing just an epic canvas for backhand surfers to tee off. It's been a story throughout the day, really, of pumping waves here. The Goofy Foots putting their hand up and really standing out and shining. Two of them in the non-priority, the blue heat right now, Medina and Callanan. As we mentioned, have had some amazing matchups down the years. They seem to bring the best out of each other. Love seeing Gabriel when he's in a bit of a corner. The wounded animal is dangerous. Callanan, he will just want to match the kind of quality. He'll know he'll need big numbers. He got that in the previous round. Big scores for him, dropping the 8s, looking really good against Seth Moniz, but a whole different encounter on his hands right now, taking on Medina. He's had a chance to sit out at elimination rounds and keep a beady eye on conditions. Let's get caught up with what's going on in the red heat. Priority, Colapinto looking to try and get back at Ian Gentile. He's going to do that. He'll need an excellent number. 836 is what he's chasing down. Gentile has been razor sharp in this. He's not done much wrong. He has taken those opportunities when they come through. The maneuver selection's been on point. He's finished his waves as well, and he's got a bit of a healthy margin right now. Let's just have a look at a replay. Yeah, so Ian Gentile, he's been a bit of a surprise package, hasn't he? The way he's just really taking on these big heats with plenty of confidence. Doesn't look nervous at all, just a huge lip projection gliding off that one. And Griff, big swooping cutback. Comes hard off the bottom, jams it off the top. Great flow as he comes down the line here. Griff just staying with this wave all the way through to the inside, setting up for something. Big finish. What's he got? Just hits the brakes. It's a little bit of a tube time, and that's well, we see it time and time again. That little extended floater towards the end section. Griff just getting a little shampoo here, little cover up. You can still see the nose of his board, so the judges will show a little bit of restraint there. But I love these finishing turns where you've got to jump up on the lip. It's a little shimmy with the body, the upper body, the lower body. And then they get it back in sync for the landing. Came in as a 7.23, that one. He improved his high number. He brought the requirement down. Still looking for the 8.2. This is another look at Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan. This is some great surfing on the backhand for him. And interesting, when Ryan does his bottom turn, just watch that inside hand. He always just feels the wall of the water as he's coming around and almost using it as a pivot point. There it is again. He was just a little off balance on second to last turn, but you can see it there. See how he's just rubbing the fingers on the inside face and turning around that point. That arm is an axis for him, and then he sort of lets it all go. And you can see Cheesy did well here to stay on the board. Just regains great core strength. And then again gets it nice and vertical. That one not a ton of spray, almost placed there just to get to the finish. And does the pencil to penetrate straight down.
Callanan will make his way back to the lineup. A couple of numbers due in for him. Still waiting for Medina's score as well. Plenty of time to see these two go at it. Hammer and tongs out here at Jeffreys Bay. It is still absolutely pumping now. Tide's swinging back in. It's going to fill in. Get up towards that mid-stage part soon. And the wind looking nice and cooperative. Just a little side shore angle to the top of the point. That does clean up as it bends round. And you see that as these waves are being ridden, it just clean up in front of our surfers' eyes. Quick vision there of Ethan Ewing getting his prep. And I tell you what, these heats, just ridiculous talent levels throughout. Ethan will be taking on Geordie Smith soon. Cannot wait to see those two of the sort of outstanding Jeffreys Bay styles and techniques. And what are they going to do out here?
Yeah, it's sort of the master and the air apprentice, really, isn't it? You know, Geordie, second oldest surfer on the tour behind Kelly. You know, multiple wins here at Jeffreys Bay and just so comfortable. And he really set the benchmark this morning out of the men's heats. A huge heat score tally. He did it all. Found the barrels, calves, the whole lot.
Ridiculous. He almost seemed to be kind of bending the wave to his will as well.
Yeah.
Just the way he had so much time between maneuvers to compose himself. Absolute masterclass from him. But hey, that was this morning. He's got to come back and do it again.
Yeah, you can't. You've got to erase those ones. You know, you can feel the momentum and confidence from them, but you can't just go, oh, you know, that's job done. You've got to reset. It's a new heat. You'd have to think that Ethan Ewing's going to bring some fantastic surfing to this next matchup.
Fascinating matchups out in the water right now. Ian Gentile at the moment with the lead over Griff Colapinto. A slight raised eyebrow there, maybe, if you're just looking at the form guide. Interesting to think the energy of Ian Gentile. Just seems like a bit of a different character around the place in the surfers area. He's not kind of walking through with loads of swag and an entourage. You wouldn't necessarily even know he's in the event, particularly. He's a pretty low-key kind of guy.
He is indeed. Just sort of slinks around and a really nice fella, you know, when you strike up a conversation with him. He's unassuming. He doesn't, yeah, you're right, he doesn't sort of, you know, come at you with all that fanfare, and he's a really nice guy. But I tell you, his surfing, again, another one of the guys in my mind, along with Connor O'Leary and a couple of others, that have really improved their act over the last 12 months and started to, I guess, get comfortable with the tour, feel their place on the tour. You know, you can get a little bit sort of starstruck in a way, really, when you first get on there and you're like, oh, there's all these heroes that I've watched for so long, and you feel out of place a little bit.
Medina's number, there it is, decent. We fancied it would be close to the exit range, 7.83 for him, solid. Just had a short throwaway before that. Ryan's number, the other side of that exchange, the 7-1. Ryan had the 6-3 as well, but Medina with the highest individual score in that heat so far, but just still sitting on that small number. That one firing up pretty much from the get-go. Just incredible to see these matchups go down in pumping ways, and we've had to be pretty patient here. Patience has paid off with a great call to wait for today and to wait for this kind of action. Here goes the man with the lead in the red heat, Gentile, just doing a little bit of different work there with the rail, showing a slightly different line, and he'll have to be a little patient. The lip kind of got hold of him. He sort of released himself from that, unable to get going again on the face. Don't know if that will threaten his 7s. At the moment are in his top 2. But Griffin Colapinto might be feeling slightly rattled here, Rich.
Yeah, he'd be feeling just a little bit against the ropes. Maybe he's just bouncing around on him ever so slightly, but he did a really good tactical manoeuvre there, and that was a one-wave set that came through, and it was right on the edge of you know, whether it was worth taking it for Ian, and Ian took the bait. And actually, he had priority. So what Griffin's motivation was right there was to get Ian to relinquish priority, not better a score, and that's exactly what's happened. So now Griff is in the box seat, and if we do get another set, the next 10 minutes, which we're almost guaranteed, we're going to see Griff just really go after this 8.2. But, you know, we got to give props to Ian Gentile. He's just found something special here on this board. He's really connecting with this wave. Just he surfs quite upright for one of the taller guys. You know, he gets a lot of leverage and uses his height to really get that board flowing under him.
Yeah, that thing looks like an absolute blade, doesn't it? It's going great for him. And swinging again here, put plenty into that. And look at the spring he comes out with. That's an amazing turn, really dynamic, sliding in the lip, releasing the fins, and coming out of the turn crucially with all that speed. Just kind of soul arches into a tuck under the white water.
Wow, so did he get a couple of turns done outside on that wave? Because the finish was really strong. Let's watch the replay here. So he picked this one up sort of halfway down the point, grinds that first turn. A lot of speed, and that second turn where he's just playing with the lip. Incredible that he was able to maintain control. Whenever your board's sort of riding on the lip as it's coming down, it's, you know, very, very difficult. Split-second timing you need, so when you reconnect with the wave face, did that perfectly.
Just thinking about the approach that he brings as well, so it's hard to sort of second-guess exactly what's going on inside surfers' minds, but he doesn't seem to be on that emotional roller coaster according to his results. I don't know whether how significant it is in his life. Obviously, he's stoked to be on the CT, but he doesn't seem destroyed when he loses. He doesn't seem overcome with elation by the big wins. He's just sort of cruising. It works for him.
Mr. Moderate. He's just, yeah, it seems like he's on cruise control, and that's almost reflected in his approach on the waves as well. Although what he's doing is incredibly dynamic, he makes it look easy, you know, almost Geordie-ish, the way he goes about it. And, I'm becoming a big fan.
Also feels like something of a feature, particularly in the last couple of seasons, post-cut, with surfers not really in contention for the top 5, but they know they're secure for next year. They're not really surfing with loads of pressure in terms of their status. And you see some of those names, like Ian Gentile, able just to kind of relax, take down some big names, just kind of do that free surfing in heat-style surfing, and it's working for him.
Yeah, well, it's how you want to surf when you're in a heat, and sometimes that pressure of points and all that stuff, it can restrict you. It does tighten you up a little bit. And so this is great because we're really seeing what Ian's capable of and what he was touted, you know, early on as a grommet. Geez, there were so many people saying he was, you know, the best coming out of the Hawaiian region for a while there, and he's really starting to live up to expectations now.
Had a bit of time out, went back to school, sharpened his pencils, and came back with a bang. Got some big results on the Challenger Series, on the Championship Tour. He's taken down names already this season, putting down performances. Right now, he has got the very highly rated Griffin Colapinto in a bit of a situation. 8.2 the requirement for Griff, who does have priority. And we just want to bring him a wave, really, as surf fans, because I cannot wait to see how he tees off, getting that 8-point ride, or attempting to do so. A number of ways he can do that. Such a well-rounded surfer in terms of the skill set. Bringing that flair, that X factor. Able to do it in charging, hollow, big waves. Real light on his feet in the small stuff. But so far it's been this guy, Gentile.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm sure the fan picks probably had it the other way, but Ian Gentile, he's allowed himself to open up and just surf pressure-free, really take it to Griffin Colapinto with some beautiful surfing here. Watch him come off the bottom here, just really powerful wraps and maintaining his speed through these transitions. And I love how he's mixing it up there with some of those layback hits, and another one to finish off. And he's just finding these waves that are offering him the opportunity to really show good pace in his maneuvers. Open face carves, quick snap, up into the hook, another big roundhouse cutback. So all the variety, it's there as he's streaking down the line.
And just what a canvas to work with here. Ian Gentile, that's that big extension that I was referencing before. Now he gets a bit more vertical. But Griff, he's really found some good moments. But you can just see the wave choice maybe just a little bit different to Ian Gentile. He's picked out the gems in this heat. But it's not over. 5 minutes 20 on the clock for Griffin to find an 8.2. We know he's capable of it. This was one of his better rides. With that little tube and that great finishing floater.
Just over 5 to go in this. It's still Ian Gentile with a pretty decent cushion right now. 8.2, that requirement for Colapinto. And these two will be feeling a little bit of leg burn as well after those long rides and those hits we just saw in the recaps. Check out Corona fan picks. As you thought, Rich, the fans, wow, heavy favourite. Griffin Colapinto, almost 80%, but it's not the way it's gone down thus far.
No, it's not. And, well, you know, we've seen so many big scores laid down today, and you'd have to think that if Griffin gets the opportunity, he's going to rise to the occasion. You know, this is why he does all that, you know, meditation work, that calming stuff where he's just centered for these exact moments right now. We just need the ocean to produce one of those beautiful lines to come through. 8.2 to advance here. What a performance from Ian Gentile. This is if he gets the win here, this is going to be one of the biggest of his career in terms of taking down a big name.
Let's see how this plays out. Final 4 minutes. Gentile keeping a beady eye. Hot breath down the back of the neck as well. Griffin Colapinto, it is Griff with that priority. Ian just keeping a watchful eye over him as well, seeing if he can eke himself out some opportunities. Griff with an 8.2 to think about. Where's he going to go? How's he going to get that score? Best from him we've seen so far, the 7.23, so needs another point, really. Feels like he hasn't quite found the waves that run in the same way. There's been a little bit of downtime on his waves. He needs one of those drainers.
He does, and just thinking back to that wave earlier in the heat where he didn't make that final turn, if he had stuck that, and it was a crazy, crazy finishing manoeuvre, you'd have to think that the script may have been flipped on this one already.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about the training that these surfers do, but I tell you what, I don't know how well prepared you can be in terms of the thighs and the quads and that leg strength that you need. That final turn is hard enough just as an individual turn, but when it's coming in and you've already done half a dozen.
Well, you just go up a block of units and jump off the second story, and that's probably the right training. I mean, it's, you know, these guys are dropping out of the sky 6-8 feet, you know, and when you're falling onto the flat part of the wave there, it's hard water, you know. It's you've got that surfboard under you. You've got to be able to take that shock and absorb that shock as you're landing.
Pretty chilly ocean as well. Our surfers rub it up against the cold, and your feet will be feeling the chill towards the end of a 40-odd minute heat as well. All of those factors come in towards building a successful J-Bay campaign. At the moment, it's still Gentile with the lead over Colapinto, just over a couple of minutes here. The laid-back approach from Ian Gentile, as he's not even sitting on his board there, he's just lying down.
Contrast, Griff's sort of up, looking, just hunting the horizon, willing this set to come through. We're due. This is probably one of the longer lulls we've had for the last few hours. Griff, he's just, he just wants the chance.
See if we get some lines filter through here. These two will bring it in a touch, sitting wider of them. The blue heat, non-priority. That one's gone real quiet too. Opened with a bang, a great exchange between Callanan and Medina to kick that one off. Ryan's got a couple of numbers in. Medina really just sitting on the one number for the moment, and they're just sitting patiently, being watchful in the channel. It's Gabrielle. He's shown us flashes so far, getting that 7.83. His form is absolutely lethal out here. We talked about that race for the final 5 as well, lurking with intent. He is not far away, and you know he is zoning in on one of those spots. He's great at this wave. He's won here. He's really good in Tahiti as well. These last two venues will favour his surfing, but he's got a little work to do chasing down the pack that lie ahead of him. Final minute in the red heat, priority 1. Colapinto is still on the wrong side of that 8.2. little lines filtering through here, Rich. There is a little ruffle out the back of wind as well. Doesn't look like we've got loads steaming in from out the back of Boneyards.
No, this is frustrating. For all the Griffin Colapinto fans, they would be wanting to see Griff get one last effort, but 30 seconds to go, and not a whole lot on the horizon that we can see. As we cast our look over our shoulder from the booth here, and unfortunately, I don't think Griff's going to get a shot at this.
Counting down now, 15 seconds to go. Desperation stations for Griffin Colapinto, still chasing an excellent number. Not sure he's going to get a wave in time to be able to get it, and that mistake early on, the final maneuver, unable to execute, could prove real costly here. But you have to say hats off to Ian Gentile. Blistering start for him. Just smashed out that big number, the 7.83 on a wave that just kept providing section after section. Oh, that's only half the job done. He's still got to surf what's in front of you. And Ian Gentile good enough to get a big statement win, going against the grain in terms of Corona fan pick, in terms of the form guides. He'll take that through into quarterfinals. Griffin Colapinto, something of an upset, eliminated at this stage. And it just goes to show the caliber of surfers that are coming into this one. Outside of that conversation in the final 5, we've got loads more talent in the water. We've got the Medina Callanan battle. Join us some more live action right after the break.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative aimed at inspiring the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of surfing. Today we are joining forces in J-Bay to inspire and educate the next generation through surf therapy and ocean education.
We're trying to create a love and connection with the ocean for the kids in these really underprivileged communities.
That's what it's all about, is spreading the love for the ocean with the next generation and educating them on taking care of what we love most.
It's about teaching the kids the sense of responsibility, also believing in yourself and knowing that you can be anything you want.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure in your post.
Welcome back to J-Bay. Waves are still pumping, some heavy hitters out in the water. Let's check out Ethan Ewing, defending event champion. Third in the world coming into this. Geordie Smith, the South African two-time champion here back in 2010, 2011. And a clash of two amazing regular foot point break styles. In the meantime, let's get caught up with Medina on the replay.
Yeah, Gabrielle picked this one up off the inside. You can see a little bit of texture there through the lip, but Gabrielle navigates it so well. This guy is, well, he looks like he's getting into cyborg mode here, Paul, but just gets a little hung up on the lip on that one. And, well, just with the rhythm of that wave, he decided to throw it away. And this is Geordie. So in his matchup with Ethan Ewing, an exciting pairing, these two. Two of the in-form natural footers. And Geordie, he's got the hometown advantage. And unfortunately, a little slip up there.
Some South African interest out on the water in the former Geordie Smith. Also got some South African talent joining us in the studio. It's time to say good afternoon, welcome to Frank Solomon.
Thanks for having me, guys, and an incredible day here in J-Bay.
Well, we just saw a vision then of the work you're doing with the WSL One Ocean. with the J-Bay Surf Alliance, the Sentinel Ocean Alliance. Before we get on to that, let's just talk a little bit of Geordie. He caught his heat earlier. The crowd loved that. It was absolutely blazing down here. This would be huge for South Africa if he can go deep into this one.
He surfed so well in that first heat, absolutely smoked all his waves. And yeah, Geordie's a superstar here. You saw on the beach, the crowd was going wild. He's basically a hometown hero, even though he's not from J-Bay, but he's been coming here as a little kid, and man, he was surfing incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. When you think of Geordie and a wave to suit his style, it's couldn't really script it any better than Jeffreys Bay, could you? He's obviously got a couple of wins here. Looks like we're going to get some action.
Here goes Callanan, streaking out of the initial takeoff section, just clipping one really off the heels for his first turn. And again, I'll have to be patient. This wave will just swing a bit and build. There's a stinging hit from him. Nice and vert, bit squirrely on the bottom turn. Does so well to put that up beyond vert. And again, another nooner from him as he goes 12 o'clock. Watch out behind Medina, unleashing fury through the lip. Medina going really fast here, and he'll hang on to that as he drops down out of the lip onto the flats, tags it again, and he'll swing and keep hitting. Medina misses that one a little bit, and then he'll look to, well, he'll grab the rail and be a little bit in front of the barrel. Now he'll get some cover, and he'll force his way out, and that's what Gabriel Medina can do.
He's just so creative, isn't he? The way he approaches the wave, and you know, when you look at how Ryan's approach was, it was all calculated and smooth, and every maneuver was placed just so well. The timing was there. And Gabriel was just a bit more dynamic, and it's hard to predict what he's actually going to do. So it'd be interesting to see where the judges go with this one. But let's have a look at the replay of Ryan here. Just streaking down the line. Sets that first turn. Sort of carves off the top. Now he gets all that energy and momentum, acceleration into that second turn. Now he squares up. Hits it again, and this final turn right here was just absolute money. Wow. Just being able to pivot that tight, up in high in the lip there, and then Gabriel behind him. So blasts that first turn, spray just going skyward. And this wave grew as it went down the line as well.
You just hardly ever see Gabe fall too. He's so sure-footed. He's just, every wave I see of him, it's just unbelievable, on the edge, and you think he's going to fall, and he makes it every time.
Yeah, and there's an excitement to the way that he approaches the wave. How he made that floater midway through is incredible. And for this right here, you're kind of like, oh, he's kind of blown it a bit going for the tube, and then he, you know, miraculously finds that little end section barrel ride. And a little false start, but then he goes, okay, it's going to go now. Gets in that pig dog stance and just tucks up nice and high. Picks that perfect moment. Gets the little doggy door, signals to the judges.
J-Bay is just so hard to read the barrel on your backhand too, so to be able to do that at the end of the wave, sneak out the doggy door. And yeah, here's Geordie Smith. Wow, seems like he's on a much better board today, like looking so confident. And yeah, got the whole beach behind him. The waves went a little quiet for a while, but it looks like we got some more action now the last couple of sets.
Yeah, seems to happen, doesn't it? It goes quiet, and then the rhythm of the ocean starts to pick up again as Geordie comes all the way through to the inside. We're on an incoming tide now. And we also saw Ethan Ewing get up to his feet, and, well, hard to go past this style. Oh, just ropes that opening turn. Wow, if he can connect a couple of those down the line, look out.
Looks like a couple of big sets coming, and Geordie and Ethan probably on everyone's fantasy team. I mean, there's a dream heat in J-Bay to watch.
Absolute ridiculous amount of talent in the water right now. Judges with a little bit of work to do here. We're owed some numbers. Just thinking about that exchange from the Goofies, Medina and Callanan. Where's that going to go? How's Gabriel's score going to come in? There are absolute bombing sets steaming in from out the back. You see that little ruffle in the wind way out the back, and it cleans up as it comes around the corner. And let's hope we get some surfers in position here to absolutely enticing matchups. And here goes Ethan Ewing, who really cemented his name into J-Bay folklore with his performance here last year, his win in incredible conditions. Here he goes. Beautiful turn from him. Just something different with that layback shape, but using the rail for so long. And he's so smooth how he connects. Again, just slicing all the way back into a pocket. He'll go in the tube here. He's traveling fast. He's still going. He'll come out and then just punch through the back. Ethan Ewing enjoying himself once again. J-Bay Callanan right now, he's going to hit this hard. Bang, smacks it. Big turn from a big lad on a solid wave again. And you don't see loads of that kind of energy from Ryan Callanan at the end of waves. He's loving this.
Guys, I mean, this is as good as it gets. The waves are absolutely firing. The crowd's pumping on the beach, and it's just such a special day.
Oh, this is incredible. That was possibly the biggest set we've seen. Ryan Callanan caught the second wave of that set, and it was an absolute bomb. Sometimes those bigger ones, when they go wide, they can be hard to surf, but that one stood up. But let's have a quick look at Ethan Ewing in his, his significant wave so far in this heat. Now watch this wrapping turn, accelerates through it, and just stays tight in the pocket here, up off the top again, all the way through to the inside. And then as the double up through the super tube section, it was all pretty obvious, wasn't it? Just get in there, get the vision, enjoy the ride.
He read that wave so well, just hard to read this wave like that, and he seems to have a natural gift out here, I guess.
And Ryan Callanan, this is that set. This is the second wave, and he really squares up on some fantastic maneuvers through this inside. Holds that rail and gets nice and vertical there, and again backs it up with a final finishing turn. Monstrous, way down the point.
You just felt that energy building up into the bowl here, didn't you, with that work done out of the back, and all of that energy comes into this shallow section. Look at this stuff. He's going so fast here. The control is amazing.
Yeah, it's a real special thing here with the backhander. So right there, he's not looking down the line. He's got that moment of blindness, really, where, you know, he's head's under, tucked under, and then he has to turn the head again and start looking down the line.
Look how happy he is with himself. You can see him just kind of crack it up. He's elated as he paddles back out. A big smile on the face of Ryan Callanan. We're waiting for a number. Scoring for Medina, 8-2-3 for him. Previous effort of Gabriel, an 8-2-3. Just creating that opportunity on the inside for him.
And you're going so fast out there, it's hard to see on the camera, but I mean, to do that on your backhand when you're going as fast as you can go on a board is so difficult. And the fact he was able to pull that off is incredible.
Really enjoying this goofy foot matchup. Just to that point you made, Rich, about Gabriel, almost can make the mistakes count for him. A little bit reminiscent of Pete Slater.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing he would do on waves, and you feel like he got a bigger score because maybe he put himself in a more difficult position, more degree of difficulty.
Yeah, there was absolutely. I agree with you. There was an element of theatrics and drama that Kelly used to bring, and you know, you'd think he'd fall off and he'd just pop back up again, and Medina seems to be bringing that as well.
All right, well, we just want this. We want more time. We want more sets. This is so enjoyable to see this all go down. Just under 10.5 in the blue heat right now, which features Gabriel Medina with a score to come in for Ryan Callanan. We feel it's going to be a big one. Just how big? If it's better than 8-7-3, he'll go in the lead round about the 10-minute mark. You think about, he got that 7-3-3 for his previous effort, and the score of Gabriel, he wants about half a point more than Medina's, and you got to feel the way how hard he hit that section. You're thinking it felt like the best score of this heat so far. Let's see if the judges agree. Still waiting for these numbers to come through. They'll take their time while there's a bit of a lull and the score's in, and it's the 8-7. So 8-7 for Ryan. It comes in just shy. There's 3/100ths of a point separating these two at the moment. And this battle just gets better and better, but crucially, Medina hangs on at the moment to the lead. He's got priority too. You just cannot take your eyes off this.
No, this is awesome. This is what we came to watch. So yeah, let's just sit back and enjoy the show, and let's just hope these big scores keep coming.
Let's go and hear from a man with a very cool approach. Ian Gentile is with Strider.
Thanks, guys. Up down here with Ian Gentile. You just took out #2 in the world. How does that feel with the confidence levels?
Feels good. I'm just trying to surf as much J-Bay as I can. Said it in my other interview too, and I made some mistakes in that heat. You know, like went on waves I shouldn't have probably, but I just couldn't help it. Like I was like, I have to go on this wave. Like this wave is too good. Even though I probably should have held priority, you know, just in case something came through at the end. But it's like it's hard to do. It's easier said than done, you know.
It seems to me that you're just building pace. You look better than you have so far on tour to me. Your surfing has always been there, but you're just getting better and better in competition.
Yeah, I'm doing my best, you know, work out all the little things leading up to a heat, you know, like to make sure that the best comes out in those 30 minutes or 40 minutes or whatever it is. And that takes a little bit of time, and I'm just really happy trying to get better every event and every heat.
And the equipment, has it changed up since, you know, the last few events, or have you been traveling with the same quiver?
Yeah, I've been working with Matt Biolos and Mayhem, and it's pretty cool because I used to ride his boards when I was super young, and so we have a good relationship, you know, from a long time. And then I got one really good one right after the cut, and I was like, oh, like, this feels really good. Maybe I need to switch over, and he was all about it, so it's been really fun.
Well, congratulations. Can't wait to watch you some more.
Thank you.
Thanks, Strider. Let's get back to this. The goofy foot clash. Medina, Callanan, 7.5 to go in it. Medina still in the lead. Big numbers going down in that one. Big backhand hits. Ethan Ewing in the red heat, non-priority, taken on Jordy Smith. We've seen little flashes of brilliance in that one. The 7.83 notably. That tube ride, long tube. Pretty fast one as well for Ewing. Other than that, that one's just sat down a touch and gone a little quiet out here as J-Bay just takes a moment just to settle and breathe and take it all in. The fans absolutely loving what they're witnessing out in the water right now. Looks like we've got lines marching in here. Let's see where this one goes. We see our surfers, they've identified, and it's not a difficult place to really read when the sets are coming. And surfers with priority, well, they will be absolutely lasering in on where they want to take off. This one feathering way, way outside. We did see Ryan's bomb actually got a bit of a white wall to take off into it, didn't he? Let's see if he can pick up in the lineup. Medina, there he is, Gabriel. Entry just easing himself in, and a vicious first hit. Doesn't need to do much to displace so much water. Another hack from him. Look how deep that bottom turn is. That's ridiculous technique as he just throws all sorts of spray into the atmosphere here. Medina again, so sharp and aggressive, so much fizz into the lip that time. And Gabriel Medina just showing us slight variations on some aggressive.
He knew that was good. He knew that was good. He felt that. And I think we all felt it here sitting in the booth too. That was unbelievable surfing. I don't know if backhand surfing at J-Bay can actually get any better than this. And, you know, besides that last little finishing turn, maybe the sort of, you know, the bookend, the opening stages of that wave were absolutely flawless.
I mean, the spray the guy throws is unbelievable. It just for the way.
Yeah, gets straight on it, doesn't he? Look at this, straight back on it again. Deep bottom turn, just slicing off the top. And he's just giving it, when he does these re-entries, he's just putting a little extra spice and flair, tail drift, that one in particular. But he's giving himself the time and the space on the backhand to be able to do that full wrap. And we haven't really seen, I mean, the goofy footers have been on display today, showing us, you know, remarkable stuff. But I feel like Gabriel's just turned up the volume ever so slightly.
Yeah, every turn his back foot is pushing out as hard as he can on his toes, and as a goofy footer, it's incredible to see him. I mean, look at the sprays, right?
Oh, this is just poetry in motion here, and Gabriel Medina, well, he's had a win at J-Bay and he wants another, but there's more at stake. You know, Gabriel wants to make his move into that final 5 position. And just blasting the lip there. And scores in.
Yeah, it's another really solid one. The 8-6 for Medina. So adding pressure onto Ryan Callanan. Meanwhile, there's a replay of Jordy.
Yeah, Jordy just driving around this one. Just a little bit sleepy on the outside. Jordy sticking with it. Now he starts to get that rhythm. Big swooping turn. from the South African, and just a little missed time there, just got stuck on that heel edge.
I thought the wind was picking up a bit earlier, but it's still just perfect conditions. On the face anyway, it looks glassy, and man, it's still absolutely pumping.
Yeah, you can see it white capping a little bit as it's coming around the point, but as you said, Frank, just as soon as it gets into this super tube section, it's just so silky smooth on the face. Oh, look, I got to tell you, I reckon Medina's score was a little underdone. I'm sorry. I feel like it was, to me, felt like it was into the nines. But yeah, the only thing that I can think of is that it just didn't have that big finishing moment on it. But I just thought the work he did connecting those turns was excellent. It definitely went in the excellent, but I thought it was maybe half a point more.
Yeah, he looks very, very up for this encounter here from the get-go. This one, both him and Ryan dropping those sevens early on, and it seemed to, well, fire the pair of them up, really. And Gabriel certainly got the bit between his teeth here. He looks absolutely lethal with those backhand hits. 2 minutes and 40 to go with that. Tell you what, though, Callanan, his requirement, the 8-1-3, he's already got the 8-7 locked in. And he took a wave a short while ago. It was during the interview with Ian Gentile. Not a great-looking wave. And he'll need to find a bit of real quality here. He'll have priority. He'll have a couple of minutes. Will some energy come his way? We know he's capable of this number. He's already got something of that order. And I like it when Ryan's in this kind of situation because it brings out the best in him. And I think he needs to be surfing for those excellent scores because he's got it on any wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, they've both got that score up around the 8-6, the 8-7. So, you know, if Ryan can do the surfing that he did on that big set wave, which we know he can. He's in great form. You can tell that he's on and he's feeling it. He just needs that one that opportunity.
I think he's done really well. I mean, he's surfing against Gabriel Medina, and he's really seemed to have upped his game. I mean, he's got a massive score on that big wave, and yeah, he's really giving it a proper go.
Well, they've both got excellent heat totals above 16.
All right, here we go. Inside 90 seconds. Callanan will go this one, looking for 8-1-3. It's a solid set wave. First turn, just hooking that one, extending the legs, and he creases into the bottom turn.
Oh, no!
Loses it there. The fins disengage, and an error for Ryan Callanan. Just how costly is that going to be? As that thing will just run away. And it'll be disappointment for him.
Oh, what a shame for the Australian Ryan Callanan. He's just been surfing so well. The opening turn, he connected with it.
Do you think he felt the pressure there? I mean, he really needed that 8 on that wave.
Yeah, well, first up, you know, is this an 8-point ride? You know, is that canvas that he's chosen here got the capabilities for him to make an 8-point ride out of it? I'd say yes. You know, maybe there is, and I just think what he just land on the hillside as he was getting into the bottom turn, maybe just hit a little bump.
A really awkward one for Ryan Callanan as he just gets wobbled off, really. He was just pushing off that bottom turn, and the wave seemed to cup out just underneath him and lost control there. And looks like that's going to be it in terms of his heat. It's been a really entertaining one, taken on Gabriel Medina, who's looked absolutely lethal out there, throwing away a high 7, a couple of 8s for Gabriel Medina. And as we'll tick down inside the last couple of seconds of this, serving a little bit of notice here is Gabriel as he lurks with intent just outside that final 5 cutoff at the moment coming into this event. Previous winner here, showing us all sorts of quality and pumping conditions and a really, really enjoyable encounter. Gabriel will be delighted. Our Cal, he's certainly not disgraced himself. Would be a little disappointed not to give him that last opportunity a crack. We're loving what's going on out in the water right now. More live action from J-Bay real soon. Welcome back to J-Bay. It is absolutely cooking. A beautiful afternoon. Wind still grooming up the face. And some solid waves reeling down the point here. And the entertainment factor, well, it's just relentless. Let's check out John Florence taking on Connor O'Leary. And the big, powerful Australian goofy going mad this morning with some huge numbers. John Florence looked already showing us signs of blistering form early on. Cannot wait to see how this one goes down. Talking you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Richie Lovett, Frank Solomon. How are we feeling?
Feeling amazing. Waves are, that last 20-minute heat was unbelievable. And yeah, it's an incredible day here in South Africa.
Your mate John out in the water right now. He's got a pretty special relationship with this country.
Yeah, I mean, he's been coming to visit me here since he was about 15 years old. Every single year from here to Cape Town, we've traveled this coast, and it's, for someone like him, they probably, you know, a lot of people don't know that he's put in years and years here in South Africa and knows the place extremely well.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting because John hasn't actually competed in the event all that much. I think he's only had 3 J-Bays as we watch one of our surfers up and riding now. This is Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, giving it a good old crack there, Ethan, in the pocket. And just projecting that one with a bounce, bang, into the lip. Just detonates it. That white water just turns to smoke as he vaporizes it into the lip with so much speed and venom. And a sharp hit on the end as well from him. So gone a little quiet, that one. He rode a couple of waves early on. He sat back for a while. And that'll feel a lot better from him. Sat on a 2.83 that he dropped ages ago, really, in this. And he'll wash that off, certainly, with that score. He's got 7.83 as well. Jordy Smith also been quiet in this one. Flying that South African flag.
Okay, here we go. Here's the replay of Ethan Ewing. And right up high on the point, and just it's easy to see just why he's such a fan, you know, for so many surfers. The styles there, the flow, just the power, the way he engages the rail, but there's something extra that he gets out of these turns as well. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out. And right behind him, John Florence, just crushing the lip there as he comes through to the inside.
Oh, my word.
This is Ethan Ewing, the slow-mo. You can see that final turn just jams on the brakes. Comes around this section, hits the lip, gets a little moment of tail release. Brings it down with perfect control.
He really does look so good out there, Ethan. And here's John. Good call to get this wave off early. And wow, nice big turn from John. Smaller wave, but looks like it's going to set up for the barrel. And
wow, tube time.
Wow. Great way to start the heat here from John. Another big hack. You can't ask for a better start to that than your heat.
No, absolutely. Okay, the bird's eye view here as we see John just coming down the point, tucks in perfectly, drags the arm, gets a little tube time, maintains his position right up high at the top half of the wave, then comes in, and then that trademark layback hack that he has just used as a weapon to win so many events.
Florence parking it here, getting the vision, and he is loving his fast start in this heat right now as he travels through this one. I love the look up that he got at the end, the cheeky little look up at the tower as well. And we talked about the relationship he's had with this country. That's basically to do with the waves, a lot of other factors as well. And he is loving his chance to compete in pumping surf it.
Oh, this turn here is just so packed with power, and that's about as much emotion as you're going to see out of John Florence in terms of a claim.
And you were right, Richie. I think the last time he competed here was 6 years ago. So
Yeah.
It's been great to have him back in South Africa, and you can see he's got a special relationship with this wave.
Was there something early in those early days when he was coming here that you could see he connected with South Africa, and obviously he feels a lot of energy from the place?
Yeah, he's always just loved being here. I think we have a lot of waves where there's not a lot of people, and he likes hunting those kind of wave slabs. And man, he's just such a frother, and what a way to start the heat.
All right, here we go, live action. Jordy Smith winding in, big wrap from him in the pocket. And he'll just smoothly slice through this, nothing out of place. And And it's really polished. There's a nice wrap from him. Just compresses into the bottom turn. Nice tag into the lip, just using his speed to do the work, really offering up the board. And he'll pull in, he'll tuck in, he'll travel here. Jordy Smith emerges. Meanwhile, right behind him, pick up live vision. Conor O'Leary will be patient and just stand up and wait for this one. And he'll go and attack. Tags the lip. Winds into a bottom turn. Big hit from him. Super vertical.
Great call there from Jordy, I think, just to get a wave, and he did really well on that wave, so I'm sure he wants to build. Got some time to build a good heat here.
Yeah, it's I keep reflecting on what you said earlier, Paul, just the way he almost manipulates the speed of the wave, and I think that's just purely by how he connects and flows with it, and his timing's so perfect that he never seems too rushed or feels like he's struggling to get to a section. It all just happens so seamlessly. As we watch Jordy here, big wrapping cutback, gets the foam rebound. Don't often see that, but he knew that this wave was going to go again. That was a tighter turn. Up high in the pocket, tags the lip once more, and sets up this inside section. Got stuck there, but tidies it straight up by just getting right into the barrel. Comes out clean. Just so much leverage with his height. Gets that big wingspan. There's the upper body rotation, then he compresses again. Oh, just throws it up vertically, tags the lip, sort of pivots off the lip with projection down the line. Great technique there. And almost just went a little bit high, got compressed off the lip, but was able to tuck in, get some good vision, momentarily disappears from view. And I think from the judge's view, that would have looked quite dynamic from up the point.
Yeah, I think that was a good call from Jordy, and here we have Conor O'Leary on another wave. That's a replay. So we've got the natural footer versus the goofy footer in this heat, and going to be interesting to see how they judge that.
Yeah, well, what Conor does so well for such a tall guy, technique-wise, very similar to Gabriel in just how low he gets on the backhand. Ryan, a little bit different, the way Ryan tucks his back knee in and he lowers his height that way. But for me, Conor seems to be more squatting down and getting even lower again. And he sits on that bottom turn for so long. And on your backhand, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. On your forehand, quite easy. You can sit on that bottom turn, elongate it. But on your backhand, Conor O'Leary's found out a way to do it. Have a look at these scores.
Yeah, opening ride for John Florence. How about that? 9-2-3 for him. And as we said, he don't get loads of claim type stuff from him. And he looked back at the panel, gave it a little bit of a grin, a cheeky one, and he enjoyed that wave. Crowd did too. Big roar for him. Panel of judges, they loved it. 9-2-3 for John Florence. Haven't seen him in a singlet here at J-Bay for a while, and what a way to kick off his heats in this round. Really, really enjoyable stuff. O'Leary's going to drop a number as well. Ethan Ewan just dropped an 8.4. We've got a score to come in for Jordy Smith. There's so much going on out there. It's absolutely pumping. The overlapping heat format, it's just relentless.
I was just going to say, I mean, John wouldn't have got that wave. I mean, the other two guys had priority heats. They didn't even look at that wave. And John just, you know, was an insider, hit the shot perfectly, had a great barrel on it, gets a 9-2 to start the heat.
Just stepping back for a sec, Frankie, from the action out in the water, reminding ourselves this venue, of course, one of the iconic spots on tour, but also offering something different for the local surf community. I want to chat a little bit about your involvement there with WSL One Ocean and the J-Bay Surf Alliance.
Yeah, we have the J-Bay Surf Alliance, where we're giving kids from the townships, from communities, ocean-based opportunities and access to the ocean. You know, everyone listening, everyone on the beach, we were able to build a career, build our lives because someone gave us a board and gave us access. They gave us entry into the ocean, and we're trying to give that to these kids, give them an opportunity, and also to incorporate some, you know, some ocean safety and, yeah, just an introduction to the ocean.
Yeah, I tell you, from the very first year I came, I think was 1996, a long time ago. The town was half the size, and we really didn't see too many local kids and surfers getting involved. But, you know, coming back now, you know, it's great to see so many kids, girls, females, everyone's out in the water enjoying what this place has to offer. And I think, you know, nurturing that is credit to you guys.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of these kids just need an opportunity, and they come from really difficult backgrounds. So we're trying to create a safe place where they have positive role models that they can look up to. You know, if they have problems at home, we have incredible coaches that these kids can look up to and use as role models, and just give them an escape, a safe place. They can grab a wetsuit, they can come down to the beach, they can be kids, and yeah, hopefully one day we'll have one of them surfing this event.
Well, wouldn't that be pretty special?
The restorative powers of sport, and what a sport it is, and what a venue for it at Jeffreys Bay, which has shown us, well, its best side here today. And this forecast has been teasing us for a while. It's proved a little bit elusive. It felt like each day we would look at the forecast again, and maybe the good day had been kicked back 12 hours, maybe a day. It's come here today, and a lot of people, you know, we're pretty confident about forecast, but you never really know what you're going to get. And a bit of anticipation absolutely delivered today.
Yeah, she was a little late to the party, but hasn't she made an entrance today? It's been just one of those iconic days. And again, you know, I reference, you know, when you look at all the events, the WSL events that we've had this year, there have been, you know, little glory moments here and there, but, you know, this for me is the star of the show so far this year. Incredible waves, and more to come tomorrow. I think tomorrow's looking even bigger.
And I think the other thing is that the sun's been out.
Yes.
You know, it's the middle of winter. The sun's been out every day. A couple of days ago, the water was crystal clean. It looked like the Mediterranean. I'm from Cape Town. It's been pouring with rain, cold, freezing. So yeah, it's all happening here with incredible waves and good weather.
Absolutely beautiful part of the world to watch the surf contest. Right now we're watching Ethan Ewing and Geordie Smith. Not loads of time left to go in that, inside the 9.5 minute mark. And then 8-4 from Ewing, applying a bit of pressure. The reply from Geordie, 7-7. So right now, Geordie Smith, two-time winner here, looking for an excellent number to keep his campaign alive here at J-Bay. How much would it mean for him to get another win here in front of this adoring South African crowd, and to do it in these kind of conditions? He's going to do that. He'll need to fire up here, taking on the defending event champ. We're doing a fly past, checking out just how beautiful it looks from above. Someone who made it look real good from the water was Gabriel Medina. He's with Strider.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Gabriel Medina. Gabriel, surfing in that heat, you had seamless strokes.
Yeah, I mean, the board is just good, you know, just go with the flow, and the waves are amazing today. Such a good day to compete, you know, and I think Griff had a slow heat, and I was paying attention for that, and, you know, you gotta pick the right ones, so we have more walls to hit, but yeah, everything worked out, and I'm happy to make it through. Me and Ryan always have good hits, so he's a goofy that I get inspiring watching, you know, so felt good that win.
And are you thinking about the win, you know, during these heats, the taste of victory?
Oh yeah, it tastes good. I already tasted the victory here in J-Bay. It's such a good one. There's a lot of flavor, and I want to taste it again, you know. It's just, you know, you just want to make heat just to keep surfing, really. You know, the surf is just too good. So I just want to keep surfing, just with another guy out there.
Is the final 5 in your mind during this?
Oh, no, I just want to make heat. I want to surf this wave more. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. We can't wait to see you do some more damage out here. See you in the next round.
Thanks, Ryder.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Well done, Medina. He's such an entertainer. Love that debrief from him. And he looks so cool and casual, taking it all in his stride. He's really one of those surfers that comes into his own in the final stages of events. He'll be thinking about going all the way for the win here. If he keeps surfing like that, be a brave person to bet against him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just thought that was really cool how he acknowledged Ryan, and how he said that Ryan inspires him, and he, you know, looks to him for, you know, inspiration in the way he surfs. And I thought that was a really cool moment. And yeah. Wow, what a performance.
I like that he said there's a good flavor here in J-Bay. And he's definitely got it right now.
Well, the food in this part of the world, we've been dining out. I feel like I'm a couple of kilos heavy already, Paul, since when I arrived.
We talked about the perfect point break, Jeffreys Bay, unbelievable canvas. Thinking about all-time perfect heats. Last time that happened, Geordie Smith out in the water right now. Did it right here at J-Bay, Frankie.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, don't see that very often, and you can see on there it hasn't happened for a very long time, and maybe today's the day.
Could be, you never know. But you know, Geordie's got good memories here. You know, winning, you know, as a championship tour surfer, and there was so much emotion involved with that victory when he got it. He just let it all out. He was in tears as he was coming up the beach.
I mean, he's not from J Bay, he's from Durban, but he is pretty much from J Bay. He's been coming here since he was a little kid. He's got a house down the beach. Like, he's pretty much a local guy up here. And yeah, he's got the whole beach behind him, and hopefully he can get a couple more swings at it.
Well, he might well get some more swings as we see lines, corduroy lines filling in here after a little lull in this. That big 9 early on from John Florence in the blue heat. It's gone a touch quiet, and we'll pick things up here as we see Ethan Ewing streaking down the line with some speed on a shiny face. Big wrap for him, just opens up, uses the arms as levers. Off the bottom, right into the pocket. So tight with his surfing, and again, and that's not something you see a lot from Ethan Ewing, an error from him. Meanwhile, let's check out Geordie out the back. There's the bottom turn. So much power and control. Gathers that swoop. And again, he'll just clock this one all the way back to the white water. Look how patient he is. Attacks the lip there, just compresses. And he'll pull in, traveling Geordie Smith. Is he going to come out? We were trying to almost turn our heads around the corner and look into that one at our screen. Geordie Smith won't find an exit there. It's such an entertainer. He's got such a good read on this wave. You wouldn't bet against him for making it out of that.
No, it just felt like he was a millisecond just off the mark in trying to pull up and getting into that barrel. But, well, he had the opportunity because Ethan made an uncharacteristic mistake, a fall that we don't often see from him. But some great surfing prior to that fall. I don't think he's going to better his score.
If he could have somehow made that barrel, that would have been a great score. And you can see the tide's actually really, really high right now, so it's barreling right on the shallow rocks on the inside here.
We've got a little ways to go as well, I believe, with the tide still coming in. This is Ethan Ewing. Just watch him slice these turns. And actually got a little look at some of the fins Ethan's riding just the other day. He's opting for that solid fiberglass construction as well. Gives him a truer feel, he believes. Getting right up tight into the lip here. Let's see what happened. Just detached from his board. You saw his front foot. As it came down and reconnected onto the board, it was just on the left-hand side. He was just out of the sweet spot. Geordie up and riding. Little foam climb to start things off, and then a couple of big swooping roundhouse cutbacks, which is an odd thing to say when you're at J-Bay. It's normally all down the line, but Geordie giving himself the time. You can see he's so patient, just slams it there, and you can see just he came down off that turn with so much speed that even Geordie was finding it a little bit hard to get that toe side rail engaged.
And he's looking so good, you think he just needs the right wave and you'll be able to get that score.
Big wrap here, so watch him tag the lip. Just so smooth. Great body extension as he does the wrap. And now down the line, you can see Geordie's thinking snap here, straight into barrel. So projecting down the line. And right here, he just got a little bit too compressed and didn't get the board on rail. You just imagine the path that he could have been taking up a little bit higher there if he'd come off that turn a little cleaner. I know we're being hypercritical here,
but it's those kind of margins, and look at the score that he's after as well. He does need to go excellent, and you got to be thinking if he could have pulled into that and got one of those impossible barrels, disappeared and came out. 8.53 the requirement for Geordie, and he's going to still need that under 2 minutes here. So Ethan Ewing, the defending champ at the moment, still with the pressure exerted on this guy, two-time winner in Geordie Smith, the owner of a perfect heat at J-Bay back in 2017. Still looking for an excellent number. Ethan will have prio as well. And Geordie Smith will just be feeling that now as he makes his way back out. Let's see what the ocean throws at us. We've just enjoyed these opportunities swing in and offer up servers. The moment of anticipation when you see these lines come in and you see someone in the spot, even like before they paddle into their wave, you just can't wait for it all to unfold. It's such an entertaining wave for competitive surfing, Frankie. And we've been, well, it's been an absolute treat here today so far.
I know, sitting, you feel so close to the action. You know, the guys are literally like 20 meters, and you can feel that set, and you can feel the guys paddling for the wave. And it's such an incredible stadium atmosphere they've created here with the Casa Corona and the grandstands, and it really feels like you're in a stadium.
Absolutely, it's almost like a little mini city that they've built along the foreshore here, but still respectful of the environment. And it's like no other place. And I think, like you said too, because the way it breaks down the point, the spectators are close the whole way, you know, and the surfers are actually coming towards you as they're surfing down the line. But you know, as a former competitor, I can tell you, like, when it's perfect like this and you've got sets marching, it takes every ounce of your being to just stay contained and keep the energy, you know, focused on what you need to do and pick that right wave. And then once you pull the trigger, you're, well, off and running for the greatest ride of your life.
Final 15 seconds here. It looks tough for Jordy Smith, still chasing down that excellent number. Ethan Ewing will sit with priority as well. Not sure we'll get another wave ridden. There's some corduroy lines out the back, but they're a little way away from the lineup. But this will be an entry for Jordy. So it's a smaller wave. It's not a set wave, but he's got some speed and he's going down the line, throwing in a hard turn. Just laying it back, pushing really hard. He needed to do that. Never really going to get a score of that magnitude, probably even a surfer of his caliber on that wave. Meanwhile, let's pick up this guy, Florence. He's been quiet since his 9.23 from the beginning of this heat, and now just slicing his way down the line here. Look at this stuff from him. And he'll let a little bit of cover and just flare into the lip by releasing the tail, pushing hard on that board. The control is incredible for John Florence. He's been real patient to wait to get that wave, and good enough to rise to the challenge of the sections. It wasn't a super easy one to ride. He had to accelerate and really try and force the issue. Meanwhile,
Rio.
So we'll check out Rio Waida here. And he's going down the line with a ton of speed. So this is the next heat out in the water as he takes on Felipe Toledo. And Rio has been outstanding in the early rounds. He's looked very confident, comfortable around the place, but that goes a bit wrong for him. So Rio unable to get a finish then, and he's going to need to finish those turns, taking on the world champ.
Connor and John's heat's been a bit quiet, actually. The other guys caught a bunch more waves, and looks like Rio and
Felipe
were straight into some.
There's so much talent out in the water right now. You cannot afford to take your eyes off the line up here at J-Bay. Rio Waida has got a tough heat on his hands, but opens up there with some speed. And it would have loved a strong finish, but let's just remind ourselves what went down in heat number 3 of this round. It's Ethan Ewing who overcame Jordy Smith, the 2-time winner. Ethan Ewing, defending champ, and really doing that with something of an economy of effort. Another brilliant performance for him. His style very much matching this wave. He can do it on the bombs. He can surf up between waves as well for good scores. And looking very, very good value indeed. Replay here of John.
Yeah, John just on one of the reef huggers. Up the point here, a little bit smaller, but John getting some good work done here. That carving arc, throwing a ton of spray. Looked like he was going to tuck in for a little barrel there, but didn't open up, so he just opts out for that finishing maneuver. Got it done here. Behind him, Rio Waida, and big match up here against, well, arguably the greatest surfer on the planet at the moment, Felipe Toledo. And Rio has been one of the standouts for me in the warm-ups. We haven't seen it this big so far, but certainly in the stuff that we have seen, Rio's been putting in some amazing surfing. And the opener for the man in the yellow jersey, Felipe Toledo, multiple winner here at J-Bay. And just slicing through these inside sections here. Felipe looking very good. I just love the balance of you know, radical surfing and the power approach that Felipe can bring. It's unique. and it's something special to watch.
It's been highly entertaining stuff. Frankie, love your work, mate, what you're doing here. More power to you. Keep it going. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys, and enjoy this incredible day. And yeah, hopefully it's a special event.
Amazing action out in the water right now. The world champ is out there. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring in Joe and Pete from the call. Stay tuned.
Jamming away, aggression, speed, power, flow, and including a risky ending.
And again goes to the air. You are kidding me.
Toledo is your champion here in 2018. Back-to-back titles. Felipe Toledo hits the lineup wearing yellow at a playground for himself. He's got tattoos to resemble the wins he's had in the past when he went back-to-back at Jeffreys Bay. Comes in a stop number 9, world number 1, as he takes on Indonesia's Rio Waida. Rio has called Felipe his favorite surfer in the past before he qualified, and what a great moment to go head-to-head with one of your heroes in pumping conditions here at Jeffreys Bay. Got to be really thankful, you know, when we think about the conditions we're scoring this year as we get right into action. Setting that rail and working on a nice tempo is Rio Waida. Throwing down a healthy looking arc. Plenty of time for him to regain his composure off the bottom. Just a little chip there as he's trying to create some space now. Still set up work. So this one really stretched on him, and he's now going back to work with turns. Carve to a big connection off the lip, exploding. Incomplete on the finishing move, but trying to put everything together against the defending world champion and one of the toughest guys to beat out here at Jeffreys Bay.
Well, he's got to forget that he's surfing against his favorite surfer. Erase that from your mind and complete your final moves. And we saw him already produce a pretty good first wave, but did not get the finish. And then we saw it once again. So Rio's got to clean that up. But his surfing is right up there with the best in the world. And, you know, as a youngster, to be able to do what he's been able to do in such a short period of time, obviously we've all touted him as one to be on the championship tour, but it's a whole nother level to be able to perform on the championship tour, and he's done that.
Connor O'Leary got this wave during the break.
So Connor's got some work to make up here, because the 9.23 from John Florence right off the hooter was amazing. I mean, we saw it live. His backhand, he's already produced 9.57 today, so you'd expect him to be able to have that confidence to produce it once again, because he's going to have to. But look at these waves. I mean, it's perfect for the backhanders. He's got such a great wave knowledge of the type of wave he needs to have to surf at J-Bay on his backhand, and that was a great answer. Look at how powerful he is compressing off the bottom, and look at the vertical approach. You don't see a whole lot of forehanders doing that vertical of a hit. And then to be able to do the tightest arc on the lip, that's why the backhand can be a bit of a favorite, you know, because you get to be able to go to that vertical approach. The one thing you want to do is showcase some variety, and that's where those different angles and release of the fins come into play, and he did that on this wave. This is going to be his best number so far. Great answer to the 9.23 of John Florence, and he's going to make this one a heat.
Connor O'Leary is in a powerful rhythm. As we see that last replay for Connor, then back to Rio Waida.
Gotta love overlapping heats. Incredible, right? I mean, it's just nonstop. You can't even get a breath. It's just wave after wave, nothing going to waste. Rio, beautiful arcs on the outside. But unfortunately, this is where the wave gets a little tough. Had some ribs moving across it. We're going to see some of that southerly breeze start to lift. As we see the front start to make its way in here, we're going to start to see some cloud cover. But the waves will hopefully, fingers crossed, be around. As the finish move there, so important and really to solidify a score. Missed out on that one.
And now here to live action, John Florence had the big 9 early. Now sets that track back into the pocket. I don't know if anyone on tour can redirect like that. All rail. Setting up a nice big windup. Whips it again. Draws down into the pocket. So far, so good for John. Tracking again with that Paisel and sneaks out on the end section.
This is an inspired John Florence. You know, right out of the first wave, you can see the waves lift everyone's spirits, doesn't it? You know, and John, he's going to showcase a performance level above what he's seen all day. You know, he's kind of been watching as the day has gone on today. He's had the ability to sit back and wait for his heat, and then he came out guns ablazing, all fired up. I mean, even these smaller waves, you know, you see him, he's surfing up the potential. That's 787, right? Is it 707? Trying to get yeah, 707. You know, that wave was a 3 to 4 footer, you know, and he just annihilated it for the 7. So the kid's on point. He's on fire. It's incredible to watch, especially when you've got basically the whole tour right now is on fire, right? I mean, let's be honest here. Everyone's ripping.
You're on fire too, Pete. I mean, everyone's level lifts when the conditions turn into perfection at Jeffreys Bay. This is what they work so hard for as kids with dreams of being on tour. We saw Florence on page 1 of Surfer magazine when he was just a little kid. We knew that this would be his destiny. 2 world titles in back-to-back seasons. But the story for John in his career has been a lot of injuries. You think about the qualification back in 2011, that was at the halfway point back then in the old system. So when you really add it up, you know, he's had a spot for about a decade on tour, but he's only completed 4 years. 2 of those world titles, the other 2 3rd and 4th in the world.
Yeah, so I mean, he's put in a full season. He's top 5 surfer, which we expect out of him. But yeah, those injuries have plagued him. Not only physically, but probably a little bit mentally as well. You know, he had to make those comebacks. There was the double knee in the season, you know, where he was way up there in the rankings. Had the knee in Brazil. Basically had to fight back from, you know, an injury and then having it again right back to back. It's so hard to deal with psychologically, but he's been able to do that. Great team in place that's helped him to do that. And you look at what he's been able to do today, you could say right now he is on point. You know, if stays healthy through these next couple events heading, you know, if he can get himself into that final 5, you'd have to say that he could get himself his 3rd world title.
What an exciting season. His goal right now is to get into a top 5 position. So he's got something to surf for besides just scoring J-Bay to move up some spots on the rankings. What a heat he's got. I mean, turning in a 707 is still leaving the door wide open for Connor O'Leary. Connor with priority needs a 754. Received his high single score earlier today of his career on the CT at a 957. So the back end is really ready to come back in this matchup.
I love what he's able to do, though. When you have that first score of John Florence come in as a 923, you would have seen him take off in that wave and went, yeah, go ahead, kid. It's not going to be, you know, but that wave did line up perfectly for him. But the answer, the 877 needed for Connor, exactly what he needed to do to keep in this heat.
It's a big deal when Jordy Smith loses, when J-Bay's pumping, but that's just credit to a man who's been on a roll this season. World number 3 is with the Waz.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, down here with Ethan. Ethan, big heat, you know, a lot of support down here, obviously, for the J-Bay local. Do you feel that coming into it?
Yeah, for sure. He's local and the crowd are on his side, and he's definitely one of the best to ever surf this wave. So there's a lot of pressure there, and yeah, I just love having heats with. He's one of my favorite surfers, so it's a big heat, and to get past him is huge.
Well, they say that you're now one of the best yourself coming into it. You know, you've won here. I mean, you must feel pretty confident.
Yeah, it's a weird thing coming back the year after you've won here. There's a bit of pressure for sure, but I'm just really trying to surf well. Haven't felt like I've really kicked into like high gear yet, so yeah, it's something to work on, and yeah, the waves are providing, so looking forward to it.
What's it take? What's the next step for you to go into that gear?
I've been working through boards, so just been trying to find a good one of them, and I don't know, it's just a bit of pressure there, but I'm just really looking forward to the next heat, and yeah, just trying to free myself up a bit.
Does that pressure come from the Final Five?
Oh, for sure, yeah. The rankings is important to me, and yeah, it definitely matters. But yeah, try not to think about it too much because I get stressed out. But yeah, it's a huge goal of mine, so I'm going to do everything I can to get there.
All right, well, we'll put that one away. A win's a win. Congratulations.
Thank you, Strider. See you soon.
Ethan Ewing.
Did you hear him? Said see you soon.
I like that.
Subtle.
Good pickup, Pete. He's planning on having that conversation
right.
again. I think the big message as well was he's getting through heats and he knows he has more to give. And he's getting past a local favorite in Jordy Smith, and he knows he's got another gear to show. So definitely not peaking too early. Impressed with his early rounds performances because it's looking brilliant, but he knows he's got something more to give.
And that's I guess it's a way to keep yourself motivated, right? You're like, well, I can give more. I would say that in that heat there was a ton of opportunities, and there was some explosive surfing done by him. I mean, he thinks he's probably doing just a normal snap, but it's faster, quicker, drivier than his competitors, because that's why he's getting better numbers.
Connor stalled the takeoff to set up that big backhand blast. Understand speed control. Lays it down again. Bit of a fire hose off the tail of his board as he goes up through the lip. Slopey section now to a critical section, and he'll shut it down. O'Leary has been making great decisions all day. Saw his mom after his 9.57 and first, just a lot of laughs you always expect from Connor's mom. And she's like, that's the best gift he's ever given me. She's enjoying every moment of this.
Oh, so cool. Love the timing setup here. You had mentioned it, the little stall and takeoff, and he sets up the first section knowing that he needs to meet it when it's nice and vertical and with the right speed. He did that. Get that first move done. It was so important to get a nice explosive first maneuver. Sets up these next moves here. Wave's smaller as far as the sets we've seen, but he's getting himself in the heat, keeping himself in the heat, and giving himself the opportunity to get the 7.54 needed. And it's right there on the cusp of being that, because especially with the outside moves. You talked about the fire hose. Yeah, this guy does have a fire hose on the back of his boards, and that's all about timing and the acceleration through the lip and where you're placing it. He knows that better than anyone. He's been very consistent this season, and it's due to this backhand, a very strong backhand. You see that acceleration in the lip, and again, placing it differently, doing different styles and different angles to kind of showcase the variety on the backhand, which can be so difficult, and then the vertical approach, and he is just money on that. Always been able to go straight up and come out with a ton of speed. That's the difficulty that happens there, is if you go too vert, it's hard to arc that board 90 degrees back down and keep the speed going.
Look like we've got world number 1 in motion. Toledo, two-time J-Bay champ, throws down a clean down carve right back to the lip. Disconnected off that second section, and how about that perfect slice into the pocket. Toledo still running after this one as John gets started. Two of the best on tour going back to back here in different heats. Toledo already saluting a special wave, and John's just heating up. Couple of steps in the bottom turn, but jumps off the roof and gets the completion. Toledo moving deep to avoid a collision there, but two surfers that have a lot of respect for each other, John and Felipe, and that's got to be fun for them to be in the lineup, even though they're not battling in the same heat. They're feeding off each other's energy for sure.
For sure. And one of the things too, just taking a note here, both Felipe and John on their forehand, taking different lines, mixing it up. I mean, that's one thing about J-Bay. You need to do that to be able to showcase a point of difference. Look at these two carves that we see out of Felipe here from this aerial view. The length in which he does that arc, both of them, where he lays into it, keeps it together, gets the disconnect, and still somehow finds his way out in front. There, mixes it up a little more, again, different type of carve, showcasing the variety which we want to see here on these long J-Bay walls. This wave slows up here, but now he gets attacking the lip, gets that fin ditch, which we always see him do. And then the kick out. He looked like he was calling for the ski, but we don't have skis here. Sorry. But that arc, look at that. The arm up above the head, drives through, and then again, back to back. This time releasing it. That quick reaction time to keep himself over the center of his board so he can drive down the line. Let's see a little difference here. Let's see what John has us. This first arc outside, again, extending it all the way through. And even getting that bottom turn back around it to keep himself out front. There's the mix with the layback carve and more opportunity. Drives the rail through this section, sets up the inside and straight up into it. Nice combination there. Even more to give right in front of Felipe. And a good finish. Matter of fact, he's going to improve on his scoreline here, as you see in the lip, tagging it as hard as he can with speed, and comes out. Woohoo, little disconnect with his feet, but he keeps it on his board. He was looking at the lip again, but nope, that's enough. I'm going to step off.
Great top to John Florence, getting an 8-point ride. Had the 9-2-3 immediately in the matchup against Connor O'Leary. Built to some 7s, which he's throwing away now. So now his low score, an 8.0. Another excellent heat for John. Connor O'Leary, 3 minutes to go. Did well on his last to a 7.37. That's keeping him in second. He's an 8.47 to take out a 2-time world champ. Talked about Connor's consistency this year. He's definitely more than ready to go a bit further in the contest this year. Quarterfinal last year. Finds big numbers on his backhand at challenging waves. Best score of his career here at J Bay earlier this morning. Second best score, Sunset, challenging wave, front side or backside, but I think it's always impressive for the goofies out there. Not afraid to throw it in a heavy section, so Connor still at the shot, holding priority, 2:20 to go.
Heck yeah. And a matter of fact, I think he feels like if he gets the opportunity that he has that much confidence that he can pull it off. So, you know, with priority, now looking out the back, couple lines starting to make its way in here, and that's one thing about J-Bay, right? You can see it coming from a mile away. You've got boneyards that'll help you out. You know, you got the wind, the way it just feeds off the back, so you can see the lines. Man, the anticipation must just kill you.
Oh, for the fans and then for the athletes. Here goes Connor, deciding to go on this wave, and some sections are going to keep him honest before his big first turn. Connects well. Sweeps off the bottom, nice. Fin ditch on that power hack. Regains his line. Now big sweep again. Throws it in the pocket. Wide open face for O'Leary. Drills it off the top. Airdrop and controls it.
Well, 8.47 needed. Great comparison there to throw it down John Florence's wave. Felt a little disjointed. Didn't have the cleanliness that we've seen from Connor all day long. A little bit, you know, of a bit of a bummer. Probably questioning the wave choice, but at this point in the heat, he needed to pull the trigger. He likes that certain paced wave, right? That gives you that first opportunity off the gates, but he had to pull the trigger early. It really did feel like that to me because he had to race this one in the beginning. But knowing that, he's still going to give it his all. But it just didn't quite give him that turn there, but then a little off balance. You know, judges take note of that. It's like a gymnastic. You know, you land your moves. You want to be in control completely from start to finish on this wave. Did everything though. Put in a good effort, but I just don't see it going 8.47. Replay here of the next heat, Rio Aida. And it is just non-stop action here. Gotta love it.
And I like the breakdown. The key word in the judging criteria that you're really talking about is flow. And that little disruption of flow, regaining your rail, even though we're talking about hammers when he got to the lip, especially the finish for O'Leary. He did a great job to just really manage the clock. You know, as I'm looking out to see, there's nothing left. So I think he, you know, made a good move by taking that wave. And we'll see if the judges really love the quality of his turns or if they're going to stick to what they've been scoring today, and that's been flow and a sequence of big combos. So this heat runs out of time. It's just one score left for Connor O'Leary, who's been brilliant in this contest and this season. And you see how close it is for Olympic qualification for the Aussies.
Oh, you had both Ryan and Connor. And Ryan, close heat. You know, some people you talked to said that Ryan should have taken that heat. That was definitely on the Red Bull athlete zone, and it felt as though that the score, like everyone, oh my God, he's going to turn it, and came up short.
Well, and then it just reminds you how good that he was.
Yeah.
You know, two goofy footers going blow for blow. You should definitely rewatch that one, Medina versus Callanan. One of the heats of the season, especially for the backhanders. Judges taking their time with this one, which might make John a little bit nervous.
We saw that before. I mean, that was one of the longest waits we'd ever had in an earlier heat today. And, you know, and the opportunity is that you're able to see all the waves, right? So you throw comparisons down at this point in the heat, you can do that. It's over, right? So you don't need to get them priority. You don't need to get them scores early so they can kind of determine what their strategy will be. Now we wait it out, see the comparisons.
Thank you. Connor with a lot of support here. Whole family. John's got his family here. It's one of those events where you want to bring everybody that you love to support you through each and every moment here at Jeffreys Bay. What a great effort from Connor, getting a standing ovation from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And his coach Dog is upstairs. His connections were solid. His finish was big. It did have a big airdrop at the end.
Oh, as if I was ever going to go that way, though.
I know, you couldn't have blocked it. It was a 3-footer that...
It was so small, I was like, I'm not going this. How did we double up in it?
I don't know what the hell they were thinking. That was second highest wave in the whole game.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The dog pound.
It like, that last one like held up and like went away from me. I was like, fuck.
You're probably one turn shy.
Yeah.
Connor O'Leary with the breakdown from his coach. I think Dog kind of said maybe one turn shy of it. Connor said, hey, the last one felt great. Last turn on that end section, and Judge is about to make a decision here.
Oh my God, he turned it.
Connor's about to get the surprise, and maybe he wasn't expecting. Look at him, he's in disbelief. Connor O'Leary takes out John Florence, getting the score at the buzzer, an 8.77 when it mattered the most. How about Ryan Callanan? Big celebration there. Those two Aussie goofy foots are great friends, and I think Connor's going back to Dog and going, how about that one? He's gonna take that and run with it. O'Leary moves on into the quarterfinals, and it comes down to the last wave as he takes out John Florence. More action coming your way right after this. Still a gorgeous day. The surf is still pumping, and when it's your birthday, you can do anything you want. Post-heat interviews, but also let's enjoy this site behind the scenes with AJ McCord.
We are at the Sealand booth over here, a company out of Cape Town who's doing a lot of good to protect the oceans that we all love so much. The founder, a big surfer himself, and so his whole purpose is to take some of the things that get thrown into the ocean, reuse them, upcycle them into materials and gear that we can use every day. So for example, this bag actually made out of last year's banners here at the Corona Open J Bay, and then they also have these really cool bags. So they take the trash out of the ocean, turn it into pellets and then into fabric, dye it to make this beautiful bags, a ton of stuff to come check out. If you're here in South Africa, coming down to the competition, have to make a stop here. Otherwise, sealandgear.com.
Thanks so much, AJ. So many cool things happening behind the scenes. Back to the lineup here. Toledo getting involved in this one during the break.
Well, you saw the 9.63, one of the biggest numbers of the day from his first wave. So now backs it up with a 7.17, and see what this one has here to offer. This man has won here at J Bay in the past, one of the best waves ever ridden in J Bay. And look at him, stalling for the barrel. Next section, we are going to see this tide fill in till almost dark tonight. So you're going to start moving in a little bit. You're going to see that the set waves probably won't come as often. Saw Rio, you know, I think that you can see some similarities in the way that Rio opens up those carves, similar to Felipe. Such an incredible surfer and such a great competitor. Really cares a lot about this tour and performing at a high level. You'd have to say, with some more experience, he is going to be definitely contending for a world title at some point in his career. Taking a look now at the next heat. Joe, why don't we introduce it real quick, since this is Leo Fioravanti.
Fioravanti versus Jack Robinson, Pete.
And
I
this
gave
is
it everything I could.
Leo's first move here, first wave. He has been trying to figure out how to get an 8. I was talking with him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He's like, I don't know how I'm going to go out there. And I mean, come on, Leo. Just go out there, do your thing, and 8s will come.
I think he was also complimenting Ryan Callanan after a tough loss, where he's like, hey man, if you didn't get the score on your wave, I don't know what I'm going to do. And you know, Ryan, it's hard when you lose when the waves are pumping. That was a great clash, and a couple of different ways to win. Sometimes you see that the flow is being really scored. Medina had a big sequence of combinations, real clean all the way from start to finish. But I don't know, Ryan probably had 2 of the biggest hammers of the season on the end section of his ride. I think there was a judge that threw a 9.2. I was feeling a score like that as well, but sometimes you walk away from heats like that and you're just knowing that we're scoring because the waves are pumping, every surfer's lifting their game, and a lot of excellent range numbers throughout the day today, and I think much more to come. Like you said, Pete, let's bigger introduction to Jack versus Fioravanti.
Yeah.
2 childhood prodigies that have known each other for a long time.
Yep, same sponsor there as the youngsters. Spent a lot of time together at the Quicksilver house over there on the North Shore. Rio still with Quicksilver now. Sorry, yeah, talk about Leo now. Leo's moved the sponsorship on. They also were part of that youth prodigy at the house.
Yeah, they both have moved on. Just to
Jack's
clear that up.
Yes, thank you. But yeah, incredible. These guys finally getting on tour, right? They were always the ones that were going to get there. But to actually make it happen and make it reality, a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it's great. I think they're really thankful of where they began with their first major sponsor, and they did well just to get on great trips, mix it up with the best in the world. But what a crew they had. Add Kanoa to that pack, Mikey Wright. They were at all these world-class venues at a very young age. And with Jack, getting a lot of success quickly, on tour from first year, being a rookie and figuring it out. Jack won Mexico, and then everything changed. All of a sudden, he was living up to his reputation as being a world title threat.
Took a moment, but he got there.
It was quick when you think about it, right? I mean, a rookie, and we're thinking about requalification, win in Mexico, and then second season, it's in the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. But we all kind of had touted the fact that we needed, if Jack were to get to these world-class venues, is where he can really start to showcase his talents. It was a little bit challenging for him on the qualifying series with the less than stellar conditions all the time. But you start thinking about all of our championship tour venues, TD, Pipeline, J-Bay, these are all places, the rights, Mexico. He was able to showcase that talent, but that win really was it. You mentioned the floodgates had opened, and you know, in contrast compared to Leo, who has been fighting to keep his spot on tour. You know, he's fallen off tour. He's got all those injuries, so a little bit more of a harder career approach for him to you know, overcome all the adversities. We're dealing with Jack and his kind of adversity now because he's had some injuries and a little slip down the rankings, whereas Leo's kind of on the upswing. So we'll see how this matchup unfolds.
12:30 to go in the priority heat. Fierravanti Robinson just getting started. For Toledo, it's been a really cool run to #1 in the world again. Woke up on finals day in El Salvador, had some back pain. Still was able to get the victory, which was really impressive. Then we saw him hobble up the beach in Saquarema as his hot streak came to a close due to a great wildcard performance of Jansen Andre, but got examined, and he was happy to find out he'd be right back here at Jeffreys Bay.
Gotta love it when you have the, you know, the full MRI and you're thinking, oh gosh, oh no, what's happened, and then you get the basically, hey, you're clear. You did not damage anything. There was a little bit of cartilage damage, but that can be overcome. And then come here to J-Bay and 9.63 on his second wave. So it's tough to say that he is still in form, even if there is a little bit of soreness there.
Yeah, talk about a blitzing form. 9.63 when, you know, he's managing his surfs. He's not trying to oversurf at all. He told me that at El Salvador. You think he was just surfing too much. There was a lot of waves around and different spots to surf, and just spent a little too much time in the water. And I've seen that from Toledo, how hard he goes on a wave. It's rare for anybody to give up a wave at the surf ranch, but I've seen Felipe do it. And he's kind of like, this sounds weird, everybody, but I'm done. And I think he's just managing his body, his physicality. He goes so big. He knows when he's getting a little bit too far ahead of himself as far as going huge. As we have a nice run through the pit from Jack Robinson. Connects with the lip, airdrop, and controlling the down carve. The man from West Oz hits it off the lip. And now jams it on the end section. Picks that rail back up to right away. Runner-up in this event last year in an all-Australian final to Ethan Ewing. And finally getting a heat win. It was a big one because it was over the goat earlier today. Beat Kelly to get here into the round of 16. What'd you see here, Pete?
Well, this choice of wave, a little smaller, but it had the reef hugger, as Rich likes to call it, and that was one of those exactly waves. It has the pace, runs the reef really nicely, gets the tube, the big float. You have to chase it this entire wave when you have these kind of size waves, but he did really well with the barrel. I think that was going to be a great wave choice for him. Not going to be a gigantic number, gets a nice finish, but he's competing against Leo. Leo puts up a 5.33. Jack's had some, you know, less than stellar first three waves. So Jack just going to find himself a wave to match the score from Leo Fierravanti. Probably going to improve on top of it. So nice work there from Jack. He is sitting outside priority heat. So those bigger set waves, when you have two of the other surfers from the other heat are out in the water right next to you, you got to take scraps. And that's what he's done here. A little smaller wave, but he surfed this wave up. I think with the barrel and the last finish snap, he's going to get the best of the exchange over Leo.
So a lot to surf for Jack Robinson, who is #1 in the world. This was the final at Pipe, Jack versus Fierravanti. So started off #1, held on to that jersey for a bit. It's traded hands a few times. Chianca got to enjoy it. Colapinto moving up to #1 in the world. Toledo finally getting it back because he started off the season at Pipe as a defending world champ. And you love a world title race where a #1 role changes multiple times.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's exciting. That's what the new format has unfolded for us now. We've had a couple of years to enjoy it. Surfers are getting accustomed to it now too. You know, you think about the mid-season cut and how quickly that comes up. 5 events, bang, and all of a sudden you're dealing with it. There is chat that we may move that mid-season cut a little further out maybe at some point.
Wow.
I don't know. What do you think?
I want to hear more on that in a sec, but let's hear from Connor O'Leary. Big heat win beating John Florence. O'Leary's with AJ.
Connor, you made it all the way back up here. Have a conversation with your coach, waiting for that final score to drop. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I gave it everything I could. it was kind of a tricky wave, and I got a bit stuck behind, and then kind of went through it, and I was like, okay, this is the last section. I've got to hit this with, you know, really hard to see if I can get even in close to an 8, and clicked it pretty good. And I was like, oh, that felt pretty nice. But as you know, you're not sure, and I'm a pretty harsh critic on myself. So I was kind of like, okay, it's probably not, but you know, overall it was a good heat. So I was pretty, you know, pleased with how I went, and yeah, just having a shower and it popped up, and everyone goes wild.
Not a bad thing to realize as you're sort of debriefing it, but what does it mean for you to have such a day where you get your highest score in the CT ever? Now you're moving on in the next round. Just talk about how much fun you're having today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a really good kind of headspace at the moment, and you know, I'm exactly where I need to be, and still trying to have a really good time, and you know, have a balanced lifestyle as well. I feel like that's something that I'm very you know, aspire to doing for myself, and yeah, it's been great, you know, having, you know, a lot of pre-prep with Dog and hanging out with Ryan all year. He's been pushing me so much. So yeah, we've been having, you know, I think he's been helping my overall performance, and hopefully I'm helping his. So yeah, we've got a good team together, and yeah, I'm really happy.
As you should be. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done to Connor O'Leary, right into action with world number 1. Toledo letting go of the fins a bit, but finding control. In that last section, he made it look fairly easy, but it's pretty awkward sometimes how it will just bottom out on you when you're halfway through thinking you're going to do a certain type of turn. Toledo adjusts so well to stay on his feet. Real White-Eye with an answer. How about that? Tail dropping carve, and he ejects. And this set is just unloading now. The Italian's turn. Fioravanti whips that section quickly. Chips it with that lean back in the pocket. Big section landing on his toes, and that's going to keep him behind. So the battle with Jack and Leonardo is still just building. 28 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Jack paddling with purpose. Priority rotation so important.
So true,
Remember,
especially now.
No assist from the Red Bull skis.
Physicality, bring it on. I think it's great to, I mean, obviously for, you know, the fans being, you see the rotation happening quickly, but we're seeing the action hot and heavy with these overlapping heats. So, you know, it's like you get to see 4 different surfers, or you get to see man-to-man a little bit more, but ultimately the action's there.
You see Jack a lot. I mean, he's like the Zen guy. You see that so much with his prep. He's been doing yoga for a long period of time. Fioravanti, it's all about squats, lifting a lot of heavy weights as we go back to the replay here.
Jack, you know, outside priority heat here, gets himself the first wave of the set. Little layback gaff here, trying to improve on a 1-point ride. I think he'll have done that pretty easily. Looking at Felipe up against Rio, already huge number with the 9.63. And a lot of that's got to do with the fact that he has such great versatility. He's got obviously one of the best air games in the business, but his quick and fast carving moves are some of the best in the world as well. And that's something that he's worked on throughout his career. And at places like J-Bay, where he's been able to get wins, it's been one of the highlights is his searing carves. Rio going for an answer back here, drives, gets some release, but that release puts him behind, and just with that one move, probably not going to factor into his top 2. We'll see. And then Leo, another wave. So 4 waves, everyone getting a piece of it, but this wave with this fuller tide runs off without him, and he has to eject there. Bit of a bummer with this fuller tide. Again, some of the waves will move further into the bay. They look like they're going to stay at a good pace, but then all of a sudden run down the line. That's what happened to Leo there.
Felipe Toledo looking for a 2nd world title this season. And it's always amazing when a surfer can actually go back-to-back. Sometimes the year following your first world title can sometimes be the worst of your career, because everything you worked for and you finally just kind of let go, take the pedal off. Sometimes it's still a celebration from the year before. Toledo was able to enjoy his off season and get right back into work mode. Doing well to get victories early this season. As we look at the numbers from that last wave, 7.93 for Toledo. He's going to use that as a backup. A monstrous total that you expect out of him at J-Bay. When you add the 9.63, Waida still in a severe combination. So he's just got to go for broke in the next few minutes to have any sort of shot at the quarterfinals. And Jack Robinson's still out front. His last 2 waves are keepers, 4.67 to a 6.67. So Fioravanti chasing. He did win priority though, and plenty of time on the clock.
Well, I hope some sets come because it has seemed to back off slightly. Again, the full tide. We did expect the swell to back off throughout into this evening and into tomorrow, but there is another pulse for Thursday somewhat. But if we finish out the day today, we could be sitting at quarterfinals for the most part, right? And so that's schedule-wise, that's looking like what we may end up with this overlapping format. So we may see a finals day tomorrow. We will see. But you think about, you know, the 5-speed transmission of Felipe Toledo. He's only in 3rd gear.
And he's already demanding 9s from the panel. That's impressive. You'd say that for Toledo. You say that for Ethan Ewing. These guys that have more to give heading towards finals day. Looks like a bit more west in the swell tomorrow. So a lot of different types of predictions on size. Could end up being similar to today.
Could, right? I mean, again, this is the most difficult place. You know, you consider that these storms are just, they kind of like move around. There's not this consistent movement of the, you know, with the dynamic of South America underneath and how it gets whipped under, and it just like, it's the craziest place on earth in order to forecast swells, and a lot of energy. But as far as like what size will be, what direction, what winds, it is a challenge.
Really fun watching this man perform. Usually makes Pete Mel squeal a little bit when he goes to double alley-oops.
It happens. Sorry
first
about
thing
that.
in the morning.
Yeah.
I love it. That's just that pure joy of watching one of the best of the world enjoy perfect J-Bay. And it wasn't right away for Toledo. Speaking of his relationship with this place, it showed up early and got knocked out in the early rounds. Was trying to understand how the pace of the wave was working, and then all of a sudden he just figured it out.
Well, and I think that a lot was the work he wanted to do. You know, yeah, he had been obviously one of the best airless and above the lip style surfings in the world, but how do you get better? Well, there were some places in the world, you know, that in his arsenal that he wanted to work on, and that was the, you know, the stuff on the face. And man, that improvement has come a long way, and now allows him victories at places like right here.
His highlights when he was a Grand on tour, because he was so young, just a young teenager, were often just huge airs. Now it's just overall performance, so much power that he puts on those sharp eye surfboards. So job well done for Toledo. Wins by combination over Rio Waida and sets himself up well in the title race as he's moving on into the quarterfinals. Rio now will prepare for Tahiti. Waida did come straight from Brazil to this event. I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing the same thing moving to the South Pacific.
Why wouldn't you? You know, pro surfer, always got to work on your trade.
And he puts in a lot of time. Well done for Felipe, showing why that he's #1 in the world and has a special connection here with Jeffreys Bay. Back for more action right after this.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Sealand, Discover New Paths, and by Cougar Municipality, good governance through service.
What a day. One of my favorite days of the entire year, still with plenty in it as we kick off round of 16. Heat number 7, world number 4. Joao Chianca taking on Kanoa Igarashi, who finished number 5 in the world last season. Kanoa's had some great moments in his career at this right-hand point break, and Chianca enjoying it for the first time. Coming down here and enjoying some surfs. He said it's even better than what he imagined it would be. He's dreamed of coming to J-Bay his whole life, and he said it's even better. He can't get enough of this place. Chianca got this wave during the break.
Well, again, sitting outside priority in this heat, so you're going to go and grab any wave on the point, and even a scrap is a wave like this. I mean, and how good is that? Carry speed so well. Love the upper body work that he is able to display. Utilizes it in a big way to his advantage. Not going to be a huge number there for his start. And now Leo Fioravanti also picks up a wave during the break, trying to better a 3.83. I love the way he has been surfing in the warm-up. Hasn't had major big waves for the warm-ups, but I did see some video of the swell previous, and he was one of the standouts. So you'd expect him to do well, riding the sharp eye equipment as well. That wave there, kind of average. Kind of a low-scoring affair between Jack and Leo already.
But more waves on the way here. And just up and out quickly. Setting up a first turn, Fioravanti redirects. Quickly back to the lip, tags it. Sweeping off the bottom and throwing down the wrapping turn. He's laying low, nice patience from Leo. And lays it down again. Bottom drops out. I love the transition into the pit and somehow punches free.
Wow, that was impressive. And the paddle battle right behind. Look at that, Chianca and Igarashi battling it out. You can see the feet kicking from Joao.
Man, that was intense. Look at that.
Oh, so cool. I mean,
they're right next to each other, Pete. Duck diving on top of each other. And now we'll see Robinson connect on that opening section. Now at the pace carve just to set up this big tracking wall. Draws a great line back into the pocket. Coming off a high line, Robinson's got some speed to burn. Lays down an aggressive arc again. Back to the lip to shut that one down.
That was like an F1 corner, just laying it over. Straight to the bottom, into the lip. Those are those combos that the judges just devour.
And now right neck and neck, another great paddle battle. Just almost getting tangled up with each other.
Oh my gosh.
And they've got a long way to paddle to show that they've got priority. Well, Fioravanti just got a little boost.
He did. He like duck dive undered him. I mean, that and subtle little things like that can create space. But this is a long paddle if they're going to be, you know, putting it in.
Well, that's how intense this is. That's how badly they wanted. They've had some big heats. I mean, even a final at Pipeline. This point of the season, it is on. Fioravanti's one of the toughest guys to battle with. He enjoys when he gets pushed. And looks like he's really extending a bit of a lead on Jack for priority, Pete.
Yeah, well, if Leo's not paying attention, though, watch Jack could very much catch up there. It seemed like, you know, again, this is a long paddle, so it's about pacing and breath. You know, Jack, one of the best at working on his breath, right? That's something that he is focused on, and that allows you to pick up energy. And look, there's a gap getting closed here. Look, he's right on his tail now.
Jack just has that special ability to believe in himself, and he's closed this gap.
Big time, you know, and that's just, look at this. He's motoring by.
And the intensity's for a good reason. How important it would be to control the next exchange with priority. Jack has taken the lead.
Oh, incredible. I love this stuff. This is the kind of stuff that is so cool because there's a physicality here that Jack basically has gotten the paddle race, has taken the lead, and is now probably going to get priority.
Well, Fioravanti's probably just going, how did this guy just pass me? He had at least 2 board lengths on him on the inside.
I would say that they both got similar size surfboards. So it's all about technique and probably breathing. You know, it's just like, okay, I'm just going to get myself filled up with some oxygen and fill the fuel tank up, and it seems to be paying off.
This will be interesting if we get a set and they have to spin and just go for it all over again. Thanks for the entertainment, gentlemen. Jack still trying to produce enough of a distance to get priority in his favor.
How good is the Cougar Sky Camp, though? I mean, that brought it to right there for you viewers at home, just to watch how that went down. That was cool.
So he is going to continue to paddle until he gets the alert on his Apple Watch that he has priority. Ratso, the priority judge, still yet to make a decision.
Pretty cool. That does happen. You get vibration on your wrist, so you can kind of know. You don't have to keep looking in. You can kind of focus on your paddling solely. Still has not been gifted yet. He's got some room to go, but look at the gap now. It's, you know, that's a good, what, 10 yards?
That's pretty convincing.
Yeah, I would say.
I'd say Jack is looking like he could be awarded priority, but still not official yet. Well, waves are pumping, so we're going to watch some surfing. We'll keep you posted on the priority battle, but it's all about an arcing turn. Back into the pocket. Digging in off the top again. Igarashi versus Chianca. Big boldy section there, and Kanoa is able to wind up. How's this wall setting up? Tags it. Brilliant turn there. Off the lip, controls the air drop. And a nice effort from Igarashi. We're talking about those young childhood prodigies. 3 of them are in the water now. Kanoa, Jack, Leo. They're probably going to look in at each other and just realize their dreams have come true. Let's hear from world number 1. Toledo is with AJ.
Felipe coming in all smiles after that 9.63. It ties the highest wave score here at the 2023 Corona Open J-Bay. What is it about these waves that you are just able to put together so many impressive maneuvers?
Thank you. First of all, happy birthday. But yeah, it's J-Bay is special. J-Bay is super special for me. You know, I always say it's my favorite spot to come back, you know, for World Tour and surf and hang out with the people, and you know, just the vibes. It's always amazing. But it was hard to control that today, watching all these waves and all the heats, and only surfing by, you know, the second half of the day. It was pretty hard, but it was good. So I could watch all of the heats, all of the strategies, what the judges really wanted to see, and I was able to perform and use my strategy, you know, really well. And yeah, I was blessed to get those 2-3 waves and 4 waves. I don't know. I got all the waves I got. It was super fun to surf, and yeah, really happy.
That's not the only statistic I have for you here today. Congratulations, you have punched your ticket to Trestles for the 3rd straight year. You get a chance to defend your title. What does that mean?
I was waiting for that call. Oh, I got tears, man, again. You know, it's all the hard work, all the sacrifice, you know, the hours, you know, traveling all those airplanes, and a lot of money spent, and it's, you know, this everything combined. It makes it extra special. So I'm really happy, to be honest. Coming from an injury in Rio, you know, I still have like all the tapes on my knee, trying to hold that thing on and make sure I get a good result here. And I knew, like, on the back of my mind, I was like, maybe sometime here, J-Bay, it's gonna happen. But I was just like waiting for that moment and try to control that, you know, those feelings. And yeah, super blessed. I gotta thank God for everything that He's done in my life, and the family support, all my sponsors, and WSL for putting amazing events. And yeah, I'll see you guys at Trestles another year.
We'll see you at Trestles, Felipe. Let's take a look back at how Felipe did it this year.
After a long year last year, you know, and getting the title and everything, I'm just really enjoying it.
Woo! Fire flying off the rail right there. Your 2023 Hurley Pro Champion, Felipe Toledo.
Special time to have my family here. You know, I did this for them.
The defending world champ, he's really got something to prove to the judges this year.
When I really need to go big, we're gonna go big.
The world champion in all his glory.
Let's go.
Are you kidding me?
perfection as we've seen before. Dick the alley-oop. Bingo!
Our El Salvador pro champ, Felipe Toledo.
Felipe Toledo clinches a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Final 5. Congratulations, Toledo. Excited to see you defend your title this September as we get caught up with Fioravanti fighting for the lead against Jack Robinson.
Well, let's see what he can do here. And this has been quite a battle. And now we're now in the priority situation, and it is important these last 10 minutes of this heat. Looking at the low score for Leo, he needs to get himself right up there and match the high number of Jack Robinson. And on the way to getting there, still waiting on the score, gets the finish. Does he hold on? No. But a lot of work done on that outside section. Look at the vertical approach there. Tight and compressed. Releases out of it and gets, no, we're going to give it to him. That was a finish. Solid. So he's looking up at the judges going, what do you think, guys? Is this going to match the high number of Jack Robinson? Is it the 8-2-3 to turn the heat? Leaving it up to the 5 men in the tower.
Gosh, love his passion. Love that slow motion claim, that look of just, come on, let's do it. He has that same look if you put pineapple on his pizza.
Well,
like, get that off of there.
He doesn't like pineapple.
No,
yeah,
not on pizza.
He doesn't believe that it should be on pizza, right? Yeah. No, it should be in a fruit salad solely, right? No barbecue sauce on it.
Nah. Fioravanti trying to get the score to take the lead off Jack. Numbers coming in. 7-7-7. Not enough. Stays in second. Now needs a 6.23.
Good battle. This is great. These two longtime friends probably shared the bunk room at the Quicksilver house over the years. And that room's small. There's 4 bunks in a, what, 8x10 room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you snuggle up with your friends. You get to know each other very well.
Their personalities are classic, really different from each other.
Yeah,
come from different parts of the globe. And how cool is that as a young kid? One of your best friends is from Japan, or represents Japan, has cool culture. When you go to his house in Huntington, and where Leo actually went to school at Dwyer Middle School for a bit. He even spent some time in some of the local NSSA events, being a true citizen of the world. But so proud to represent Italy on tour.
Let's remember, his first taste was riding a wave made from a ferry. He would go down at 5 o'clock every day to meet the ferry and get his first waves, and that's how he was introduced.
How funny is that?
It's crazy.
But that's just when you love something that much, make sure that you're on schedule. Fioravanti always thanks his mom for getting him out of class. She would say, oh, you have a doctor's appointment today. And he's like, ooh, that one.
I like that
Waves are good.
Really? Cool.
You get to go surf all day.
Well, and it's not like Italy is just pumping surf constantly, is it? I mean, when it's there, it's there, but it's only there for maybe 2 hours. So
exactly. And then you look at Jack from West Oz. His role was being a slab specialist. You kind of looked at real hollow, heavy waves and just saw something special as a young kid. And that's always going to be the talk of the town when a young kid is fearless, has a special connection with the ocean. When you ask him about big waves, he's got so much respect for the ocean. He always puts it beyond himself, and whenever he's paddling out a pipe, you go, you got this, and he's always like so calm. And I think that it's taken him a very long way. He fits into, you know, local lineups outside of his own so well because of his cool, calm demeanor, and everyone wants to watch him surf as well.
And it's funny because, you know, you think about the experience that he's been, you know, able to get at a young age, but it's not like he's been gifted set waves. You know, you've got to kind of earn your spot in a lineup, and doing that cool, calm, and collected. But being able to do that in a lineup, say like on the North Shore, it's very challenging to do. You got to earn those respect, earn those stripes, maybe taking a few closeouts on the head, but you know, saddling yourself up in the right spot at the right time, and he did that. And again, at a very young age, did it in Tahiti. Very impressive in the lineup there, and all over the globe for that matter.
Right now, this is just a positive sign for Jack. After his injuries and losing his yellow jersey, we've been trying to wait to see when he'd return to form. Struggled since the injury at Bells, and now getting past Kelly, still with the lead over Fioravanti, and it feels like he's working his way back into rhythm.
We saw that paddle race right there gave the opportunity to Leo for the 777, right? So he had priority there.
As we look at Igarashi, snaps it off the lip. He's got a lot of speed and a nice section to pull in. Next section's really opening up, but it's stretched out beautifully down the line. Tags it with the wrap, hits it early on that quip lip line float. And now setting up a cool layback hack to finish. Now Fioravanti, and the priority heat kicks out.
Let me correct myself. He lost the priority battle. How did he get that wave?
I guess Jack didn't want it.
So I was like, wait a second, how did, what? Yeah, oh my gosh. So able to find that wave somewhere in the lineup. And I mean, this just goes to show how important priority can be at times, but all of a sudden you get a little too picky and you like take a little mid-sized wave, turns it into a 777. And Kanoa, smaller wave now. Look at the energy, the acceleration, all of that he carries. Sets up a little barrel, comes out of it. So variety here. Comes around the corner. Beautiful hook, and already has the lead, but he's in extended because he's carrying a 0.5 as a low number. So long, great wave with a great finish with some tube involved. I like it. I like that wave for Kanoa. Replay here. Leo Fioravanti, you know, you can see that the size has dropped off slightly, but the wave is still absolutely perfect. This one had some foam on it from Kanoa's wave. Kicks out of that one. Not probably going to improve on the 577. But somehow gets another wave, and that's where you have that priority over the other heat. You can kind of just turn around and take it. This has looked like a much better wave. Long barrel, but too stretched out. Good surfing before that. So we're waiting on these numbers.
Situation for Fioravanti, chasing a 6.23 to flip this one on his longtime friend Jack Robinson. Numbers coming in for Fioravanti, and looks like it's going to be far short in the 4 range for falling in the pit there. Just that pace of the hollow section just ran off around the corner, down to 3:30 in the clock. Winners of these heats move on to the quarterfinals. We'll get to Yago Dora and Bear Mamiya coming up next. Big one to really understand what's going on in the top 5. Dora sitting at number 5 in the world. Remember, Florence is gunning for a spot inside of the final 5. Recently clipped by Connor O'Leary. Connor doing it on his last wave. So all focus will be on John heading to Tahiti to see if he can compete for a 3rd world title this year. Jack Robinson's story falling out of the final 5, and he's got 2 events left to be back at lowers. Got to experience the format last season.
Seems like it opens the field up when you have that kind of final 5 bid towards the end of the year. You know, we've had many world champions win early, and you know, sometimes it takes a little bit of the action, you know, the excitement out of it. So now with the final 5, you're guaranteed to watch that world title go down in one day.
Definitely one of my favorite parts about the format is that you see the top seeds go head to head. There's been some seasons where surfers have played spoilers that are not in the title race, and you really want to see the best of the season battling it out together in the water. I love that. You can go back to certain years, even when Medina was close to titles, and you know, Jeremy Flores would beat him in Portugal, and Jeremy's interview was like, ah, man, I want him to surf against, you know, John or whoever he was against. And so that format really sets that up well, where the best of the season have a day.
And the Rip Curl WSL Finals coming up in September. There is, what is it, an 8-day waiting period for 1 day of competition. You'd have to say the consistency at lowers. Generally, you're going to have pretty darn good surf.
Yeah, September's a great month for Southern California. I'll start September 8th. Hope to see you there. This is stop 9 of the season. Stop 10 is in Tahiti. Where has this year gone?
Poof.
But so much happening in pro surfing. Challenger Series continues at the U.S. Open.
Be there, what, next week?
That's right before Tahiti. So a lot of great surfing to enjoy. Completely different disciplines, from right-hand point breaks here to beach breaks in Huntington, and all the history that's involved with that one. And everyone's going left in the South Pacific. 50 seconds to go. What a fight. These heats are always entertaining with Fioravanti, Robinson. I always enjoy Fioravanti versus Igarashi. Love Jack and Kanoa, just knowing how they grew up together, groomed for this moment of their life to be competing for world titles. And what a positive comeback for Jack Robinson. After dealing with early round losses, we kept questioning his support crew. Is he back? Does he feel 100%? They kept saying, yes, he does. It's one thing to have a positive headspace when you're winning, but to keep that flow and confidence when you're losing is a whole nother thing. And I think Robinson's handled that really well. He'll use priority to run the clock out. And we'll see Jack moving on to the quarterfinals. He's got to be happy to be back into a finals day. Sitting number 8 in the world now. John was ahead of him, and he's out of the contest, so definitely some room to move for the Australian on the rankings.
Cool stuff, man. This is why we watch, you know, each and every event, each and every heat, because you just never know. But right now, Jack Robinson got it done.
What a day. Jack getting past Kelly and Leo on the same day at Jeffreys Bay. Remember, made the final last year. Let's see if he can go one step further and take down a big win. A lot of surfing before we get there. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
It's a beautiful afternoon in South Africa, particularly if your name's Jack Robinson. And building up momentum here in absolutely pumping conditions at J-Bay. And gets a good win over his old buddy, Leo Fioravanti. Pretty much vaporized him in a paddle battle as well. They'll have a little bit of chat about that, I should imagine. And we'll talk you through the last heat of an incredible day on tour. Iago Dora coming in with the heat of a big win in Brazil, taking on Barra Mamiya. My name's Paul Evans, joined by Richie Lovett. Mate, how good has today been?
Today's been one for the record books, if you ask me. Just incredible surf, incredible surfing. We've seen a number of waves go into that excellent range, and it has just delivered for us, and we've got more to come tomorrow. So, yeah, strap yourselves in. I'm pretty gassed, but we're running out of light. We could keep going. They should actually put some lights on the point here, and we just run all night.
It's been such a fun afternoon to see these performances go down, just to see the magnitude on the scoreboard and these exchanges go down. Meanwhile, we'll pick up, well, the non-priority had to give way, like Iago ceding a bit of ground to the red heat. And in the end, Kanoa decided not a lot happening there. Let's get caught up with scores in that priority heat now. The red one, Igarashi. It's done some damage in it. It's got the 7-6-7 locked in, plus the 6-0-7. He's going all right. Chianca, haven't heard much out of him. Got a 6 early doors. He's gone quiet.
Yeah, he has got a little bit sleepy in this one. And on paper, this was an incredible matchup between Zhao Chianca and Kanoa Igarashi. And surprised, actually, that Kanoa, you know, he mustered up the courage to just sort of blank out that ill feeling, a bit fluey feeling last night, apparently, before he went to bed. He's woken up, just concentrated on the job at hand, got it done.
Amazing what a bit of adrenaline can do, isn't it? Think about Zhao Chianca and his season, blistering start for him. A couple of quarters on the North Shore, got the win in Portugal. Incredible scenes they were. He got himself solid in that top 5 since then. A little bit on the wane, and he's felt the chasing pack kind of get close to him, and he'd love just to send them back, give him a little prod, give him a little shove, create a bit of room here, Richie.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Kanoa, you know, he's a little ways down on the ratings, and I guess in the back of his mind, he's possibly thinking, oh, you know what, wave to wave, just make myself, you know, if I can see myself into the final at J-Bay, and then perhaps see what happens at Chopu, outside shot of maybe making the 5. But certainly Zhao Chianca, he would have been, you know, thinking, I'm, you know, pretty safe in the 5 at the moment, but I don't think so. There's still a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, certainly. Think of names like Gabriel Medina in the performance he was able to put down about an hour and a half ago. And it was that flurry of heats, really, that the crowd is still basically buzzing off here, because it's been an absolutely incredible afternoon, just relentless entertainment. And the way these waves finish down on the inside, huge cheers from our crowd watching incredible performance. One of those went down from Jack Robinson. He's with AJ.
Jack coming in all smiles after that heat. You have punched your ticket to your first finals day since Portugal. You shared this morning just how much it has meant to you to get back surfing the way that you feel like you can. How did you see that in that heat?
Yeah, I'm on my way. That was cool. Just making it to the final day, that's the goal. And yeah, it's been a bunch of events since I've done that. And yeah, I knew it's like starting off the day with Kelly in the morning. I was like, all right, that's a good start to the day. And then Leo, we've grown up together for a long time. And yeah, just I knew it was going to be a battle, but also had to play it smart. And yeah, it was cool. We had a couple cool moments in that heat.
I think so. The paddle battle one that we all were enjoying watching as well. You had a bit of an equipment tweaking going on, correct? Tell me a little bit about what you learned.
Yeah, it was good. I ended up going up a size, just a little bit bigger board now, another inch. And yeah, I don't know if that helped me get Leo in the paddle battle, but we were both gassed at the end of it, and I was like, all right, I have to use my brain. How do I get him here right now? Because he was already in front of me. So I tried to go over the back of his legs and then like go on the inside of him. I was like, okay, no. I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna wait for him to get like out there. He's gonna not see me coming. But then, no, it was cool. Both of us are not gonna give in. Like, he looked at me, he's like, ah! I was like,
That's amazing. Busting out every single trick in the book. Congratulations, you're on to finals day.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Jack's back, Richie.
Yeah, he's slowly making his way back into form, isn't he? Looking great. Here goes Kanoa.
Kanoa Igarashi slicing. Look at the speed from him. He's absolutely caning it down the line. Just opens up really nice drawn out arc from him off the rail. There's another quick snap at speed. And still going for some cover here, and he'll get behind the curtain, come out. So Igarashi just burning speed there, getting into a real fast, quite tight tube. And getting a successful exit from that tube. We've got a bit of a platform in this over Zhao Chianca. He's been very quiet, as we mentioned before that interview. Zhao needs to get his skates on here. Kanoa looking to apply more pressure. We think, talking about his season, it's been uncharacteristic from him. He's not really looked himself this season.
No, I don't know what it is either, because I know he's working with Mitchell Ross, and I have a number of conversations with him about Kanoa, and I just think he needs to surf his way back into form, because it feels like the surfing is there, in particular in this event. It's been looking very sharp as we watch the replay. A beautiful long carving cut back there, quick snap, and then starts to line up this barrel section, tucks in nice and high. And well, if J-Bay's tricky on a lower tide, it's more so when the tide fills in a little bit more. Great vision here, as you can see Kanoa just up on his board as well. nice and low, just very compact and compressed in that tight tube. It comes out, nothing more on offer there, but a couple of nice turns, and then the barrel may eclipse that 6.07. That's the motivation for him now, is to just extend the lead, put more pressure on Zhao, and with each minute that passes, it becomes a bigger and bigger task.
Numbers in for Kanoa, 5.7 for him. Doesn't go in his top two. That one's such a speedy wave, unable to really unleash that hard to go up the range. Meanwhile, here's the smooth approach of Mamiya, and swings on a rail. It's so polished from him. He'll get some cover of his own and emerge. There goes Barron onto an inside section, and again on the rail, just swinging those shoulders around. And a mistake from him on a wave he really wanted to finish. He went a long way down there for an inside. Goes incomplete.
Another fall. We've seen this happen with Barron, unfortunately, a number of times throughout this event, and actually throughout most of the events this year, where he's just done a lot of work on the wave, and then right at the end just comes unstuck and doesn't get the completion. And the judges, well, like, you know, you can't go too high when you have the fall at the end. You want to be building points, finishing with a positive blast right at the end. But geez, he got some good work done in the opening stages. Tucks in a little tube, smaller inside wave. So when you think of the potential scoring that this wave had to offer, I guess it was only ever going to be around the 5 or the 6 point range.
Let's go here from Leo Fioravanti. He's with AJ.
Leo, I know you would have liked to surf a few more heats here at J-Bay, but a little bit of news to bring a silver lining to your day. Congratulations, you have provisionally qualified for Tahiti 2024. What is it going to mean to you to represent your country?
Yeah, a little bit of a bittersweet always when you have a good news, but he was coming from a loss. But I mean, that's an amazing news. The Olympics is a dream of mine. I got to go to Tokyo. I got that first experience. And to, you know, have qualified for the next Olympics is a dream come true for myself, for my country, to represent my country. I'm a very proud Italian. I'm grateful for all the support that Italy gives me, from the fans, the Italian Federation, the sports group and the police force, the Italian Olympic Committee. There's so many people to thank, and so glad to be going to the next Olympics.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
For sure. Ciao a tutti in Italia. Purtroppo abbiamo perso la hit oggi a Jeffreys Bay, quindi ovviamente sono un po' arrabbiato, però l'obiettivo per le Olimpiadi l'abbiamo raggiunto e andremo alle prossime Olimpiadi, che è un sogno mio, un sogno di tutti. E non andiamo per partecipare, ma andremo per prendere una medaglia. Quindi Forza Italia, grazie a tutti per il supporto, la federazione italiana, le Fiamme Oro, il Comitato Olimpico, la mia famiglia, i miei amici. Forza Italia, grazie.
Forza Italia. I tell you, he's such a competitor, is Leo. You can see that bittersweet emotion on his face. He's just got that great news, provisionally qualified, and yet he just can't help but shake off that loss against Jack. He's gutted.
Yeah, it was a big one. And again, you know, the lure of wanting to keep competing and have more opportunities out here at pumping J-Bay. And, well, Leo's in career best form at the moment as well. You know, some of the best surfing we've seen from him. He's done the work. Geez, he's had a hard road over the years, you know, the broken back and so many different injuries and knockdowns. And he's just stood back up and showing a lot of guts and character. And I'm really enjoying the way he's developing his career on the championship tour. We got an incredible set marching through the lineup now.
Good looking entry here for Iago Dora on the backhand. Whip sharp from his first turn. Another big hit. Look at the spray from that. So nicely timed. And again, as he goes vert into the pocket once again, another stinging hit from him. Then he'll just open up the body here. The wave will run away. He'll pull in, and he's traveling. And that one will clamp down behind him. Meanwhile, out the back, Shank, a big muscular turn from him. And then patiently waiting for this. A section again on that rail. Holds it on the rail. And he will get inside a round tube section of his own. He'll keep pumping here, almost voguing through those sections as he tries to prod out the end, which won't happen for him. Covered some distance on that wave. A couple of turns and some tube time. He went a real long way, Rich.
Geez, that was a fun wave to watch, and mixing it up a bit, you know, doing something a little bit different with those big open face rail carves, extending them out longer than perhaps we've seen over the last couple of heats. And they're getting a beautiful tube time through the super tube section and motoring back out the back because he knows he's against the clock right now.
He's got to fire up here. That's what, just his 3rd wave ridden in this. I mean, Kanoa has only got 5 waves of his own, but he's not been at this at all, Jalshanka, and he's such an intense competitor. There's a lot at stake here for him as well. Let's pick up out the back. Barron, what's he got here? As he'll go with that swoop, putting the arms back behind him and laying it on the rail, forcing the back foot and then quickly transitioning straight back to the front foot. And again, it's nice and polished from him as he uses the rail just to carve, and he'll get a lip hit and try and wiggle his way back onto the face, which he does pretty well here. And again, another finish. This time, he's good enough to hang on.
Yeah, that was great to see Barron complete that ride. Some good, strong maneuvers there. So this is a good wave in his cause. He's going to need to bring it too, because Yago Dora is on some sort of a roll at the moment. Obviously coming off the win in Brazil. Have a look at this set as it stacks up. Yago Dora, he got the first one. Big swooping turn on the backhand and a second, really extending and carving out of the lip. That one a little bit tighter. Hooks it under, gets a more acute direction change. Streaking down the line here, and unfortunately just got locked into that closeout section. So a little bit untidy, but out behind him, voguing, as you said, Paul. Jalshanka, great carve here.
Yeah, and just bringing it into this section. He saw the tube, he fancied it, and got some nice cover there. Went again and just driving through that section. He desperately wanted to ram out of that, unable to do it. And Barron, well, the disappointment for falling basically on his last wave, did well to wash that off.
Yeah, he did. I love that double grab layback. Just really just grabbing onto the wall with both hands, wrapping the board around. Comes through to the inside, nice and patient. All the way through for that final hit. Gets to the completion, so he'll feel good about that. And real opportunity here to make it through to finals day, but you can see it's a different, when you compare Barron's style, a little bit wider in the stance, and when I think about some of the other forehand surfers like Ethan Ewing and Jordy Smith, bit smoother, longer bottom turn approach, and Barron has the more, I don't know, it's not a frantic approach, but it's a little bit cut short with the bottom turn. He tends to get up a bit more vertical and really aggressive with the turn. A lot of power and energy goes into it.
Yeah, he's got that style that's really polished, and he uses that to sort of finesse that kind of stop and go energy, doesn't it? It's able to push really hard, and then he gets back on the front foot. It's definitely something a little bit unique. He brings something a bit different. It's quite easy to pick him out on a wave. A highly polished surfer, highly skilled, getting himself into the back season by virtue of strong performances before the cut and really legitimizing his position with the very best in the world. Out here at J-Bay right now, coming up against someone coming off a big career win. I'm just thinking, Yago Dora, we've known about him a long time, probably a lot of heat around him with his free surf parts, showed us what he could do. And he would have seen a lot of his mates, like his compatriots, winning events, winning world titles. How good does it feel for Yago to get that first win?
Yeah, that's incredible. You know, that feels good. And that winning feeling, it's something you can't, you just want to bottle it up and just drink it time and time again. And that's what all these surfers, you know, men and women, they just want that winning feeling. And he's had a little taste of it now, and you know, he's been knocking just right on the door for so long to be in that you know, world title final 5 conversation. I feel like that was that breakthrough moment. We're going to be talking about him at the top of the ratings for a long time.
Feels like he's another surfer as well. It's quite hard to sort of pigeonhole him in terms of what exactly his niche is. Amazing in the air, but doesn't have that sort of wider stance to some of those Brazilians that are really good in the air. Does he surfs a bit more off the tail? I feel he's so smooth. He was amazing here last year. Really good value on the backhand and some big sections, and he's waited out a long day of pumping waves to get a chance at this here. He's had to be patient. He's good at keeping a cool head. So far in this one, he has had the better of it. 6-1-7 in the non-priority heat here. But Just look at these views, Rich. It's absolutely delightful out there.
Oh, it's stunning. It's just been one of those magical days of competition that is I'm honoured to be a part of. It's been incredible. You know, I'm such a fan of professional surfing, and if I wasn't sitting here, Paul, with you in the booth, I'd be drinking a cup of tea back home. It was like 2 in the morning or something now in Australia. So I hate missing a heat. So you know, I'm loving my time back here at Jeffreys Bay, and what a treat to watch the world's best just put on a show today.
Yeah, this forecast just promised so much, and it's absolutely delivered. We're looking at tomorrow as well, looking like being real promising. Those were the days that were really standing out. Winds have remained absolutely favourable all day. There's actually almost feels like it's possibly just clicked around a little bit more west, maybe slightly more offshore. The wind's quite brisk at the moment. You can see that up the top of the point there at Boneyard, so it comes just slightly sort of cross off up the top. And then as these waves refract and bend in down this famous right-hand point break, cleans it up on the face. The wind often pretty strong up the face here when the waves are pumping at J-Bay in the winter. It's one of the challenges to surf in this way, but today it's been so smooth. Richard.
Yeah, so incredibly groomed, and those waves that we just saw on the screen up at Boneyards, they were solid 8-foot waves. And you'll see here as they come into the competition zone, and who will it be? Well, it looks like it was Yarchenko having to give way here.
Igarashi off the bottom uses his priority and belts one into a steep section, opens up off the rail, just whips that board around. Board looking real sharp. That's a great turn as he uses that rail, and he'll look to slow this and then speed it up again as this barrel will just get away from him a touch. He'll get clipped round the ear, but he's strong enough to hang on, and he does well to tidy it up for a strong finish.
Yeah, that opening carve was the special moment on that wave. And unfortunately, that little barrel section just didn't quite open up for him. So maybe he's just sort of reliving in his own mind right now. Was there a different way to approach that? Perhaps I should have just stuck with the turns, not looked for the barrel. Let's watch the replay here. So it was really a no-brainer. He couldn't let this one go. Straight up into the pocket. And a great style here, Kanoa Igarashi. And this is the money turn for me. Just lays down that beautiful carve right at the top third of the wave. And it was right here where he was sort of in two minds going, okay, is this thing going to open up? He saw it clamp down the line, so he opted not to try and pull in, but he got that final finishing turn. So some good work done. Behind him, Yago Dora. On the backhand, we've seen some beautiful backhand surfing here at J-Bay today. And Yago Dora, he's showing us what he's got here. This wave just a little uneven through the lip, and Yago just needs to stay with this one. Now he builds up the rhythm. Great finishing turn. But it was a little sleepy at the first half of that one.
Let's go and hear from Strider Wasilewski's in Casa Corona.
We're up here in the Corona tent. This is living, best seat in the house. The waves are absolutely cracking, and let me tell you, everybody up here absolutely frothing. I cannot believe we're having one of the best days on tour all year right here. Stick around, all the highlights on the post show. Corona post show will be blowing up right after these heats.
Love it, Strider up there with some great vision down on this famous lineup, and everyone really enjoying what's going down. Performances just gone through the roof. The scores have been, well, I can't really remember a heat that hasn't had excellent numbers. It's just been relentless. The performances, you see someone just tearing a wave apart, and you look up, and right behind someone's absolutely laying into the next one, just roping down the point here. A beautiful day of competition and a lot of talking points as well to break down in the Corona post show. Obviously, there's final 5 conversations as ever will be at the forefront, but just performances, just for the pure entertainment value and the quality of the surfing we've seen today, Rich.
Yeah, it really has been an incredible level of surfing. And I tell you what, Paul, just like that, the heat for Kanoa Igarashi and Yarchenko has counted down, and that man on your screen there is going to be moving through, and unfortunately we're going to lose Yarchenko. So opportunity opens up for our competitors, you know, to make the final 5 and try and inch their way closer and closer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a massive heat for Kanoa Igarashi. That'll feel a lot better for him. Through to quarterfinals here. Just one heat left to go as we wrap up an incredible day of competition at the Corona Open J-Bay. More live action from South Africa right after this. Great memories from Brazil for this guy, Iago Dora. Perfection in the form of a perfect 10 from him. This massive rotation to the flats. Picks himself a perfect 10. Also scores a Yeti 110 for his efforts. And all that on the way to a massive career win. And his trophy cabinet now, carrying this amazing trophy from an incredible event over there in Brazil. But right now in a different part of the world, a different ocean, and a different requirement here, looking to still bring that winning feeling, that form. He's going all right in this with a couple of sixes, but looking to round out a big day with a solid final heat for Iago Dora, taking on Baron Mamiya, who's so far rich. He's shown us kind of flashes of what he can do, but he's looked a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, little moments of brilliance for sure, and you know, possibly still just trying to work out the wave that is Jeffreys Bay, because we talk about it time and time again, just how hard it is to figure it out and get that flow and just connect with these sections and find a way to surf it, make it all look smooth and pretty and effortless. And Baron Mamiya, well, he's got a couple of decent scores there, but nothing really above that 5-point ride. He'd be wanting to just utilise priority here, make sure this next choice of wave is one that allows him to really open up and do some aggressive turns.
Inside the final 20 minutes in this, and it shows you how much this means. Zhao Qianka, well, he's pretty annoyed with himself at the moment, and he'll take that loss pretty heavy. He's an emotional character. It looks like he's taken out a little bit of that frustration on his equipment there, Rich.
Yeah, it happens, and looked like he was going for the elbow option there, trying to keep the hands intact.
What you don't want to do is hit the stringer.
Yeah, and I've done that before. It's not fun. But I tell you what, because when we were in the break then, I looked over my shoulder and it was about an 8-foot wave that Zhao Qianka was riding, and he absolutely tore the bag out of it. So, you know, just coming 30 seconds too late, unfortunately, but that's surfing for you, and you're dealing with Mother Nature. But he'll regroup, head to Tahiti, and see if he can solidify his place in the final 5. Only 4 spots now. We know that Felipe Toledo, he locked in his position.
Let's check out live action. Here goes Iago. Got himself a wave that stands up nicely for him. Look at the release he gets off the tail. And again, just stabs that one. Super vert. Quick couple of pumps off the bottom. And he's just relentless. Just stabbing away, tagging this thing. Forcing the board up through the lip. Mixes that one up a touch. And then opens up the bottom turn for a quick hit to finish. Meanwhile, here's Baron right behind him. Swinging. Mamiya dealing with the white water from Iago's wave. And up into the lip, gets a little caught there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just makes it really hard to ride when it's got that foamy face to it. And even the aesthetics of watching a surfer ride a wave with the foam on it, you know, the judges must feel that too, just not quite, you just can't cut through the water as nicely. Your board's never really connected as it should. So again, advantage going to Iago Dora there in that exchange. And Barron's going to have to spend this next 17 minutes figuring out a way to topple the Brazilian, because I feel like we're going to see a better score drop in.
Yeah, really good chance of improving for Iago Dora. It was pretty relentless with the pace and the speed on that wave. Nice and vertical, going up and down, using the full amplitude, the range from the bottom straight into the lip. Let's have another look.
Yeah, great looking wave as we look from down the point up. And again, that driving, accelerating turn for Iago Dora, the second one, tighter in the pocket, always keeping that speed going down the line. He did well to manage 4 turns in a short amount of time there. Now he gets a bit of free space to open up again and gets to that finish. So 6 turns on that wave on the backhand. Geez, I've been so impressed with these goofy footers today. And this is Barron Mamiya outside. So didn't Barron have priority in this exchange? And picking the second wave, perhaps thought it was going to be a bigger one outside. But unfortunately, just the whitewater path interrupting the wave face there.
Condor likes the second wave of the set. That's been one of his themes throughout this event. Barron Mamiya also opting for that second wave, and it didn't seem to pay dividends, and the improvement comes from Dora. 7-3-3 for him. So Iago Dora applying a bit more pressure onto Barron Mamiya. In the meantime, let's go and hear from a stoked Kanoa Igarashi standing by with AJ.
That's right, Kanoa coming in from the water, and it wasn't just the waves that you had to battle in order to punch your ticket to finals day. You've been struggling with a little bit of an illness. What did it take for you to surf your best today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just super happy to get out of bed. Honestly, luckily I'm staying at a really great place right down the point, and I'm able to just put my jersey on and paddle out through the keyhole. Yeah, I haven't really been watching too much of the contest, just a little bit, I guess. I just wanted to make sure I was healthy enough to surf and be in the water. I feel like this is like one of the most physical events on tour, just because of how long the wave is and how much effort you have to put into each wave. Yeah, I think I'm just got a normal cold, but sometimes when you're worn down from traveling a lot and stuff, a normal cold can be a lot more painful than just being at home. So no, but it's nice. I'm so happy to serve today. There's no better remedy than salt water.
Absolutely. You pushed through it and put on quite the performance in both your heats today. This is a place that's very special to your heart. What about these waves makes you be able to showcase all your skills? I mean,
it's the best waves we got all year. I think every surfer today is happy to be competing. Actually, except me. When I woke up, when I heard the contest was on, I was just, oh my god. But no, but it's such an amazing wave. It lets you showcase your surfing, and it brings the best out of everybody, I think. And as a surfer, that's as much as you can really ask for. And this is the most consistent JB I've ever surfed. So I mean, I'm calling it as good as it gets for competition.
Congratulations! You're on to finals day. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to, first of all my friends in California. Well, I feel like I haven't seen you guys in a while. I miss you guys. I know it's pretty early in the morning. I don't know what time it is, but I'm coming home right after this. I can't wait to hang out with all you guys and be at the US Open. And some of my friends in Japan, みんないつも応援ありがとうございます。また今日もちょっと具合が悪い中でもまあどうにかいいパフォーマンスを見せられたことは本当に嬉しいので、本当にもうちょっとずつ明日のことはもうそんな考えなくて、もう本当に自分ゆっくりして明日の準備をします。よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。
いや、ありがとうございます。
Full health, Richie. It's tough physically out there.
No, it is. It is a real physical challenge to surf Jeffreys Bay at this size too. You can't underestimate just how much water is moving around, and I can tell you from experience, at the end of these rides, your legs are fully gassed. The lactic acid is just built up, and then you use that time when you're paddling out just to recover, but you've also got to, dig in and make sure you put in the efforts to get back up the point. It's a real challenge, and to do that, feeling under the weather, hats off to Kanoa Igarashi for digging deep and making that happen.
It's going to feel great for him to get himself into quarterfinals and look to set up a strong finish here. Let's see how he goes as we hone in towards finals day. looking at tomorrow as being a great day in our forecast. We'll keep you updated with that, of course. And certainly winds and swell looking like they're going to be providing all sorts of opportunities throughout tomorrow. Thursday, still some swell around as well, and the winds might get more troublesome, so a real good chance for a big day here tomorrow. Let's see how all that plays out. In the meantime, 12:20 to go in our final heat of this round of 16 of the men, which sees the Brazilian Iago Dora fresh off a victory at home in Brazil, taking on Baron Mamia's had not a great heat so far. Baron, not loads of waves ridden, and when those opportunities do come, if it's going to be a slow one, Richie, you've got to take them.
You got to make sure they count when you take off on those waves, and we're probably right at the peak of the tide or thereabouts, very close to it. And the ocean, no matter where you are in the world, it tends to do weird things at the bottom and the top of the tide. So perhaps going just a little bit sleepy at the moment. And the tides are quite big too. You know, there's you know, not a lot of rock exposed when you think about how low the tide was this morning. And well, plenty of the Brazilians down here. They're not going anywhere. I want to see Iago Dora put this thing to bed. And again, yeah, just honourable mention to the goofy footers today, thinking back to, you know, Connor O'Leary, even Ryan Callanan, although he didn't get through. Valiant effort, some incredible surfing. Gabrielle Medina, Caroline Marks kicked us off this morning, and the goofy footers have been really shining today.
Yeah, they really have. It's been enjoyable to watch, particularly just the size of the waves and really allowing surfers to be patient and aim at sections and go hard and really express themselves. When it was smaller for the early rounds, a little racy and rapid. A chance for surfers today to really go at this. Here's an opportunity for Mamiya. Nice turn from him. Good muscle in that as he swings down and again. So fired himself up here. What's he got for us? Another big wrap off the rail. It's clean. He gathers it and opens up again. Just a little release in that one, and then he'll get into a tube with no real prospect of making it out of that. Just pulled in for the sake of it, really. Got some nice vision. His work was done prior to that with some good swings on the rail. Let's see where this goes. He's looking for an excellent number to jump straight back to first, but a chance of building a platforms for getting in those 6s and 7s.
Yeah, that was a better wave, the way he got it wound up as he came down the point there. Really sort of weaving off the bottom, pumping off the bottom, and then he goes up and jams those fast turns. And it's that aggression that has seen him have some pretty special moments on the championship tour to date. This was a good-looking wave as he took off. Way up the point, stays high, now drops down into the bottom, and a vicious carve to start things off. Another layback hit, directs it down the line. Another beautiful wrapping turn back into the power source. Now he just stays patient. Another snap here, and unfortunately this wave just stood up in front of him. He didn't really have much choice but to pull in, and unfortunately closed out on him. But a great look here at the technique. You can just see how much aggression he puts into those turns there. That front foot way up on the board, not much space up the nose there. And I think this is actually a step-up board for Baron as well. And that unique technique where he tucks his back knee in, so watch it here, comes right down, tucks it in, sometimes almost touching the deck of the board when he brings it down and gets really low. There it is there. And just really had no option. Would have got a little bit of vision there.
Wherever you are in a heat, how good does it feel to just unleash a few big turns, start throwing some spray? Same thing, really. Even in a free surf, not much is going your way. It just feels good just to kind of connect with your board, with your surfing, get a little bit of that confidence going. You paddle back out, a little bit of extra spring in your step. It's important.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's in the context of the heat, you need to be up, you need to be confident, feeling good on your equipment. Really, you don't want to be thinking about your equipment. You just want to be connecting and thinking about what waves you're going to catch and what you're going to do on those waves. You don't want to, at any one moment, be thinking, oh, I hope my board doesn't twitch out, or I hope I don't feel confident being able to lay into this with all my power that I have. You know, you've just, it's the job at hand is to perform on the wave, and if you can have your equipment completely dialed in and feel good about your boards, and that all comes with the warm-up surfs and all the stuff that happens before you actually put the jersey on.
Real glassy face for Iago Dora to do damage to here. First hit from him, then a drifty one. It's so smooth from Iago. You know, just knife one off the rail, off his heels, again into the lip. It's so vert from him. Look how precise he is. Just tagging that one, throws a little extra as well by releasing that tail. His surfing is looking brilliant, Rich.
Yeah, it is. It's looking nice and smooth, not rushed. Again, like those other goofy footers we mentioned earlier today, just having a very good pace and rhythm, the way they're coming off the bottom and off the top. Using that backhand approach to get nice and vertical. Here we go. Love this angle again. You can see nice and tight in the pocket. Pivots off that back fin, tags that little section as it presents itself in front of him. Now he starts to wrap it up again. Bang, tags the lip again, comes through to the inside. Longer bottom turn, and even pushed harder on that final turn. Got a little bit of tail release.
Amazing view there. Almost looked like studio lighting. You saw spectators up the point with the shadow as the sun dips behind the mountains inland here, and yet that sunlight still catching the wave-facing golden light. Absolutely gorgeous. Looking for him. Not such a great view from Baron Mamiya when he finds out about that score, if it's an improvement. But meanwhile, he'll stick to the task ahead. He's got a nice-looking wall in front of him here, and he's not too rushed as he comes into a great section. He'll hit that with polish. Just nice and controlled and stylish. And he'll go and push on a section there, never really particularly committing his body to that turn, Rich.
No, I don't know what it is. When I watch Baron, and sometimes I go, he is about to unleash on this thing, and just the positioning of the board might be just off ever so slightly. Again, he feels like he's starting to, or trying to find the rhythm of this wave and try and work it out. And again, this high tide, it does make it tricky. The lip can actually soften off and go away from you sometimes, which makes it hard. But beautiful looking wave at the start here. And just get some momentum down the line, tags that first turn, and right here we thought, okay, now he's going to start to open up. You could see the intent. He was going for that big under the lip carve, layback slash, and it just didn't work out for him, unfortunately.
Just trying to force the issue and push it there. He needs numbers here. Yago's score comes in, doesn't improve actually, comes in just under his backup, a 6-6. He'll throw that away. And Mamiya now still requiring that 8-6-7. It'll be just a small number for Baron. He should get himself out, get some priority with a little under 5 by the time he gets there. He gets the buzz on the upper watch.
Still doable.
It's within the realms of Baron Mamiya here, within his capabilities. He will need to go into the excellent range if he's going to do it with the one score. 8-6-7, that requirement. There's real quality being provided by this ocean, though. Let's see if he gets an opportunity. Just feel like he needs to really commit himself to a big sections, big turns, and unleash. That's what Yago's been doing. He's just looked so smooth at the same time, and the control from him. We talked about the confidence coming in off that win. And he looks like everything's just kind of coming. He's taking it all in his stride, even the way he connects with his waves. First turn, no problem at all getting into rhythm.
Yeah, it's great to see Yago still managing to fit in that figure-8 pathway on the backhand, and it's more of a squared up, more vertical approach compared to Baron, who's a little bit more down the line. I guess more of a horizontal approach, you'd call it. But, you know, I have seen these little moments of Baron when he gets aggressive and really just slices through the lip there.
Look like we've got some lines heading in here. It is so groomed and smooth.
Oh, wow. This is going to be an exciting finish.
We need a way for Baron Mamiya to use that priority to come back and give himself a shot. 8-6-7 is the requirement. Let's see how this opportunity unfolds for him. 3.5 minutes on the clock, not loads of time. He'll need to go quite a lot better than anything he's provided thus far. And he's having a look here, and there's not much behind it. So here goes Baron Mamiya into this wave. Entry for him, off the bottom, pushing, just swinging, tucks that knee in, gets the angles done, and then pumps out of a floater down to the flats. Big turn from him, big hack, buries the rail, really nicely done. Releases the tail, and he ain't done yet. A little quick stumble for him there, recovers really well though. Then he'll have to let this section go. And that's kind of been the story of his heat. A great start on that wave. Couldn't really finish what he needed to in order to take it into the exit range.
That's a perfect example of what happens when your flow is upset on the wave. The opening moments of that ride looked incredible. That aggressive slice off the top like we were just talking about. But the rhythm, you know, we talk about rhythm. The backhanders have been showing it all day long. And unfortunately for Barramamia, just lost a bit of rhythm in that wave. And just, you could see almost just threw it away towards the end section. But if I was him, you know, this 2 minutes, I would be steam training out the back, because you never know what can happen here. There could be another set as you get back into the lineup. But that turn there, beautiful. Great slice to open things up. Lip glide floater, comes around this section here, aggressive turn, buries that heelside rail, gets up, another snap. And it was right at that moment there where the Finns just disengaged for a millisecond, and he lost that forward momentum down the line, and that set his timing off. Beautiful slow-mo action here. And there's that trademark knee tuck that he's got. Boxier sort of stance here, which is generally more stable because a wider stance, but you know, big rail gaff there. So a lot of power and energy in each and every turn. And that was a lot of flair in that one. And then just on that bottom turn, just a slight slip up, and yeah, just the rhythm, lost it.
Number in for Mamiya, 5-7 for him. 8-3, the requirement remains a minute on the clock. Some lines heading towards the top of the point here. Well, Yagodora will sit pretty calm and casual, holding down priority. Pretty sizable lead as well. Got some good numbers on the board. And he might look to surf. Well, this first wave will let go. The one behind might tickle his fancy. He's got priority. Not sure where Barron is. He could just wait there, of course, let it control things. But Yagodora has looked so composed in this. Hasn't really done anything wrong. Just a quick throwaway for him at the beginning, and other than that, he's built through his scores, looking so polished and in control. And here he goes. He'll just bring this one onto the inside here. 20 on the clock, opens up, just stings his first turn, and again into the lip, and not pushing overly hard on this wave thus far. He'll be patient, and again another nice backhand snap from him, and realizing he doesn't need to overdo things there, and it'll be frustration for Barramamia, who's just shown us some flashes of what he can do, but unable to turn that into big numbers, and that's what it's going to take at this level, at this wave, and particularly in the context of what we've seen go down today. But well done to Yagodora, who's keeping the fire lit from Brazil, bringing it to South Africa, and he's looked great value for the victory in the last heat of the round of 16. Crowd still in full voice down on the sand there. Yagodora will be stoked.
Yeah, great heat for Yagodora. Just constructed it well. Never really looked like he was, you know, pressed, stressed. Looked composed on every single one of his rides, and dropping some good scores.
Happy with your day at the office, mate?
Oh, mate, I feel honestly privileged to be part of today. It's one of the best days of competition I've ever had the pleasure of calling, and I can't believe we get to do it all again tomorrow.
It's been an absolute belter of a day. We've got tons of talking points for the Corona post-show. That'll be coming up real soon with Joe, Pete and Strider. Corona post-show coming at you right after the break.
How's it going, everybody? You are watching the Corona Post Show, one of the best days of the season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. We actually started the first heat before the sunrise this morning, and look what we're watching now. A gorgeous sunset, a massive day of competition. Started off early this morning with finishing up the opening round for the women, and look what we got done. Quarterfinals set for potential finals day tomorrow morning. Joe Turpel, Pete Mel, Strider, Raspberry Wazalewski here for the post show. Starting with you, Pete. What thrilled you the most today?
Oh, wow. The waves, I would say. J-Bay came to life. Really, I think we looked at the forecast. This was the day that we all thought was going to be there. Surfline thought that as well, and it happened. I love when that comes to fruition. And the surfing did not disappoint. I think the surfing was top-notch all day long.
Strider, when the waves are good, everyone's life just gets better around events like this. So what was the vibe like? You covered some ground today.
Yeah, you know what? Second to none. Actually, I'm calling best day of the year of competition for the WSL. I mean, it was just pumping all day. The performances were through the roof. Some of that stuff that we watched go down. First off with Caroline Marks going through the roof. I mean, then, Connor O'Leary backed it up with some amazing backhand surfing. I mean, everybody's stepping up. Jack's back. I mean, there's all kinds of action that happened today. Some unfortunate happenings, too, as well with Italo. You know, that was hard to watch, but you know what? You got to take the good with the bad.
Lot to take in today. Let's focus in on world number one for the women. Carissa Moore had a wild heat yesterday, probably her slowest heat of the season. Her husband, Luke, he told me yesterday, he's like, hey, but she'll be in the elimination round. It's going to be pumping. And that's exactly what she got. What a treat to see her in motion against one of her best friends on tour, Joanne DeFay.
It was fun to watch, but I think that another gear happened for Carissa Moore. I mean, she has been a standout at Jeffreys Bay for many, many years, but today she stepped up, had a broken board, was able to be resilient through that. Her backup equipment looked just as good, if not better. So great show by Carissa Moore and able to get into the quarterfinals. She's still in this thing.
Yeah, Joanne ripping, having a great time, looking amazing out there on that sharp eye. But you know what? We talked about it. Young lady, Carissa Moore, came in with something, I don't know. I don't think I've seen that much bite from her. She was looking really, really radical. I mean, this was where she lost it, right? She broke the board, she went over the falls, then she went into triathlon mode. Just, you know, over the rocks, running up the beach, gets back into the lineup, and then does this. She comes out just swinging that board around like a pendulum and just biting into the rail, looking fast, and just the transition was so quick for her. And I feel like her, you know, as she came back into this, it was a whole new Carissa Moore. It was like something we hadn't seen before, and it just made me think, like, if she can battle back after having to deal with the adversity that she did, it's like, you know what? She is a world champion, and she can come back, and she's gonna, you know, be right there trying to take this thing, and it made me feel like she can win this year.
Sometimes the runaround can be a blessing in disguise. I mean, you're leaving your opponent all alone in the water, but she was with Luke, and whatever he said to her just kept her incredibly calm, got up to the keyhole, and she definitely brought more to the back half of this performance. Really connected. Her rhythm looked stronger. Backup board was sweet, just as solid as her board she started off the matchup on, as she's moved on to a finals day appearance. Carissa will have the wild card Sarah Baum from Durban, Tyler Wright, Gabby Bryan to kick off the quarterfinals, Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson. Those two love a battle. We got Molly Picklum taking on Stephanie Gilmore. Some big heats in the quarters. You see the winner on either side of the draw, Pete?
I see the winner. There's one of the 8. But you know what? I mean, if you look at performances today, the bottom half of the draw for me, it was, you know, Steph Gilmore put on a performance, looked really good. Carissa Moore obviously looked really good. And they're going to be in the bottom half of that draw, but you can't count out the other two surfers in that as well.
Yeah, key names missing there. Tatiana Weston-Webb wasn't able to defend her title at J-Bay. She'll have pressure on her into Tahiti to perform. And also world number 5, Caitlin Simmers, fell out of the draw today, too. So there's a little bit of daylight up in the final 5 now.
Yeah, there's definitely some points to be made up there. I mean, there was about, like, I think it was like 9,000 points, you know, separating the bottom there from Caitlin. I mean, Stephanie, she's going to jump in there. I think it's going to come into being, it's going to all come down to Tahiti. And that's a scary thought. You think about having to put your whole year on the line there. That's a heavy spot to put all your marbles into one basket.
So heavy. Well, a man who's got a heavy foot
the goofy foot Connor O'Leary. This man produced a 9.57, his highest single score of his career on the championship tour, and then took out John Florence on his last wave, and he actually didn't really believe it at first, Pete.
Yeah, he didn't. This was a close heat. You know, I'm sure there are surfers out there. There's also people watching that may have seen that John Florence probably would have won this heat, but it doesn't matter. The judges are the ones who finally make the call. Great surfing by John. One of the better performances I've seen all season. Very inspired, very quick in transition, but just too strong on the backhand was Connor O'Leary, and I love that he was able to answer because there was a 9-2-3 happening in the non-priority situation, and he got himself this wave to bounce back, and this was so solid because he was able to go vertical. He kept that acceleration through his moves. It was just fun to watch, and it was a great answer, and so it made it a heat, and it came down to the last wave.
It did, and you know, to be honest, John's tube ride was awesome, but I didn't think it was a 9, and then so I feel like it just kind of balanced itself out at the end with the judging, which is kind of hard to watch, and hard to understand. You know, in the end, the judges definitely favored it towards Connor.
So this was an 8 right here, right? This was the outside moves here. It came in as a flat 8. And then we'll see the last wave of Connor O'Leary, and you can make a call on your own there. But great surfing either way. Both surfers just did not disappoint. I mean, you think about that final move. Good surfing by John.
That was a big finish from John Florence. When it came down to this, kind of broke down the disruption of flow. Connor did mention that he felt like he got caught behind, although he said he loved his finish. But look at the commitment when he got to the lip strider.
Yeah, you know, it all came basically, you know, this was decided as he was in the shower. It was like all the last minute heroics. This turn right here is where they gave it to him on. And for me, you know, it was a little confusing as to where the numbers dropped and what they dropped for. And he was just standing in the shower waiting for the number. He was surprised. He got it.
That was a great reaction. Connor loving it. He's moving on to the quarterfinals just like he did last year at Jeffreys Bay. He has to take on the defending event champion, Ethan Ewing, so that's a clash between number 3 in the world and Connor coming from deep on the rankings. Dora, number 5 in the world, was able to get past Baron Mamiya in the last heat of the day. He'll take on Kano Igarashi, who's on a bit of a comeback. Speaking of Dora, let's chat with him. He's with AJ.
Iago, parabéns. You are on to finals day. What did it take for you to punch your ticket to finals day?
Obrigado. Yeah, was a bit slower, the waves on the end there, but I just managed to pick waves that had really nice pace for surfing backside, and I knew Baron was going to be hard, and maybe he was going to find some barrels, and I knew I had to get the best waves, but still like hoping he wouldn't find a big barrel in the end, because I know he's a tube hunter, he's a barrel master, and yeah. I just had fun that heat. On the start, it was hard to get waves because João and Cano had priority. They kept blocking us and going on the waves, but I just managed to have a nice rhythm and serve a couple nice waves.
Coming off of your win in Brazil, how much confidence does it give you to go into a second straight finals day, especially with the final 5 inching closer and closer?
Yeah, I wanna stay in the same vibe I was in Brazil. I'm not looking at the rankings right now. I know it doesn't matter. It only matters when it ends, and we'll see who will be the final 5. So I'm not looking at it right now. I'm just trying to do my best and in each heat and try to stay on that happy-go-lucky vibe that I was in Rio, and it's been working.
I would say so. En português, as ondas estão bombando. Você se divertiu?
Sim, altas ondas hoje o dia inteiro, né? Foi animal, valeu a pena a espera. E feliz de avançar, de ter mais uma chance de surfar um J-Bay, que provavelmente vai estar muito bom amanhã também. Então, isso aí, amarradão, e vamos continuar dando o melhor.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Great Portuguese, AJ. Great Portuguese as well, Iago. I mean, that makes sense. But yeah, what a role Iago's been on.
Long day, Joe.
And he's able to transition so well from a huge win, a meaningful one, his first of his career in Brazil, and then back to business at J-Bay. Sometimes there's a little bit of recovery from that celebration. Not for Iago. He wants to be in this world title showdown. But just thinking of Brazilian goofy foots and one that is a world champ earlier today against Ian Gentile, Italo Ferreira went for broke on a crazy backhand float. And he was able to go to his Instagram to give us a bit of an update. He said, sorry. He actually apologized. He had to leave that heat and go straight to the hospital after making his mistake in the flats and hurting his right knee. Unlike last year, he was able to continue after feeling pain. So he's actually apologetic that he couldn't complete that heat. That's where his intensity lies. That's why he's so insane to watch. He said he's been working hard to avoid this type of injury, but unfortunately there's always a risk. He's hoping that it's nothing serious and he can get back as soon as possible so he can reach his ultimate goal. From all of us here, we're wishing the best for Italo, that it's not that serious, and we'll see him back in a jersey sooner than later. But man, what an entertainer. And Ian Gentile was surfing well in that heat, so that was quite a clash as he moves on into finals day, which, hey, maybe tomorrow. Let's check out the Surfline forecast to see what we're going to have first thing in the morning, Pete.
Well, we've got winds and a little front going to be coming in overnight. And we saw this was the Tuesday through Thursday overlapping swells from the south-southwest. We saw the first pulse today, and then that next pulse kind of will fill in overnight maybe, and fingers crossed that we're going to have some sizable surf. The winds are going to be howling offshore coming from that westerly direction, so that means we'll have a stronger wind, which will still be clean, but you can see there 6 to 10 foot face is still in the morning, so that's what we want to see. We want to see the afternoon kind of backs off slightly, but another pulse. That's it. We got Thursday, we got another pulse, so there's opportunity to happen here, but ultimately probably tomorrow will be finals day.
Really cool. Setting up for some hot action tomorrow. Quarterfinals are set. And remember, it's a great opportunity when you're watching big events like this with the WSL and Surfline being a partner. You can get a great discount on the premium membership. So while you enjoy this sunset with us, you can also head over to our website to find a great discount, and also know before you go, get some great waves. There's a QR code. If you know how to do that, you just open up your smartphone to the camera, put that up there to the QR code. It'll take you right to where you get a Surfline premium account for 30% off. You're welcome. See you in the water. Looking forward to that. Let's now move on to the top 5 waves of the Corona Post Show. Always exciting when you've scored maybe one of the best days of the year condition-wise, and you make this highlight reel. Coming in at number 5, Ethan Ewing with a huge heat win, taking out one of the best at Jeffreys Bay. Strider.
Yeah, you know what? This guy could be the best surfer at J-Bay right now in my mind. The way that he rides these waves, I feel like we haven't seen it out of him per se today on the day, but you know what? His rhythm and his style out here is second to none. The way that his pendulum is thrown around, his speed through turns, the read on the wall, and the way that he attacks is beautiful. And I feel like, you know, Ethan is one of those guys that will go down in history as one of the best ever out here at J-Bay.
Ethan Ewing, 8.4, 7.83. Jordy Smith's high mark, a 7.7. But Ewing enjoying the pit, looking to back up his title at J-Bay. He had so many great words of respect for Jordy Smith, knowing what he's done out here for so many years.
So true. I mean, and you think about it, you come up against the guy, one of the best ever at J-Bay. You know, you would say that you have to put a performance together, and Ethan did that. Just looked a little bit more quick through the transitions in the moves, but look how relaxed Jordy was surfing so well, as, you know, and as expected at J-Bay.
Yeah, as we remember, Jordy came off a heater against Kaio where he had a 9 and an 8.5, so he was firing in all cylinders into the matchup with Ethan Ewing. There are some positive moments from Jordy, but he still sits outside the top 10 as he'll refocus on Tahiti. And like you mentioned, Waz, it just adds to the early reputation of Ethan Ewing. Even though he's just fresh off his first win last year, he's looking really solid to go back-to-back. Jordy Smith exiting out, but he'll go right to his new home right here on the point at J-Bay. As we move on to number 4, Carissa Moore, broken board, but she still rebounded to a great win over Defay.
And it's so cool because, you know, she did have that moment where she had the falter, gets the broken board, and has to do the run. I think, I mean, kind of, as I recall, she had to do that last year.
It was like deja vu.
Right? I mean, she had to do it again, and Luke was there to run with her and give her the pep talk, and sure enough, the performance came right after that. And you got to love that from champions. So resilient and I mean, think about the length of the ride, you're surfing all the way through, and then realizing your board's broken and having to run all the way back up to the keyhole. And all of that moment, being able to somehow perform once you get back in the water. So that is all that extra training. and the resiliency in her mind, the strength that she's able to execute once again at J-Bay and put on a solid performance. What, an 8.5 and a 7.7? So pretty impressive.
Well done to Carissa Moore in the elimination round. Rarely see her there. She hasn't lost in that round since 2017 as she's looking sharp into the quarterfinals. Number 3, we expected this guy in the post show, Connor O'Leary, with the buzzer beater to beat John.
Hack. I mean, just the straight up power moves that he was throwing down out there where you could watch all day long. And Connor's always been a favorite to watch on the backhand and for me, but today he really stepped up his game and he went, I mean, that first turn on this wave was so vertical and straight up and powerful. It was just incredible to watch. So, you know what, Connor, thank you for the display today on the backhand. I really enjoyed it.
Same.
Yeah, he's having a blast. You could tell he's stronger than ever. He's gone through a lot in his career, on tour, off tour, but more consistency, Pete, like you've been mentioning, making more quarters than he's had in previous seasons.
This is a 4th in a row right now.
He's on fire making finals day. And she's going to have a ton of confidence knowing that he maybe had more to give on his final wave, but the judges are still appreciating how hard he's unloading on these waves.
It's so true. I mean, and this was an 8.67. He had the 9.57 earlier, but this was the 8.67. And that first turn on the outside section, so strong. And look at the finish, too. Watch what this does on the bricks. It's something where he makes it look so easy, but it is extremely difficult to be able to execute such strong maneuvers and make it look so easy and keep your speed.
Amazing connection for the Goofy Foots today, and Connor O'Leary is surfing out of his skin. Moving on to the quarterfinals. So number 2, let's keep the Goofy top going, Waz. Caroline Marks.
I mean, you know what? 9 nines. I mean, just this, she waited for this wave. She knew that she had to have, you know, the right pace, and she just took off and just went into this wave with pure timing and waited for it. And she didn't over surf the wave, which is you can do here, trying to like get in too many turns. She just waited for her moments to arrive and then met them and just teed off, hit the button every time, dropped out of the sky for the finish, and it was just buckets out the back on every turn. And that's what we love to see. Literally Christmas trees. I mean, every time she comes off the bottom and then hits the lip above the line, lights it up. Look at that, just lights everywhere off the top. And it's so fun to watch in that morning light.
She missed the swell before the event. And so for Caroline, this was her first taste of real J-Bay. And she kind of knew that she hadn't been out there yet this year with waves like this.
And the timing was perfect. It really was. I mean, that's sometimes just that, ability, the DNA, that feeling and connection with a break.
Winning the post show, this man, world number 1, Felipe Toledo, 9.63, 7.93, back to business this September, officially clinching his spot in the WSL Final 5.
Well, you'd expect it. Wearing the yellow jersey, he knew that this could be a place that he could clinch that spot for the Final 5. He has done that now. He can relax slightly, knowing that he is going to be competing. But ultimately, I think that yellow jersey, he wants to keep that on as he heads into finals day or final event because, he is that good at trestles. And if he can come in fresh, you'd have to say the number 1 seed has a great advantage.
And I love how it almost felt like obvious that he'd probably clinch here. It was still really emotional when he got the official news for Felipe.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, this guy, he wears it on his sleeve. You can feel it. You can see it. You can, almost like grab it out of the air when you're next to him when he's talking about how much he loves surfing, when he's talking about how much he loves his family, and talks about his hardships and everything he's gone through to get to those world titles. That what he did last year, and like now you can see him again. He's right there. He can taste it again. He can feel it, and you get that from him out of his interviews and when you're standing around him, when you see him and you talk to him.
And he's got a real good pace on the panel right now with not using too much, but getting a lot out of the scale. He's going into finals day with a lot to show.
And he's got, in that finals day, though, I will be the little optimism, is that he's got Jack Robinson. And Jack's, I think, on a bit of a heater, too. So you look at that quarterfinal, number 3, I would say that's going to be the one to watch. They're all going to be fun to watch, especially if the waves are like they were today. But I think that's a great matchup. Jack needs some points there, so he's going to give it everything he can.
Wow. What a day for pro surfing. Hope you all enjoyed that. For Strider,
yeah.
For Pete Mel, I'm Joe Turpel. For the rest of the crew, thank you so much for being a big part of today. And the Corona Open J-Bay will continue tomorrow morning. Gonna try to get some heat started at 7:15 local time with the quarterfinals. Enjoy the rest of your evening wherever you might be, and we'll see you bright and early. We'll leave you with some highlights. Take care.
A lot of excitement in the surfers area. A much anticipated Paulson swell.
Easy call this morning. We're up and running.
Tyler Wright, who will avoid the elimination rounds. Betty Lou here, throwing plenty of spray. Backhand attack from Caroline Marks. That was some fire. Big hanger to finish.
Just this beautiful work from Ethan Ewing.
Connor O'Leary is on a heater. 9.57.
Wow, big heat.
Just relentless, really, from Ryan Callanan. Big Jordy Smith, smooth as you like.
Smith with some travel time sneaks out the low road. He already dropped a 9.
Gosh, that's nasty. Oh, man.
Igarashi's provided a lot of magic.
Oh, fumble. And look, we've got a broken board.
Set up a tube, gets on the tail, comes out with a ton of speed. Lakey Peterson, massive hit from her. The power and control absolutely on point. Great hit.
Gilmore, she moves on into the quarterfinals.
Callanan right now is going to hit this hard. Bang, smacks it. Gabrielle, as he just throws all sorts of spray into the atmosphere.
Guys, I mean, this is as good as it gets. The waves are absolutely firing.
Crushing the lip there as he comes through to the inside.
Oh my God, he turned it.
He's in disbelief.
Felipe Toledo slicing through these inside sections here.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.